Before Uchiha Shursui, I unveiled my Manjiki Sharingan. Oh my astonishment. In the following moment, under a shocked expression, I, merely 8 years old, transcended the eternal Manjiki and instantaneously ascended to the legendary Rinnegan with 9 Tomo. This unexpected evolution occurred after I, having traversed into the life of an ordinary Uchiha clansman, unwittingly awakened a remarkable ability. Any display of astonishment would grant me rewards of various ninjutsu skills. Although I could accumulate shock value to obtain a time travel portal, allowing me to return to the Warring States period and take on Kakashi and Obito as disciples, I found no joy in my current predicament. Despite diligently training for 2.5 years, I could not even extract a trace of chakra. I had resigned myself to being perceived as a mere failure, destined to perish on the night of the clan's massacre a year hence. Little did I anticipate that on the day of my enrollment at the Ninja Academy, while others fervently prepared for the entrance examinations, I, instead, succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, my good friend Naruto anxiously shook me awake, urging me not to sleep through the Uchiha examination. I groggily rose. The eyes of the entire assembly converged upon me. How come I've never seen him before? Judging by his relaxed demeanor, he must be another Uchiha prodigy, they whispered, recalling the earlier display of Uchiha Sasuke, who had achieved a perfect score in shuriken throwing. Their curious glances ignited my awareness, prompting me to hasten to the examination instructor. After sizing me up, the teacher kindly smiled and patted my shoulder, inviting me to commence my test. Despite possessing potential, one must not succumb to arrogance. I felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing the misunderstanding among my peers. Subsequently, I swiftly seized a shuriken and aimed at the target before me. Observing my shaky yet determined stance, my peers murmured in confusion. He hardly seems capable. Sasuke, is he truly your clansman? Yet to my surprise, Sasuke scoffed dismissively, declaring, I refuse to acknowledge him as one of us, he's a disgrace. Taking a deep breath, I launched the shuriken with fervor, and as it zipped away, the collective gasp of the spectators was palpable, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Sasuke, covering his face in exasperation, knew all too well this would lead to embarrassment for our clan. Curiously, I remained relatively unfazed, my cheeks merely tinged with a hint of crimson. After all, this was nothing out of the ordinary for me. Suddenly, a series of notification chimes echoed in my mind. You have received shock value for Nozawa Koten. Shock value increased by 9. Soon, as the accumulated shock reached 1,000, another notification followed. You may exchange for a basic ninjutsu. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, I replied affirmatively. Almost instantly, I was notified. Ninjutsu exchange successful. All shock value deducted. You have acquired proficiency in ninja tools. At that moment, a sharp pain coursed through my mind. A myriad of chaotic knowledge surged into my mind. In a moment of bewilderment, I extended my hands, and the next second, a shuriken unexpectedly appeared quietly in my grasp. Naruto, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, How did you just pull that shuriken out? Receiving Naruto's shock, my astonishment level increased by 9. At this juncture, I finally comprehended the source of the sound. Just as I intended to investigate my newfound ability, the examination teacher on stage shook his head and promptly announced that both Naruto and I had failed. He had anticipated witnessing the emergence of another prodigy, yet to his dismay, we turned out to be no different than Naruto. Deemed worthless, the surrounding peers erupted in laughter, casting mocking glances our way. At that moment, I suddenly lifted my chin defiantly, expressing my desire to retake the test. After all, my friend Naruto had the lineage of 3 generations. Surely I could also qualify. However, to my surprise, as soon as I voiced my intention, Sasuke approached me briskly, visibly displeased. You orphan without parents. Do you not feel you are bringing disgrace to the Uchiha clan? Return home at once. In response, I shot him a sidelong glance. Sasuke, your father may be the head of the clan, yet that does not entitle you to dictate my affairs. Seeing that I had disregarded him, Sasuke erupted in anger, demanding that I return home immediately and attempted to drag me away by force. However, upon observing this, my gaze hardened and a kunai appeared in my hand, as if by magic. I swiftly brandished it, positioning it threateningly against his throat. Sasuke, my affairs are not yours to decide. Noticing our altercation, the examination teacher hurriedly intervened, offering me a chance for a retake. Instantly, I set down the kunai and flashed a victory sign towards Naruto, all the while contemplating how to seize this opportunity to gain more astonishment points in ninjutsu. At that moment, Sasuke, growing increasingly agitated, urged me to hurry. Inspired, I turned to him with a smile and proposed a wager. Sasuke, do you think I can hit the target? How about we make a bet? Sasuke, caught off guard, inquired, what do you want to wager? If I can hit the bullseye with 3 shurikens, I win. If I miss, you win. What do you say? Upon hearing about the 3 targets, Sasuke paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You hitting the target is sheer luck, let alone hitting 3 bullseyes. The surrounding peers joined in, scoffing, is this guy out of his mind? Thus, Sasuke, without any formal training, agreed to my terms. The wager stipulated that the loser would have to acknowledge the other as an elder brother. I grinned mysteriously as 3 shurikens materialized in my hand. In the next moment, without even glancing at the target, I hurled them carelessly into the air. Is he just throwing caution to the wind? I heard someone remark, if he manages to hit, he'll eat an Oreo on the spot. To them, the shurikens seemed to fly aimlessly, their trajectories erratic, rendering it impossible for them to hit the target, much less the bullseye. Yet as I listened, a flash of brilliance illuminated my eyes that I remained silent, merely observing. Just as 3 shurikens were about to cross the target, one of them abruptly veered off its course, colliding with another shuriken. The sound of 3 metallic impacts echoed through the training ground, plunging it into an eerie silence. Every onlooker gaped in disbelief, witnessing 3 shurikens lodged firmly in the target, each striking the bullseye. Incredulously, everyone rubbed their eyes, unable to fathom the sight before them. In that fleeting moment, I amassed a staggering 1,000 points of astonishment, with Naruto and Sasuke contributing nearly 200 between them. I approached Sasuke with an air of indifference, playfully addressing him as Big Brother. Sasuke stared at me, his expression vacant, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. However, despite his fumbling, he was unable to utter the words Big Brother. At this moment, the exam proctor intervened, swiftly announcing the successful completion of the entrance examination, prompting everyone to enter the classroom. Roll call passed quickly, and Irika commenced his lecture. Yet, after only a short while, I felt the heaviness of slumber enveloping me. Determined not to let the first class slip into a dream, I decided to explore the application of my astonishment points. Just as the thought crossed my mind, a notification chimed. Ding! 1,000 points of astonishment can be exchanged for a random basic ninjutsu. Without a moment's hesitation, I opted to exchange. Ding! Ninjutsu exchange successful. Acquired Chunin level chakra. Upon hearing this, I could hardly contain my laughter, for with Chunin level chakra at my disposal, I could utilize low-level ninjutsu 7 or 8 times over. Soon, the first day of school concluded, and after classes, I suggested to Naruto that we indulge in some Ichiraka ramen. To my surprise, we encountered Itachi Uchiha, who was also treating Sasuke to dumplings. As a fellow member of the Uchiha Clan, he was naturally acquainted with me. What a coincidence! I just heard Sasuke mention that you made quite an impression at the Ninja Academy today. I humbly replied that it was merely luck. However, as my words faded, he regarded me with a profound gaze, suggesting that it was not merely luck. After all, we are members of the Uchiha Clan, a lineage of prodigies. I was momentarily taken aback, but then I grasped his implication. The tall tree in the forest is bound to attract the wind. An audacious thought suddenly struck me, and I seized the opportunity to inquire, Brother, what do you envision for the future of our Uchiha Clan? As soon as I posed the question, a look of confusion quickly appeared in Itachi's eyes. He was at a loss for an answer regarding the future of the Uchiha Clan. Yet what he did not anticipate was that my subsequent words would leave him utterly astounded. What if I were to articulate this? If the Fifth Hokage were to emerge from the Uchiha Clan, what would you say? Ding! Shock received from Itachi Uchiha. Astonishment points 99. Konoha belongs to us all, and moreover, the Uchiha Clan was one of its founding pillars. Why should we not aspire to become the Fifth Hokage? I grew increasingly exhilarated, envisioning an entirely divergent path unfolding before me that I glanced around, contemplating the possibilities. As I observed Sasuke and Naruto engaged in their usual banter, I quietly remarked on the reputation of our Uchiha Clan. However, before I could finish my statement, I was abruptly interrupted by a derisive snort. Amidst the fluttering leaves, the spirit of fire remained ever vibrant, a testament to the village's brilliance that had shaped Konoha. Upon hearing this, a spark of realization illuminated Wright's eyes as he gazed at me with profound understanding. Yet, he took a deep breath, pondering the implications. The koi is only 8 years old this year, correct? Yes, In a month he shall turn 9. I comprehended Right's meaning, but refrained from elaborating, for the world of shinobi is replete with prodigies. Calmly, Right stated, he is merely 8. Ding, upon receiving Right's astonishment, marveled at his dual nature. That moment, I gently tapped the table 3 times. You must know where my home is. Just as I hinted at Right, the ramen for everyone was served. Once the meal concluded and the sun still lingered in the sky, I seized the opportunity to take Naruto to the small grove, where I showcased my exceptional shuriken skills, astonishing him with my prowess. However, upon returning to the dilapidated straw hut and lying on my bed to contemplate my future, I was unexpectedly confronted by the Uchiha once more. The two of us sat opposite each other in perfect harmony, patiently waiting for one to speak. That I mentioned today that if the Fifth Hokage were an Uchiha, you seemed rather taken aback. Upon my initiating the dialogue, he replied nonchalantly, in this village, anyone can become the Fifth Hokage, except for the Uchiha. What he did not anticipate was that my next words would leave him momentarily speechless. With a smile, I inquired, is it because the third Hokage informed you that the Uchiha Clan is plotting rebellion? As the last syllable fell from my lips, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was in turmoil. How could he possibly know what the third Hokage had said? I gleefully accepted the astonishment Itachi provided, but when I heard about exchanging it for a basic ninjutsu, I unhesitatingly opted to proceed, for this was my moment to shine. The exchange for the ninjutsu was successful, deducting 1,000 points, and I acquired the Three-Demo Sharingan. This revelation, I straightened my posture, a wave of uncontainable excitement washed over my face. After all, the Three-Demo Sharingan is the most formidable bloodline trap of the early Hokage era. Yet, Itachi failed to notice my exhilaration and feigned composure as he replied, I do not comprehend what you were saying. In truth, his gaze was somewhat unfocused, for he could not fathom how an ordinary individual could undergo such a remarkable transformation within a single day. I forcibly adjusted my demeanor. If you do not grasp my words, I am certain that Shui will understand, for his eyes possess an unfathomable ability. What? The shock registered on Itachi's face as he suddenly gleaned nearly 500 points of astonishment, and a broad smile spread across my face today was indeed fortuitous. First Naruto, and now Itachi. If each day unfolded in this manner, it seemed that within 6 months I would dare to challenge Obito. What else do you know? His disbelief was evident as he stared at me, no longer concealing his astonishment. In response, I merely smiled serenely. I assure you, I possess knowledge that exceeds your OWS. I uttered the name Shui. The last vestige of my internal defenses crumbled away. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to dwell excessively on this matter. The Uchiha clan is indeed a cursed lineage. Even Shui, with his enigmatic eyes, could not change the inevitable. Yet, when the term curse crossed my ears, I found myself scoffing in derision. Although the methods by which the Uchiha awaken their eyes are undeniably brutal, they merely reflect their inability to wield their emotions judiciously. For, as an observer, I had countless means in my previous life to awaken my eyes without harm. As I spoke, my voice took on an ethereal quality, and the already fragile state of my mind began to unravel. When he, caught off guard, glanced upward, he was met by a pair of crimson, Three-Demo eyes glaring back at him, resembling a fathomless whirlpool. His body jolted violently as he beheld the catastrophic night of the Uchiha massacre that I had preordained for him. Upon witnessing the brutal slaying of his beloved brother, Sasuke, by another version of himself, he abruptly sprang to his feet, his eyes flooding with blood, enveloped by a crimson aura. Suddenly awakened, I found myself toppled by the initial form of the illusory farmer, my vision darkening as blood gushed forth from my mouth, instantly dispelling the illusion. Dazed, I regarded the illusory farmer, who possessed abilities only attainable through the Manjiki Sharingan. Was I now endowed with the Manjiki Sharingan myself? The shock from Itachi Uchiha reverberated through me, an unprecedented level of astonishment registering at a staggering 999. The sheer magnitude of this astonishment left me momentarily flabbergasted. Wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, I smiled and remarked that the traditional methods of the Uchiha for awakening their eyes are indeed cruel, yet entirely avoidable. Just as the excruciating pain that has not truly transpired can be circumvented, so too have you awakened the Manjiki. Still incredulous, he gingerly stroked his eyes, for the events of the day had far surpassed his imagination. I gently urged him, acknowledging the Uchiha clan's extremism, yet asserting that with proper guidance, your fears need not materialize. Moreover, becoming the first Hokage of the Uchiha Clan would mark the initial step towards that guidance. Just as my words settled, he abruptly lifted his gaze, staring at me in astonishment. Would you care to join me in a dance? I extended my hand toward him. A flicker of emotion seemed to stir within him, his hand trembling as it reached out. Yet, as he neared me, he hesitated. Laughing heartily, I clasped his hand firmly, sealing our fateful bond. After speaking, I withdrew my hand, bowing slightly. Future Fifth Hokage, I declared, his face flushed with a sudden fluster, caught off guard by the compliment. Unbeknownst to us, however, a pair of kaleidoscopic manjiki eyes, resembling windmills, observed us quietly from a nearby tree as smiles graced our youthful faces. The prospect of him becoming Hokage seemed rather appealing. Yet the very next morning, as I yawned and strolled to school alongside my good friend Naruto, the scene within the Hokage building unfolded elsewhere. Tuanzong slammed his palm onto the table. An expression of fury etched upon his face. I ess it only when blood flows like a river that you will finally awaken to the truth. Yet, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely frowned, dismissing the gravity of the situation. It is not as dire as you suggest, they are but children. Tuanzong scoffed at this response. But within Naruto Uzumaki resides the sealed Nine Tails. Should his emotions spiral out of control, we may witness another night of the Nine Tails. As for the other Uchiha Kage, he has always lagged behind, his talent abysmally lacking. Yet yesterday, he displayed exceptional prowess with his shuriken. What does this indicate? It suggests that he has been biding his time, concealing his true capabilities. Why would a mere child act in such a manner? It is evident that the Uchiha clan has influenced his actions, as they have long been scheming a betrayal. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper with each word, his expression wavering between uncertainty and contemplation. Observing his friend's demeanor, Tuanzong recognized his success, waving his hand dismissively. No need for your concern, I shall handle that boy myself. With that, he departed without granting Hiruzen a chance to respond. However, as Hiruzen watched Tuanzong's retreating figure, he raised his hand but ultimately remained silent. Recently, intelligence from the surveillance indicated that Naruto's chakra had been fluctuating dangerously, suggesting that the seal on the Nine Tails might be weakening. Rising from his seat, Hiruzen gazed out the window at Hokage Rock, where Minato's visage stood. The seal was loosening, and at this juncture he could only express regret towards Naruto. Meanwhile, oblivious to the vast conspiracy enveloping me, I remained hunched over my desk in the classroom, checking my shock value 1, 980 points, just 20 shy of the next. Milestone I decided to draw twice. With a slight compulsion, I scanned my surroundings and noticed Sasuke covertly glancing at Naruto and me from a distance. I'm sorry, Sasuke, I said, raising my head to meet his gaze. Caught in the act, Sasuke hastily turned away, adopting a haughty demeanor as he fixated on the blackboard. Yet after a considerable time, he could no longer resist the urge and stole another glance in my direction. This time, however, he nearly experienced a heart-stopping moment upon seeing a pair of crimson Sharingan spinning ominously and slowly, evoking an unsettling sensation. Whoa! Sasuke exclaimed, springing to his feet, incredulity written all over his face as he pointed at me. Waves of shock value surged forth, and my beauty caused my eyes to narrow in delight. At that moment, Irika, bewildered, turned to the standing Sasuke. Is there something you don't understand, classmate? Sasuke stuttered, pointing at me, his astonishment still palpable. Irika frowned and shifted his gaze to me, only to find me innocently shrugging after retracting my Sharingan. All right, pay attention and refrain from causing a ruckus. Sasuke begrudgingly took his seat, though his eyes remained fixed on me, convinced he had not misjudged. That was indeed the three-tomo Sharingan he had just witnessed. Yet, I chose to disregard Sasuke's presence and instead began my next endeavor to random basic ninjutsu draws, resulting in a deduction of 2,000 shock value for a successful exchange, thus acquiring the myriad blossoms. The mastery of swordsmanship was bestowed upon me through the Sharingan that in an instant, a familiar, intense pressure converged in my eyes. Having prior experience, I hastily leaned over the table, allowing tears to flow freely. I never anticipated awakening the Manjiki Sharingan so swiftly as the throbbing sensation in my eyes gradually subsided. I lifted my head and subtly activated the Manjiki. In that moment, I comprehended the profound abilities it harbored. Amaterasu, the eternal flame, along with the powers of Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, Amaterasu is easily understood as the ultimate shield of fire, omnipotent in its nature. Although it has never claimed a life in the original narrative, the revelation of the remaining 3 abilities filled me with unparalleled astonishment. The remaining 3, however, bestowed upon him unparalleled astonishment. Uchiha Kagami. A furious roar interrupted his reverie. Uchiha Kagami retracted his Manjiki Sharingan and, in a daze, raised his head. Irika hastened towards him, stating, "Your shuriken score was perfect yesterday, but to become a ninja, relying solely on shuriken is insufficient." "Ah, I understand, Teacher Irika," Uchiha Kagami responded, still somewhat bewildered. "Then why aren't you paying attention in class? Are you planning to sleep for a year in the Ninja Academy with Naruto?" Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze aside. Indeed, Naruto had succumbed to a deadly illusion, slumber. Ichiraka's ramen is the best. Coincidentally, at that critical moment, Naruto uttered a dreamlike phrase. "You all, go stand outside as punishment." A thunderous shout echoed, prompting Uchiha Kagami to drag Naruto outside. "Huh, what happened?" As they ran, Naruto awakened, his face a mask of confusion as he stared at the sprinting Uchiha Kagami. What transpired? Uchiha Kagami chuckled bitterly, realizing that neither of them would return to school anytime soon. He then set Naruto down and strode ahead towards the school exit. "Kagami, what did you do to make Teacher Irika so furious?" Naruto called out while chasing him, his words tumbling over one another. Uchiha Kagami halted, taking a deep breath, suppressing the urge to turn back and retaliate. They arrived at their usual wooded retreat, where Naruto aimlessly tossed shuriken. Uchiha Kagami had initially intended to experiment with the capabilities of his Manjiki, but along the way, he discovered something intriguing. This chakra level should correspond to 2 Nin and 3 Genin. TSK, quite the investment indeed. "Kagami, what are you talking about?" Naruto, hearing his voice, turned to look. "Ah, nothing, just mumbling to myself. A conversation for the dogs," Uchiha Kagami replied casually, plucking a blade of grass and placing it in his mouth, a bitter taste spreading across his palate. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air as a dark kunai shot straight towards Uchiha Kagami. "TCH, so impatient?" Uchiha Kagami scoffed, activating his 3 Tomo and swiftly dodging the kunai's assault. "Who is it?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise, gripping his shuriken tightly. "Who else? I just mentioned it, little dog." Uchiha Kagami retorted, rushing in front of Naruto, seizing him as a kunai swept past Naruto's chest, his hands forming intricate seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A slender line of fire erupted from Uchiha Kagami's mouth, expanding into a 1-meter diameter fireball after 3 meters, soaring upward with a searing intensity that engulfed both of them. Water style, water wall technique. Water style, water binding technique. The 2 adversaries opposite them exhibited remarkable coordination. One deflected the great fireball, while the other manipulated their movements. A vast surge of water vapor suddenly ascended, and at that moment, 2 water tendrils erupted from the ground, tightly coiling around the ankles of the 2 individuals. Uchiha Jing discreetly activated his Sharingan, observing every subtle movement with acute precision. Whoosh! Several shuriken flew from his hand, colliding midair before plunging directly into the water tendrils, causing them to dissipate instantaneously. 5 figures abruptly materialized around the 2, encircling them with an imposing stance. Noting the animal masks adorning the faces of the 5, Uchiha Jing smiled. It seemed that even the Umbu would resort to violence against their own villagers. This was indeed a revelation. The 5 Umbu members remained silent, for the completion of their mission eclipsed all other considerations. Did Lord Third send you, or was it Danzo? This question appeared to strike a nerve, prompting them to simultaneously attack Uchiha Jing without uttering a word. In an instant, a barrage of elemental ninjutsu surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. Chapter 8. The Emergence of Uchiha Shirasui. Ah, how impressive. Uchiha Kagami scoffed lightly, his hands moving deftly as he formed seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, 3 meters in diameter, materialized instantaneously, standing as a barrier before the 2, extinguishing all incoming ninjutsu. Such an enormous fireball. Is this truly something a child under 10 can accomplish? This must be a jest. The members of the Umbu felt the intense heat enveloping them, a bitter taste lingering in their mouths. Beside Uchiha Kagami, Naruto stood in stunned silence. Having known Uchiha Kagami since childhood, their bond was akin to that of brothers. Yet, the events of the past 2 days had rendered his friend almost unrecognizable. Ding. Shock received from Uzumaki Naruto, shock value 99. Ding. Shock received from the Dragon Gate Division. Shock value 99. Ding. Shock received from the Tianchimo Gate. Shock value 99. Ding. A cascade of shock values poured in, and a genuine smile spread across Uchiha K's face. Gaining shock value was, in fact, quite an easy endeavor. A dark figure abruptly appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto, a black kunai materializing in its hand. Ding. A crisp sound echoed as Uchiha K, without turning his head, hurled a kunai that clashed with the one in the shadow's grip. The figure staggered back, momentarily halted by the force. Foolish clown, move again, and you shall perish. Uchiha K turned, his gaze icy as it locked onto the figure. The shadow, a seasoned warrior, felt an inexplicable chill upon meeting his eyes. The atmosphere froze. A tense standoff ensued. The Umbu members exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to make a move. Meanwhile, Uchiha K was immersed in the sensation of employing ninjutsu for the first time. First, the fire release, great fireball technique, which, given his current level as a genin, consumed only about 10% of his chakra, relatively minor. As a C-rank ninjutsu, it required chakra equivalent to that of 10 uses of C-rank techniques, or 1 use of a B-rank technique. Next was the speed of hand seal formation. As the fastest hand sign user in the original narrative, Kakashi Hitaki could form dozens of seals in a second, yet he could currently manage only 10. A testament to his 2 years of diligent practice on the great fireball seals. The disparity was indeed significant. Lastly, the speed at which chakra circulated within him was rather sluggish. Why could Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara unleash ninjutsu with mere words? The release of ninjutsu, at its core, is a combination of chakra and the transformation of one's inherent attributes into offensive techniques. The purpose of hand seals is to expedite chakra formation and facilitate attribute transformation. Once chakra operates at high velocity and attribute changes become effortless, speaking ninjutsu into existence will no longer be a mere dream. In this regard, Uchiha K still had much to improve. Time was of the essence. Soon, reinforcements from the village would arrive. The Umbu member, donning a fox mask, gritted his teeth, once again forming hand seals. As the remaining individuals witnessed the unfolding scene, they too began to weave intricate hand seals, their chakra surging with fervor. Heavenly sword technique. Slash. A furious roar resonated as a shadowy figure staggered forth, wielding a shinobi blade that gleamed with a chilling edge, hurtling toward its target. How could we allow Q to battle alone? Naruto, his visage etched with determination, unleashed a barrage of shuriken from his hands. The dark shuriken sliced through the air with a mournful whistle, their lethality undeniable. The shadowy figure, startled, mistook Naruto's hidden prowess for that of Uchiha Q and instinctively sought to evade. Yet, every shuriken hurled by Naruto fell scattered and ineffectual upon the ground. The shadow, the ANBU, Uchiha Q. The elegance of the shuriken's flight stood in stark contrast to Naruto's overwhelming embarrassment. Very well, it seems I must take charge. Uchiha Q activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his blood-red eyes fixated intently upon the ANBU members. Sharingan. The ANBU members felt a sudden chill, their movements growing rigid. The notoriety of the Uchiha Clan's Sharingan echoed throughout the ninja world, far surpassing mere fame. It was said that upon encountering an opponent possessing the Sharingan, a ninja could rightfully abandon their mission. Such was the power of the Sharingan. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Q's form blurred, and he reappeared before the masked fox. What? The fox mask gasped in astonishment, unprepared for such swiftness, instinctively attempting to retreat. Look into my eyes. Q's voice resonated with an enchanting allure, compelling the fox to gaze into his eyes. The 3-tomo spun slowly, mesmerizing in their intensity. The fox mask's expression turned vacant. The kunai it grasped slipping from its hand. Beware. Do not look into his eyes. Be cautious of Jinjutsu. The leader shouted, hurling several explosive tags toward Uchiha Q. Boom. An explosion erupted, shrouding Q in a cloud of dust. The remaining ANBU members seized the opportunity to leap back, watching the dust cautiously. As the smoke cleared, Q's form was conspicuously absent. Where is he? The remaining ANBU gasped, hastily scanning their surroundings. Hello, were you looking for me? Uchiha Q's voice emerged from behind the leader, a kunai silently poised at his throat. Ding. Shockwaves radiated from the Dragon Gate Division, shock level 99. The principle of capturing the leader first is universally acknowledged, yet executing it is evidently far more challenging. However, for Uchiha Q, endowed with the 3-tomo Sharingan, it posed little difficulty. Given the circumstances, he yearned to hone his skills further. Alas, Both his stamina and chakra dictated otherwise, compelling him to conclude the skirmish with regret. Engage. Do not hesitate. Although the leader was taken aback, the tenet of prioritizing the mission ran deep within him. The remaining individuals displayed signs of inner turmoil. Feel free to make your move, Uchiha Kagami smirked, exerting a slight pressure on his kunai, revealing a faint line of crimson. I dare you to act. Do you wish to become the next Konoha White Fang? The leader shouted hoarsely. The remaining individuals, stripped of their hesitation, charged towards Uchiha Kagami without a second thought. Not intimidated, Uchiha Kagami mused, feeling a tinge of regret, but not particularly fearful. If worst comes to worst, I can always flee with Naruto. Why engage in a futile struggle against those I cannot defeat? That would be sheer folly. Just as Uchiha Kagami prepared to take down one foe for the sake of advantage, a live figure emerged. With a swish, the figure landed and instantaneously vanished, reappearing abruptly behind an Umbu member. The sound of a clean and decisive strike rang out as the shinobi's blade met its target, sending the Umbu member crashing to the ground, eyes rolling back. Swish, swish, swish. The figure continued to vanish and reappear, each emergence marking the fall of yet another Umbu. Only after the last Umbu collapsed did the figure slowly sheath the shinobi blade and turn around. Upon seeing the youthful visage, Uchiha Kagami's face broke into a warm smile. Brother Shisui. Chapter 9. The addition of Shisui as Naruto, the boisterous ninja, was escorted home. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui strolled side by side down the bustling street. Have those Umbu just been left there unattended? Kagami remarked with a hint of disdain. Well, once they regain consciousness, they will find their way back, Shisui replied. Although, since the mission remains unfulfilled, there may be some repercussions. Kagami, with his hands clasped behind his head and a leaf precariously lodged between his lips, paused and turned to Shisui. So, Shisui, what do you think of me after these past 2 days? What do you mean? Shisui's calm gaze rippled with intrigue. Kagami pressed on. Having followed me for 2 days, don't you have anything to say? After a moment, Shisui met his gaze and finally smiled. You are quite good. Kagami scoffed, is that all? I expected more than just a simple compliment. Shisui merely smiled in silence. His nature was inherently kind, yet he often struggled with communication, responding to both acquaintances and strangers alike with a gentle smile. Over the past few days, I had a conversation with Itachi. You must be aware of its content. Kagami continued. Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. Do you believe this plan is feasible? Shisui fell into contemplation. Upon first hearing the proposal, he had been startled, as if an uncharted door within him had swung open. However, after 2 days of careful consideration, he began to perceive the plan as somewhat fantastical. The Hokage of Konohagakure represented more than merely a symbol of leadership. It entailed the distribution of power and balance. The first and second Hokage wielded their influence through personal strength, yet one could not overlook the roles of the Senju Clan and the Uzumaki Clan. Their contributions surpassed even the might of the first and second Hokage. Individual strength could never rival the power of a clan. In the past, the first Hokage emerged like a colossus, standing invincible at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Did all ninjas truly cower in fear? Perhaps not. Even the formidable first Hokage could falter against the strategies of overwhelming numbers, while other ninjas feared his personal prowess. They were far more intimidated by the formidable Senju Clan and the unparalleled power of the Uzumaki as the strongest Jinchuriki. This, indeed, was the true essence of the ninja world. Recognizing the hesitation in Shisui's eyes, Kagami intuitively grasped his concerns. Are you worried about the clan dynamics within the village, Shisui? Shisui lifted his gaze to meet Kagami's. So, how many factions do you believe exist within the village? After a moment of reflection, Shisui delineated the factions. There are the families under the Hokage's command, namely the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, along with the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Hyuuga clan, and a multitude of civilian ninjas. And then, of course, there is our Uchiha clan. When mentioning the Uchiha clan, a look of resignation crossed Shisui's face. Indeed, on the surface, the Uchiha clan appeared to be estranged from the Hokage's rule. Is this your perspective, Shisui? Shisui remained silent, gazing intently at Kagami. Konohagakure is far more complex than it appears. Uchiha Jing spat out leaves, contemplating that the forces within Konoha could be delineated into 4 factions. The first faction is the Hokage's influence. Strictly speaking, the Hokage's power is limited to his direct Umbu, while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans often prioritize their family interests above all else. The second faction comprises the clan powers, including the Inuzuka, Hyuuga, Uchiha clans, along with several smaller families. The third faction represents the commoners. This group does not belong to the Hokage, but rather to Konoha itself, a crucial point that Shisui must comprehend. The fourth faction is Root. At this revelation, Shisui's body tensed, disbelief etched upon his features. How do you know about Root? In that moment, Shisui found Uchiha Jing utterly inscrutable. Within Konoha, aside from the clan leaders, only a handful were aware of Root's existence. How could a mere child like Uchiha Jing possess such knowledge? The first and fourth factions seemed hopeless, yet the second and third still held promise. Uchiha Jing deftly sidestepped Shisui's question. Since the moment he contemplated making Itachi the fifth Hokage, he had begun to organize the memories swirling in his mind. The challenge of elevating Itachi to the position of fifth Hokage was no less daunting than that faced by the first Hokage in establishing the ninja village. This assertion, while seemingly exaggerated, held a kernel of truth. To the people of Konoha, the Uchiha clan epitomized arrogance and tyranny. Both the second and third Hokages harbored profound disdain for the Uchiha. The difference lay in the overt disdain of the second Hokage and the more veiled contempt of the third. Anyone could ascend to the role of Hokage, save for the Uchiha clan. This sentiment resonated among the Hokage's faction, the clan factions, and the commoners alike. Yet, to Uchiha Jing, these perceptions were inconsequential. Was the Uchiha clan truly so loathsome? Perhaps not. Much of the disdain stemmed from the narrative shaped by the third Hokage. In the arena of public opinion, Uchiha Jing was confident that Sarutobi was no match for him. Shisui, I am certain I can rally the second and third factions. If that were to happen, do you still believe Itachi's ascension to the fifth Hokage is merely a fantasy? Shisui's mouth felt dry as he gazed at him, lost in thought for a long while. It's far too risky. Any misstep could lead to the Uchiha's demise. Despite the promising vision painted by Uchiha Jing, Shisui ultimately declined after careful consideration. Once this endeavor commenced, there would be no turning back. A single action could entangle the entire Uchiha clan, a burden too great for either him or Itachi to bear. Am I being overly cautious? Uchiha Jing murmured, his downcast eyes suddenly widening. Intricate patterns swirled within his pupils, converging into the shape of a blade, spinning ominously. With 4 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, such profound depth implied that even in failure, the Uchiha clan would likely remain unscathed. A wave of danger washed over Shisui, compelling him to instinctively take a step back. Manjiki, ding, received a shock from Uchiha Shisui, shock value 99. Ding, ding. The system issued 4 consecutive notifications. Why was Shisui so astonished? Did he not possess a kaleidoscope as well? Shisui's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. His kaleidoscope had awakened unexpectedly after the demise of his parents, embodying an irreplaceable uniqueness. Moreover, apart from Itachi, no one else could possibly be aware of this matter. How did he come to know? Soon, Shisui noticed what Uchiha K had uttered. 4 pairs? You, me, Itachi, and the clan leader. The clan leader. How could this be? Based on Shisui's understanding of the clan leader, if he possessed a kaleidoscope, he would have long since seized power by force, allowing the Uchiha clan to be oppressed no longer. Had the clan leader wielded a kaleidoscope, the position of Hokage would have undoubtedly belonged to the Uchiha clan by now. Shisui shook his head. Uchiha K scoffed. Shisui, are you underestimating the strength of Konoha? Do you truly believe that a single pair of kaleidoscopes could wrest power by force? You may be overthinking this. At that moment, while Konoha may not have many formidable experts, they were certainly not a challenge that a single pair of kaleidoscopes could overcome. Be it the third Hokage, the Raikage, or Kakashi, all were more than capable of standing against it. Even with 4 pairs of kaleidoscopes, Uchiha K felt uncertain. 4 pairs of kaleidoscopes did not provide the confidence for a forceful coup, but rather the courage to attempt something new. As he gazed at the slowly rotating kaleidoscope, Shisui's expression shifted continuously until it settled into tranquility. Very well, I shall join. Uchiha K flashed a grin. Welcome aboard, Shisui. The 2 pairs of hands, light yet resolute, intertwined, signifying a transformation was imminent for Konoha. Chapter 10. The dispute between Danzo and the Hokage. In a state of bliss, Uchiha K returned home, first indulging in a bowl of expired instant noodles before reclining on his dilapidated little bed. With Shisui and Itachi having already joined the fray, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. The Manjiki Sharingan was indeed impressive, yet his chakra reserves were insufficient. Thus, the Manjiki remained nothing more than a fade. What others possessed was not necessarily genuine, but what he held was undeniably real. After pondering for a considerable time, Uchiha K perused his shock value. 1,000, just enough to draw a price. With a grand gesture, he initiated the lottery. Ding. With 1,000 shock value, would you like to exchange for a random ninjutsu? I shall exchange. Ding. Obtain the Encyclopedia of Ninja Knowledge. In an instant, a torrent of information was forcefully deposited into his mind. The Encyclopedia of Ninja Knowledge. Uchiha K sat upright, thoughtfully stroking his chin. With this plethora of diverse knowledge, could his journey from the Ninja Academy to becoming a genin be expedited? In his upcoming plans, he intended to cultivate relationships with various clans. What identity would best facilitate such endeavors? Undoubtedly, a genius. An 8-year-old Uchiha who became a genin and possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. Surely that qualifies as genius, does it not? In the afternoon, Uchiha K appeared at the academy promptly. What? You wish to apply for graduation? Iruka exclaimed, his mouth agape. Indeed, Iruka-sensei, I wish to apply for graduation. Is it not permissible to apply early? Uchiha K replied with a cheerful smile. No, of course, early applications are allowed, but the issue is that you only enrolled yesterday. Iruka struggled to mask his astonishment, his expression somewhat rigid. I am aware. I have mastered all the ninja knowledge, and I have also grasped the body flicker technique. I believe I can become a competent genin. This. Iruka murmured, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Perhaps Iruka-sensei could report this to the higher-ups? Uchiha K could not help but suggest. Yes, report it. K, please return to your class. I will notify you once I have news. Watching K sway back to his classroom, Iruka couldn't resist a light slap to his forehead. Applying for graduation. Is every member of the Uchiha Clan peculiar? Another one wishing to graduate early? Upon returning to class, Uchiha K disregarded several hostile glares and settled back into his seat. K, about yesterday. Naruto hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Yesterday was utterly humiliating. Had it not been for K's protection, he might have met a dire fate. Of course, this was under the assumption that he was unaware the Nine Tails would manifest. Yet, this did not diminish his feelings of guilt towards K. Uchiha K smiled as he ruffled Naruto's hair, assuring him that yesterday's incident had been resolved amicably and that there was no need for concern. Simultaneously, new plans for Naruto's future began to take shape in Uchiha K's mind. It seemed the time had come to have a conversation with the Nine Tails. Without suppressing the boiling chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto cannot train properly. In the Hokage building of Konohagakure, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Look, is this what you call nothing? 5 seasoned Umbu, 2 ch nin, and 3 genin, and yet we still face failure in our mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his aching head and replied, Danzo, this is the Hokage's office. Could you be mindful of the atmosphere? At this point, Danzo scoffed at Hiruzen's words. I have always maintained that Uchiha Shinjin is no ordinary child, and reality has proven me right. Concealing one's true abilities, does that not indicate ulterior motives? The malevolent Uchiha child must be eradicated at once. Otherwise, he will inevitably become a source of endless trouble. He must face judgment. Hiruzen, feeling helpless, rose and gazed at the village of Konoha behind him. Given the current state of Konoha, we should focus on recovery. What charges can you possibly bring against a mere child? Danzo's eyes gleamed with malice. Charges? What charges did Kakashi Hatake face? If I declare him guilty, then he is guilty. Hiruzen turned sharply, his murky eyes suddenly shining with intensity. Danzo, do you even realize what you are saying? I certainly do. Danzo bellowed, his eyes widening, bloodshot with fervor. Hiruzen, do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts. Ever since you became the 3rd Hokage, your thirst for power has surpassed mine. Why did Minato die? Was Konoha truly incapable of withstanding the Nine Tails? Why did the esteemed Kakashi Hatake perish? Is it because of me, Danzo? Why did the 12 Guardians fall into internal strife? Why did Jiraiya choose to leave Konoha? Hiruzen, are all these events a result of my actions? The Hokage's office fell silent, save for Danzo's hurried breaths. I aspired to become Hokage, and I have always believed that my teacher's choices were misguided. Danzo took a moment to compose himself, gradually regaining his calm demeanor before coldly uttering a parting remark and departing. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a deep inhalation. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed into the room, casting a crimson glow upon his face. Flickering. Come in. Iruka pushed the door open. Hokage-sama. A smile graced Hiruzen's face. Ah, Iruka, what brings you here? Hokage-sama, it's about this. Uchiha Shinjin from the Uchiha Clan has applied for early graduation. Early graduation? Hiruzen's brow furrowed. He just entered the Ninja Academy yesterday and is already seeking graduation today? That seems rather audacious. Has his strength been revealed, prompting him to abandon concealment? I realize it may seem hasty, but you need not worry, Hokage-sama. I will address the matter upon my return. Upon encountering Sarutobi Hiruzen's furrowed brow, Iruka felt a sudden jolt in his heart and hastily sought to alleviate the tension. No need for that. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke slowly. Iruka, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Sasuke? Iruka's mind raced. Although Sasuke had only been his student for a day and was frequently seen causing mischief alongside Naruto Uzumaki, the events of yesterday's examination and the overwhelming presence he displayed that morning indicated that this seemingly carefree boy was far from ordinary. The unexpected inquiry from Sarutobi certainly held significance. Despite his youth, Sasuke's prowess evidently surpassed that of his peers. Moreover, he possessed a level of composure uncommon for an 8-year-old. Sarutobi smirked inwardly. Composure? Given the information at his disposal, such a term hardly sufficed. This 8-year-old not only wielded the Sharingan with 3 tomo, but could also unleash C-rank jutsu like the fireball technique, coupled with an unflappable demeanor. To call him merely composed was an understatement. He eclipsed many Nin and Jinin. In light of this, perhaps it would be prudent to consider his early graduation. Chapter 11. The enraged Uchiha Fugaku. The following morning, the ninja school square was teeming with an eager crowd. Whispers circulated about an individual seeking to graduate early. Indeed, the esteemed Hokage had graced the occasion with his presence. However, was it not true that this cohort of students had only enrolled 2 days prior? It seemed one could hardly contend with the prodigies among them. Perhaps some had already attained the rank of Jinin even before commencing their studies. Such a notion was utterly astonishing. Amidst the murmurs, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in his Hokage hat and smoking his pipe, observed the scene. Since the early graduation of Uchiha Itachi 4 years ago, this was the first instance in 4 years that someone had applied for early graduation. The news had sent ripples throughout the village, inciting a fervor that prompted hundreds to abandon their tasks and flock to the square. Hokage-sama, the time has come. Iruka awkwardly approached Sarutobi. But has Uchiha Sasuke not yet arrived? Sarutobi sighed in resignation. It seemed the penchant for tardiness had transitioned from Uchiha Bido to Uchiha Sasuke. Did the Uchiha clan lack the means to procure a timepiece? Iruka's expression betrayed his embarrassment as he inwardly chastised Uchiha Sasuke. You have applied for early graduation, and the Hokage himself is here to oversee the examination. Where could he be? If he does not arrive in 10 minutes, the early graduation exam will be cancelled. Came the reply. Time slipped away, and impatience began to ripple through the crowd. Just as the tension peaked, 2 figures staggered into view. Wow, there are so many people today, exclaimed Naruto, taken aback by the throng surrounding him. Indeed, what could be the reason for such a gathering? Uchiha Sasuke echoed, equally puzzled. The previous night's rain had transformed his small abode into a veritable waterfall, and after toiling through the night, he had scarcely managed to catch a few moments of sleep, thereby completely forgetting the early graduation affair. Could something significant be afoot? Sasuke, let us investigate, Naruto urged, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he pulled Sasuke into the crowd. Why is no one here yet? Were we not informed of the early graduation exam? Sasuke queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, who could be responsible for this delay? I even skipped class to witness the spectacle. Others chimed in, their voices rife with impatience. Naruto, keenly attuned to the murmurs, listened intently while Sasuke had already succumbed to slumber. Sasuke! Sasuke! Naruto excitedly jostled him awake. Let me sleep a little longer, Sasuke mumbled groggily, irritated as he pushed Naruto away. Awake, awake. There's something exciting happening. Reluctantly, Sasuke opened his eyes, irritation etched across his face. What excitement? Do you not understand the crowd? Someone is applying for the early graduation exam today, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes darting around in search of the illustrious individual. An exam? Early? Sasuke's expression shifted to one of pale realization. Who, pray tell, possesses such audacity, enrolling just the day before and seeking graduation today? Truly remarkable. Yet daring enough to arrive late. Naruto, standing nearby, clicked his tongue, oblivious to the increasingly pale visage of Uchiha Jing. Jing. As Naruto turned, he noticed Uchiha Jing moving stiffly towards the center of the arena. What are you doing, Jing? Uchiha Jing was completely deaf to Naruto's voice, his mind consumed by Iruka's scolding. Jing. As anticipated, the moment Irika spotted Uchiha Jing, his booming voice erupted. Thud. Oh. Uchiha Jing grimaced, rubbing the fresh lump on his head as Irika dragged him to stand beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Jing has arrived, Irika said, pressing Jing's head down in a bow of apology. Ah, he is here. Then let the examination commence, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with an indifferent gaze. Hey. Irika pulled Uchiha Jing to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today Uchiha Jing of the Uchiha Clan is applying for an early graduation examination. Since this is an early application, the assessment will consist of 3 parts. While Irika continued to speak, the audience was rendered speechless. Uchiha Jing, the one who constantly associates with that fox demon? The so-called waste of the Uchiha Clan, hardly seen in a century? Surely this is a jest. In the midst of the crowd, a small clearing had formed, occupied by a mere 10 individuals, who instinctively maintained their distance from one another. The expressions of these 10 were stern, each adorned with an embroidered fan on their garments. The Uchiha Clan. The clan leader, he belongs to us, one remarked. The man designated as the clan leader furrowed his brow, fixating on Uchiha Jing on stage. Whose child is this? I believe he is the son of Uchiha Tianshi. The one question took a moment to respond, uncertain. Uchiha Tianshi. The J-nin who perished during the Fourth War? Uchiha Fugaku pondered, a vague figure emerging in his mind. Yes, that is him. Uchiha Fugaku's brow tightened further. If memory served correctly, Uchiha Tianshi's child was labeled as the Uchiha clan's rare waste of a century. Nonsense. Uchiha Fugaku growled. Who is caring for him? Bring him down immediately. He is tarnishing the reputation of our entire Uchiha clan. The one question hesitated, casting a troubled glance at Uchiha Fugaku. What is it? Clan leader, since Uchiha Tianshi's sacrifice, his wife also succumbed to illness, and this child has been living alone. Uchiha Fugaku turned abruptly, his eyes icy. After the hero fell on the battlefield, no one took care of him following his mother's demise? Why, yes. The man dared not lift his head, his face flushed crimson. Uchiha Fugaku scanned the surroundings, and wherever his gaze landed, heads bowed in submission. Very well. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold laugh, revealing that all of you are in the know, while I, the clan leader, remain oblivious. Clan leader. Silence. Uchiha Fugaku's imposing aura surged, causing those around him to quickly kneel to the ground. The heroes who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, leaving their children uncared for after death, this is the commendable deed you have accomplished. A once-in-a-century waste? It is a miracle that this child has survived, let alone practiced cultivation. Taking a breath, Uchiha Fugaku's stern visage flushed slightly. How can one aspire to be the leader of Konoha when they cannot even care for their own kin? This statement was spoken in a voice so low it seemed to be squeezed from his throat. Each month, the sacrificed clan members receive compensation for their dependents. Where is that compensation? The people around him trembled, too fearful to respond. Upon returning, conduct a thorough investigation. We shall deal with this matter sternly. The Uchiha clan will not harbor parasites. Yes. The surrounding individuals hurriedly agreed. Uchiha Fugaku turned, his gaze towards Uchiha Shingen becoming complex. A child who has been orphaned since a young age. A child labeled as a once-in-a-century waste. The hardships endured over the years. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. Chapter 12. The Shameless Harvest of Shock Value. Profiting immensely, the first assessment task was the body replacement technique. As Irika finished speaking, he began to walk down the stage, only to be abruptly halted by Uchiha K. What is the matter? Irika-sensei, could we possibly change the task? Uchiha K scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was untroubled by his chakra levels, unfazed by his C-rank ninjutsu, and had no fear regarding his ninja knowledge. However, the body replacement technique was clearly beyond his current capabilities. What do you mean? Irika was momentarily taken aback, followed by a terrifying realization flooding his mind. This boy. Surely he can't be incapable. It's all over. Irika suddenly felt as if his teaching career, which had only just begun, was already at an end. Submitting students for early examinations had significant implications for teachers. Take Uchiha K as an example. If K performed well, he could reap substantial rewards, with year-end bonuses multiplying several times over. This would also greatly benefit his future teaching credentials. However, if Uchiha K faltered at the first hurdle, he would likely find himself expelled from the ninja school. K, please behave. Don't make a scene. Your teacher is a bit anxious. At this moment, Irika felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Oh, It's just, I don't know the body replacement technique. Seeing Irika's forlorn expression, Uchiha Kagami felt a twinge of guilt. Boom. Their conversation, though not loud, was audible enough for the numerous ninjas below, who clearly heard every word. Can't even perform the body replacement technique. Are you kidding me? Is this really it? And you want to graduate early? What a waste of effort. This kid can't even do the body replacement technique and dares to dream of becoming a ninja? How ridiculous. The laughter erupted from below, a cacophony of derision. Their faces adorned with scorn. Chief, should I pull him down? This is too embarrassing. Members of the Uchiha Clan shielded their faces, each as red as a baboon's backside. Uchiha Fugaku was equally astonished. He had anticipated that Uchiha Kagami might be a bit unreliable, potentially unable to complete the early graduation assessment. However, failing at the first task was simply unacceptable, a disgrace to the Uchiha Clan. Amidst the crowd, Itachi and Shursui were also bewildered. Uchiha Kagami had left a profound impression on them. If one were to describe it, it would be as inscrutable. A mere graduation assessment. Shouldn't this be a piece of cake? Who would have thought? He would fall flat right away. Shursui this. Itachi found it hard to accept and turned to Shursui. Shursui was equally at a loss for words, his mind buzzing. Perhaps, maybe. This is Kei's way of drawing attention? To make the villagers notice him? With a glimmer of insight in his eyes, Itachi pondered the recent behaviors of Jing, growing increasingly convinced of the possibility. Indeed, Shursui understood Jing well. It must be so. Shursui chuckled lightly, but his gaze remained heavy as he turned towards the stage. I simply found the practice tedious. The body replacement technique is too elementary. Could you possibly change the assessment content? I assure you, I can excel. Uchiha Shanshan smiled. Please. Don't jest, Jing. Don't frighten me. I'm rather timid. Irika's eyes brimmed with tears. He truly cannot. He genuinely cannot. Yesterday, he had determined the assessment criteria, all 3 tasks being rather conventional, devoid of any challenge. Had he known, he would have inquired beforehand. Uchiha Jing intended to say more, but his thoughts were abruptly disrupted by a cacophony in his mind. Ding. Shock received from Irika, shock value 99. Ding. Shock received from Mito Kamen, shock value 20. Ding. A succession of notification sounds reverberated in his head, creating a considerable disturbance. Uchiha Jing gazed below in bewilderment. What is there to be shocked about? Are they all simply astonished? However, what truly excited Uchiha Jing was the sudden surge in shock value. 200. 800. 1,400. 2,300. Unable to contain his anticipation, Uchiha Jing proceeded directly to extract ninjutsu. Ding. Consumed 2,000 shock value. Acquired body replacement technique. Gain top-tier food pills x10. The body replacement technique was now within his grasp. Uchiha Jing exhaled in relief. This round had passed without significant peril. As he surveyed the audience below, observing the mocking expressions, a clever idea to harvest shock value emerged. Irika-sensei, what is it? Irika bent over, tears streaming down his face. Could you possibly demonstrate the body replacement technique for me? I'd like to learn. Silence. A moment of stillness ensued. Ha 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 ha. What have I just heard? He wishes to learn the technique live? This must be a jest. Although the body replacement technique is an E-rank ninjutsu, it is not something one can master in a single attempt. My goodness, I am witnessing the second greatest joke of Konoha. The Uchiha clan had grown weary of the unfolding scene, with many contemplating an escape. Head of the clan, I shall retrieve him. Uchiha Fugaku too pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling an urge to pull Uchiha Jing down. It was simply too embarrassing. Not now, please, stop this nonsense. Irika, still bent over, found his tears flowing even more fervently. Truly, I am rather clever. I will grasp it in no time. Uchiha Jing asserted with a firm pat on his chest. Irika managed to stem his tears slightly, wiping his face. Very well, let us see you struggle a bit, and perhaps I shall believe in a miracle. With that, he clasped his hands together and declared, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! A wisp of smoke billowed forth, and beside Irika, another Irika materialized. Uchiha Jing feigned intense concentration, clumsily attempting to imitate. The transformation technique was the simplest, requiring merely a single hand seal. Once again, smoke rose, and Irika transformed into a child with white hair. Uchiha Jing mimicked him once more, albeit with somewhat comical movements. Next came the substitution technique, the most challenging among the 3 body techniques. With its hand seals requiring Hi, Cho Shu In. Familiar smoke enveloped the stage, but this time, a broken piece of wood appeared. Iruka had reappeared in the audience. Thus. Uchiha Jing fumbled through the hand seals, muttering to himself. To enhance the realism of his performance, he even summoned a bead of sweat on his forehead by force of chakra. The jokes are perennial. Yet this year seems particularly rife with them. What a disgrace. The reputation of the Uchiha clan lay in tatters. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing from the stage's pinnacle, was equally bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be a hidden genius? Gazing at the awkward Uchiha Jing, Sarutobi felt compelled to return and inquire of the Umbu whether they had perhaps misidentified their target. 2 minutes later, Iruka-sensei, I'm ready. Uchiha Jing, feigning fatigue, finally stood upright, panting. After completing his performance, Iruka resumed his hunched posture, tears welling in his eyes once more. Such a tragic fate. The first technique, the shadow clone technique. An identical Uchiha Jing appeared. The second technique, the transformation technique. The white-haired boy emerged. The third technique, the substitution technique. A broken piece of wood manifested. The audience fell into a profound silence. Chapter 13. Official graduation. Did I truly learn it all in one go? The villagers in the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the platform, Iruka in tears, and Uchiha Fugaku in a state of shock. All were left speechless. When did ninjutsu become so effortlessly mastered? Even the most fundamental techniques should not be this simple to grasp. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of notifications rang out incessantly, resembling a malfunctioning machine. In merely a few seconds, Uchiha K amassed over 10,000 points of astonishment, reaping an extraordinary bounty. While he laughed heartily within, Uchiha K maintained an unruffled exterior. Over 10,000 points of astonishment equated to more than 10 jutsu. This was an undeniable triumph. A bountiful harvest. Observing the stunned crowd, Uchiha K cleared his throat. Lord Hokage, Iruka-sensei, does this mean I have passed? Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a cough, remaining silent. Iruka was still in a daze, his mind seemingly lost in the ether. Iruka-sensei. With no choice left, Uchiha K raised his voice. Iruka stared blankly at him. Is this a pass? I suppose. Iruka glanced helplessly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared to be lost in thought. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Wonderful. So what is the second assessment? The second. Iruka pondered for an extended moment, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Enough with the assessments, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected at the opportune moment. Uchiha K, your abilities have been duly verified. I hereby declare you officially graduated, becoming a true shinobi. The expressions in the audience varied. The clan leaders gazed upon him with envy, while the commoners were filled with exhilaration. A few, however, cast glances at Uchiha K that hinted at underlying malice. Nonchalantly draping his ninja headband over his arm, Uchiha K strolled over to Naruto. Did you see that, Naruto? I am now an official ninja. Naruto looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy at the dangling headband, nearly drooling. K, when do you think I will become a real ninja? Uchiha K smiled mysteriously and patted his shoulder. Trust me, it will be soon. From the moment he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha K had been eager to converse with the Nine Tails. As the absolute protagonist of the Naruto saga, even Sasuke had to yield to Naruto, whose prowess was undeniably on a level of its own. Setting aside their relationship, considering the potential of the future, Uchiha K needed to secure the allegiance of the Nine Tails. Uchiha K. Behind him, Uchiha Fugaku led a contingent of Uchiha Clan members, approaching him. Uchiha K turned, a slight frown creasing his brow. To be honest, he held a lackluster opinion of the Uchiha Clan, whether in the world of Naruto or in reality. The Uchiha Clan does not particularly pique his interest. The sole reason is their overwhelming arrogance, perhaps burdened by the esteemed reputation of the Sharingan. Each Uchiha looks down upon outsiders, including the Hyuuga clan, which is also renowned for its ocular techniques. Arrogant, conceited, and dismissive, such are the sentiments others harbor towards the Uchiha. Greetings, clan leader. Uchiha K respectfully bows. Regardless of the circumstances, his identity as an Uchiha is immutable. You are commendable. Uchiha Fugaku nods and pats him on the shoulder. You have suffered these years. It is my failure as the clan leader. Uchiha K chuckles inwardly. Is it too late to be friendly now? You flatter me, clan leader. Regardless of his thoughts, he understands the necessity of aligning with the Uchiha clan, for their influence is indispensable in his forthcoming plans. Rest assured, The Uchiha clan shall be your strongest support henceforth. After uttering this, Uchiha Fugaku led a throng of people away. Upon returning, Uchiha Kei's residence required rearrangement. As he observed the retreating figures, he pondered, Kei, will you still visit the small grove today? A chill ran down Uchiha Kei's spine upon hearing this. Visit the grove? Even if he were to go, it certainly would not be with you. After sending Naruto off to class, Uchiha Kei proceeded alone to the Hokage building. Upon receiving his ninja headband, the third Hokage had instructed him to go to the Hokage's office for his appointment. Now that he had officially become a ninja, his options were either to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy or join the Umbu. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright, a pipe perpetually in his mouth. Uchiha Kei entered the office and bowed respectfully. Hokage-sama. A warm smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Kei, congratulations on becoming a Genin. Thank you, Hokage-sama. After exchanging pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen delved into the matter at hand. Kei, now that you are a Genin, your responsibilities have increased. Generally, newly appointed Genin join action teams for missions. But your situation is different. Your peers have yet to graduate. So, do you wish to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Without hesitation, Uchiha Kei shook his head. What benefit is there in becoming a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Like Irika, one would only ponder year-end bonuses and evaluations. There is no future in that. Then you have but one path to tread. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Kei, as a member of Konoha, are you willing to forsake everything for the village, including family, honor, and even life? Here it comes, Uchiha Kei thought with a quiet delight. Is this the indoctrination before joining the Umbu? Hokage-sama, you are aware that I lost both my parents at a young age. The Hidden Leaf Village is my home. For the sake of my home, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a sense of reassurance. May I pose a question to you? Uchiha Kei nodded without hesitation. Given that you mastered the body flicker technique in a single attempt, it seems your Sharingan has awakened, hasn't it? Although Sarutobi's inquiry was framed as a question, his tone brimmed with certainty. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from Hokage-sama. Uchiha Kei feigned trepidation, and in an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan manifested. Three-tomo, quite impressive. While he spoke lightly, a surge of excitement coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. An 8-year-old with a three-tomo Sharingan. Even Itachi was no more than this at that age. Another prodigy from the Uchiha clan. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Sarutobi's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Hokage-sama, it is not my intention to conceal anything. In a clan like the Uchiha, being orphaned and possessing exceptional talent may not be a blessing. Sarutobi accurately grasped the essence of his words. In a clan like the Uchiha, it seemed this young boy harbored discontent towards his own clan. Considering his circumstances, his father perishing for the clan, his mother succumbing to grief, and his own lonely upbringing. Deprived of sustenance and warmth, it would indeed be strange for him to harbor affection for his family. Sarutobi smiled even more joyfully. I understand. Rest assured, from now on, the Hidden Leaf will be your strongest support, and you shall have ample opportunity to showcase your talents. Uchiha Kei, in this moment, I, in the name of Hokage, invite you to join the Umbu. Do you agree? I agree. Chapter 14. Intermediate Ninjutsu Extraction. Rinnegan upon returning to the Uchiha Clan grounds. He was promptly guided to his new residence. In stark contrast to the previous modest hut, this new abode was nothing short of splendid. 5 independent wooden houses surrounded by a vast courtyard, replete with an abundance of fruits and vegetables. The luxury of strength was undeniable. Even sleep felt soft and fragrant. Lying on the comfortable tatami mat, Uchiha Kei experienced the taste of happiness for the first time in 2 years. As he turned over, he retrieved a rabbit mask from his pocket. Just as he had envisioned, he had successfully joined the Umbu. Rubbing the intricate patterns of the mask, a mysterious smile graced Uchiha Kei's face. Joining the Umbu was merely the initial step of his grand design, to truly elevate Uchiha Itachi to the position of Hokage. The power of several clans and the common folk would be insufficient. The Umbu was the very foundation of the Hokage's existence. However, it was more accurate to describe the current Umbu as the roots of Danzo. More than 6 out of 10 Umbu members were affiliated with the roots. His intention in joining the Umbu was to dismantle Danzo's influence from within. Lost in thought, 2 figures silently appeared beside him. Ah, Itachi, Shursui. You are quite well informed to have located my new residence so swiftly, Uchiha Kei remarked with a cheerful smile. Congratulations, Kei, Shursui, and Itachi said, patting him on the shoulder. their gazes falling upon the rabbit mask in his hands. "Did Lord Hokage grant you entry into the Umbu?" Itachi inquired, a hint of joy in his voice. For he too was now part of the Umbu. With Uchiha Kage's addition, many matters would become considerably more manageable. Shisui, observing the mask, furrowed his brow slightly. "Yes, I am now a member of the Umbu as well. In the 9th Squad," Uchiha Kage confessed, revealing nothing beyond the facts of his transmigration and the system. "K, with the three of us in the Umbu, isn't it a bit too concentrated?" Shisui pondered, his thoughts far beyond his years. Upon seeing the mask, he immediately recognized the potential issue. They were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, sharing a common path. He understood the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. "Ah, Shisui, I am aware of your concerns," Uchiha Kage said, gesturing for them to sit down. His fingers lightly tapping the table. "I have considered this matter. Both Itachi and I must remain in the Umbu. On one hand, we need to eliminate the influence of the roots within the Umbu, and on the other, we must instill confidence in the 3rd Hokage. However, you are correct. We three cannot be too concentrated. Therefore, Shisui, you must find a way to withdraw from the Umbu." As a knowledgeable traveler of the narrative, Uchiha Kage understood Shisui's current predicament all too well. He had to devise a plan to expedite Shisui's exit from the Umbu. This might delay Danzo's schemes. Shisui was taken aback. Among the three, he held the highest position within the Umbu, already one of the 5 captains. To withdraw from the Umbu, he saw no benefit at all. Uchiha Kage solemnly nodded, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. "May I inquire as to why?" The answer was straightforward. "Your kaleidoscope has been exposed, and its powers are now known to Danzo." Shisui's pupils contracted sharply as he sprang to his feet. "Impossible. I have never revealed it in front of outsiders. How could Danzo possibly know?" Uchiha Kage shrugged. "Yet he does, and if all goes as expected, he will soon make his move against you. After all, your eyes are an enigma that cannot be unraveled, dear Shisui." Shisui's mind was in turmoil, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Shisui, if this is indeed the case, you must withdraw from the Umbu at once." Itachi understood the chaos within the Umbu. If Danzo truly had his sights set on Shisui's eyes, then each passing day would pose an extreme danger for Shisui. If I were to use Kodoame Tsukumi against Danzo, would that? Shisui sought to resist, for his role in the Umbu was far more crucial than that of the two of them. "Have you noticed how Danzo constantly binds his hand and half of his face with bandages?" "Well, I have seen that. It is said that he sustained those injuries during his battle with Hanzo the Salamander, wounds that have yet to heal." Shisui was perplexed, his face betraying confusion. "Those bandages conceal a multitude of Sharingan." "What?" Both Shisui and Itachi were taken aback, astonished. An arm full of Sharingan. How many Uchiha lives must that represent? Over the years, many Uchiha Clan members had inexplicably perished during missions, their eyes likely harvested by him and subsequently grafted onto his arm. The other eye he covered possessed the ocular technique of Izanagi. Shisui's pupils constricted once more. Izanagi. If he possesses such an abundance of Sharingan, coupled with the ability to alter fate through Izanagi, then indeed, his Kodoame Tsukumi would be rendered ineffective. Fear not, with Itachi and myself in the Umbu, Danzo will not be able to prance around for long. Then where should I go? Shisui swiftly accepted this grim reality. Unbeknownst to them, he and Itachi had completely placed their trust in this 8-year-old. As for what came next, Uchiha Kage stroked his chin, various factions within Konoha flooding his mind. The task ahead for brother Shisui would not be light. Leaning closer to the two, Uchiha Kage whispered a few words. This. Shisui and Itachi suddenly looked up, astonished, rendered speechless for a long while. "Trust me, brother Shisui, this person is a crucial component of our plan. Only by securing him can we execute our strategy." Shisui bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, exchanged a glance with Itachi, and then nodded resolutely. "Rest assured." After relaying a few more instructions to the two, Shisui and Itachi left his new abode, burdened with heavy thoughts. Once they departed, Uchiha Kage retrieved a piece of paper and began to write and sketch upon it, completing an entire page in no time. In the shadows, the Uchiha Clan, the Hyuuga Clan, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families, the commoners' forces, and Uchiha Kage set down his pen and rubbed his temples. Contemplating that he was nearly finished, the remaining task was to weave them all together. Soon, 6 significant words illuminated the paper: public opinion, public sentiment, economy. After destroying the paper, Uchiha Kage lazily reclined on the tatami mat. How delightful. Ding. The host's shock value has reached 10,000. A mid-level ninjutsu can be extracted. Would you like to proceed? Uchiha Kagami sprang up. Mid-level ninjutsu. Did that imply that the jutsu he had previously acquired were merely of the beginner level? Was the Ninjutsu Sharingan also a beginner technique? System, can you communicate? Uchiha Kagami inquired tentatively. Silence enveloped him. Fine, it seems I was overthinking. With a sense of disinterest. Uchiha Kagami chose to extract. Ding. Consuming 10,000 shock value. You randomly acquire mid-level ninjutsu, Rinnegan. Would you like to exchange? At this moment, Uchiha Kagami was utterly unsettled. The Rinnegan. Chapter 15. Temporal mission. If the early stage Sharingan is considered a significant flaw, then in the latter stages, where power levels have drastically faltered, the Rinnegan undoubtedly claims its rightful place. What must it be like to possess the Rinnegan in the initial stages? One might reference Nagato single-handedly annihilating Konoha. Had Naruto not returned in time, the village could very well have faced utter destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Kagami sought to exchange for it. However, the subsequent system prompt left him utterly astonished. Beep. The Rinnegan is classified as a 6 level ninjutsu, requiring the completion of a temporal mission for acquisition. Would you like to proceed? Uchiha Kagami paused, perplexed by the notion of a temporal mission. What on earth is this unexpected intrusion? Despite his confusion regarding the temporal mission, it seemed inconsequential compared to the formidable strength the Rinnegan promised. Execute. Beep. The host has consented to execute the temporal mission. Temporal mission. Regress to the Warring States period. Mission requirements. Within 30 days, recruit Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara as disciples, and elevate both of their powers to the level of Jonin. Mission augmentations. Absolute defense. Enhancement of Ninjutsu Sharingan abilities, granting unlimited usage of the Tsukuyami. Exclusive ability, bloodline enhancement. Mission alteration. Host's age fixed at 20 years. Mission reward. 6 ninjutsu Rinnegan. As time regressed, Uchiha Kagami suddenly felt an immense gravitational pull before him. A serene azure portal materialized out of thin air. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kagami stepped through the portal. In the instant he crossed the threshold, the azure door vanished. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously appeared at ease, abruptly stood up. His demeanor transforming into one of tension as he released a powerful chakra typical of a Kage. What a formidable temporal force! Who has arrived in Konoha? With a serious expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently out the window. Simultaneously, the heads of various clans, along with Danzo, turned their attention toward the village of Konoha. Within Konoha, an atmosphere of unease prevailed. Uchiha Kagami remained oblivious to the significant impact his temporal regression had on Konoha. Upon entering the portal, he found himself amidst a lush forest, where numerous animals, startled by the sudden appearance of a human, fled in fright. Is this truly the Warring States period? Uchiha Kagami curiously surveyed his surroundings. From the era of the Warring States to the establishment of the ninja villages, and through the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, the world of Naruto had long since been ravaged. Such pristine landscapes were long gone. Not to mention, many of the animals he encountered were species that had long since disappeared. Who are you? Not far off, a boy with a watermelon-shaped head gazed at the newcomer in terror. Uchiha Kagami turned to face the boy. Have I already found one of the protagonists? Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Kagami approached the watermelon-headed child. Little one, is your name Senju Hashirama? The young Hashirama Senju displayed a vigilant demeanor, retreating a few steps. Indeed, I am Hashirama of the Senju Clan. How do you know my name? The little one was quite cautious. However, Izuna Uchiha understood that in the tumultuous era of warring states, the threat of conflict loomed at any moment. It was only natural to be on guard. My name is Izuna. You may call me teacher. He smiled warmly at the youthful Hashirama. At this juncture, Hashirama was not particularly preoccupied with strength. He was notoriously inept within the Senju clan and rather naive. Had it not been for his father being the clan leader, survival in this chaotic time would have been exceedingly difficult for someone like him. Teacher? How can I call you that? I am not your student. Then why not become my student? Well, that makes sense. Then I could indeed call you teacher. His innocent nature was evident. No, wait. I don't even know who you are. Why should I become your student? Hashirama, though simple-minded, was not foolish and quickly discerned the oddity of the situation. I already told you. My name is Izuna. He stepped closer to Hashirama, placing a hand gently atop his head. I can assist you in realizing your desire for peace. Peace? Is it truly attainable? Hashirama instinctively wanted to evade, yet he was captivated by Izuna's words, momentarily forgetting to retreat. Of course it is. Izuna was about to elaborate further when he suddenly sensed something amiss, a smile curling upon his lips. Hey, let him go. From a distance, a spiky-haired boy dashed forward, casting a cold glare at Izuna. Madara. Hashirama beamed, eager to break free from Izuna and rush towards him. Don't move, Madara shouted vehemently. Hashirama, in his naivety, remained oblivious. But Madara could perceive the danger. The young man touching Hashirama exuded an unsettling aura, one that even his father could not rival. Who are you? Release Hashirama at once. He is the young clan leader of the Senju. Both the Senju and Uchiha clans were renowned in this war-torn era, regarded as formidable families. Ordinary folk would often steer clear of both clans. I am aware, Izuna replied nonchalantly, and I also know that you are Madara Uchiha, the young clan leader of the Uchiha. You. Just then, the ground trembled violently, sending countless birds and beasts into a frenzied flight. Madara's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to Hashirama, Run, Hashirama. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal, vividly striped tiger, reeking of blood, materialized before the trio. Roar. The giant tiger, exhilarated by its prey, charged forth with a thunderous roar. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama swiftly made their way north. Uchiha Kagami observed the colossal tiger with keen interest. Such gigantic beasts had been largely eradicated following the establishment of a ninja village to ensure the safety of its inhabitants. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami felt a twinge of curiosity. This creature, born of nature, possessed neither chakra nor ninjutsu, relying solely on its physical prowess and instinct for its means of attack. Yet, it was these very beasts that had inflicted tremendous harm upon ninjas during the Warring States period. With a powerful roar, the giant tiger galloped beside Uchiha Kagami, suddenly halting. Its gaze fixed upon this potential prey with uncertainty. Its instincts warned it that this quarry was not to be trifled with, emanating an unsettling aura. Little one. Are you frightened? Uchiha Kagami felt no trepidation. The system had declared absolute defense. He was unperturbed even by the grown Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. So why would he fear a mere large cat? How amusing. The giant tiger, somewhat startled, pondered the source of this presence that felt so intimidating. You should run. This creature could even slay a CHN. Unbeknownst to him, Senju Hashirama, having fled some distance away, returned and grabbed Uchiha Kagami, attempting to flee once more. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to move Uchiha Kagami at all. Chapter 16. The Godlike Man. Uchiha Kagami Run. The Crimson Tiger is exceedingly powerful. The gaze of Senju Hashirama towards the colossal beast was unmistakably laced with fear, yet his inherent kindness prevented him from abandoning Kagami. Oh, what a compassionate heart, Uchiha Kagami silently praised, though his feet remained firmly planted. Hashirama, what are you doing? Hurry and flee. I cannot abandon you, big brother. I won't leave you behind. Damn it. Uchiha Madara, who had already distanced himself significantly, cursed under his breath, turning to leave but found his feet unwilling to move. Roar. The massive tiger, ultimately succumbing to hunger, disregarded the intimidation that Kagami exuded, opening its gaping maw and lunging at the two. Its over Hashirama's complexion turned ashen, despair enveloping his heart. Fire style, great fireball technique. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a fireball, scarcely a meter in diameter, materialized abruptly, crashing into the tiger's open mouth. The beast recoiled in pain, hastily closing its mouth and retreating a few steps. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Madara appeared before them. His face equally pale, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Madara, I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. Though the crisis had not yet abated, the oblivious Hashirama forgot all concern, joyfully bouncing while holding Madara's hand. Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Madara, the god of ninjas? Is this truly Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of ninjas in later generations? A titan who subdued an era? Surely, this must be folly. Run, Madara. Suppressing the impulse to slap him, seized Hashirama and dashed away. Big brother. Uchiha Kagami shook his head in resignation, gently closing his eyes. As Madara brushed past, he caught sight of the peculiar figure with closed eyes, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Is this fellow a fool? What is he pretending at now? Closing his eyes at such a time? Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. A creature of such size would take a moment to consume its meal, providing ample time for their escape. Roar. The tiger, realizing its quarry was fleeing, became frantic, roaring and charging forth. However, the next scene left both Madara and Hashirama dumbfounded. The tiger, lunging through the air, abruptly halted, its ferocious visage frozen in place. The strangeness lay in its stillness, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Enough of this. Time is of the essence. Uchiha Kagami waved his hand, turning away with calm composure. A soft, nearly inaudible sound echoed. Before the incredulous gazes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the colossal tiger dissipated into the air like a mere mirage. Ding. Shock received from Uchiha Madara. Shock value 99. Ding. Shock received from Senju Hashirama. Shock value 99. Ding. Uchiha Kagami initially believed that in this temporal mission, he would not receive any shock value. To his surprise, it did not hinder him in the slightest. Indeed, the system proves to be quite efficient. With a single step forward, in the next moment, Uchiha Kagami had already appeared before Madara and Hashirama. Little one, sneaking away is quite an unethical act, Uchiha Kagami remarked, casting a glance at Madara. Instantly, Madara's body stiffened, a chill creeping down his spine. Big brother, you are so impressive. Hashirama, oblivious to the tension, gazed at Uchiha Kagami with admiration. Isn't it remarkable? Do you wish to become as formidable as Big Brother? Uchiha Kagami placed his hand atop Hashirama's unruly hair, squinting his eyes like a cunning fox enticing a young chick. I do. Hashirama exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he nodded eagerly. However, before Uchiha Kagami could continue, a slight frown marred his brow. The Warring States period was indeed fraught with the potential for imminent conflict. He turned, peering into a particular direction with a sense of wonder. What are you talking about? Big brother? Hashirama asked, gazing in the direction Uchiha Kagami was observing, yet perceiving nothing amiss. Madara, initially puzzled, soon adopted a similar expression of concern. His body tensing as a kunai materialized in his hand. This was his battle stance. No need to be anxious, Uchiha Kagami assured, nodding at Madara. Now, that resembles a true ninja. No wonder he became the feared king of dance in later generations. Casting a glance at Hashirama, he thought, never mind. It's better not to look. Boom. The earth began to tremble violently, various birds and beasts fleeing from the forest. Even the oblivious Hashirama sensed the danger, gripping a kunai in response. In an instant, hundreds of figures emerged. Clad in uniform black armor, they bore iron steeds and spears, exuding an ominous aura. The Kawakami clan. Madara and Hashirama were taken aback. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, recognizing a clan not previously depicted in the anime. The 100 Black Knights formed an orderly battalion, steadily advancing toward the trio. When they were 10 paces away, the Black Knights halted in unison. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, what grand catches we have here. One of the knights stepped forward, his eyes glinting with greed beneath his mask. Capture them alive. Wait, Madara shouted, his voice echoing. What do you wish to say? Young clan leader of the Uchiha? The leader of the Black Knights mocked. Since you are aware of our identities, how dare you attempt to seize us? Do you intend to confront both the Senju and Uchiha clans simultaneously? Though young, Madara's mind was astute, succinctly articulating the stakes. However, he failed to account for human nature. Ha. While the Uchiha and Senju are indeed formidable, who would know it was our Kawakami clan that captured you? The leader of the Hyuuga clan laughed maniacally. Among the surrounding forces, it was indeed the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan that reigned supreme, while smaller clans like Hyuuga struggled to survive in the crevices. However, this did nothing to dampen their ambition to rise. Having captured the young leaders of the two clans, he was confident in steering the conflict towards them. Thus, the Senju and Uchiha would inevitably find themselves at war. When both clans were gravely weakened, it would be the moment for their small clan to ascend. With this thought, the leader of the Hyuuga clan gazed at Madara and Hashirama with even greater fervor. Humph, did you think we would be so easily captured? Madara Uchiha was inwardly fraught with anxiety, yet his words remained defiant. Those two little brats, even if they belonged to the Senju and Uchiha. What storm could they possibly stir? With that, the leader of the Hyuuga clan raised his left hand high and brought it down. Charge! The Black Knights, poised for action, surged forward with the chilling wind at their backs, rushing towards the three. Madara sighed inwardly. The plan had failed. However, even in death, they could not fall into their hands. In that moment, both Madara and Hashirama resolved to fight to the bitter end. I say, have you forgotten something? A calm voice echoed through the air. Uchiha Kagami stepped forward, casting a disapproving glance at the charging Black Knights. Then, he waved his hand. Hundreds of Black Knights halted in their tracks, akin to the giant tiger moments before. The dust that had been kicked up now lingered suspended in the air. Chapter 17. The idol in the heart of the Dance King, what has transpired? Why am I unable to move? Panic surged among the Black Knights. They had fought countless battles and encountered various bewildering jutsu and bloodline limits. Yet, they had never faced such an uncanny occurrence before. Strangely, the leader of the Black Knights remained unaffected. "You scoundrel, what have you done?" The leader of the Black Knights felt a twinge of fear as he observed the scene before him. "What do you mean, what have I done? You've witnessed it with your own eyes. Why feign ignorance?" Uchiha Jing replied with a cheerful demeanor as the sword-shaped Sharingan in his eyes spun ominously. One-eyed kaleidoscope Sharingan. "You are of the Uchiha Clan." The leader recognized the distinctive Sharingan, his heart racing uncontrollably. The Senju Clan and the Uchiha Clan held absolute power on this land. A pair of Sharingan could instill terror in many. They had dared to capture Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, relying on their youth. Had Uchiha Madara possessed the Sharingan at that time, they would not have dared to act so brazenly. Now, an Uchiha with a kaleidoscope Sharingan had appeared unexpectedly. The leader of the Black Knights was now in a state of alarm. Maintain this expression of shock, or else. Uchiha Jing reveled in the cacophony of alerts ringing in his mind, wearing an innocuous smile. "I will kill you." Gulp. The leader of the Black Knights swallowed hard. The ensuing scene would be quite entertaining. 100 Black Knights stood frozen in place, the leader maintaining his look of astonishment, while Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked on in disbelief, along with the seemingly harmless Uchiha Jing. "Big brother, are you from the Uchiha Clan?" The oblivious Senju Hashirama approached him, curiosity written all over his face. "Sort of, but not quite." Uchiha Jing ruffled Hashirama's watermelon-like hair. "Impossible. I have never seen you among the Uchiha." Uchiha Madara stepped forward, his expression one of confusion. "Just because you haven't seen me doesn't mean I am not one of them." Uchiha Jing reached out his hand towards Madara, playfully poking at his head, relishing the sensation. The Uchiha Clan does not encompass all Uchihas. Madara attempted to evade, only to realize he was utterly immobilized, helpless against Jing's incessant prodding. "Sani. Senior, our Hyuuga clan bears no intent to oppose the Uchiha. There may be some misunderstanding." The leader of the Black Knights mustered his courage. Speaking tremulously. "Misunderstanding?" Uchiha Jing clicked his tongue in astonishment. What a splendid misunderstanding. It seems the Hyuuga clan lacks substantial capability, yet possesses an audacious demeanor, boldly declaring their ambitions while shamelessly uttering such words. "TSK. He waved his hand once more. This time, Madara, standing close by, felt it, a wave of suppressive power emanating from Uchiha Jing. It was an ability that could alter the very essence of the world. Pop! A faint sound echoed, and the hundreds of Black Knights suspended in midair were gripped by a paralyzing terror as they realized their bodies were dissolving. Bit by bit, they transformed into mere bubbles. "Senior, no!" they cried in desperation. The leader of the Black Knights, his eyes brimming with tears, watched helplessly as the elite of his clan faded away, consumed by regret for his inflated ambitions. Understanding one's mistakes entails facing the consequences. Uchiha K observed the scene before him with a calm demeanor, though he felt a twinge of shock within. Was this the ocular technique known as air within the kaleidoscope? It could create and simultaneously alter the essence of all things. Truly terrifying. Moments later, the grand assembly of Black Knights had completely transformed into a sky full of bubbles, carried away by the wind. No. Has the Hyuuga clan truly met its demise? The leader collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. His ambition had led to the obliteration of the clan's finest warriors, leaving only the frail and the infirm. In such tumultuous times, the Hyuuga clan had essentially been extinguished. One must consider the consequences of their actions before embarking on a course. Uchiha K felt no sympathy for him, with a mere wave of his hand. The Black Knight leader too was reduced to bubbles. Anyone who commits a misdeed must pay the price. This cost may be unbearable, yet it must be accepted. Having dealt with the Hyuuga clan, Uchiha K turned his gaze to the two individuals beside him. "What do you think? Is my strength sufficient to be your mentor?" Hashirama nodded vigorously without hesitation, while Madara fell into deep contemplation. "We Uchiha cannot take on a teacher without the clan's consent." After a long pause, Madara finally spoke. Uchiha K nodded in understanding. He was aware of the clan's history during the Warring States period. Significant decisions such as taking on a teacher generally required the approval of the clan leader. Moreover, Madara was still the young clan leader. "Let us make a trip to Uchiha then." To be honest, Uchiha K harbored a certain admiration for the Uchiha clan of this era. After all, what was absent from the anime held a profound allure for him. The three set off on their journey to the Uchiha clan's territory. On the way, Uchiha Kagami remained diligent, first assessing the current conditions of the two. As figures who would later become legends, both Hashirama and Madara exhibited few remarkable traits at this stage. Madara was relatively better off. Although he had yet to awaken the Sharingan, his chakra had barely reached the level of a Genin, and his combat awareness surpassed that of his peers, qualifying him as a minor genius. Hashirama, however, was considerably lacking. Not only did he possess a pitiful amount of chakra, but his kind-hearted nature also rendered him disinterested in combat. Nevertheless, he did possess an astounding regenerative ability. A deep wound that pierced to the bone healed within mere breaths. Were it not for the lingering traces of blood, no one would have noticed that scar. During their journey, Uchiha Kagami also contemplated the application of his unique ability, bloodline enhancement. In a word, it was to fight. Every time two individuals are struck, their bloodlines experience a notable enhancement, and their chakra also sees a certain degree of elevation. This remarkable ability can be entirely attributed to the aloof Madara. Disliking the notion of being patted on the head, he finds himself enduring blows to a maximum extent. However, what baffles Madara is that with each strike he receives, his chakra undergoes a significant boost, even causing ripples in his previously dormant bloodline. After a few fruitless attempts to resist, Madara gradually succumbs to the bittersweet abyss of pain and pleasure, even yearning for more encounters of this nature. As the daylight began to wane, the trio arrived at the Uchiha Clan's territory. Upon reaching the entrance, four figures materialized before them. "I am Uchiha Madara," he declared. Stepping forward, embodying the aura of the young clan leader. "Young clan leader," the four figures responded in unison with a bow. Madara replied indifferently, his face once again adorned with a cold demeanor. "These two are my friends. I have matters to discuss with my father." Upon learning of the young clan leader's friends, the four figures refrained from further inquiries, informing him that the clan leader was in the council hall, convening with higher-ranking clan members. "Very well, I shall seek him out." Madara responded, leading Uchiha Kagami and Hashirama into the clan grounds. The four figures did not impede their passage and vanished into the night as the trio moved further away. Chapter 18. Uchiha Taijima. The Uchiha clan's territory could more accurately be described as a settlement. The houses were modest wooden structures, though lacking in refinement. Their arrangement possessed a certain charm. Madara guided Uchiha Kagami and his companion to the largest wooden house, turning to say, "This is our Uchiha Assembly Hall. Please wait here. I will speak with my father." Kagami waved dismissively, yet Hashirama's expression shifted to one of unease. This was the domain of the Uchiha clan. As the young leader of the Senju, he had ventured alone into the territory of his family's sworn adversaries, a notion that felt utterly reckless. There was no way to leave brazenly. Sensing Hashirama's apprehension, Uchiha Kagami gently patted his head, assuring him, "Fear not, my teacher is here. We can traverse any land." This proclamation was undeniably audacious, yet curiously, Hashirama found an unprecedented sense of security within it, a comfort he had never derived even from his father. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Uchiha?" A serious-looking young boy approached them, tilting his head upwards and speaking with an air of intimidation. Kagami turned to face the solemn child, a name surfacing in his mind. "Uchiha Izuna? Do you recognize me?" The boy, Uchiha Izuna, momentarily froze. Indeed, it seemed to be true. A smile spread across Kagami's face as he reached out to tousle the boy's hair. This little one had evidently maintained his serious demeanor from childhood to adulthood. In the anime, Uchiha Izuna appeared only a handful of times, each time bearing a stern expression, much akin to Senju Hashirama. Despite his limited appearances, Izuna was a pivotal figure in altering the dynamics of the Hokage. After the passing of Uchiha Taijima, the friendship between Madara and Hashirama should have led to an alliance between their clans. However, it was due to the presence of this young boy that the conflict endured, culminating in his careless demise at the hands of Senju Hashirama. Only then did the enmity between the clans solidify into an unending cycle of animosity. In future generations, Madara's twisted persona would be significantly attributed to Uchiha Izuna's profound influence. "I am your brother's teacher," Uchiha Kagami replied cheerfully, unfazed by the boy's tone. "Teacher?" Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, taken aback. In the entire Uchiha clan, there were only two individuals he feared: his father, Uchiha Taijima, and his brother, Uchiha Madara. The individual before him claimed to be his brother's teacher? How could he be unaware of this? Impossible. If you were my brother's teacher, how could I not know of you? Just as Kagami was about to respond, footsteps echoed from within the assembly hall. "Izuna, do not act unruly." A tall figure emerged. followed closely by Madara. I am Uchiha Taijima, the leader of the Uchiha Clan. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for saving my son. Uchiha Taijima gazed deeply at Uchiha Kyu. It was nothing. I hold great affection for Madara. It was merely a trifling task. Uchiha Kyu dismissed with a wave of his hand. Please, do wait a moment. Uchiha Taijima spoke with a smile, yet his tone bore an undeniable air of authority as his intense gaze fixated on Hashirama. Hashirama took a step back, his complexion paling. Members of the Uchiha clan began to exit the council chamber, approaching Hashirama with sinister grins. They had long desired to confront the Senju clan, and now, with the young clan leader of the Senju daring to intrude upon their territory, it felt to them as though fortune had smiled upon them. In the next instant, several figures surged towards Hashirama, each one a jonin of the 3-tomo caliber. Yet, as they closed the distance, they abruptly halted in midair. Stop! At the sight of Uchiha Kyu's raised hand, a chilling scene reverberated within Madara's mind, causing his heart to race with unease. What could Taijima, the clan leader, want with my student? Uchiha Kyu's hand hesitated momentarily as he raised an eyebrow at Uchiha Taijima. You are also of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Taijima's brows furrowed tightly. In that fleeting moment when Uchiha Kyu gestured, he had caught sight of the Sharingan, an eye of the kaleidoscope variant. Well, not entirely. This boy is an enemy of our clan. If we capture him, the Senju will be wary of us. As a member of the Uchiha, do you not comprehend this? Uchiha Taijima's tone inadvertently intensified, believing him to be a remnant of the Uchiha left outside. I have stated it is not entirely so. Perhaps you should temper your clan leader's authority, Uchiha Kyu retorted, rolling his eyes. This old fool seemed unable to discern the gravity of the situation. He doubted Madara had not informed him of his strength, yet this old man still chose to act. Was it arrogance or sheer confidence in his abilities? Humph. Uchiha Taijima snorted, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan within him activated. The Uchiha clan is not solely comprised of you. No sooner had he spoken than two others emerged behind him, each possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan as well. Indeed, the Warring States period is truly a spectacle of divine combat, possessing 3 kaleidoscope Sharingans. Uchiha Kyu marveled, astonished by the might of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, what could 3 kaleidoscopes accomplish? Tengaku, 3 dark flames, as black as ink, surged forth from 3 directions. Uchiha Kyu stood resolute, patiently awaiting the descent of the flames. With a resounding thud, the 3 flames collided with an invisible barrier as they approached him, producing a dull sound before dissipating silently. Ding! Attack detected, automatic defense engaged. Uchiha Kyu chuckled, pleased with the system's reliability. How is this possible? Uchiha Taijima and the 2 wielders of the kaleidoscope Sharingan were momentarily taken aback. Although Amaterasu is the most fundamental offensive technique of the kaleidoscope, they were all of shadow-level strength. Even the simplest of attacks could not be underestimated. How could it be so effortlessly repelled? The crucial point was that the individual before them had not even made a move. What a ruse. The kaleidoscope on the left snorted disdainfully, channeling all its ocular power. Illusion realm. In an instant, an imperceptible wave surged forth. Ding. Mental attack detected. Would you like to retaliate tenfold? Uchiha Kagami smiled warmly, silently consenting. Uft. The kaleidoscope on the left spat out a mouthful of blood, its body soaring high before crashing heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Kiba. A wave of dread washed over Uchiha Taijima as he rushed to assess the situation. Upon inspection, his shock deepened. Chakra, it was gone. Fear not. He shall not perish. With proper rest, his chakra will return. Uchiha Kagami felt confident regarding Kiba's injuries. Who exactly is this individual? What is their purpose concerning our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Taijima's gaze darkened. The youth before them was unfathomable. When did such a figure emerge in the ninja world? Chapter 19. Taking on students. The purpose is quite simple. Uchiha Kyu pointed at Madara behind him. I have come to take him as my student. Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brows and glanced at Madara. My lord, it would be an honor for you to accept Madara as your student. However, our Uchiha clan is in opposition to the Senju clan. You accept Hashirama as a student, and then take Madara as well. I cannot agree to that. Whether you agree or not holds little significance, Uchiha Kyu replied with a smile. Do you perhaps underestimate our Uchiha clan? I acknowledge your strength, but we Uchiha do not fear. Uchiha Taijima declared with righteous indignation, his shadow-level chakra surging forth in an instant. I harbor no intention of belittling the Uchiha. Merely a desire to depart, which you cannot prevent. Uchiha Kyu did not wish to escalate matters with the Uchiha clan, partly due to Madara, and partly because he harbored a bold hypothesis. What are time-space missions? Is it not to traverse back to the past to complete tasks? If he alters events in this era, will it not affect future generations? If so, even the slightest change could prevent his own future self from manifesting in this world. The butterfly effect, one might say. Thus, he resolved to take Madara away directly. Uchiha Kagami grasped Hashirama's hand and strolled leisurely towards Madara. Along the way, various attacks from the Uchiha struck him, merely causing ripples around him. Uchiha Taijima grew increasingly alarmed, pondering the origins of this monster who disregarded physical damage, ninjutsu, and even mental harm. He seemed like a walking anomaly. Soon, Uchiha Kagami stood before Madara. "Madara, come with me." He extended his hand in invitation. Madara visibly hesitated. A powerful teacher is crucial for a ninja's growth, especially one who possesses the Sharingan. "Father, please stop." After a long moment, Madara finally made up his mind. Uchiha Taijima paused, instinctively halting his hand seals. "I wish to learn from him. This is my opportunity." Determination shone in Madara's eyes. Uchiha Taijima glanced at Madara, then shifted his gaze to the inscrutable Uchiha Kagami. He, too, understood that this was an opportunity for Madara. Yet, to simply let him go would bring disgrace to the Uchiha Clan. To be swept aside and then have the young clan leader taken away, does the Uchiha Clan not value their dignity? Next, I shall proceed to the Senju Clan. Uchiha Kagami seemed to see through everything. Is that so? Then perhaps it is not unacceptable. Uchiha Taijima felt a sense of relief. Following the clan's customs, a very solemn apprenticeship ceremony was conducted. "Father, I also wish to be his student." Just as the ceremony was about to conclude, the young boy beside them could no longer contain himself. Nonsense. Uchiha Taijima felt a surge of irritation. If his brother could take him on as a student, why could he not? He too aspired to become a formidable warrior. The young lad spoke with unwavering conviction. "Very well, let him accompany us. But let us refrain from labeling him as a student." Observing Izuna's youthful visage, Uchiha Kagami reached out to pat his head affectionately. It appeared that Izuna had an affinity for swordsmanship, and fortuitously, Kagami himself possessed a profound understanding of this art, having mastered it. Thus, under the eager gazes of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami set forth with Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna, departing from the Uchiha territory. The events that transpired at the Senju clan territory were largely reminiscent of those at the Uchiha, the primary distinction being that Senju Hashirama was resolute and unyielding, subjecting Uchiha Kagami to a thorough reprimand. At that moment, Kagami found himself surrounded by a remarkable assembly of talents from the future. The god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. The dance king of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. The forbidden technique creator, Senju Tobirama. The flawless adversary, Uchiha Izuna. Should these four mature and join forces, it was believed that no faction could withstand their combined might, not even the Ōtsutsuki. Suddenly, as the five of them reached a secluded valley, they were drawn to a harrowing cry that pierced the air. "Teacher, this is the territory of the Bone Clan." Madara furrowed his brow as he gazed into the depths of the valley. The Bone Clan? Another lineage that had not made an appearance in the anime. Let us investigate. Kagami contemplated briefly before leading the group deeper into the valley. "Bone Peach, will you not yield your clan's secret techniques? Look at your kin. They are on the brink of annihilation." Within the valley's depths, dozens of ninjas clad in crimson armor were mercilessly wreaking havoc. Blood, severed limbs, and anguished screams intertwined, creating a hellish tableau. Bah! Tanaka Ichiro, even if our Bone Clan faces extinction, we shall never relinquish our secret techniques to your Tanaka clan. In front of a towering wooden cabin stood a striking young girl with white hair, glaring fiercely at the man before her. He was adorned in dark red armor. Splattered with fresh blood, his countenance grotesque. Stubborn and obstinate, your kin harbors resentment towards you, loathing your rigidity, which has led them to their doom. Tanaka Ichiro displayed a cruel smile as he casually seized a small girl of 7 or 8 years. Extending his tongue, he licked her face, reveling in her terror. His expression one of insatiable delight. "Look at this child, so young and yet destined for an early demise. Can you bear to witness this?" The Bone Peach revealed a fleeting expression of compassion, only to swiftly regain her resolve. "The Bone Clan knows no cowards. Even the young are prepared to sacrifice for our clan." "What a pity," Tanaka Ichiro remarked, drawing a ninja blade from behind him, shaking his head before striking down towards the girl. Clang! The sound of a crisp clash echoed, simultaneously, for silhouettes manifested upon the battlefield. "Who goes there?" Ichiro Tanaka was taken aback, hastily retreating and adopting a defensive stance with his blade. "You fool, chuckled Kagami Uchiha, spinning his ninja sword with finesse. Baka. I'll show you, Baka. I'll show you. With each strike, Kagami unleashed a relentless barrage, each blow heavier than the last. Ichiro could only endure, struggling to withstand the onslaught of strikes. In the realm of swordsmanship, beyond the flashy techniques, the essence boils down to two pivotal aspects. Either the force is as immovable as a mountain, overwhelming the opponent, or it is as swift as the wind, leaving them unable to decipher the attack. Possessing mastery over both elements, Kagami Uchiha effortlessly alternated between these two forms, which elucidated why Ichiro, despite wielding a blade as well, could only barely hold his ground. Watch closely, little one, and witness what true swordsmanship entails, exclaimed Izuna Uchiha, his eyes brightening as he evaded his adversary and approached Kagami's side. The sword reigned supreme among weapons, capable of cleaving and slicing, each stroke radiating the aura of a monarch. Gripping his sword with one hand, Kagami executed a strike that sent Ichiro reeling, forced to hastily defend himself. A sword can wield power as a king, but it can also embody agility as a sovereign. With a flash, Kagami appeared before Ichiro, his blade descending in a flurry of illusions. The clashing sounds of metal rang out incessantly. Ichiro felt a pang of despair. He swore he hadn't moved. The sword seemed to shift entirely in accordance with Kagami's momentum, rendering him unable to control its position. If Kagami wished, in the next heartbeat, Ichiro's head could meet the ground. Alas, Kagami was merely imparting lessons to his students. How tormenting, how I long to escape this agony. Chapter 20. The astonishing blade, do you understand now? Uchiha Izuna inquired weakly. Ichiro Tanaka was on the verge of tears. I comprehend everything, yet you remain perplexed. Allow me to demonstrate once more. Thus, for the next 50 minutes, Ichiro Tanaka lost track of time. When the 50 minutes elapsed, he felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away. His gaze was vacant, his hands trembled, and the ninja blade had long since been forgotten. This is the essence of swordsmanship, though merely the surface. Withdrawing the blade and standing tall, Uchiha Kagami seemed to be possessed by a divine spirit. But what lies at a deeper level? Uchiha Izuna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He sensed a path unlike any he had encountered before unfolding before him. As for the deeper aspects, you are not yet capable of grasping them, but you may observe. It certainly won't harm you. Uchiha Kagami extended his hand towards the hilt of the sword, an aura of unparalleled intensity gradually rising. Clang! The sharp sound of the blade leaving its sheath captivated everyone's attention. Swish! The blade emerged, and with both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he raised the sword, executing a downward strike, then sheathed it. The movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Buzz! A resonating hum seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the universe. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a blade of light appeared to materialize from thin air, swiftly cleaving towards Ichiro Tanaka. This radiant arc sliced through the air, shattering the barriers of space, shimmering with an exquisite white brilliance, and irresistibly struck the bewildered Ichiro Tanaka. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated in every ear, and swirling dust enveloped every corner of the valley. As the dust began to settle, the spectators could perceive nothing but that singular, upright figure and the breathtaking blade of light that had just graced their presence. Indeed, the blade of light had not dissipated. The pristine blade stood as if tangible, crystalline and transparent, nestled within a vast pit. Meanwhile, Ichiro Tanaka had long since been reduced to mere dust beneath the overwhelming might of the blade's brilliance. Have you discerned anything? Uchiha Kagami turned back, gazing at Uchiha Izuna with an air of serenity. Gulp. Uchiha Izuna struggled to swallow. Understand. What? Draw the blade. Lift it, strike, then buzz, and finally boom. What else? Take your time. The path of the sword is not inferior to that of ninjutsu. In truth, this marked Uchiha Kagami's first time wielding his sword technique with full force. Although the might of this strike was largely augmented by Uchiha Izuna's influence, the crux of swordsmanship lies in the understanding of the way of the sword. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze towards the battlefield. In the moments when he had mercilessly vanquished Ichiro Tanaka, the Uchiha clan had been thoroughly purged by Uchiha Madara and his companions. Now, the only ones remaining were those referred to as the Bone Clan. Benefactor, we thank you for saving the Bone Clan. Bai-Gu Yi-Tao knelt on the ground, and the surviving members of her clan followed suit. It was a mere trifle. Nothing to worry about. Uchiha Jing waved his hand dismissively. With the assistance of Uchiha Jing and his 4 companions, the Bai-Gu clan, with tears in their eyes, buried their fallen kin. After a lengthy period of toil, Baigu Itao respectfully invited the five into the wooden cottage. Benefactors, I once again express my gratitude for saving the Baigu clan. It is of no consequence. It is beneficial for these youngsters to stretch their limbs, Uchiha Jing remarked, casting a glance at the four beside him. Only through the crucible of battle can one experience rapid growth, he reflected. In this skirmish, apart from Uchiha Izuna, the others had undergone significant transformations. Even the kind-hearted Hashirama could not disguise the flicker of ferocity in his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Baigu Itao steeled herself, offered a hasty apology, and rushed out of the wooden hut. Ban, what are your thoughts on this battle? Teacher, I am increasingly convinced of my beliefs. The law of the jungle prevails. Only by becoming a formidable figure like you can one quell the bloodshed among clans. Ban, being the one with the most blood on his hands, spoke with an unmistakable intent to kill. Tobarama, what about you? After pondering for a while, Senju Tobarama glanced at Hashirama before responding, I believe Uchiha Ban has a point. Tobarama's response was anticipated by Uchiha Jing. Despite being adversaries, Uchiha Ban and Senju Tobarama shared a similar definition of peace, to quell violence through violence, ensuring that all would fear to defy their commands. Tap, tap, tap. Uchiha Jing lightly tapped the table, directing his gaze towards the watermelon-haired Hashirama. And you, Hashirama? Hashirama looked up, bewildered, then lowered his head again. Teacher, I am uncertain how to articulate my thoughts. Witnessing the massacre of the Baigu clan, with the elderly, children, and women falling victim to the hands of the invading clan, I am left speechless. In the eyes of the aggressors, there is no distinction of gender or age. There is only slaughter. If such a scene were to unfold upon the Senju clan, what would you do? Uchiha Jing felt a pang of frustration. After the demise of Senju Hashirama, the first Great Ninja War, the second Great Ninja War, and the third Great Ninja War ensued, plunging the ninja world into chaos rivaling the current Warring States period. This was the lingering consequence of Hashirama's benevolent governance. While he was present, his divine reputation kept all ninja villages in check. In his absence, all the accumulated grievances erupted violently, even more so than before. Hashirama shuddered. Visions of the Senju clan engulfed in flames flooding his mind, blood, severed limbs, anguish cries. Familiar faces falling one by one, yet he felt powerless. No. Such a scene must never occur within the Senju clan. Absolutely not. What you must do is kill. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Uchiha Jing as he fixed his icy gaze upon Hashirama. Only through warfare can one cease war. Only through killing can one end killing. To end war through war, to end killing through killing. Hashirama fell into deep contemplation. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze towards Madara and Tobarama, remarking that unlike them, who exuded an overwhelming intent to kill, their counterpart displayed excessive benevolence. Does not an intense murderous intent serve to suppress the occurrence of war? Madara retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Everything must adhere to a certain measure. Exceeding it leads to counterproductive outcomes. The two pondered over this notion. As for you, Uchiha Izuna was oblivious to their discourse, completely absorbed in the memory of the recent strike. Forget it. Speaking to you would be futile, Uchiha Kagami sighed. Moments later, a member of the Hakushi clan, Hakushi Itamomo, entered carrying a box. Benefactor, we are at a loss for how to repay your kindness in saving our clan. We can only offer you our most treasured possession. Though it may hold little significance for one of your prowess, it could be of use to them. The box was placed upon the table, exuding an antique charm, adorned with a wooden seal affixed to its surface. This must be the objective of the Tanaka clan, right? Indeed, this is the secret technique of our Hakushi clan, he replied. Uchiha Kagami's curiosity was piqued. Given the Tanaka clan's urgency, the technique must possess considerable power. Yet, it seems the Hakushi clan lacks formidable ninjas. Hakushi Itamomo's expression darkened, revealing a look of sorrow. Benefactor, to be candid, this technique is indeed immensely powerful, capable of elevating a low-ranking ninja to the level of a Kage in a short span. Unfortunately, it has its restrictions. It can only be cultivated by males. And our Hakushi clan? Uchiha Kagami understood. From his observations, the Hakushi clan appeared to favor the feminine, with no male ninjas in sight. Initially, he believed they had been decimated by the Tanaka clan, but it seemed the truth was more complex. Chapter 21. The Potent Art of Yin-Yang. Out of curiosity, Uchiha Jing opened the wooden box. Before him lay an ancient tome, somewhat worn and tattered. Inscribed upon its frayed pages were two prominent characters, Yin and Yang. A cursory glance through the book left Uchiha Jing astonished. It is widely acknowledged that the chakra within the ninja world derives its energy from the divine tree, which siphons power from the earth's veins and disperses it throughout the cosmos. Ninjas, employing unique techniques, absorb chakra to unleash various ninjutsu. However, the quality of chakra absorbed by the majority of ninjas varies significantly, which accounts for the differing rates of cultivation among them. This secret art of yin-yang disrupts such norms by allowing the absorption of both yin and yang chakra, transforming it into a superior quality chakra. In essence, chakra refined through the yin-yang technique does not require further refinement to achieve high quality. This concept is rather extraordinary. Ding. Unknown knowledge detected. Would you like to submit it to the system? What benefits would accrue from submission? Uchiha Jing raised an eyebrow. Providing it to the system posed no loss to him. Yet he was not inclined to engage in a transaction that would leave him at a disadvantage. To express gratitude for the host's submission of unknown knowledge, the system will rectify any errors contained within and enable the host to master it directly. This deal appears quite favorable. Submit. In an instant, Uchiha Jing's eyes gleamed with a white light, akin to a scanning device, and he completed the scanning of the yin-yang technique. Ding. Submission complete. The host simultaneously masters yin-yang technique modification. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Jing felt a surge of new understanding within his mind. Instinctively, he activated the yin-yang technique, and the surrounding yin-yang chakra surged into his body, coursing through his meridians autonomously. Indeed, it surged. Within mere breaths, Uchiha Jing felt himself filled to capacity. His meridians even throbbed with a slight ache. Despite the fact that his chakra was only at the level of a low-ranking ninja, it was inconceivable that such an amount could be amassed in just a few breaths. The power of the yin-yang technique is truly fearsome. Beside him, Hakubi Itako was somewhat bewildered. She sensed the deluge of yin-yang chakra and could not help but grasp what had transpired. Did he merely skim through the text and suddenly acquire mastery? Surely, this must be a dream. You. This truly is a formidable and wondrous secret technique. Uchiha Jing sighed in genuine admiration. With the yin-yang technique, his chakra could experience a dramatic surge in a short span. Yet, despite the might of the yin-yang technique, for our Hakubi clan, it does not alter our fate. Hakubi Itako's expression dimmed. Originally, the Hakubi clan, bolstered by the yin-yang technique, was not as formidable as clans like Uchiha or Senju, yet they were not to be easily bullied like the minor clans. However, everything changed on a rainy night decades ago. The rapid growth of the Hakubi clan was alarming. Male clan members who began training in the yin-yang technique at the tender age of 8 could attain the strength of a genin by adulthood. Such prodigious advancement instilled dread among other clans. On that rainy night, a coalition of hostile clans launched a surprise attack on the Bone Clan. That night, the male members of the Bone Clan suffered devastating losses, leaving only the weaker female members. Uchiha Jing contemplated, and a bold idea surged within her. The reason women could not cultivate yin-yang techniques was due to inherent flaws in the secret art. However, with the assistance of the system, these flaws had been rectified. Thus, could it be possible to pass this knowledge to the Bone Clan? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Jing instructed Bony Tao to fetch paper and ink. Although Bony Tao was puzzled, she complied obediently. Moments later, an improved version of the yin-yang technique came to life on the page. The inability of women to cultivate the yin-yang technique stemmed from the flaws in the art itself. Uchiha Jing gently blew on the still damp ink, declaring, "This is my revised version. Now women can cultivate it too." As soon as the words left her lips, Bone Tao stood in stunned silence. In the tumultuous Warring States period, what was the primary reason for their humiliation and oppression? Weakness was the original sin. If the Bone Clan possessed the strength of great families like the Uchiha or Senju, would they still face such dire circumstances? Absolutely not. Is this truly real, my benefactor? Bone Tao's hands trembled as she clutched the paper handed to her by Uchiha Jing. In that moment, she felt as though she were in a dream. It is indeed true, but I have my conditions. Uchiha Jing's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. You may state any condition. The Bone Clan will accept it, even if it means servitude. I will have no complaints. Tears streamed down Bone Tao's face. As the clan leader and daughter of the former leader, she had witnessed the death of her father and clansmen that fateful rainy night. Burdened with the weight of leadership at a tender age, she was merely an 18-year-old girl overwhelmed by despair. The recent massacre of the Tanaka clan had left her hopeless. The arrival of Uchiha Jing and her companions, coupled with the improved yin-yang technique, instantly alleviated the pressure that had enveloped her. It could be said that Uchiha Jing was akin to a savior for the Bone Clan. For her, it was even more profound. The conditions were simple. Regardless of what transpired in the ninja world, the Bone Clan was to remain hidden in this valley, ensuring that their existence remained unknown to the outside world. Although Bonitao did not fully comprehend her benefactor's intentions, she nodded without hesitation. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Jing gently removed a hairpin from her hair, a jade piece intricately carved with a vibrant peach blossom. Take this as a token of trust. Bonitao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Benefactor, I have already stated that I will serve you without the need for a token. Her face grew increasingly warm as she cast a captivating glance at him before turning and fleeing the room. Uchiha Q's mouth slightly agape. He appeared somewhat astonished. What was he doing? Merely seeking a token to affirm his identity. Yet, it seemed that Hakubi Idu had misunderstood something. Turning his head, he noticed the four little ones beside him wearing ambiguous smiles, their eyes glinting mischievously. Uchiha Q's face flushed slightly, after scolding them a few times. He sent them all away. The group took residence within the Hakubi clan for two reasons: to impart the art of Yin and Yang to Hashirama and the others, and to safeguard the Hakubi clan. Uchiha Q's days among the Hakubi were quite pleasant. During the day, he would teach Hashirama and the others the nuances of Yin and Yang, and in his leisure, subtly guide them on the paths they ought to take in the future. Each night, a lithe figure would invariably slip into his bed. Uchiha Q could swear to the heavens. He had done nothing. At most, he had engaged in a few embraces, firmly restraining his desires and making no further advances. Alas, everything changed when Hashirama, one fateful morning, inadvertently stumbled upon Hakubi Ida stealthily exiting a room. Chapter 22. The Crisis of Ban and Izuna. Master, your cooking is truly delightful. Master, the garments you sew are exceptionally beautiful. In just 2 days, Hokage Ida transitioned from blushing embarrassment to accepting these compliments with pleasure. However, Uchiha Kagami found himself utterly powerless against these four little rascals. Scolding them proved futile, as their increasingly thick skin rendered such efforts meaningless. Resorting to physical discipline only resulted in a rapid enhancement of their abilities, bolstered by their bloodlines. In fact, this very aspect significantly contributed to their frequent provocations of Uchiha Kagami. Get lost! A thunderous roar echoed, and the four figures dashed out of the wooden house at breakneck speed. Each bore bruised faces, yet strangely, they all wore beaming smiles. Hashirama, my chakra has reached the level of a chunin. Uchiha Madara exclaimed excitedly, his left eye darkened with bruising. I'm also a chunin now. What is there to boast about? Senju Hashirama replied nonchalantly, his right eye similarly marred. Brother, I've attained chunin status too, and my Sharingan has awakened. The exuberant Uchiha Izuna, with streams of blood flowing from his nose, hopped around, his single tomo spinning eerily in his eyes. Awakened or not, you still can't defeat me, Among the four, Senju Tobarama bore the most unfortunate fate. Not only was he bruised and battered, but his clothing was in tatters, resembling that of a beggar. You little brat, how would you know if you haven't fought me? Take this. Uchiha Izuna shouted, unexpectedly launching a swift strike aimed at Senju Tobarama's lower region. I'll kill you today. Listening to the ruckus outside, Uchiha Kagami shook his head in resignation. It had been half a month since he arrived at the Hokage clan, and during this time, the four, under the dual enhancement of yin-yang techniques and bloodline elevation, had made remarkable progress, with only another half-month remaining. It was time to take them out for some practical experience. Uchiha Kagami murmured to himself. Beside him, Hokage aghast in surprise. Benefactor, are you leaving? It's about time. No other clans have come in these days, so I believe you are no longer in danger, Uchiha Kagami replied with a smile. Moreover, you now possess the strength of a jonin. Your deterrent power is sufficient. Benefactor. Hokage Ida trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Over the course of these 2 weeks, the gentle and refined Uchiha Kagami had completely captured the heart of the young girl. What began as a gesture of gratitude had now transformed into a heartfelt reluctance to part ways. Well, perhaps we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Uchiha Kagami ruffled her hair, stood up, and exited the wooden house. Remember my words. The Hokage clan must not engage in the conflicts of the ninja world, and do not allow the outside world to know of your existence. Hokage Ita gazed longingly at Uchiha Kagami's departing figure, tears streaming down her face. Teacher, where are we going? On the road, Ban inquired with curiosity, Though your chakra has reached the nin level, your practical experience is lacking. A ninja cannot rely solely on chakra. The disparity between genin and nin can be compensated by the amount of chakra, but the gap between nin and nin encompasses many factors. The acquisition of intelligence and the methods of combat necessitate a wealth of battle experience. Uchiha Kage's purpose in bringing you all out is to hone your combat experience. Above all, it is crucial for Ban to awaken his Sharingan. Starting now, in 3 hours. I expect to see your prey to validate your training results. Do you understand? Understood. The four responded solemnly before darting off in search of their quarry. Uchiha Kage languidly sat on the ground, idly chewing on a blade of grass. Half of the task's time had elapsed, and both Senju and Ban had already attained the nin rank, drawing near to nin as well. Completing the time-space mission would grant him the Rinnegan, and combined with yin-yang techniques, many possibilities would unfold. Uchiha Kage had traversed into the world of Naruto for 2 years. During this time, due to his innate talent, he found himself reluctantly languishing, clinging to Naruto's coattails. Even with the astonishing system facilitating a remarkable growth in strength, he remained unable to shake off his lethargic disposition. His 15 days spent in the Warring States period marked a pivotal phase in his mindset. Having witnessed excessive bloodshed and the harsh reality of the weak being subjected to oppression, a seed of strength was sown within him. 10 years remained. In a decade, the ninja world would undergo a tremendous transformation. Even if he successfully navigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, what awaited in the Boruto era? Would a power level akin to the Sage of Six Paths allow him to traverse through the Boruto era unscathed? The answer was likely negative. The Ōtsutsuki clan's brazen assault and the Shell organization's encroachment demanded careful consideration, even for one of Six Paths' caliber. To survive, one must continually enhance their strength. Strength is the foundation of confidence. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed sharply through the air. Uchiha Kage's expression turned grave, his countenance darkening. This chakra. He swiftly dashed towards the source of the cry. In the forest, brother, you must flee. I will hold it off. Uchiha Izuna shouted, gripping a shimmering ninja blade, breathless. Nonsense. I am your elder brother. If anyone should flee, it is you. Ban's eyes glowed crimson, his temperament turning explosive. I possess the Sharingan and can buy us some time. Hurry. Uchiha Izuna bellowed as his single tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Ahead, a colossal creature loomed high above, emitting a shrill cry as it swooped down. Clang. Uchiha Izuna swung his ninja blade, colliding with the creature's head. Bang. The stark disparity of power caused Uchiha Izuna's ninja blade to slip from his grasp, and his body was violently hurled away. Izuna, Madara bellowed, his hands weaving through intricate seals. A slender line of fire erupted from his mouth, expanding abruptly as it approached the colossal entity, forming a massive fireball approximately 5 meters in diameter. Fire release, great fireball technique. The roaring fireball enveloped the head of the gigantic creature, which let out a piercing cry and violently shook its head. Not a single hair was harmed. In an instant, Madara shifted his position, his hands moving rapidly through the seals. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Once the seals were completed, Madara came to an abrupt halt, inhaling deeply as his chest swelled, and unleashed a torrent of liquid flames from his mouth. The flames instantaneously enveloped the colossal creature, the sounds of sizzling echoing around. Boom. A vast cloud of steam surged forth, shrouding the surrounding area in a thick mist. Without hesitation, Madara dashed toward the location where Izuna had been thrown. Cough, cough. Brother. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Izuna's mouth as he staggered to Madara's side. We must hurry. Madara understood that this was not the time for conversation, and he grasped Izuna's arm to flee. Just as Madara was about to seize Izuna, countless glowing particles enveloped him. Boom. The particles collided, rapidly expanding in an instant. In the moment Madara's pupils dilated, the particles erupted. Flames engulfed Uchiha Izuna. Izuna. Despair and fury surged within Madara as his blood-red eyes transformed. 3 tomo appearing within their depths. The 3 tomo Sharingan. Awakened. Chapter 23. The Seven-Tailed, Shining, I Want You to Die. Blood coursed through the mottled eyes as the 3 tomo of the Sharingan whirled frantically. With a piercing cry, the colossal creature showed no fear, its massive tentacles crashing down towards Ban. However, under the influence of the 3 tomo Sharingan, the tentacles' previously swift motion slowed considerably. In a deft leap, Ban evaded the attack, launching a great fireball almost instantaneously. Boom. The fireball struck the vulnerable neck of the monstrous entity. The creature held in pain, swiftly turning its head to unleash a torrent of glowing powder. Uchiha Ben maneuvered nimbly, desperately dodging the powder to avoid its contamination. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Seizing the moment, Ben leaped atop the colossal creature, targeting its opening eyes, unleashing a viscous flame that enveloped them completely. With a shriek of agony, the creature flapped its enormous wings, soaring high into the air. The force of its wings sent nearby trees crashing and the grass swirling into the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. Despite its injured eyes, the creature's ferocity only intensified as it shook its massive head in an attempt to dislodge the tiny pest upon it. Die, die, die. Ben, too, succumbed to madness. Roaring as the tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly, blood trickled from his eye sockets. Suddenly, the colossal entity shuddered, its wings abruptly halting. Sharingan, Genjutsu activate. Boom. The creature plummeted to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. Ben, in a state of disarray, released the tentacle while gripping a kunai tightly in his left hand. The pain from the fall nearly broke the hold of the Genjutsu, as the massive form trembled, revealing signs of struggle in its eyes. Panting heavily, Ben raised the kunai, stabbing repeatedly into the creature's vast body. Yet, for a being of such monumental size, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. The creature's struggles intensified, uprooting trees in its furious thrashing. At last, the chaos in its eyes faded, replaced by pure wrath. Countless particles of glowing powder coalesced once more, enveloping Ben. Exhausted from the overuse of his Sharingan, he could only lie helplessly upon the creature. What a bitter fate. Izuna. Ben's expression was one of wrath. Yet he felt utterly powerless, watching the glowing powder approach him. Would release, with dragon technique. A 10-meter-long wooden dragon suddenly emerged, crashing down upon the colossal creature. Shadow clone technique. Two shadowy figures materialized, grasping the fatigued Ben before leaping down, just as the monstrous entity was sent flying. Ben, are you all right? The concerned gaze of Hashirama, with his watermelon-shaped head, met him. Izuna. Izuna murmured softly, her gaze fixated on a scene of devastation. What's wrong with Izuna? In a state of urgency, Tobirama Senju exclaimed. Despite the past fortnight of relentless rivalry and frequent skirmishes between Tobirama and Izuna Uchiha, their bond remained unscathed, each viewing the other as a brother. At this moment, Madara lay gravely injured, having been rescued, yet Izuna, who had always been by his side, had vanished. Tobirama felt a surge of panic. Madara remained silent, tears streaming down his face in quiet despair. Damn it! Water style, water dragon jutsu, Tobirama bellowed, recklessly charging forward as a vibrant green water dragon swiftly took shape, coiling tightly around the colossal beast that had been launched into the air. The creature, initially struck by a wooden dragon, was ensnared by the water dragon, its fury reaching a boiling point. With a thunderous roar, crimson chakra surged, and in a fierce struggle, the water dragon dissipated into a cloud of mist. A dark, ink-like energy coalesced in the creature's maw, exuding an overwhelming, destructive force. Wood style for pillar prison. For robust wooden pillars descended from the heavens, striking the beast's limbs and attempting to seal it. However, for the creature, this seal was but a fleeting interruption. Moments later, the sturdy pillars were effortlessly broken free. Water style, water surge wave. Tobirama clasped his hands together, summoning two intertwining water columns that erupted from beneath the beast, forcefully propelling it skyward. The massive form of the creature soared, its impending attack abruptly halted. Water style, heavenly cry. Wood style, wooden flying blossom. Countless, densely packed water needles and wooden spikes materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the beast with a fierce howl. The relentless barrage of impacts echoed against the beast, eliciting a mournful roar. The continuous release of ninjutsu took its toll on Hashirama and Tobirama, their faces paling under the strain. After enduring two potent techniques, the beast was riddled with numerous wounds, green blood gushing from its injuries, painting a grim picture. Yet, the creature still possessed an unmatched combat prowess that the three could not contend with. Once more, the dark energy gathered in its mouth. This time, none of the three had the capacity to evade. Go. You must flee. Madara struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes wide, the three-tomo Sharingan reappearing. The creature froze in place, and an increasing flow of blood trickled from his eye sockets, a consequence of overexerting the Sharingan. A slender figure clapped his hands, making an entrance. Beside him stood a diminutive silhouette. Teacher. Izuna. Indeed, to face the tailed beast at this stage was remarkable. Uchiha Kagami appeared before the three, accompanied by the bewildered Izuna Uchiha. Amidst a fervent rush, Uchiha Kagami finally arrived just as the luminous powder enveloped Uchiha Azuna completely. Utilizing the abilities of Uba Air, he rescued Uchiha Azuna, yet he refrained from revealing himself immediately. The emergence of the tailed beast presented both a crisis and an invaluable opportunity for experience. He was keen to observe the extent of their growth and strength over the past fortnight. The outcome astonished Uchiha Kagami, who marveled at the innate combat awareness exhibited by the trio. This was a tailed beast, the pinnacle of power within the Naruto world. Even the relatively weaker Seven Tails, May, was a formidable presence that ordinary Kage-level shinobi would avoid. Having broken free from the control of the Sharingan, the Seven Tails began to gather tailed beast chakra at an accelerated pace. With a resounding cry, the obsidian-tailed beast ball surged forth towards the group. The immense chakra permeated the forest, sending countless birds and beasts scattering in panic. Was this the intimidating power of the tailed beast ball? Uchiha Kagami gazed at the rapidly approaching orb, silently impressed. Although this entity had rarely claimed lives in the anime, the sheer magnitude of its presence undoubtedly marked it as a top-tier offensive technique. With a wave of his hand, the impending tailed beast ball dissipated. May was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 24, The Return. How could the formidable tailed beast jewel vanish so effortlessly? A sense of crisis surged within Chongming. With a flurry of wing beats, the Seven Tails disappeared before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Was it cloaked in invisibility? Uchiha Jing smiled, closing his eyes only to open them again, revealing the kaleidoscope in his pupils. With the enhancement of the kaleidoscope, a fiery red shadow emerged in his vision, poised to take flight. Chongming, look here. Given Chongming's intellect, it was absolutely implausible for it to turn back at this moment. Yet, inexplicably, it did. Upon turning, its gaze locked onto a pair of piercing eyes like twin swords. Ninjutsu, activate. Perched upon Chongming's broad back, Madara and his companions wore expressions of enchantment. The kaleidoscope-level Sharingan was the bane of tailed beasts. Henceforth, dealing with tailed beasts would be equally effortless for them. Uchiha Jing affectionately ruffled Madara's hair, the tactile sensation delightful. Kaleidoscope level, you say? Madara's face reflected yearning. Master, when may I possess a kaleidoscope-level Sharingan? One day, you shall, Uchiha Jing mused thoughtfully. It shall not be long. He could certainly awaken it for Itachi, but he was not inclined to do so. Madara and Hashirama were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. If Madara were to awaken the kaleidoscope at this stage, the balance of power between them would be disrupted. Their enmity was intricately tied to the machinations of the Sage of Six Paths. Who could foresee the chaotic events that might unfold? As Chongming descended upon the territory of the Bone Clan, the entire clan entered a state of heightened alert. Ah, do not be alarmed. It is us. Uchiha Jing leaped gracefully from Chongming's back, smiling warmly at the apprehensive Bone Clan Ōtsutsuki. Benefactor. Bone Clan Ōtsutsuki exclaimed joyfully. Initially, she believed it would be a long time before she saw her benefactor again, yet here they were, reunited so soon. Patting Chongming's toenail, Uchiha Jing remarked. I hadn't planned on returning, yet unexpected gains have materialized. After dismissing the clan members, curiosity sparkled in Bone Clan Ōtsutsuki's eyes. Benefactor, what is this? Oh, this is a tailed beast, the Seven Tails Chongming, known for its ability to cloak itself. With it by your side, I believe your Bone Clan will thrive in seclusion. As a smaller clan, they were not entirely familiar with tailed beasts, but sensed that such a formidable creature, given its size, must possess great power. Coupled with its ability to become invisible, this was akin to adding wings to a tiger for the Bone Clan. Meanwhile, Madara and his companions stood in stunned silence upon hearing this revelation. This is a tailed beast. We just battled a tailed beast? The thought of the tailed beast's terrifying might send chills down their spines. Having awakened the three Tomo, Madara found no desire to venture out, opting instead to remain with the Bone Clan. With the advantageous enhancement of yin-yang techniques, attaining Jonin-level chakra within half a month was remarkably simple. Time flows gently, and soon the month-long deadline has come to an end. Feeling the surging chakra of the four little ones, Uchiha Jing couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Come here, my little ones. The four combatants hastily ran to Uchiha Jing's side upon hearing his call. The teacher is leaving, Uchiha Jing stated, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. After completing this temporal mission, who knows if he would ever return to the Warring States period again? The likelihood was slim, thus. This might very well be his last encounter with them, his youthful students. Teacher, where are you going? Hashirama inquired, perplexed. To a very distant place. Perhaps this is our final farewell. Uchiha Jing gazed into the distance. pondering the vast gulf that separated the future from the Warring States era, a chasm not only of space but of time itself. No, you haven't witnessed my awakening of the Manjiki yet. How can you leave, teacher? Madara exclaimed, his emotions flaring. Throughout this month, he had sought Uchiha Jing's guidance the most due to the Sharingan, reaping the greatest benefits from their interactions. Hearing that the teacher was about to depart filled him with reluctance. Indeed, the teacher is not of this world. The bond formed in taking you as students is a matter of fate. Relationships come together and drift apart according to destiny. Uchiha Jing feigned an air of a transcendent sage, exuding an otherworldly aura. Not of this world. Does that mean there are other worlds beyond this one? The four little ones were taken aback. In their understanding, the ninja world encompassed everything. Hearing Uchiha Jing's words was undoubtedly a profound shock to them. Of course, with a wave of his hand, Uchiha Jing activated the space-time technique, altering the properties of the air around them. A vast expanse of stars unfolded before the eyes of the four. This is the galaxy. Among its shimmering lights, there may exist life. The ninja world is merely one of its many stars. Madara and his companions gazed in awe at the galaxy, their eyes shimmering with wonder. Each star could harbor life. Just how many beings could exist in this vast galaxy? This galaxy is but a speck in the cosmos. The true universe is far grander than you can imagine. Uchiha Jing mused while observing the starry sky. Having been reborn into the world of Naruto, he pondered whether the earth he once inhabited lay somewhere within this celestial expanse. Will the teacher ever return? Hashirama gazed at Uchiha Jing with tear-filled eyes. In contrast to the rational Madara, Hashirama was undoubtedly more emotional. Regarding the vast universe, his primary concern was Uchiha Jing. Patting Hashirama's head gently, Uchiha Jing reassured him. Perhaps we shall meet again, but that will be a long time from now. By then, the teacher might be quite weak. It doesn't matter. When that time comes, we will protect you, teacher. The other three solemnly nodded in agreement. In just a month, even those who were not yet ninjas had become elite shinobi. All thanks to the young man before them. Very well, I shall await that day. Uchiha Kagami, with a playful demeanor, patted each head in succession, a smile growing increasingly radiant upon his face. Madara, you are excessively rational and rather extreme. No matter what transpires in the future, I hope you can coexist peacefully with Hashirama and refrain from internal conflict. Uchiha Kagami cast a glance at Madara, envisioning their future. Madara turned to Hashirama and solemnly nodded. Hashirama, you are the antithesis of Madara. You are overly sentimental and naively optimistic. Wherever there are people, there will be discord. Absolute fairness will not yield peace. Do you comprehend this? Although Hashirama pioneered the village model and distributed tailed beasts equitably among the allied villages, to Uchiha Kagami, it appeared as a decaying form of compassion, merely fostering arrogance in others. Otherwise, there would not have been the second, third, or even fourth shinobi wars. Ultimately, Uchiha Kagami's ideology bore a resemblance to Madara's. As he initially conveyed to Madara, war must cease through war, and killing must end through killing. While slaughter may momentarily bring devastation, it can procure enduring peace. As a great figure once proclaimed in a previous life, a single punch can avert a multitude of blows. Deterrence is indeed the true pathway to peace. This is fundamentally why Uchiha Kagami aspires to support Itachi in becoming Hokage. Chapter 25. Abundant rewards. Farewells are always tinged with sorrow. As a deep blue door swung open before Uchiha Jing, the four companions of Hashirama could scarcely conceal their heartbreak. Teacher, you must return to us. Rest assured I, along with Hashirama, shall bring about peace. Teacher, teacher. Gazing upon the tear-streaked faces of the four children, Uchiha Jing felt a pang of sadness himself. Train diligently, and remember, we must never turn our blades upon one another, regardless of the circumstances. Uchiha Jing's gaze was grave as he fixed his eyes on the four for a moment before resolutely stepping through the doorway. As the door closed, it twisted and vanished from their sight. Ban, the teacher has truly departed. Hashirama sobbed uncontrollably, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Though the teacher is gone, his will endures. I shall steadfastly remember his words and carry forth his legacy. Ban's eyes were profound. To end war with war, to cease killing with killing. Only through bloodshed can we attain lasting peace. Yes, I too will hold on to the teacher's words. I shall uphold his will. Hashirama hastily wiped away his tears and nose. If absolute fairness cannot restore peace, then surely possessing overwhelming strength on our side can pave the way to tranquility? The four little ones exchanged glances. their eyes brimming with a fervent desire for power. Let us fight. Come. A wave of dizziness enveloped Uchiha Jing as he materialized in his new abode. He raised his hand, observing his slender, small palm, feeling a semblance of discomfort. I have returned. Ding. The host's time-space mission has been accomplished. Completion of the time-space mission, 100. Task reward, Rinnegan. Additional reward for 100 task completion, Jonin level chakra, mastery of fire release ninjutsu. In an instant, a torrent of chakra surged into his body, violently tearing at his meridians before converging in his dantian, expanding the previously feeble space. Fortunately, this process lasted only a few minutes. Uchiha Jing was drenched in sweat, breathless and sprawled on the floor, his complexion ghastly pale. Ding. The host has completed the first time-space mission. The system will undergo an upgrade. Upgrade duration, 3 years. System, are you merely seeking excuses for your inactivity? Ding. The system is upgrading and cannot process host inquiries. Very well. Uchiha Jing lay back on the floor. He did not find the 3-year upgrade time particularly difficult to accept. After all, he was inherently a lethargic individual. Moreover, with the formidable Rinnegan now in his possession, alongside Jonin-level chakra, it was more than sufficient for his current needs. Surveying the surroundings, both familiar and foreign, Uchiha Jing sighed. The state of affairs upon his departure was unchanged upon his return. Not a single alteration had occurred. This indicated that his efforts had not altered the course of history. Hashirama had still established the ninja village. Ban ultimately chose the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. The Battle of the Valley of the End still unfolded. A sense of agitation mingled with relief washed over him, rubbing his head in vexation. Uchiha K sat up and gazed out the window. Since he was already here, he might as well come in and sit down. No sooner had he spoken than a gaunt figure slipped through the window. Where is Brother Shursui? He has gone to fulfill the task you assigned. Itachi's face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his current expression. Oh, I see. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Well then, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. After a long pause, it was Uchiha K who shattered the unsettling stillness. Itachi lifted his head, his crimson eyes locking onto him. I must admit, your words have illuminated a path that truly belongs to the Uchiha. But how do you know all this? You are merely 8 years old. Also, where have you been all day? The entire village searched for you, as if you had vanished into thin air. It turned out that a month spent on a temporal mission translated to just a single day in reality. Uchiha K, who had initially been troubled by this matter, now felt a sense of ease. Age holds little significance. Though Konoha appears tranquil on the surface, it is rife with undercurrents. For one who has endured suffering, such knowledge is hardly astonishing. As for my eyes, Uchiha K raised his gaze, revealing the sharp, sword-like Sharingan. At 3 years old, my father perished in battle. At 4, my mother, yearning for my father, departed this world in despair. From that moment on, I wandered the streets of Konoha in a struggle for survival. In light of this, is it not a disservice to the Uchiha name for me to remain blind? Itachi's lips moved slightly, yet the words he wished to utter remained unspoken. Making you the 5th Hokage is the village's sole redemption. You must understand. The one who yearns to annihilate Konoha and the Uchiha is none other than I, Itachi. A chilling, oppressive atmosphere permeated the room. Gazing at the sword-like Sharingan, Itachi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Indeed, the son of a war hero should be cherished by the village and his clan. Yet he faced hardship at such a tender age. One could only imagine the depth of his resentment towards the village and his family. But even so, how did you come to know of Danzo's secrets? Itachi lowered his head, pondering for a moment before voicing the question that lingered in his mind. From the moment K revealed his prowess, Itachi was left baffled. How could an 8-year-old child possess such knowledge of hidden truths? Uchiha K gestured to his own eyes. These eyes, I possessed at the age of 4. Would the village harbor suspicion towards a mere 4-year-old? For years old. Itachi's pupils constricted in shock. He awakened his Sharingan at 8, hailed as the foremost among the new generation of Uchiha, basking in glory. Meanwhile, K was deemed a rare failure of the Uchiha clan. Having unlocked his Manjiki at 4, the disparity was staggering. In a moment of uncertainty, Itachi found himself at a loss for words to convey to the figure before him. Today marked my departure from the village. Itachi nodded absently. Ninjas are forbidden from leaving the village without permission, and any unauthorized departure is deemed a betrayal, with several elite Jonin stationed at the gates. However, for those endowed with the Manjiki Sharingan, leaving the village is a trivial matter. After all, Didn't Shursui exit the village to fulfill his obligations to Itachi? I intended to establish an external faction of our own. Itachi furrowed his brow, awaiting Uchiha Shursui's next utterance. Danzo and the third Hokage, disturbed by my presence, could no longer remain at ease. Attempting to consolidate the village's power on my own would be far too conspicuous. Itachi fell into contemplation. Indeed, the third Hokage and Danzo had their eyes on everything that transpired within the village, both openly and covertly. Yet, the endeavor of forming a faction was not as simple as it appeared. Establishing a formidable force requires not only vast financial resources, but also a network of diverse talents and formidable individuals. The prospect of creating such a faction was daunting. I could sense your apprehensions, Uchiha Shursui said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Resources, talent, and strength will come. What we need is time. As long as you and I remain within the Umbu, they will refrain from overt actions. As for the clandestine maneuvers, they are merely the antics of a petty fool, hardly worthy of concern. Itachi lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Shursui's. The two pairs of crimson-tinged Manjiki Sharingan clashed, and the once gentle air suddenly bore a hint of chill. Chapter 26, Conversation with the Ninetales. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Uchiha K exhaled deeply. He had long anticipated this day. Fortunately, his ability to maintain composure was impeccable. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to explain his demeanor. Itachi, revered in the anime as the god of Itachi, was not only marked by a tragic life, but also possessed remarkable strength and intellect. Such qualities could not be easily dismissed as mere talent. K. Outside, the cacophony of voices disrupted his contemplation. Uchiha K sighed and leisurely stepped outside. Hey, Naruto. How did you find me here? Naruto rushed over with an excited expression, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Wait. What are you doing? Uchiha K was taken aback. In that moment of surprise, his feet left the ground. Without the use of chakra, he acknowledged that Naruto's physical strength surpassed his own. After all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even when sealed, his physical prowess was extraordinary. Before long, the two arrived at their usual spot in the small grove. Uchiha K gradually regained his composure after the sudden lift. Naruto, I'm sorry. Naruto clasped his hands together, a look of guilt on his face. I've experienced some changes and didn't know who to confide in. I ran into Brother Itachi, and he mentioned you had returned, so I hurried to find you. Uchiha K wasn't genuinely angry. Upon hearing this, he began to inspect Naruto's body. No visible injuries marred his face, and his physique appeared unchanged. Chakra, well, that was no longer Naruto's domain. After several moments of scrutiny, Uchiha K remained puzzled. Where are these changes? I don't see anything unusual. There is. Let me show you. Naruto, filled with urgency, sat down cross-legged, but suddenly remembered something and stood up again. You should keep your distance. I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. Uchiha K nearly laughed. He was now a man possessing the Rinnegan, with immense chakra flowing through him, surging powerfully. The notion of accidental harm was unfounded. Go ahead and demonstrate. You needn't worry about me. Naruto hesitated, but the confidence radiating from Uchiha K reassured him, prompting him to sit cross-legged once more. Just be careful. You're really strong. Rest assured, Uchiha K waved his hand with an air of mastery, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Naruto relaxed, his eyes gently closing as he descended into meditation. Gradually, a savage and ferocious aura began to emanate from him, a crimson chakra swirling outwards. The 6 whisker marks on his face thickened and elongated. Uchiha K's expression shifted slightly, an uneasy feeling creeping in. Naruto, he stepped forward, intending to rouse him. Just then, the crimson chakra surged violently, a tremendous force crashing toward him like a tidal wave. Whoa! In an instant, a kaleidoscope materialized, enveloping him in a cocoon of silvery white bones. Despite this, it was still insufficient to withstand the overwhelming force of the crimson chakra, sending his body hurtling through the air like a tattered sack. With a resounding crash, everything within a 10-meter radius of Naruto was uprooted, trees and grass alike scattered in all directions. Rolling on the ground, Uchiha K dispelled his Susanoo, gazing in bewilderment at Naruto, now shrouded in the scarlet chakra. This power was undeniably beyond Naruto's current capabilities. Seated in a meditative position, Naruto appeared to be in agony. His face contorted in a grimace as if struggling against some unseen force. The crimson chakra swirled around him like liquid, forming bubbles imbued with a ferocious, primal energy. Uchiha K focused intently. According to the narrative, this was the first time the Nine-Tails' power had surged uncontrollably, which should have coincided with Sasuke's defection during their battle at the Valley of the End. At that time, Naruto lacked substantial physical strength, and the Nine-Tails' power was relatively weak, easily subdued by the cursed state of Sasuke. While the exact strength of Sasuke in that cursed state was uncertain, it was likely akin to that of a low-level ninja or a middle-ranking one. Yet now, the force Naruto unleashed could effortlessly crush a Nin. This power was indeed peculiar, unless it was triggered by a Sharingan of 3 tomo or higher. Suddenly, a figure flashed across Uchiha K's mind. The Sharingan was not exclusive to the Uchiha Clan. Another individual, eager to sow chaos, also possessed the Sharingan. Roaring. At that moment, Naruto had half-transformed. Shifting from a seated position to one on all fours, the crimson chakra swirling violently around him. His red eyes fixated intently on Uchiha K, cold, lethal, and bloodthirsty. Naruto, can you hear me? Uchiha K asked softly. The response was a thunderous roar, as Naruto, now a shadow of black and red, lunged forward. Damn! Uchiha K cursed under his breath, quickly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. With chakra of the level befitting a Nin, his technique intensified significantly. A slender line of fire erupted from his mouth, expanding into a colossal fireball with a diameter of 10 meters after traveling 3 meters from his body. Boom. The massive fireball collided with Naruto, creating shockwaves that kicked up dust and sand, resembling a scene from hell. The two forces found themselves locked in a stalemate. Roar. The beastly Naruto, now in a frenzy, unleashed a series of howls, his form doubling in size as a tail composed entirely of crimson chakra manifested. With a whoosh, he broke through the fireball, appearing before Uchiha K in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, his claws pierced through Uchiha K's chest and exited from his back. Naruto. Uchiha K murmured softly, entirely disregarding the grievous wound that had just been inflicted upon him. A deep growl resonated as the beastly Naruto froze, his gaze fixated on the injuries of Uchiha Kagami. A tumultuous struggle flickered across his crimson-black visage. Anguish, despair, bloodlust, and ruthlessness. All clashing emotions surged within him. Kagami, Kagami. Naruto's lips moved, tears streaming down his cheeks unconsciously. This is the moment. The figure that had been pierced suddenly transformed with a resounding thud into a chunk of wood, revealing the true Uchiha Kagami at his side. Look at me. The kaleidoscope, shaped like a sharp blade, abruptly unfurled. Instinctively, Naruto turned his head and instantly locked eyes with him. The scene fell into a profound silence. The scarlet chakra ceased its tumultuous roiling, and the agitated Naruto became eerily still. Uchiha Kagami beside him remained equally rigid. Everything seemed as if it had never transpired. When Uchiha Kagami reopened his eyes, he found himself before a vast cage. The pitch-black iron door loomed silently, surrounded by swirling crimson bubbles. An ancient rune seal was emblazoned upon the iron door. A young scion of the Uchiha Clan. From the crevice of the iron door, a massive fox head burst forth, its eyes brimming with ferocity. Greetings, Kurama. How fare you? Uchiha Kagami was unfazed, casually greeting the Nine-Tails. How do you know my name, little brat? Kurama was taken aback. It had been many years since anyone had uttered that name. I know much more than you think, Uchiha Kagami replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Kurama's expression shifted to one of skepticism. This young boy's ability to breach the sealing chamber indicated he possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. For an Uchiha wielding such power, Kurama had little ability to resist. I have come here to negotiate with you. Negotiate? You think you're worthy. The absence of resistance, however, did not imply that Kurama would surrender easily. The proud beast had earned its reputation over millennia. Do not feign a fearsome demeanor, you proud creature. What nonsense are you spouting, little brat? Kurama's patience thinned, and his scarlet chakra began to boil anew. Chapter 27. The wave of Naruto in the sealed space. It speaks of you, you proud creature. Uchiha Jinchi remained composed, although the tailed beasts possess unparalleled strength. For one who wields the Manjiki Sharingan, he stands on the precipice of invincibility. Moreover, he is not alone in the sealed space. Curse little brat. The Nine-Tails expelled a crimson mist, intensifying the tumultuous power within the sealed realm. Shinjanai treats you rather well. Why must you be so harsh on Naruto? Well, the Nine-Tails seethed with fury. Being confined in such a place, can you truly call this well? The Nine-Tails writhed restlessly, its massive form thrashing about. At the very least, in their eyes, you are regarded as more than mere weaponry. The Nine-Tails fell into silence. Compared to the other tailed beasts under control, it indeed fared better. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Shinjunai regarded it as a friend rather than an instrument of war. Through Naruto's eyes, one could glimpse the outside world. To him, "You are not a source of honor." Uchiha Jing spoke slowly as Naruto's life flashed before his mind like lightning. In previous lives, many claimed that the Nine Tails was Naruto's enhancement. It was the Nine Tails that forged Naruto's path. But is this truly the case? Uchiha Jing did not share that sentiment. The Nine Tails undoubtedly aided Naruto in later stages. However, it was Naruto's resilience, his indomitable spirit, and his kindness that truly elevated him to the position of the seventh Hokage. As the one most deserving of darkness within the village, he chose to dedicate his life to protecting the very village that had caused him pain. Such magnanimity is not something everyone can achieve. I have come here today in hopes that you can coexist peacefully with Naruto. Impossible. The Nine Tails instinctively rejected the notion. As a tailed beast, it possesses its own pride. This pride forbids it from becoming a subordinate to another. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Uchiha Jing was not surprised by its response. If it were so easy to agree, the Nine Tails would not be the Nine Tails. I can promise you that. Should circumstances allow in the future, I will unseal your confinement and grant you your freedom. The Nine Tails' eyes sparkled with interest. Freedom? How elusive and coveted it is. What reason do I have to trust you? Despite the allure, the Nine Tails remained vigilant. Is it because of my eyes? Uchiha Jing gestured to his Manjiki Sharingan. Or perhaps, it is my belief in Naruto. Even without you, he would still become an exceptional ninja. The Nine Tails stared at him in astonishment, perceiving the unwavering trust in his gaze towards the young Naruto. Why such faith in this child? Because he has me as a friend. The words sounded audacious, yet for some inexplicable reason, the Nine Tails found itself somewhat inclined to believe. After a moment of contemplation, the Nine Tails ultimately acquiesced. Let us take a gamble. If victorious, it could attain the long-desired freedom. Defeat, after all, is merely akin to the present state of affairs. However, should this individual dare to deceive him, it would render Naruto's existence a living torment. I shall restrain my chakra from overflowing. It is not merely a matter of restraint. I sincerely hope you can forge a bond of friendship. Uchiha Jing spoke earnestly. Friendship? A flicker of confusion crossed Kurama's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Do not indulge in fantasies, great Nine Tails. How could one possibly befriend a mere child? I hold firm in my belief that you shall become friends. Uchiha Jing replied with a smile, not pressing the matter further. In Boruto's tale, you willingly sacrificed yourself to safeguard Naruto. Being obstinate is of no avail. After exchanging a few casual words, the tumultuous chakra of the tailed beasts within the ceiling space had nearly dissipated. Upon returning to his true form, Uchiha Jing carefully placed the unconscious Naruto in a safe position before re-entering the ceiling space. Child, why have you returned? Kurama lay languidly in the cage. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Uchiha Jing. He felt a sense of delight at the return of company, for the ceiling space was dreadfully dull. Having someone to converse with was certainly a welcome change. Perhaps he could engage in conversation with that child, Naruto? It was certainly not for the sake of friendship. It was merely out of boredom. Kurama thought with a hint of pride. There is a matter that requires attention first. Uchiha Jing approached the gate of the cage, his gaze fixed intently upon the seal above. What matter? Kurama began, only to be struck with astonishment as he witnessed Uchiha Jing placing his hand upon the seal. What is he planning? Is he about to break the seal? Kurama's excitement surged. Under the astonished and expectant gaze of Kurama, the seal was ruptured by the chakra that permeated through it. In that very instant of destruction, a blinding golden light erupted forth. A spectral figure appeared before their eyes, with blonde hair and blue eyes, draped in a white Hokage cloak. Adorned with a green Jainin vest beneath, his gaze profound, akin to a bottomless spring. Damn it! Minato Namikaze. Kurama erupted in fury, striking the cage with great force. Crimson chakra rising and enveloping the entirety of the ceiling space. Have you shattered the Shiki F in Jutsu, Kurama? Minato floated serenely in the air, observing the enraged Kurama below. Minato Namikaze. Kurama raged, thrashing against the cage, the resounding impact echoing throughout the ceiling space, causing the cage to teeter precariously. Silence, Kurama. Uchiha Jing stepped forward, gently patting Kurama's head, then directed a cold gaze at Minato Namikaze. The yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, the hero of Konoha from the Third Great Ninja War, who established a formidable reputation that instilled fear in countless shinobi villages. On the night of the Nine Tails, to protect the entire village, he and his wife resolutely employed the forbidden technique, Shiki F and Jutsu, to divide the nine tails. One half was sealed within his own soul, while the other was sealed within the body of his newborn son. Ah, what a magnificent fourth Hokage. Are you of the Uchiha Clan? As he observed Uchiha Kagami, who was calming the nine tails, Minato Namikaze regarded him with curiosity. I am Uchiha Kagami, the sole friend of Naruto in the village. His tone was unremarkable. In his previous life, he had held a fondness for Minato. Innocent, powerful, self-sacrificing. Such qualities made it difficult to harbor any ill will towards him. However, that was in the past. Since his reincarnation into this world and witnessing Naruto's plight, Uchiha Kagami's feelings towards Minato had soured. He had even suggested fleeing from Konoha when Naruto faced bullying, only to be met with Naruto's refusal. Naruto, Minato suddenly exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement. Is he well? Thanks to you. He is doing all right. Uchiha Kagami replied with a sardonic smile. Minato Namikaze was a competent Hokage and, by extension, a decent husband. Yet, without a doubt, he was a failure as a father. It was precisely because of him that Naruto's childhood was filled with despair. Observing Uchiha Kagami's attitude towards Minato, the nine tails settled down, chuckling softly. Indeed, it's thanks to you, Minato. Naruto has had a challenging existence in Konoha. What? Minato was taken aback. What did that mean? A difficult existence? How could that be? The son of a hero, one would expect him to be revered, not to struggle. What do you mean by that? True to his reputation as the Yellow Flash, even without the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato executed the body flicker technique with unparalleled finesse. In an instant, he appeared beside Uchiha Kagami. Quite literally, the nine tails replied, turning his head away with an air of disdain, unwilling to engage further. Chapter 28. The Angry Rebuke of Minato Namikaze. What is it that I remain oblivious to? Minato Namikaze lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. This gesture was familiar to Itachi Uchiha, as Naruto often exhibited the same mannerism. Why did you seal the nine tails within Naruto? The answer was something Itachi already knew. Though a flicker of hope lingered within him, perhaps the true Minato Namikaze might provide a different answer. For the village, Minato replied without hesitation. Truly, such a noble response. How splendid, Itachi scoffed. As he listened to Itachi's overt derision, Minato's unease deepened. What was wrong with Naruto? Was he not faring well? What could possibly be wrong? Growing up without parents, utterly alone, regarded by the villagers as a demon fox, living amidst incessant rumors, his existence was too idyllic. Indeed, demon fox? Minato was taken aback. He had heard this term in his childhood. There had once been a little girl, labeled as a demon fox by the villagers, ostracized by her peers, and scorned by adults. Her indomitable spirit and defiant gaze had profoundly moved him. He had vowed to devote his life to protecting her. Eventually, that girl became his wife, Kushina. I am the fourth Hokage. I sacrificed for the village, my child. Your child is still labeled as a demon fox, just like your wife, Kushina. Itachi mercilessly interrupted his words. As for Minato, Itachi could not discern whether to deem him naive or excessively optimistic. How could he, fully aware of humanity's nature, still harbor the delusion that they would treat his child with kindness? Moreover, impossible. The third Hokage promised me the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Never publicly acknowledged Naruto as your child, fourth Hokage. Minato stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Did you truly believe that at the time? Konoha's strength could only ensure the village's safety through the self-sacrifice of the Hokage? Did you genuinely think your ascension to the fourth Hokage was solely due to Sarutobi's efforts? Did you really assume that the events of the Night of the Nine Tails lacked Sarutobi's influence? You are exceedingly naive. Itachi's cold demeanor and deliberate enunciation struck Minato's heart like a series of heavy blows. Minato floated in a daze, the turbulence of his soul reflecting the turmoil within his heart. In his understanding, Sarutobi had been his mentor, guiding him to fame and ultimately to the position of fourth Hokage. To him, Sarutobi embodied both teacher and father. However, what Itachi revealed today shattered his comprehension. The shadow of Sarutobi loomed behind his demise. In an instant, many of the inexplicable events of the past aligned in his mind. Why did the incident with the nine tails occur so fortuitously on the very day Kushina was to give birth? Why did the third Hokage regard him with such a complex gaze upon his ascension to the position of fourth Hokage? What transpired on the night of the nine tails attack, leading to the complete disappearance of the village's top combatants? All of this, he greatly respected Sarutobi Hiruzen for his monumental contributions. Your ascent to the role of fourth Hokage is attributed to your character, your integrity, and the illustrious reputation of the Yellow Flash. With your esteemed status and formidable power, coupled with being the host of the Nine Tails, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen reclaim the Hokage title? Only with your demise and that of your wife. Alongside your son falling into obscurity, could he once again assume the mantle of Third Hokage? Uchiha Kagami spoke slowly. These were his realizations within the authentic world of Hokage. In the anime, Sarutobi Hiruzen is portrayed as a benevolent figure, ardently supporting the commoners. Namikaze Minato stands as the sole Hokage detached from any clan influence, untainted by familial or Hokage power dynamics. But what of Sarutobi Hiruzen in reality? Had it not been for his miscalculations during the Third Great Ninja War, resulting in irreparable losses for Konoha, would he have willingly abdicated in favor of Namikaze Minato? The answer is a resounding no. In terms of ambition for power, he surpasses Danzo. Even the establishment of the Ninja Academy was a means to amplify his own influence and authority. This is the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long ago, there was an attempt on Naruto's life and mine, primarily due to my involvement. Who was responsible? Minato inquired with a jolt, urgency lacing his tone. The Umbu, likely from Danzo's root organization, Uchiha Kagami responded candidly. The Umbu. Root. Danzo. Minato pondered, his gaze growing increasingly somber. The relationship between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen was one of light and shadow, outwardly at odds, yet Hiruzen was well aware of many of Danzo's clandestine operations. If the village leader wished to intervene, even Danzo would have to yield. Naruto. He wasn't harmed, was he? Minato asked, anxiety gnawing at him. He is my friend. As long as I am unharmed, he shall remain safe, Uchiha Kagami reassured him. Minato cast a grateful glance in his direction. If Kushina were to learn of her son's predicament, she would undoubtedly erupt with fury. The image of her fiery red hair surged in Uchiha Kagami's mind, eliciting a quiet chuckle. Minato shuddered slightly. He was genuinely fearful of his wife, Kushina. Have you two finished your conversation? In the confines of the cage, the enormous nostrils of Kurama billowed with white smoke. It was becoming increasingly restless. Having concluded your discussion, you may now settle your personal grievances. Uchiha Kagami shrugged and stepped back a few paces. Damn you, Namikaze Minato. You scoundrel. 8 years. A full 8 years. Do you have any idea how I've endured this time? The crimson chakra began to boil, exuding a faint heat, causing the ceiling space to warp slightly. Kurama. Please calm down, Minato chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. When you suddenly went berserk back then, I was left with no alternative. You perceive that Shinjunai treats you rather well, does she not? Surely, she would not wish for you to meddle within her son's being, correct? The colossal form of the Nine Tails, Kurama, momentarily paused, memories of past torment at the hands of Shinju, Nai flooding back. You scoundrel! Are you attempting to intimidate me with the name of Shinjunai? The illustrious Nine Tails is not easily frightened. Nonetheless, Kurama swiftly restrained his raging chakra, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Shinjunai is not merely the nightmare of Minato Namikaze. She holds the same significance for him. Observing from the sidelines, Uchiha K let out a sigh. It appears that conflict has been averted, and the excitement has dissipated. However, Shinjunai certainly possesses remarkable strength. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the formidable power of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, both regard her with trepidation. I truly wish to meet her. A glint of determination shone in Uchiha K's eyes. It should be soon. I wonder how smoothly Shursue's actions are proceeding. If all goes well, it will likely be within these few days. Minato Namikaze. Do you desire to accompany Naruto as he grows? Uchiha K silently observed the floating soul. Of course, he wishes for that. What parent does not long to be present in their child's life? A sense of regret washed over Minato Namikaze as he gazed at his dissipating soul, sighing deeply. In the past, I had taken too much for granted, never anticipating the profound consequences it would impose upon Naruto. If only I could be granted another opportunity. Minato Namikaze refrained from continuing, yet his clenched fists conveyed the depth of his remorse. I can offer you that chance. Uchiha K spoke calmly. Chapter 29. A conversation with Naruto. As Naruto opened his eyes, memories of the events leading up to his unconsciousness flooded his mind, and he suddenly sprang up. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, vaguely revealing that he was in a house, with twinkling stars visible through the window. You're awake? Beside him, Uchiha Jing stretched lazily, struggling to sit up from the bed. What the hell are you doing? Naruto exclaimed, abruptly wrapping his arms around him with great force. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this. It wasn't like this before. Naruto sobbed, panic rising within him as he sensed the uncontrollable force that was about to emerge. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, He understood the immense and brutal power it wielded. If he were to harm Uchiha Jing, he knew he would never forgive himself. Don't worry. I am quite strong, Jing said, shaking off Naruto's grip with a slight smile before reaching to pat his head. After a while, Naruto's emotions began to settle. Naruto, do you wish to train? Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Naruto replied, haven't I always been training? Not quite. Uchiha Jing shook his head, retrieving a book with the scent of ink from the desk nearby. This contains some basic knowledge for ninjas. You can read it if you find yourself bored. With excitement, Naruto took the book and began to flip through its pages. A minute later, he looked up. Jing, what is this? It's so dull. He placed the book on his lap, his eyes vacant, as if he had been drained of energy. Isn't there anything with pictures? It's all just words. Uchiha Jing rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache creeping in. How could he have forgotten this detail? Initially, he had intended to teach Naruto the yin-yang technique. But after some thought, he realized it was unnecessary. With Naruto's Uzumaki lineage and his astonishingly vast chakra reserves, complemented by the Nine Tails as a chakra generator, he didn't need to worry about a lack of chakra. What Naruto truly lacked were ninjutsu and combat experience. Thinking of ninjutsu, Uchiha Jing recalled Naruto's signature tactic from the anime, the overwhelming sea of clones. Naruto, what is your dream? He inquired. At this question, Naruto's spirit soared. I want to become strong and the Hokage of Konoha. Indeed. Observing the enthusiastic Naruto, Uchiha Jing felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. According to the storyline, Naruto would ultimately fulfill his dream of becoming the 7th Hokage after enduring numerous trials. However, that was only in a scenario where he had not intervened. Itachi's ascension to the 5th Hokage was a crucial part of his plan, and regrettably, Naruto's rise to Hokage was not included in that vision. This was not due to a lack of concern for Naruto, but rather because he believed Naruto's temperament was ill-suited for the position of Hokage. A leader must be decisive in battle and ruthless when necessary, but also possess a thick skin and cunning. His personality bore too much resemblance to Hashirama's, naive and overly idealistic. If it weren't for his remarkably overwhelming strength, he would have long been eliminated by others. When it comes to decisiveness in battle and shamelessness, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi each embody one aspect. Danzo, with his insufficient fortitude, appears cunning and treacherous, yet in reality, he is merely a buffoon. Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the other hand, possesses a thicker skin but is indecisive. Had the two united in purpose, perhaps Uchiha Shinkai would have already escaped the village. However, they are at odds, each fighting their own battles, which has led to the gradual rise of familial powers within Konoha. The Hokage, after all, is not particularly admirable. Uchiha Shinkai pondered, why not indulge in leisure activities, relish delicious food, and explore the world instead of being perpetually occupied with official duties? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. Are you all right? Are you really okay? Are you sure you're fine? What do you mean by are you all right? Have you been possessed by a deity or something? The Hokage, Shinkai, represents the highest esteemed figure in the village. Uchiha Shinkai disdainfully lifted his chin. And so what? Isn't it more pleasurable to enjoy the company of women? If I'm occupied with official duties every day, wouldn't the women of the world be left waiting alone every night? The notion of courting women held no allure for Naruto at that moment. Indeed, what is the point of pursuing women? It would only hinder my speed in throwing shurikens. As he spoke, a shuriken suddenly materialized in Naruto's hand. Before Uchiha Shinkai could express his astonishment, Naruto himself was taken aback. Uchiha Shinkai remained unfazed. This had all been anticipated. Naruto's talent was undeniably formidable. Being the reincarnation of Ashura, how bad could he truly be? The reason Naruto appeared inept in the manga during this period was entirely due to the mischief of Kurama. Now that Kurama had been persuaded by Uchiha Shinkai to refrain from causing chaos, Naruto's talent could naturally shine through, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu. Whoosh! The sound of air slicing filled the room as a dark shuriken spun fiercely, striking sharply at the edge of the windowsill. I hit. I actually hit. That's exactly where I aimed. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, embracing Uchiha Shinkai and shaking him excitedly. Uchiha Shinkai's mouth twitched. This is my new house tomorrow. I will go accept a mission, and I will find a way for you to join me. A mission? Are we leaving the village? Naruto released Uchiha Shinkai, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since he could remember, he had always been within the confines of the village and had never ventured beyond. For him, the allure of leaving the village surpassed even that of Ichiraku ramen. Yes, leaving the village. A mischievous glint flickered in Uchiha Shinkai's eyes. While they would indeed be leaving, the journey itself might not be as pleasant as one would hope. Uchiha Shinkai had contemplated this ever since obtaining the 3 tomo, but a series of events had disrupted his plans. All right, I will prepare right now. Naruto rose with great enthusiasm, ready to march out. What are you preparing for? Uchiha K abruptly halted him. Are you going to grab some expired instant noodles or canned food? Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirit immediately deflated. K's words rang true. His home was filled with nothing but expired noodles and cans, while his remaining assets were all on him. Remember, from today onward, you are a genius. A genius far superior to Sasuke. Naruto paused, perplexed. Who is Sasuke? That arrogant Uchiha Sasuke. I'm already more of a genius than him. Uchiha K sighed, realizing that self-awareness was not Naruto's strong suit. After ensuring Naruto was settled for the night, K gently opened the door and stepped outside. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and Konoha had lost the vibrancy of the day. The village was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of cicadas. Uchiha K strolled alone down the street, his mind awash with contemplation. He felt a twinge of hesitation regarding today's undertaking. Should he proceed? If the negotiations were successful, everything would be smooth sailing, alleviating many future concerns. However, if the negotiations fell through, he would find himself under the scrutiny of many eyes. Chapter 30. A unique Uchiha Fugaku standing at the entrance for a considerable time. Uchiha K finally rapped on the great door. After a prolonged silence, a delicate female voice inquired, "Who is it?" "I am Uchiha K, here to see the clan leader." The sound of soft footsteps approached, and the door swung open. A strikingly beautiful woman with flowing black hair appeared before him. K. Uchiha Makoto gazed at the young boy before her with a look of bewilderment. In the past 2 days, news of a prodigy boy, nearly akin to Itachi, had spread fervently throughout the Uchiha clan. The previously unremarkable Uchiha K had become a household name overnight. As Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Makoto had heard her husband mention this name countless times, realizing how much the Uchiha clan owed this young boy. "Madam Clan Leader, greetings," Uchiha K said with a smile. Bowing slightly. "Hello, Fugaku is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." Uchiha Makoto replied gently, leading him into the courtyard. The residence of Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, bore little difference from his current abode, save for a touch of ancient charm. In the central room, a solitary lamp cast a faint glow. Upon opening the door, Uchiha Fugaku was seated cross-legged at the table, his gaze profound. "Fugaku, K has arrived," Makoto announced as Fugaku lifted his eyes to meet K's. "Very well. You two carry on. I shall prepare some refreshments." Makoto excused herself, leaving the room for the two of them. Uchiha K remained silent as he took a seat opposite Uchiha Fugaku. The two exchanged glances. K scrutinized Fugaku carefully. This clan leader, whose presence in the anime was rather minimal, felt almost transparent. As a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, he had little impact during his life and met his end rather hastily. His betrayal was similarly abrupt. In summary, Uchiha Fugaku was a character whose significance in the entire Naruto world felt quite dispensable. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku was equally observing the boy before him, finding him somewhat inscrutable. "K, are you satisfied with your new home?" "Quite so. Thank you, clan leader. These are the debts the Uchiha owe you," Fugaku sighed. "It is my failure as clan leader for having neglected the sons of heroes, allowing you to suffer such indignities." In recent days, the Uchiha clan had undergone intense reorganization, with many influential clansmen facing penalties. The catalyst for all this upheaval stemmed from Uchiha K. As Fugaku perused the confessions of those involved, he felt for the first time that he had failed in his role as clan leader. Uchiha K nonchalantly shook his head. In a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of birds, let alone humans. Where there are humans, there exists desire. Some possess boundaries, while others do not. Patriarch. "I have not come today to discuss this matter," Uchiha Kagami stated with a calm demeanor. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted subtly as he began to grasp Kagami's intent. "You wish to address Itachi and Shisui, do you not? As the head of our clan, there are many matters that cannot escape his scrutiny. Indeed. What is your perspective on the ambitions we three harbor?" This was the crux of Uchiha Kagami's visit today. Admittedly, confronting the situation at this juncture seemed somewhat premature, and any misstep could potentially expose their plans to public awareness. Nevertheless, there were merits to this approach. "I do not know," Uchiha Fugaku replied, shaking his head candidly. He was, however, supportive of their aspirations for the position of Hokage. As part of the Konoha police force and one of the founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had long been dissatisfied with their current standing. Why should anyone else be eligible for Hokage while the Uchihas were not? Fugaku was the first to refuse such injustice. Next, I require the Uchiha clan's support. Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he regarded Kagami with a peculiar gaze. Kagami, you are 8 years old, are you not? Indeed, I will turn 9 in just over a month. At this tender age, even Itachi had not pondered such intricate matters. Uchiha Fugaku let out a resigned sigh. In recent days, I have delved into your past. I hope you do not mind. Kagami was indifferent to this inquiry. You must possess a Manjiki by now, correct? Fugaku asked, his tone imbued with certainty. It was evident that only someone who could command the respect of both Itachi and Shursui could wield such power. 3 tomo alone would not suffice. With a mere blink of his eyes, the sword-shaped Manjiki manifested within Kagami's gaze. Indeed, the affirmation, while expected, still left Uchiha Fugaku in a state of profound astonishment to witness a child not yet 9 years of age possessing such formidable prowess. Pain and sorrow, grief and despair, only through these can we awaken the Manjiki, Fugaku remarked with a tragic smile, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. Itachi has already awakened his Manjiki. What? Uchiha Fugaku sprang to his feet, astonished, bewildered, and incredulous. How could he have activated the Manjiki? This is impossible. Kagami merely shrugged, refraining from revealing the reasons. Fugaku paced the room, muttering to himself about the impossibility of the situation. Kagami remained seated in tranquil silence. After a considerable time, Uchiha Makoto entered with refreshments, prompting Fugaku to finally take a seat, though his expression remained strained. What is the matter? Makoto inquired, observing her husband's unnatural countenance. Nothing. I merely find Kagami's talent to be somewhat beyond imagination. Indeed, he rivals Itachi, Makoto replied with a cheerful smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons, embodying warmth and beauty. As Uchiha Makoto stepped out of the room, Uchiha Fugaku let out a sigh. Q, what do you believe the path of a ninja truly embodies? Uchiha Q paused, having just picked up a snack, and set it down upon hearing the question. It should be the path one steadfastly follows, which could also be termed as faith. Uchiha Q pondered for a moment. Faith, you say? Uchiha Fugaku lifted his teacup, his gaze drifting into a state of confusion. The position of Hokage holds little significance for me. What I truly desire is to be with my family, to live joyfully and peacefully, free from calamity throughout my life. Ideally, Itachi would have a son or daughter, and Sasuke would grow to adulthood. How wonderful that would be. Uchiha Fugaku became lost in his reverie, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Q felt a tinge of surprise. The usually stoic leader of the Uchiha clan, finding such simplicity in the path of a ninja? What happened to the planned coup? What about the serious persona he was meant to uphold? This scene seemed somewhat disjointed. Yet, perhaps this is the true essence of Uchiha Fugaku, a man of flesh and blood. There will come a day like this. Uchiha Q raised his teacup and took a gentle sip. It was somewhat bitter, but equally sweet. Chapter 31. The First Mission at the Crack of Dawn. Uchiha K, still engaged in a game of chess with the daughter of the King of Dreams, was abruptly roused by an exuberant Naruto. K, you promised to take me out of the village today? Let's go, let's go. Naruto tugged at Uchiha K's blanket, allowing the chilly breeze to invade his cozy sanctuary. Just a little longer, just a little longer, Uchiha K protested, struggling to reclaim his rightful share of the blanket. No way. Hurry up, Naruto insisted, displaying an unwavering determination to remain unyielding. Uchiha K emerged from his cocoon, his disheveled hair a testament to his unrest. He glared fiercely at Naruto. I regret my decision from yesterday. All I wanted was to indulge in a lazy sleep. What sin have I committed? Despite his complaints, Uchiha K ultimately succumbed to Naruto's relentless enthusiasm. After completing his morning routine, he was dragged toward the Hokage building by Naruto. Go for it. I'll be waiting for you outside, Naruto exclaimed, his fists clenched and eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under Naruto's eager gaze, Uchiha K entered the Hokage building with a heavy heart. As he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha K nearly stumbled back from the onslaught. Oh, K, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright, removing the pipe from his lips, a jovial smile adorning his face. Lord Hokage, your habit seems to be rather excessive, Uchiha K remarked, frowning as he waved away the lingering smoke. With age comes such indulgence, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled sheepishly. Danzo just mentioned the same thing, though with a markedly different tone. Lord Hokage, I wish to undertake a mission outside the village. Uchiha Kei wasted no time, directly stating his intention for the day. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, leaning forward to scrutinize Uchiha Kei. You have only recently become a genin and joined the Umbu. An outside mission may not be suitable for you. For the Umbu, missions outside the village were quite commonplace. Most Umbu assignments took place beyond the borders of Konohagakure, as they served directly under the Hokage and primarily dealt with external affairs. However, he was reluctant to allow Uchiha Kei to leave the village. This young man was somewhat enigmatic to him. Once outside, many matters would slip beyond his control, a notion utterly unacceptable to someone so keen on maintaining authority. Lord Hokage, I yearn to grow swiftly. The tranquil environment of the village cannot facilitate that, Uchiha Kei stated with a calm demeanor. He had anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's rejection the moment he decided to venture outside the village. Nevertheless, he had his own means to persuade. I can understand your desire for growth. After all, you represent the future of Konohagakure, and I too hope for your swift advancement to shoulder my responsibilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with warmth, his expression radiating benevolence. However, hastening growth through force is not a sustainable approach. The current Konohagakure can shield you from the storms of life. I can ensure your stable development. As the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen exuded an air of authority. Truly impressive. I would bestow upon you a score of 99, fearing that an additional point might instill arrogance. Uchiha Kei subtly curled his lip, yet his visage retained an expression of admiration. I have unwavering faith in the abilities of the Hokage and equally trust in the strength of the village. However, true strength is never cultivated under the protection of others. This holds true for both the first and second Hokage. Only by becoming a formidable force akin to the first or second can one genuinely ensure peace for Konohagakure. Uchiha Kei's eyes sparkled with fervor, a profound ambition igniting within their depths. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, scrutinizing the young man before him earnestly. This spirit, this ambition. It feels so familiar. Once upon a time, he too was like the youth before him, brimming with passion and fervor, dreaming of the day he could secure peace for his village through his own strength. Alas, power is the finest of tempering agents. It has dulled his edges, muted his fervor, and subdued his grand aspirations. Hokage-sama, please grant me a mission outside the village. Uchiha Kei bowed deeply. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen replied, Very well, I can permit you to leave the village. He gazed intently at Kei, as if peering into the lost echoes of his own youth. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Kei exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up one scroll after another from the cluttered desk, glancing at them briefly before shaking his head and setting them aside. Uchiha Kei stood quietly, silent and unhurried. As long as he could leave the village, he would undertake any mission without discrimination. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped one particular scroll, holding on to it for an extended moment. Hokage-sama, is there some difficulty? Uchiha Kei inquired, noticing Hiruzen's troubled expression. It is not exactly a difficulty, Hiruzen mused for a moment. This mission is somewhat special. A task deemed special by the Hokage is either of significant importance or poses considerable difficulty. Are you familiar with the village of Hyuuga? Uchiha Kei furrowed his brow, recalling something vaguely. Hyuuga had not appeared in the anime, yet it undeniably existed in the true world of Naruto. It is a small, relatively obscure village, home to merely over 20 ninjas, predominantly genin, with only the Kage being of Nin rank. Such a village could be easily annihilated by a few members of Konoha Zanbu. Although Hyuuga is small, it is an ally of Konohagakure, Hiruzen resumed, relighting his pipe and inhaling deeply. Just the day before yesterday, Hyuuga was wiped out. All 133 villagers were slain. Uchiha Kei was taken aback. Annihilation. While wars frequently ravaged the ninja world, with small villages falling prey to destruction on a daily basis, this was a different kind of obliteration. One that struck at the heart of Hyuuga. The conflicts between ninja villages are typically orchestrated to spare ordinary citizens. In other words, the annihilation of a village often results merely in the casualties of its ninja inhabitants. However, the situation in Kunoichi village is different, as among the 133 individuals, a significant majority are civilians. This is intolerable within the ninja world. Yesterday, I dispatched someone to investigate, but they returned empty-handed, having discovered only a mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved the mask from beneath the table and placed it before them. Uchiha Kagami swiftly leaned in to examine it. The mask was entirely white, adorned only by a character for sun inscribed on the forehead, devoid of any other embellishments. Could this be the result of internal strife? Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow as he grasped the mask. It felt insubstantial, the cheap white powder transferring onto his fingers. It seems unlikely. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe. Kunoichi village is a small settlement, protected by a modest contingent of over 20 ninjas, lacking significant power or vested interests. Thus internal discord should be improbable. Could it be a case of familial vendetta? Uchiha Kagami pondered. The ninjas of Kunoichi village are all orphans, trained under the auspices of Konohagakure, rendering any notion of family feud moot. This is indeed perplexing. The office of the Hokage fell into a contemplative silence, as the elder and the youth both delved into their thoughts. In the world of ninjas, warfare typically arises from either internal or external conflicts. The sudden massacre of a peaceful, unambitious village with no prospects for development is shrouded in mystery. Fixating on the mask, Uchiha Kagami scrutinized the character inscribed on its forehead. I tentatively conclude that this is the handiwork of a nefarious organization, likely with motives linked to ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, refilling it with tobacco. Will you accept this mission? Chapter 32. Departure from Murin village. Uchiha Jing did not hesitate. He scoffed at the notion of a mysterious organization. Even the Akatsuki in a few years would not instill fear in him. With the power of the Rinnegan at his disposal, why would he fear an organization shrouded in obscurity? What a ludicrous thought. If they dared to pursue him, he would simply utilize the universal pull. A swift blow would send them flying. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him the scroll. The level of danger for this mission remained uncertain, only ascertainable through one's past experiences. After speaking, Sarutobi hesitated slightly. If the mission proves too arduous, you may choose to abandon it. Uchiha Jing was taken aback. Sarutobi, aligned with Danzo, should wish for his and Naruto's swift demise. How could he utter such a perplexing statement? Once a mission is accepted, it must be completed, even at the cost of one's life. The door creaked open, revealing Danzo, his face partially obscured by bandages, a countenance marred by frost. Danzo. Sarutobi fixed a fierce gaze upon Danzo, an ember of determination igniting in his eyes. Lord Hokage, a ninja is born to fulfill missions. If a mission cannot be accomplished, it is better to perish. Danzo's tone was chilling, laced with an authority that brooked no dissent. Do not forget, Hataki Sakomo. Sarutobi jolted, nearly dropping the pipe he held. You everything is for Konoha, Danzo intoned, his lofty demeanor casting a playful glance at Uchiha Jing. What say you? Uchiha Jing? Naturally, Uchiha Jing replied, smiling as he raised the scroll. As a ninja, and more so as a member of the Umbu, the mission outweighed life itself. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Just when he was pondering how to eliminate these two nuisances, they appeared to be seeking their own demise. Thus, the blame would rest solely upon them. Once they left the village, their hands would be unbound. Lord Hokage, I wish to take someone along on this mission, Sarutobi, realizing the gravity of the situation, suppressed his fury. Who? Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes dangerously. He is not yet a ninja. He cannot leave the village. I believe Naruto requires the experience, especially since he has already demonstrated the abilities of a genin. If Lord Hokage disallows this, Naruto can apply for early graduation today. Sarutobi intended to refuse, but Danzo interjected. Since Uzumaki Naruto possesses the skills of a genin, he may accompany you. Danzo. Sarutobi growled, his anger barely concealed. Thank you. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Jing disregarded Danzo entirely, bowing deeply to Sarutobi before turning to depart. What are you truly after, Danzo? You must remember your place. I am the Hokage of Konoha. Once Uchiha Jing was out of earshot, Sarutobi glared at Danzo, his teeth clenched in frustration. This matter has indeed provoked his ire. Regardless of the circumstances, the Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and not Danzo. By what right does he presume to make decisions on his behalf? By what right? I have always been cognizant of my identity, Lord Hokage. Danzo, feigning respect, spoke with a tone that betrayed his indifference, prompting a fierce glare from Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen regained his composure and inquired, what is your reasoning behind this? Reasoning? Danzo stepped forward abruptly, his expression contorted with malice. Yesterday, Naruto had already transformed into the Nine Tails. Why did you prevent me from eliminating him? Last night, An eruption of chaotic chakra had emanated from the northern grove of the village, stirring countless ninjas into action. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, invoking the authority of the Hokage, who had dispersed these ninjas. As the orchestrator of the turmoil, Danzo had set a trap long in advance: 5 elite J-nin, 15 seasoned CH-nin, and 30 specialized Jinin. This formidable lineup was nothing short of extravagant. He was confident that he could swiftly eliminate the merely one-tailed Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. Yet, at the most critical juncture, Hiruzen had thwarted him. This left him feeling like an old phlegm lodged in his throat. On the brink of expulsion, yet forcefully swallowed back down. How could he not harbor resentment? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki held immense significance for the village. Hiruzen remained unperturbed. That is indeed true, yet a power that cannot be controlled ought to be eradicated. Is this not your usual method, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hiruzen lifted his pipe and took a leisurely puff. I trust that Naruto will make the most judicious choice. The judicious choice? You would entrust such potential to another? You are playing with fire. Danzo's fury erupted, impossible to suppress. You are the one playing with fire, Danzo. Hiruzen straightened his posture, setting aside Naruto. Do you genuinely believe your men can eliminate them? What nonsense are you spouting? Sarutobi Hiruzen, have you grown more foolish with age? That constitutes half of my power. It is the culmination of decades of efforts by Shimura Danzo. Even you, the renowned master of ninjutsu, would likely be gravely injured. Hiruzen made no reply, exhaling a cloud of smoke that drifted toward Danzo's increasingly agitated face. Cough, cough, cough. Danzo irritably waved away the smoke. Have you not noticed that Uchiha Itachi is somewhat different today? The anger he had intended to unleash momentarily faltered. Different? What is different? Just a brat with an inflated ego. His chakra is of J-nin caliber. What? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Danzo exclaimed in disbelief. A mere child, not yet 9 years old, possesses J-nin level chakra? It is indeed unlikely for someone of the 6 paths sage's age to exist. Believe it or not. My perception is infallible. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window and caught sight of a diminutive figure. Uchiha Kagami, while walking, seemed to sense something and turned to look back. The eyes of the old and the young met. A smile graced Uchiha Kagami's lips as he waved towards the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen reciprocated the gesture with a smile. Youthful filial piety and compassion. Yet, the moment they turned back, their smiles vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Nearby, Naruto, observing the sudden shift in expression, curiously inquired, Kagami, what's wrong? One moment you're smiling, the next you're frowning? It's nothing. An old hound is just staring at me, and it feels rather unsettling. Oh, should we go back and give it a beating? No rush. There's plenty of time. That old dog is already past his prime. At the village gate. Are you two departing the village for a mission? The guard ninja stared incredulously at the scroll in his hands. Yes, uncle, please let us through. Delaying our mission would not bode well. Naruto exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. The prospect of venturing into a new world was almost overwhelming for him. But you are still. Uncle, the mission scroll is legitimate, right? The guard ninja scrutinized the Hokage's signature on the scroll and, still bewildered, nodded. Uchiha Kagami shrugged. Then that settles it. We shall take our leave. All right. Naruto hopped after Uchiha Kagami, leaving the guard ninja in a state of astonishment. To be able to undertake a mission outside the village at such a young age is truly remarkable. As he watched the two depart, the guard ninja felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 33, Late Spring Valley. Alas. Another explosion. In the heart of the forest. Naruto's exasperated shout startled a flock of birds into flight. What manner of ninjutsu is this? It's so difficult. Uchiha K strolled forward casually, picking up a water sphere from the ground. Difficult? It is merely your mind that lacks tranquility. Inside the water sphere, something appeared to be swirling, with spiky forms propping it up without piercing through. Chakra, as a flow of energy, must be maintained in a steady, continuous manner. Urgency will yield no success. Naruto gazed enviously at the water sphere in his hand, then glanced down at the shattered remnants of his own, his eyes filled with increasing resentment. This marked the 5th day since their departure from the village. The hidden Twilight Village is not far from Konohagakure. Situated at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, by all accounts, they should have arrived at the hidden Twilight Village by now. But Uchiha K, in his endeavor to provide Naruto with intensive training, had left them with 2/3 of the journey still to traverse. Over these 5 days, Naruto felt as though he was enduring a fate worse than death. First came the myriad of physical training exercises, followed by relentless ninjutsu practice, including chakra rock climbing and chakra stabilization. In essence, Uchiha Kagami transformed into a merciless instructor, dispensing blows to Naruto at the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Well, today's training concludes here. Let us prepare for dinner. At the mention of food, Naruto's despondent demeanor vanished instantly. I'll gather firewood. With a swift turn, Naruto's figure disappeared. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, stifling a laugh. This fellow, so enthusiastic about nothing but food. After a brief observation, Uchiha Kagami produced a shuriken from seemingly nowhere, casting it with a flick of his wrist. Thud. A plump rabbit was pinned against a tree. By the time Naruto returned with the firewood, Uchiha Kagami had already prepared the rabbit. How aromatic. Gazing at the sizzling rabbit over the fire, Naruto's mouth watered. Sprinkling a dash of seasoning, Uchiha Kagami felt compelled to remind Naruto. As ninjas, one must not ignite a fire while on a mission in the wild. Doing so would reveal one's position. I understand. Naruto nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he scoffed. Easier said than done, since our departure. You have not missed a single meal of grilled delicacies, yet you have the audacity to lecture me. All right, it's time to eat. As he halved the rabbit and prepared to hand a portion to Naruto, Uchiha Kagami's expression shifted. Out. Uchiha Kagami uttered coldly. Huh. Naruto halted mid-reach, quickly scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. In the tense atmosphere, a dirty little child emerged from the thicket, gazing longingly at the rabbit in Uchiha Kagami's hand. What's this? A mere child. Naruto exhaled in relief, accepting the portion from Uchiha Kagami and approaching the little one. Little one, are you hungry? The filthy child raised his bright eyes, his throat involuntarily twitching. Here, eat this. Naruto felt a twinge of reluctance, but still handed the rabbit in his grasp to the child. The child hesitated for a moment, yet hunger overcame him, and he stuffed it into his mouth without regard for its heat. Naruto clapped his hands and returned to stand beside Uchiha Kagami. How pitiful. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami replied, watching Naruto with a wary gaze as he hastened his pace of eating the rabbit. Compared to him, I am actually faring quite well. At least I have your company. Yes, indeed. Ah, getting sentimental now. Uchiha Kagami's speed of consumption quickened further. Kagami, I suddenly feel very fortunate. Yes, indeed. Uchiha Kagami's eating slowed momentarily. What's wrong, Kagami? Naruto turned his head and noticed Uchiha Kagami's face flushed and distressed, prompting immediate concern. I choked. After a brief flurry of activity, Naruto looked at him with exasperation. Why are you eating so fast? Am I going to snatch it from you? Really now? When have I not taken from you? Nonsense. That is slander. A violation of my character. Well then, I was planning to roast another one. Hee. My character is meant for you to trample upon. I'll just lie back. Feel free. The child nearby observed their playful banter and burst into laughter. Both turned their gaze toward him. Under their scrutiny, the child froze, his eating slowing significantly. Once he finished, letting out a series of burps, Uchiha Kagami finally spoke. Little one, what is your name? The child nervously grasped his clothing. I am Mushiwin-gu. His voice was soft, yet it carried a certain clarity. Are you a girl? Uchiha Kagami exclaimed in surprise. It made sense. The child was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and given his young age, it was difficult to discern. Which village are you from? Why are you alone? Naruto chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. I am. Mushiwin-gu's eyes glistened with tears, large droplets streaming down. Oh no? Please don't cry. I only wanted to inquire if I could help you return to your village. Upon witnessing Mushiwin-gu's tears, Naruto became flustered, scratching his head in panic. I come from Murin Village. Murin Village. Naruto gasped, quickly turning to Uchiha Kagami, who was equally taken aback. Wasn't Team Murin Village destroyed? Could there be survivors? How many are left in Murin Village? No one. They're all gone. Uncles and aunts, grandparents, all gone. Mushiwin-gu covered his face and wept. Naruto, known for his fierce hatred of injustice, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Mushiwin-gu's tale of sorrow. Restraining the agitated Naruto, Uchiha Kagami directed his attention back to Mushiwin-gu. How did you manage to escape? Uncle Ninja placed me in a water tank and instructed me to remain silent. By the time I emerged, everyone had perished. Uchiha Jing's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he nodded thoughtfully. We are ninjas from Konoha, and we have come here for the purpose of investigating the hidden village of the dusk. Why not accompany us? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Indeed. You can join us, and once we uncover the truth about the hidden village of the dusk, you can return with us to Konoha. Would that be acceptable? Mushiwin-gu raised her gaze, yet her eyes were fixed on Uchiha Jing. She discerned that he was the one making the decisions between the two. Of course. It is. Uchiha Jing replied with a warm smile. Then, thank you, dear brothers. A reluctant smile emerged on Mu Chungu's face. Even in her smile, sorrow lingered unmasked. Do not weep. Let me assure you, we are quite formidable and will undoubtedly identify the perpetrators responsible for the destruction of your village. Wiping away Mu Chungu's tears, Naruto patted his chest with determination before turning to Uchiha Jing. You agree, right, Jing? His words carried a hint of uncertainty. Ah, yes. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Uchiha Jing gazed at Mu Chungu, his mind seemingly elsewhere. However, they are exceptionally strong. Mu Chungu hesitated. How do you know they are strong? Did they not hide in the water tank from the very beginning? Uchiha Jing abruptly lifted his head, his eyes piercing as he regarded her. Oh dear, why are you being so fierce, Jing? You frightened her. Naruto expressed his discontent at Uchiha Jing's sudden seriousness. Chapter 34. The appearance of young Uchiha Jing absently sifted through the extinguished ashes. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the distant Mushuin Valley. Do you still wish to eat something? Naruto inquired solicitously from beside him. I am full, Mushuin Valley replied softly, her voice delicate and faint. If you need anything, just let us know. Do not be afraid. Naruto cast a reproachful glance at the distant Uchiha Jing. He is actually quite kind. He merely enjoys scaring others, so do not be frightened. Uchiha Jing rolled his eyes, having heard every word clearly. The distance to the Hidden Leaf Village was not particularly far. They could reach it in 2 days. However, it was rather unusual for such a fragile young girl to have ventured here alone. When he had expressed his doubts earlier, he had distinctly noticed the evasion in Mushuin Valley's eyes, indicating that she was not as simple as she appeared. All right, it is time to set off. Burying the ashes. Uchiha Jing brushed the dust from his hands. Departing at midnight? Naruto looked up at the large moon above, somewhat perplexed. Isn't traveling at night dangerous? Why has the rule changed today? Time is of the essence. If we delay any further, we will gather no intelligence at all. Uchiha Jing turned, leaving the two with a rather unwelcoming silhouette. Naruto, however, was unfazed. The occasional wafts of Ninetail's chakra would slowly replenish his stamina, which explained his perpetual energy. But, Xiaogu, can you manage? Mushuin Valley hesitated, a flicker of evident fear crossing her eyes. Do we truly have to go back? They are very powerful and terrifying. Naruto gently ruffled her hair. Do not worry, we are strong too. With us to protect you, there is no need to be afraid. Mushuin Valley's lips twitched twice before she ultimately acquiesced. In the darkness, 3 equally youthful figures traversed the forest slowly. As they walked, Uchiha Jing's expression grew increasingly serious. He sensed a heightened presence around them, an aura belonging to J-Nin level chakra. So many J-Nin? When did they become so common? Uchiha Jing murmured softly to himself. What? Naruto, just a meter behind him, paused in surprise. Naruto, how is your Rasengan coming along? At the mention of the Rasengan, Naruto immediately wilted. Don't mention it. I can't even break a water balloon, let alone form it. Uchiha Jing was not surprised. After all, Naruto had yet to learn the shadow clone technique. And even without the Ninetail's interference, mastering the Rasengan was no simple task. The Rasengan was, after all, an A-rank ninjutsu. Have you heard of something? Uchiha Jing said mysteriously. What? Naruto perked up, ears straining. It is said that ninjutsu is learned particularly quickly in battle. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. In the midst of battle, the art of ninjutsu is learned at an astonishing pace. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kagami flicks his wrist, sending several shurikens slicing through the night, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal reverberates as 5 masked figures leap from the surrounding trees. Naruto, taken aback, instinctively shields Haru from view, brandishing a shuriken of his own, his gaze fixed warily upon the 5 intruders. Uchiha Kagami, observing the masks worn by the figures, displays a knowing expression. The masks are unremarkable, a plain white base, with a small character for sun inscribed upon the forehead. It is them. Haru retreats in terror, her hands clenched tightly. They are the ones responsible for the destruction of her village, Konoha. Naruto glances at Uchiha Kagami, who raises an eyebrow, retrieving a matching mask from his pocket. If they are not imposters, then it must be them. The masked figures regard them coldly, their eyes devoid of warmth, gazing at them as if they were mere corpses. Hand her over. One of them steps forward, the tallest among them, his voice hoarse and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. No problem. Uchiha Kagami responds without hesitation. Naruto, startled, opens his mouth to speak but notices Kei's hand, which is clenched into a fist with 2 fingers raised. This indicates to follow his lead. However, may I inquire as to why you seek the annihilation of Konoha? It is merely a small village, he questions. This is none of your concern, the leader replies coldly. How can it not concern me? Uchiha Kei takes a couple of steps forward, his expression exaggerated. The relationship between Konoha and Konoha's village is not something I need to elaborate on. The destruction of Konoha is my mission. I must uncover the truth behind it. You 2 little brats? Konoha has truly fallen to such depths that there is no one left to rely on. The leader's voice drips with disdain. In fact, we are quite formidable. We were just promoted to Genin a few days ago. Uchiha Kei admits sheepishly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Seeing Kei's bashful gesture, Naruto instinctively steps back. This action, this demeanor. Ha, Genin? The 5 figures burst into laughter. To the common folk, Genin may seem exalted. But to these jonin, Genin is synonymous with trash. How ridiculous it is for 2 worthless brats to boast in front of them. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Kei asks, perplexed. Laughing at how you will meet your demise without even realizing it. The leader snorts dismissively, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the next instant, he appears before Uchiha Kei, his breath audible. The remaining 4 swiftly close in on Naruto, encircling the 2 of them in a menacing angle. After surrounding the 2, the 4 did not rush to subdue them. Instead, they turned to gaze at Uchiha Kei. The prey in the net, the food on the plate. There was no need for haste. Water release, water dragon bullet. The leader swiftly completed the hand seals, and several massive water spheres hurtled toward Uchiha Kei. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kei appeared to be in a daze, standing motionless. Fool. The leader scoffed disdainfully, confidently turning away. In his eyes, a single water dragon bullet could effortlessly deal with this brat. Who is the fool? A chilling blade was suddenly pressed against the leader's neck. How is this possible? When did he? Bang. Uchiha Kei's original form disintegrated into a shattered piece of wood under the assault of the water dragon bullet. Behind the leader, Uchiha Kei emerged like a specter, firmly grasping a ninja blade. You. The leader's expression turned uncertain. Body replacement technique. When did this happen? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Uchiha Kei replied with an impassive face. Let go of the captain. The other 4, witnessing their leader being restrained, glared with fury. Dream on. Uchiha Kei scoffed, tightening the blade against the leader's throat. A line of blood appeared on the leader's neck. Speak. What is the purpose of annihilating the hidden Twilight Village? There's nothing to say. If you want to kill me, then do it. I absolutely. The leader, drenched in cold sweat, spoke defiantly. He did not believe this brat would kill him. As long as he remained silent about their motives, he would be safe. All right. I respect your bravery. With those words, the ninja blade seamlessly sliced through the neck. The blade retracted, and the head fell. Silence. The 4 masked figures stood in shock. Naruto shook his head, having anticipated this outcome. Kei, you always delight in fulfilling others' demands. Chapter 35, Mini Rasengan Group. Leader. The 4 individuals across from him stood in stunned silence. The once formidable captain had fallen so easily. This was utterly reckless. What about you? Do you intend to resist? Or merely feign resistance? Uchiha Kei brushed the blood off his ninja blade and raised his gaze towards the quartet. Do not come any closer. 1 step forward, his expression betraying a hint of panic. It was understandable. If their usually exalted leader had perished at his hands, their fates would surely be far worse. Under the incredulous stares of his companions, Uchiha Kei obediently remained in place. Very well, I shall not advance. The 4 exchanged glances, their trepidation deepening at his unexpected compliance. Naruto, they're in your hands. Good luck. Uchiha Kei gave Naruto a thumbs up, revealing a gleaming smile. Naruto, taken aback, pointed at himself. Me? The 4 turned their attention to Naruto, questioning whether this small boy was truly allied with that monster. Yes, it is you. Uchiha Kei sheathed his blade behind him. Rest assured, I will not interfere. If you manage to defeat him, you shall not meet your end. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 4 sparkled with newfound hope. The bearded young boy before them hardly appeared formidable, which implied they might have a chance. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Wind style, vacuum sphere. 2 among the 4 displayed fierce determination as they swiftly performed their hand seals, unleashing 2 B-rank ninjutsu in an instant. The techniques intertwined, amplifying their already formidable presence. Dozens of fire dragon bullets swelled from half a meter to an impressive 3 meters, propelled by the force of the wind. A torrent of blazing spheres, fierce and relentless, surged towards Naruto. Nani! Naruto gasped in shock, leaping away with the nearby Ōtsutsuki to evade the onslaught of fire. Boom! The fire dragon bullet struck the earth in rapid succession, creating a charred crater that radiated intense heat. Naruto, ninjutsu requires a release time. Pay attention. Uchiha Kagami lounged on the ground, casually plucking a blade of grass to chew on. Easy for you to say, Naruto retorted, dodging the relentless barrage while struggling to keep up, panting heavily. Do you remember the Rasengan I taught you earlier? Give it a try. After narrowly avoiding another fire dragon bullet, Naruto accelerated towards Uchiha Kagami. Try what? He set Ōtsutsuki down, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Kagami. In these past few days, you must have also mastered the shadow clone technique. Is running away truly your ninja way? Uchiha Kagami caught the still trembling Ōtsutsuki. Naruto paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, fleeing was not his ninja way. Fearless and unyielding, he perseveres till the end. This, indeed, embodies his path of whoosh. A sound of slicing through the air resonated, prompting Naruto to instinctively leap forward, his movement swift and unencumbered by hesitation. Heart still racing. He glanced back and met the peculiar smile of Uchiha Kagami. With a slight flush on his cheeks, Naruto stood firm, his gaze resolute as he addressed the four adversaries. Come and defeat me. I am destined to become the Hokage. The four exchanged derisive glances, remaining silent as they encircled Naruto from all directions. Vigilantly, Naruto observed them, swiftly conjuring several shurikens in his hands, poised for action. Little brat, you are no match for us. Abandon your struggle, one of them taunted. They were not fools. Uchiha Kagami had instructed them to defeat this child, clearly intending to hone his skills. If they truly harmed him, that monstrosity would surely exact vengeance upon them. Abandon? In my path of, the term give upholds no meaning. A glint of determination sparked in Naruto's eyes as he released the shurikens, launching himself into action. Attempting to flee? The four scoffed, effortlessly evading the shurikens. Water style, water dragon jutsu. For torrents of water surged toward Naruto from every direction. Nearly 100 water spheres raced through the dense forest, rapidly closing in on him. There was no escape. Uchiha Kagami, cradling the child of Muxchen Valley, wore an amused expression. Naruto's current talent was undoubtedly impressive. The vast chakra of the Uchiha Clan, combined with the formidable physique and endurance forged by the Nine-Tails chakra, rendered him no weaker than an official genin, despite his limited ninjutsu repertoire. Yet, Naruto's greatest asset was not his innate talent, but rather, boom. Almost 100 water spheres collided forcefully with Naruto at the center, the immense impact splashing water high into the air. Splash! The multitude of water spheres converged into a torrent akin to a small river, crashing down upon the ground. At the river's heart floated a diminutive figure. The four assailants stood dumbfounded, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. How could this little one not know to evade? Though their water dragon jutsu had approached from all sides, its speed was incredibly slow. Anyone with even a modicum of ninjutsu proficiency should have been able to dodge. Yet, this fellow had stubbornly remained in place. It's over, he has finished. Uchiha Kagami displayed little astonishment, but Muxchen Valley could no longer contain himself. Has he perished? Uchiha Kagami lowered his gaze towards Muxchen Valley. Do you wish for him to live or die? Muxchen Valley paused, bewildered, before meeting the brightness of Q's eyes. Feeling somewhat guilty, he averted his gaze. Of course, I do not wish for him to come to harm. Uchiha Kagami offered a mysterious smile, turning his attention back to the figure floating in the river. Rest assured, he will be unharmed. As one of the two central figures in the world of Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the reincarnation of Ashura, he is destined for survival, regardless of the circumstances. What shall we do? Meanwhile, on the other side, the four individuals discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their brows, engaging in hushed discussion. What can we do? That reckless child sought his own demise. Can we be blamed for his inability to escape at such a sluggish pace? Whether it is just or unjust has become irrelevant. What truly matters is whether that monstrous entity will direct its wrath towards us. One among them cautiously turned to observe Uchiha Itachi. Surely he wouldn't, right? He appears remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the child's plight. Perhaps this is merely a ruse to lull us into complacency. Don't be absurd. Does his strength warrant such a deception? Should we approach to investigate? The group fell silent, the one who had proposed the idea hesitant to voice further thoughts. Let us take a look. After a prolonged moment, they finally resolved to act. Regardless of whether it was to distance themselves from the monster or to ascertain the child's fate, the most prudent course of action was to venture closer for a glimpse. The four cautiously advanced towards the lifeless body drifting in the shallow river. Just as they were about to draw near, the floating corpse suddenly stirred. A cerulean sphere materialized in Naruto's hand, infused with a surge of wind. With ease, he pressed it against one man's chest. The struck individual froze, gazing blankly at his own torso. Bang! A figure erupted forth. Vivid crimson blood spewed from his mouth, his shirt torn apart, revealing a grotesque spiral-shaped wound upon his chest. Rasengan. Two more spheres appeared in Naruto's hands. Whoosh. The remaining three retreated in terror. What? Was that just now? Chapter 36. The Radiant Blade. As the three retreated, Shaowanzi vanished simultaneously. Naruto gasped for breath, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Having just been struck by 4 simultaneous water dragon bullets, he was far from unscathed. At least 3 or 4 of his ribs were fractured, and his stamina had been severely depleted. The recent spiraling sphere was his last vestige of chakra. The subsequent 2 attempts were mere facades, intended solely to instill fear. Fortunately, the remaining 3 had become like startled birds, successfully deterred. Uchiha Jing nodded in satisfaction. To comprehend A-rank ninjutsu so swiftly was a testament to Naruto's prodigious talent, even earning Jing's admiration. Although the current spiraling sphere bore a resemblance to Shaowanzi's, it was undeniably still the spiraling sphere. The trio, perceiving Naruto's weakness, were consumed by rage. How could they, mere adults, be intimidated by a child? Such humiliation! You little brat, die! They shouted in unison, charging at Naruto with unprecedented speed. Their fury ignited. Clang! As 3 shurikens neared Naruto, a sleek black ninja blade abruptly appeared within their line of sight. Enough! This ends here, Uchiha Jing declared. Having materialized before Naruto, firmly gripping the ninja blade, the trio recoiled, uncertainty etched on their faces. Was this monster finally going to make his move? In an instant, despair enveloped them. How's it going? Uchiha Jing inquired, turning his head. You won't die, Naruto replied, revealing a gleaming smile. A ninja must fight, while ninjutsu is essential. Tools and, most importantly, battle experience are paramount. In the world of Hokage, formidable ninjutsu holds significance, yet combat experience surpasses even techniques, tools, and bloodline limits. The 6 paths of pain was indeed powerful, but had it not been for Naruto, the mighty Konoha could have been obliterated. What did he rely on? His overwhelming ninjutsu and Rinnegan. However, had Jiraiya's intelligence reached Konoha in its entirety, could the 6 paths of pain have acted with such impunity? Unlikely. Battle experience is the foundation upon which a competent ninja stands. Naruto pondered Uchiha Jing's words, nodding in agreement. Now that you understand, leave the rest to me, Jing stated, brandishing the ninja blade as he strode leisurely toward the 3 adversaries. The trio regarded Uchiha Jing with trepidation, as if facing a formidable foe. Do not overstep your bounds, one of them warned. Uchiha Jing raised his gaze to the speaker, replying, overstep my bounds? Perhaps you misunderstand what that entails. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Jing's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, a massive fireball, 10 meters in diameter, erupted behind the trio. Scorching, ferocious, and unstoppable. The trio's expressions changed dramatically as they retreated, hand seals flying in a frenzy. Water style, water barrier jutsu. 3 walls entirely composed of water stacked upon one another collided with a colossal fireball. With a hiss, a vast amount of steam surged upward, transforming into a mist that enveloped the surroundings. As the final water barrier was shattered, the fireball simultaneously vanished. In the midst of the haze, the 3 individuals anxiously surveyed their environment. The figure of Uchiha Q had already disappeared, leaving them shrouded in overwhelming dread. Just as they stood on high alert, a silhouette emerged in the gaps of their defenses. Slap, slap, slap. The resounding echoes of sharp slaps reverberated through the air. The 3 stared at one another in bewilderment. Imprinted on their faces in identical locations were the unmistakable marks of delicate palm prints. Meanwhile, Uchiha Q's figure had once again vanished. Were they being toyed with? A surge of indignation welled up within them, yet simultaneously, there was a sense of relief. Thank goodness it was just a slap. If it had been that kunai. A shiver ran down their spines in unison. Not far from them, Uchiha Q observed with a grin, his eyes slowly revolving with 3 tomo. For one endowed with dynamic vision, the mist held no significance. He had chosen to spare them to hone Naruto's skills. But that did not imply he would tolerate any harm done to him. however minor it may be. In a flash, Uchiha Kagami silently appeared beside the trio. Raising his foot, he struck 3 precise kicks to their midsections while they remained oblivious. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 fell to the ground. Their faces meeting the earth in a comical fashion, their masks discarded in the process, revealing expressions of sheer astonishment. This was truly crossing the line. Uchiha Kagami bent down, looking down upon them from his elevated position. The game is over. Can you now disclose your origins and intentions? The trio displayed expressions of distress, caught in a dilemma. Uchiha Kagami shrugged indifferently, lightly lifting his kunai. Alarmed, one of them quickly raised his hands. I'll tell you, we hail from the hidden god, and our purpose in coming to the hidden Twilight Village is to acquire their ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami's brow furrowed slightly. Hidden god? What sort of organization is that? In his recollection, there was no mention of such a group. Tell me about the hidden god. Uchiha Kagami placed his kunai behind him and sat down relaxedly. Our hidden god is an exceedingly ancient village, traceable to before the Warring States period. The man's face lit up with pride. In our village, the majority of ninjas are of the Genin rank. Uchiha Kagami's pupils constricted sharply. Ninjas of predominantly Genin rank? What does that even imply? In a single village, any ninja could be deemed high in combat power. However, why does such a village lack any semblance of presence in the anime? This defies logic. Where is the divine concealment? Uchiha Kagami inquired. The domain of the divine. This response plunged Uchiha Kagami into deep contemplation. He could now ascertain with absolute certainty that neither divine concealment nor divine domain had ever made an appearance in the anime. The reason Uchiha Kagami was able to maintain such control was due to his foresight and prescience. He was well acquainted with the trajectory of the plot. Yet, the divine concealment before him was an entity entirely beyond his grasp. Was the only task assigned to you by the divine concealment to deal with the village of Twilight? A hesitant expression appeared on the person's face. In a flash, a gleam of a blade emerged. The person's expression instantly froze, as a faint red line manifested at their throat. Uchiha Kagami turned to regard the other 2 individuals. Perhaps he was reluctant to speak. Would you 2 care to relay his words? The expressions of the other 2 stiffened, and just as they were about to articulate something, they witnessed their companion's head roll lifelessly to the ground. My patience is rather limited, Uchiha Kagami remarked languidly, shaking off the droplets of blood from his ninja blade. We are merely Group 17. A total of 32 groups have been dispatched from the village. Our mission pertains solely to the tasks of the village of Twilight. We have no knowledge of the missions assigned to the other groups. The 2, paralyzed by fear, hastily divulged everything, terrified that Uchiha Kagami might raise his hand to eliminate them. Uchiha Kagami was inwardly astonished. 32 groups with 5 members each, based on the capabilities of their group. This meant that the divine concealment had dispatched a staggering 160 elite ninja in one fell swoop. What a grand display. This was undeniably a monumental undertaking. Uchiha Kagami marveled, increasingly intrigued by this divine concealment. Even the formidable Hidden Leaf Village possessed a pitifully small number of elite ninja. Yet, this enigmatic divine concealment could mobilize such a vast number of elite ninja all at once. Even if the strength of these elite ninja were somewhat lacking, they still represented an unparalleled force. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami was not so naive as to believe that this was the entirety of the divine concealment strength. Who would ever reveal all their trump cards at once? Chapter 37. Return to the village. Having acquired the information he sought, Uchiha Kagami wasted no time, swiftly dispatching the 2 adversaries. In the midst of their despairing gazes, he turned and returned to Naruto's side. How are you? I'm quite well, Naruto replied, forcing a smile that exacerbated the pain in his chest, causing him to grimace. Uchiha Kagami remained unfazed. He could discern the subtle presence of Ninetail's chakra coursing through Naruto's body, rapidly mending his injuries. Turning his attention to Konoha's Valley, he addressed the girl. The individuals who annihilated your village have been dealt with. What are your plans moving forward? Konoha's Valley looked up in confusion, glancing at the dismembered figure of the god hidden. I don't know. After all, she was merely a young girl, despite her cleverness. She was inevitably lost in this dire situation. You can accompany us back to the village, Naruto insisted, gritting his teeth against the pain as he rose from the ground. Back to the village? Konoha's Valley questioned, looking at Naruto. Yes, back to Konoha. Naruto's gaze was earnest. Our village fears no god hidden, should they dare approach. They won't escape unscathed, right, Kay? Uchiha Kagami remained non-committal. This young girl clearly harbored her own secrets. The god hidden had mobilized numerous teams. evidently in pursuit of the unique ninjutsu possessed by various villages. With her village destroyed, their relentless pursuit of an orphan was telling. If all went as expected, the special ninjutsu of Konoha lay within Konoha's valley herself. A defenseless young girl, amidst the turbulent currents of Konoha. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Konoha's valley glanced between Uchiha Kagami and Naruto before ultimately conceding. Returning to Konoha might not guarantee safety. Yet she lacked the confidence to survive alone in this chaotic ninja world. Very well, let us return to the village, she agreed. Oh, are we heading back so soon? Naruto's face fell at the thought. He had anticipated a few days of adventure outside the village, only to find himself constantly pressured by Uchiha Kagami to practice ninjutsu. While learning ninjutsu was a given, as he was out of the village, it was still preferable to remaining within its confines. Yet, barely a few days had passed before they were to return. He was reluctant to go back. And so it was. Uchiha Kagami stood in the Hokage's office, recounting the events of their journey with candor. The god hidden? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. This village was unfamiliar to him. Yet, based on Uchiha Kagami's description, how could such a formidable village remain obscure in the ninja world? What is your perspective on this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Taking a puff from his cigarette and looking at Uchiha Kagami. I'll observe, Uchiha Kagami thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. Such matters were for the higher echelons to deliberate. Why seek his opinion as an umbu? I believe that such concealed forces must be thoroughly investigated, otherwise, we shall find ourselves in a position of passivity. Uchiha Kagami was abruptly interrupted by Danzo, who cast a menacing glare in his direction. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow but refrained from making any retort. After all, it was not his place to voice an opinion on such matters. Speaking too much can lead to misfortune, and Danzo's interruption left him feeling rather at ease. An investigation is undoubtedly necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed, exhaled a plume of smoke. However, is the location of the hidden village truly within the divine realm? And what exactly is this divine realm? Danzo snorted disdainfully, his gaze threatening as it fixed upon Uchiha Kagami. Perhaps someone knows of its whereabouts, yet is unwilling to divulge. Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly, unperturbed as he met Danzo's stare. Lord Danzo, your words are intriguing. As a member of Konoha, what advantage would I gain from concealing such information? Who can say? After all, the Uchiha clan has always existed on the periphery of the village. The intelligence they bring back is questionable. Oh, by what authority do you speak, Lord Danzo? As an individual, or as the Hokage's advisor? A smile, chilling and devoid of warmth, appeared on Uchiha Kagami's otherwise impassive face. Is there truly a distinction? Danzo arrogantly turned away. Indeed, there is. Uchiha Kagami calmly unsheathed his kunai from behind him. If you speak as the Hokage's advisor, does that imply that Konoha no longer welcomes our Uchiha clan? Danzo frowned, retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? That is not my intention. Then it must be your personal opinion, Uchiha Kagami acknowledged, the kunai glinting ominously as it was drawn. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his seat. A wave of pressure emanating towards both Uchiha Kagami and Danzo. The atmosphere fell silent. Uchiha Kagami's kunai was mere inches from Danzo's throat, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan flaring to life. Danzo's hand was equally pressing against Uchiha Kagami's chest. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen been a moment later, both would have surely been gravely injured. Uchiha Kagami, you are merely an umbu member. Dare you lay a hand upon the Hokage's advisor? Who grants you such audacity? Sarutobi Hiruzen's icy demeanor bore down upon Uchiha Kagami. The latter's gaze flickered, not daring to retort. Upon uttering his words, he sheathed the kunai behind him. Danzo, as the Hokage's advisor, you must never speak in anger. Moreover, to engage in a petty dispute with a mere child, where is your dignity as the Hokage's advisor? Danzo scoffed, retracting his hand from Uchiha Kagami's chest, casting him a disdainful glance. Words spoken in anger, indeed. Uchiha Kagami silently scoffed within. The implications were laid bare. It was merely an attempt to tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, effortlessly brushing off such incendiary remarks, truly exhibited the depth of brotherly affection. We shall convene to discuss matters regarding the hidden realm. Uchiha Kagami, you may take your leave. In this matter, you have performed admirably. Uchiha Q respectfully bowed and strode out of the Hokage's office. Once Uchiha Q departed, Danzo could no longer contain his fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this boy is a menace and must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair and took a drag from his cigarette. He is indeed a threat, yet also an exceptionally rare talent. At the tender age of 8, he possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan, and his swordsmanship rivals that of Kakashi Hatake. Even more remarkable is his composed demeanor. So, you have thwarted all my attempts to send my men after him? Danzo glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the second time. The second time, Sarutobi Hiruzen. My patience has its limits. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, slowly nodding his head, regardless of the circumstances. Uchiha Q has yet to commit any acts detrimental to Konoha. By the time he does, it may very well be too late. Watching the figure grow distant below, Danzo's eyes glimmered with deep apprehension. Uchiha Q's talent is staggering, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan at merely 8 years of age. His swordsmanship is enough to instill fear even in him. He is still but a child of 8. If granted another 10 years, who could rival him? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long while. His indecisiveness remains his greatest weakness. He had thwarted Danzo twice, both times due to his hesitation. To eliminate a threat from the Uchiha while not wishing to lose a genius from Konoha is a daunting task. Being Hokage is challenging. Being a Hokage wholly devoted to Konoha is even more difficult. Fortunately, I still consider myself wholly committed to the role of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused contentedly. Chapter 38. The first encounter with Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha K approached Naruto's humble abode and forcefully kicked open the door. What on earth are you doing? Naruto, partially clad, exclaimed with a look of sheer panic on his face. Having received a mission bonus, would you care to join me for a bowl of Ichiraku ramen? You broke down my door just to ask if I want ramen? Naruto shouted in indignation. This is a disaster. Tonight I'll surely be cold while I sleep. How unfortunate. How about some 3-color dango as well? Uchiha K suggested tentatively. Adding 3-color dango? Do you take me for someone with no principles? Am I that desperate for food? Naruto was incensed, lunging at Uchiha K with fervor. How about 2 boxes of cup noodles instead? Uchiha K calmly raised 2 fingers. Brother K, my door is quite dilapidated. I feared you might get hurt. Are your legs all right? Naruto abruptly twisted in mid-air, landing with remarkable agility before Uchiha K. His anger dissipated, replaced by a look of eager flattery. For Naruto, ramen, 3-color dango, and cup noodles were the 3 most delightful things in the world. Acquiring 1 brought joy, 2 brought happiness, and 3 made life utterly fulfilling. After a brief tidying up, Uchiha K led him to Ichiraku Ramen. The ramen shop was perpetually bustling, and after a 10-minute wait, it was finally their turn. The sight of steaming ramen made both of them swallow hard in anticipation. I'm about to dig in. I'm about to dig in. Their hands clasped together in unison, they devoured their meals voraciously. Brother K, how much was the bonus from this mission? Naruto inquired between mouthfuls. The Hokage deemed it an A-rank mission, so the reward is quite substantial. Uchiha K replied while relishing his ramen. Is it enough for several meals? Enough for a whole year. Naruto paused mid-bite, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So much. Uchiha K instinctively covered his pocket, shifting nervously to the side. What are you planning? This is hard-earned money. Don't be so stingy. We are good friends after all. When it comes to money, we are foes, not friends. As the two continued their playful banter, a stranger suddenly sat beside them. Curiously, Uchiha K turned to face a pair of gentle eyes. Brother Shisui, you're back. Uchiha K was initially taken aback, then filled with immense joy. Shisui Uchiha had returned to the village, which could only mean one thing. Yes, I have returned, Shisui said with a warm smile, though his face bore traces of fatigue. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Shisui. Capturing that individual is far more challenging than eliminating him. Compared to what you endure, it hardly counts as labor, Shisui remarked with a hint of significance. Uchiha K wore a broad smile. Indeed, with Shisui's strength, dealing with that individual would merely be a challenging endeavor, yet it would pose no mortal peril. Uchiha K, however, was an entirely different matter. Ostensibly, he was merely an 8-year-old child, a being destined to become a prodigious youth. The term prodigious youth might seem complimentary, yet a prodigy who has not matured bears no threat whatsoever. The individual had been retrieved, but Shisui hesitated, his expression somewhat enigmatic. This fellow seemed to have transcended the realm of humanity. Uchiha K nodded in understanding. He was well aware of this. Could one truly place their trust in collaboration with such a being? Certainly, Uchiha K replied with conviction. In a certain sense, as long as one provides him with a direction in the pursuit of truth, no one could be more trustworthy than he. Shisui remained skeptical. Yet with the individual already captured, there was no choice but to proceed. What are you discussing? After finishing his second bowl of ramen, Naruto finally felt a momentary sense of relief in his stomach, just sharing some amusing anecdotes. Noticing Naruto's eager expression, Uchiha Kagami waved dismissively. However, this is not your concern at present. You will be eligible to know when your Rasengan reaches a proper scale. Naruto immediately deflated. After escorting Naruto home, Uchiha Kagami and Shisui strolled down the street. Are you contemplating matters regarding Uzumaki Naruto? Throughout the journey, Shisui appeared as though he was on the verge of speaking, prompting Uchiha Kagami to address it directly. Yes, Shisui did not attempt to conceal his thoughts. Is Uzumaki Naruto a component of your plan? To some extent, but not entirely. Uchiha Kagami halted, regarding Shisui with earnestness. The matured Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would indeed contribute to our scheme. However, that is not the true reason for my particular attention towards him. Shisui also paused, awaiting his ensuing words. Naruto is far more pitiable than I. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. When I came to grasp the world's harsh realities, Naruto was the only friend by my side. Can you fathom the sensation of being in an unfamiliar environment, utterly alone? At that time, I felt despair and despondency. Yet upon reflection, I discovered someone who shared a similar fate. What kind of strength allows an individual to exist in darkness while yearning for the light? Shisui listened intently, his mind recalling information regarding Naruto. Indeed, he was a child who had been isolated and tormented since childhood, yet managed to smile so carefree. Only Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who had been labeled a demon fox from a young age. Power and strength can cause one's ambition to swell infinitely. Yet Naruto possesses the ability to temper that inflation. After finishing his thoughts, Uchiha Kagami took a step forward. Shisui pondered deeply on his words, an uncontainable smile dancing in his eyes. He consented to join Uchiha Kagami's audacious scheme, not out of a desire to dominate Konoha or the ninja world, but rather for the harmonious coexistence of the village and his clan. This version of Uchiha Kagami instilled in him a profound sense of reassurance. His allegiance was not swayed by the allure of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but stemmed from genuine emotion. Shisui led Uchiha Kagami to a wooden cabin nestled within the forest. He resides here. Uchiha Kagami nodded and was about to push open the door. This individual is cunning and possesses formidable strength. Exercise utmost caution. Shisui warned just before the door was pushed open. Rest assured. Upon entering, the sealed cabin was abruptly flooded with blinding light. Inside, a serpentine entity writhed on the floor. Under the sun's piercing rays, it raised a pair of icy, slit-like eyes. Uchiha Kagami quietly observed it, and it, in turn, scrutinized him. Who are you? The voice rasped, laced with barely concealed fury. Uchiha Kagami approached, pulled a chair from the side, and casually sat down. Speak. Who are you, and why have you captured me? It advanced towards Uchiha Kagami, exuding a foul stench with each step. Shisui held disdain for him, deeming it acceptable to be outmatched. Losing to an Uchiha was no disgrace. Yet before him stood merely a child of 8 or 9 years. Why should he be treated with such condescension? The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing 2 glistening, venomous fangs. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Orochimaru. A pair of 3-tomo Sharingans suddenly appeared before him. I am Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 39. This is the truth, Uchiha Kagami? Orochimaru was certain that this was the first time he had heard that name. As one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru undoubtedly had no knowledge of my existence, especially since I was merely an infant when you departed from the village. Orochimaru remained silent, his serpent-like eyes fixed intently upon him. With an age of 8 or 9 and possessing the 3-tomo, this talent was indeed comparable to Itachi's. What a tantalizing form. Lord Orochimaru, let us speak plainly. Are you truly certain you wish to converse in this guise? Orochimaru's serpentine pupils constricted, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. He was unsure whether this young boy was attempting to deceive him. However, upon meeting those eyes brimming with confidence, Orochimaru understood. The mouth of the serpent gaped wide, and 2 pale arms emerged from its maw. The scene was undeniably horrifying. First, the arms, followed by long, dark hair, a head, and finally, the body. When Orochimaru fully emerged from the serpent's mouth, his appearance finally conformed to the image of Uchiha Kagami that resided within. Pallid skin, a sharply angular face, a crimson specter from the corners of his eyes to the bridge of his nose, and a long tongue that unconsciously licked the remnants of mucus from his lips. All this effort to bring me here, merely to engage in conversation? Orochimaru regarded him with a dangerous gaze, his serpent-like pupils filled with greed. This body was even more alluring than Itachi's, unparalleled talent and boundless potential. This was the vessel he had long coveted. Of course, that is not the case. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. I have come to discuss the nature of truth with you, Lord Orochimaru. Truth? You? Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. If there were anything in this world that he sought, it was immortality. And immortality was the truth he pursued. How does Lord Orochimaru define life? Uchiha Kagami chose to overlook Orochimaru's astonished expression and continued with his inquiry. A glimmer ignited in Orochimaru's eyes. Life is simply living. Only by living does life hold meaning. His understanding of life was somewhat obsessive, perhaps a result of the countless separations and losses he had endured during his upbringing. One could only seek the meaning of life while alive. That is not entirely incorrect, Uchiha Kagami acknowledged, nodding knowingly, as he had anticipated this response. However, it is somewhat narrow-minded. At this, Orochimaru raised his head, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. Narrow-minded? A mere child of 8 or 9 speaks of a truth he seeks. And that is narrow-minded? For a moment, Orochimaru felt a surge of indignation, coupled with a hint of intrigue regarding what Uchiha Kagami would say next. One's life is finite. Even if a person were immortal, the impact they could impart would still be exceedingly limited. Uchiha Kagami tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle. I do not concur with Lord Orochimaru's definition of life. Even the mighty sage of 6 paths eventually reaches the end of life, fading entirely from this world. Yet, the impact he has brought permeates every corner of the shinobi world. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, delicately licking the corner of his mouth. So, do you believe that immortality is not the truth of life? Indeed, it is not. Uchiha Kagami approached Orochimaru, scrutinizing his pallid complexion up close. Immortality may represent one individual's truth, but it is not universal. The notion of life's truth has been a topic of fervent debate in his era of information overload. Some, like Orochimaru, assert that immortality embodies the essence of existence, while others contend that it is merely a subjective interpretation, a fallacious proposition. Truth is truth. There exists no distinction between the individual and the collective. Orochimaru remained noncommittal. Though the words of this young one seemed somewhat peculiar, to him, they appeared as mere sophistry. If one person can attain immortality, then it follows that all within the shinobi realm could achieve the same. The two concepts are not mutually exclusive. Very well. Let us suppose that every inhabitant of the shinobi world attains immortality, free from disease and the cycle of birth and death. As he spoke, a vision of this scenario blossomed in Orochimaru's mind, a rapturous smile gracing his face. How splendid such a world would be. However, Lord Orochimaru, have you contemplated a critical question? Orochimaru looked up in confusion. Resources. The resources of this world are finite, food and land alike. Should humanity escape the cycle of aging and death, it would result in proliferation without consumption. Food and land would transform into rare commodities. Have you considered the consequences of this, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru's smile began to falter. He understood all too well what such a fate would entail. After all, he had lived through that era. War. An unending cycle of war. Uchiha Kagami declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze sharp as a blade. Orochimaru lowered his head, unable to meet those piercing eyes. He conceded, the young one's words were undeniably accurate. Once immortality is realized for all, resources for survival would become scarce. Ultimately, humanity is merely a species among others. To put it bluntly, humans can be more terrifying than beasts. In pursuit of everlasting life, an incessant war would ensue. Is my truth flawed? Orochimaru murmured, as if to himself, a blend of introspection and inquiry. Truth cannot be erroneous. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. Truth is merely a matter of suitability. Evidently, Lord Orochimaru's truth is not fitting. Then, what constitutes a suitable truth? Orochimaru pondered in bewilderment. Emerging from an era of conflict, no one yearned for peace more than he. His almost frantic experiments were solely in pursuit of his truth, striving to bestow everlasting peace upon the shinobi realm. Yet today, his world lay in ruins. A suitable truth indeed. In Uchiha Jing's eyes flickered a glimmer of reminiscence. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. To establish a destiny for the people. To inherit the profound knowledge of the ancients. To open a peaceful era for all generations. His words resonated with profound authority. An overwhelming aura swirling around Uchiha Jing. Orochimaru stared blankly at the boy before him. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. To establish a destiny for the people. To inherit the profound knowledge of the ancients. To open a peaceful era for all generations. Orochimaru repeated these phrases, his voice low and contemplative. Yet the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a flickering light igniting within his heart. This boy speaks as if it holds truth. When life transcends the confines of an individual, this truth becomes universally applicable. What do I call this truth? I call it inheritance. Only through unbroken succession can the ninja world continue to evolve. Orochimaru seemed to step into an entirely new realm, as the perplexities that had once troubled him found resolution in this moment. The boy was indeed correct. An individual's immortality yields only self-indulgence. The immortality of a multitude brings forth ceaseless conflict. However, inheritance embodies the collective efforts of generations, resulting in enduring peace. This, indeed, is the truth befitting the ninja world. Chapter 40. Subduing Orochimaru. How about it, Lord Orochimaru? Are you willing to join me in the pursuit of truth? Uchiha Kagami extended his hand towards Orochimaru. Indeed, whether it was sending Shursui to hunt down Orochimaru or the words just spoken, the intention was to win Orochimaru over. The world of Naruto, rather than being a realm of incessant conflict, is more accurately a stage for the clash of ideals. No one is entirely right, nor entirely wrong. In this world, evil does not exist. Yet, Orochimaru stands in stark contrast to the essence of its inhabitants. In a previous life, Orochimaru's character bore a striking resemblance to another tragically fated figure. I say the earth is round, and they strike me down. They even attempt to enlighten me with love. To return to the main topic, the reason Orochimaru was ostracized by Konoha is quite simple. Firstly, Orochimaru conducted secret human experiments to understand the human body. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen, who prided himself on benevolence, possibly tolerate this? Secondly, the path Orochimaru pursued was insufferable to Konoha. His ambition was to master all the ninjutsu of the ninja world, to uncover the secrets of immortality through these arts. In his perception, ninjutsu is the key to unlocking the door to eternal life, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. Is such a person truly evil? Not necessarily. Are figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo embodiments of justice? Even less so. Therefore, whether for future plans or the obsessions of a past life, Uchiha Kagami resolved to win Orochimaru over. Orochimaru lifted his head, his eyes glimmering. I am a rogue ninja of Konoha, having killed many of its people. To be honest, Orochimaru felt a stirring within regarding the young boy's interpretation of truth. He had experienced the brutality of war. The twisted mindset and obsessive behavior he now possessed stemmed from the scars of conflict. In his disdain for war, Orochimaru surpassed many. However, he harbored doubts. Was this young boy truly worthy of his support? Being a rogue ninja does not necessarily equate to having truly forsaken one's village. Uchiha Kagami remained undeterred. I plan to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru scrutinized the boy before him. Lord Orochimaru, do you truly intend to destroy Konoha? Indeed, during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru had infiltrated Konoha, taking Sarutobi Hiruzen in exchange for the price of a single hand. Yet, this did not imply that Orochimaru wished to annihilate Konoha. The farcical events of the Chunin exams bore a somewhat anticlimactic nature. With Orochimaru's strength and intellect, if he truly sought to obliterate Konoha, how could he have managed to take down only Sarutobi Hiruzen? Surely a significant portion of the village's elite would have perished in the attempt. Even the 12 ninja guardians would have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Uchiha Kagami did not believe Orochimaru's words. Why do you say that? Orochimaru inquired, a curious expression gracing his features. His plan was merely a prototype, a fact he had not disclosed to anyone. What gave this young boy such unwavering confidence? It was because Lord Orochimaru merely despised the third Hokage's governing philosophy, not Konoha itself. Orochimaru's serpent-like pupils narrowed sharply. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Uchiha Kagami. How could he possibly know his thoughts? Thoughts that had never been shared with anyone. This boy was remarkably perceptive regarding his intentions. Was he truly so insightful, or was it all mere nonsense? As Orochimaru observed Uchiha Kagami's confident smile, a sense of defeat washed over him. It was highly unlikely that it was mere fabrication. It meant he had been thoroughly understood. In that moment, a flicker of fear for this little one ignited within Orochimaru. There is nothing more terrifying than being seen through by another. May I hear your plan? Uchiha Kagami nodded without hesitation. Of course, Lord Orochimaru. After all, we shall be partners moving forward. A peculiar glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Partners? Such a distant term. Suddenly, two figures appeared in his mind. A silver-haired, silver-tongued individual and a robust woman of brute strength. The ninja world appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath it, turmoil brewed. Uchiha Kagami wasted no words and got straight to the point. On the surface, the 5 great shinobi villages had just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War and entered a rare period of peace. However, in reality, they continued to vie for supremacy in the shadows. Yet, this was not the gravest of matters. Uchiha Kagami regarded Orochimaru earnestly. Lord Orochimaru, you should be aware of an organization called Akatsuki, correct? A fleeting look of apprehension crossed Orochimaru's eyes. He was indeed familiar with the organization. In fact, he had contemplated joining Akatsuki, though he had yet to act on that thought. Akatsuki was one of the few entities that instilled a sense of caution in him. But are you also aware of an organization called Yang? Yang organization? Orochimaru was taken aback. Uchiha Kagami nodded knowingly. It seemed that Orochimaru was equally unaware of this Yang organization. My current mission outside the village is to target this Yang organization. It is merely a small organization. What relevance does it hold to your plan? It holds great significance. Uchiha Kagami stepped closer. This Yang organization is no trivial group, according to my intelligence. Its members possess the strength of Jonin. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by his words. While the strength of Jonin might appear formidable to others, it seemed rather ordinary to him. Could such an organization truly be compared to Akatsuki? Does Lord Orochimaru seem somewhat skeptical? Uchiha Kagami smiled brightly. It is not skepticism. It is simply that while this organization is indeed strong, it is not on par with Akatsuki. Orochimaru articulated a thought. I believe the Yang organization may surpass the Akatsuki. He extended his tongue to wet the corner of his mouth. Surpass the Akatsuki? Perhaps you are not fully acquainted with them. Regarding the Akatsuki, I might possess a deeper understanding than Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru scoffed. More knowledge than I? Does this brat not feel the slightest embarrassment in boasting? The individual strength of the Akatsuki may indeed be formidable. However, the Yang organization could represent an entire village. Within this village, every ninja possesses the prowess of attain. What? Orochimaru's body trembled, disbelief evident in his eyes. Every ninja possesses the strength of attain? Surely, this is a jest. Even in the mightiest of the 5 great shinobi villages, such as Konoha, attain are considered elite combatants. Though there exist ranks above attain, such as Kage, how numerous are they? How many attain can there be? Just envision a village brimming with attain. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine. The hidden forces within the shinobi world are innumerable. Uchiha Kagami sighed. It is not only the Akatsuki and the Yang organization. There are many others lurking in the shadows. For instance, the enigmatic Kaguya, driven solely by a desire to save her mother. Consider also the peeping toms upon the moon, and even the current monk, Ōtsutsuki Ishiki. My plan is to fortify Konoha, employing every conceivable method to achieve strength, to become powerful enough to face any peril without fear. The initial step is to establish my own influence. Orochimaru grasped the implication. With a knowing smile, he remarked, You do not wish for Uchiha Itachi to become the 5th Hokage, do you? Establishing your own power is akin to the actions of a rogue ninja. Uchiha Kagami returned a wry smile. My desire for my own influence does not conflict with my wish for Uchiha Itachi to ascend to the position of Hokage. Orochimaru regarded him with curiosity. In their ideology, a ninja must devote themselves entirely to their village and adhere unconditionally to the commands of the Kage. What distinguishes possessing one's own power from being a rogue ninja? The challenges faced in the shinobi world cannot be overcome by the strength of an individual or a single village alone. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze toward the window, where the expanse of the sky was reflected. Chapter 41. Orochimaru's Return. What awaits the ninja world? Orochimaru frowned. What secrets did this child possess? Why did he seem so pessimistic? The challenges ahead were numerous, overwhelming in their complexity. Uchiha Jing gestured towards the sky outside. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think the world beyond the sky is like? Instinctively, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards the heavens. It should resemble a river of stars, he pondered, responding thoughtfully. Uchiha Jing regarded him with surprise. In an era where technology stagnated, such a statement was remarkable. No wonder Orochimaru was deemed an oddity. Sometimes, possessing an insight that transcends one's time may not be advantageous. Perhaps, within that river of stars, do you believe there exists a world akin to our ninja realm? A world akin to ours? Orochimaru found himself perplexed. This inquiry exceeded his comprehension significantly. A world with ninjas, but far more powerful than ours, Uchiha Jing sighed. the realm of the Ōtsutsuki clan, where their combat prowess far surpasses that of the ninja world. It is not even on the same level. Orochimaru furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although his time spent with this child was limited, he sensed that Uchiha Jing was not one to speak frivolously. If that is the case, I comprehend your meaning. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of gravity. Such matters differed fundamentally from the great wars of the ninja world. No matter how fierce they were, they merely resulted in increased casualties. The intentions of beings from beyond the stars were far more ambiguous. Uchiha Jing was not surprised by Orochimaru's astuteness. If Orochimaru were a fool, would he still be the legendary snake sage? I will assist Itachi in Konoha, not out of friendship, but because Konoha requires a Hokage who dares to be enterprising. Lord Third. Uchiha Jing did not complete his statement, merely smiling and shaking his head. Mentioning Sarutobi Hiruzen elicited a sardonic chuckle from Orochimaru. Just call me Orochimaru. He waved his hand dismissively. If he were to join, there was no need for such formality. Moreover, he sensed a potent threat emanating from this child. Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Jing. Ever since the boy entered, his heart had been in a state of unease. He felt a lethal threat emanating from this child. If he desired, Orochimaru could truly meet his demise. Uchiha Jing smiled lightly, his eyes gently closing. When he opened them again, his irises were transformed into intricate patterns. What kind of eyes were these? Mysterious, powerful, exuding a deadly allure. A pair of eyes that seemed to encompass the entirety of the world. The Rinnegan. Orochimaru staggered back in shock. How could he possibly possess the Sharingan? How is that conceivable? Uchiha Jing replied with a smile, marking his inaugural use of the Rinnegan within the ninja realm. It felt somewhat distinct from his experiences in time-space missions. Still formidable, yet lacking that sense of complete mastery. Quite satisfactory. How is it that you have acquired the Rinnegan? Orochimaru remained in a daze, grappling with the notion of a mere child, seemingly 8 or 9 years old, wielding the Sharingan. Such a thought was utterly unfathomable. Even if Uchiha Jing showcased his Manjiki, it would not have rendered him this astounded. The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. There is nothing remarkable about that. Uchiha Jing preferred not to linger on this matter. To be candid, a flicker of greed had ignited within Orochimaru. What a splendid body. If only he could possess it. Albeit just a fleeting thought. Orochimaru lacked the confidence to confront the legendary Rinnegan. Such overconfidence would be tantamount to courting death. Do you wish to join us? Uchiha Jing expressed little desire to elaborate further and extended his hand once more. Orochimaru chuckled, reciprocating the gesture. One hand was youthful, the other pale. They clasped together. Shirzue paced anxiously outside the wooden cabin. It was not a lack of faith in Jing's strength, but rather the overwhelming difficulty posed by Orochimaru. Only he understood the immense effort expended to capture Orochimaru. Even he had nearly failed to return. Though Jing possessed the Manjiki, the tension remained palpable. Creak. The wooden door swung open. Shirzue swiftly turned towards the cabin. Upon seeing the figure emerging, he exhaled in relief. Jing. Shirzue approached Uchiha Jing, halting abruptly as he noticed the person behind him. Orochimaru. In an instant, a shuriken materialized in his hand, and his eyes transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. Relax, Shirzue. Uchiha Jing chuckled, restraining Shirzue. Now, Orochimaru is one of us. Shirzue shot a surprised glance at Orochimaru, soon breaking into a smile. This was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a figure of great renown from the Third Great Ninja War. Although Orochimaru's reputation was rather tarnished, Orochimaru cannot appear in Konoha at present. Shirzue, what do you think of the village of Twilight? Shirzue pondered, recalling the village that had been decimated by the Yang organization. Through Itachi, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of Uchiha Jing's mission. He had some insight into both the village of Twilight and the Yang organization. Yes, that very place. Uchiha Jing stood on his toes, patting Shirzue's shoulder. There, we shall establish our most robust support. Shirzue appeared somewhat perplexed. Are we to establish our influence outside the village? Does this imply a betrayal of our home? For a moment, Shirzue found himself at a loss for words. Although the village harbored a certain disdain for the Uchiha clan, Konoha remained, after all, their home. Perhaps it could be considered so. Uchiha Kagami glanced back at Orochimaru, who lingered behind. However, this does not constitute a betrayal of the village. One cannot place all their eggs in a single basket, right, Shirzue? Shirzue furrowed his brow, then relaxed it. Though Kagami often engaged in actions that baffled others, Itachi had spoken highly of him as a trustworthy individual. His intentions must surely hold significance. Brother Shursui, I will escort Orochimaru to the village of the dusk. Orochimaru chuckled ominously. Uchiha Shursui, I look forward to our future interactions. Shursui shrugged. He preferred to leave the strategizing to Kagami and Itachi, as such matters were not his forte. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Uchiha Kagami languidly stretched. The most critical move of the plan had been executed, seemingly without a hitch. From here on, it was merely a matter of proceeding methodically. Everything that could be done had been accomplished for now. All that remained was to await the unfolding of events. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the lush forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating his face. His youthful features, slender frame, and the confident smile playing at his lips painted a picture of serene assurance. Chapter 42. 3 years later, time slips away unnoticed, much like a fleeting shadow. Over the span of 3 years, the village of Konoha has undergone subtle transformations. The new edition of the Konoha Daily has been released. Everyone, hurry and grab your copy. Truly, the Konoha Daily. Is there any news about Lord Itachi? Surely there must be. Just a couple of days ago, Lord Itachi returned from a mission, and according to the traditions of the Konoha Daily, they will thoroughly report on his heroic deeds. Indeed, Lord Itachi, a force comparable to 12 elite shinobi, achieved his mission with effortless grace. Is that so? Let me take a look. There's even a close-up of Lord Itachi. He looks so handsome, so dashing. A few specks of blood adorn his face, adding a touch of gallantry to his striking features. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. A scene akin to this unfolds throughout the bustling streets of Konoha. Regardless of gender or age, everyone holds a beautifully crafted piece of paper, exuberantly discussing its contents. A year ago, a company named Konoha Daily suddenly emerged, publishing weekly editions. The Konoha Daily boasts numerous sections, such as business, ninjutsu forums, and tales of extraordinary individuals. Among these, the section dedicated to Konoha's heroes garners the most attention. It meticulously chronicles the heroic exploits of Konoha's ninja during their missions, with the most fervent discussions revolving around the annual hero rankings top contender, Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Itachi's influence, bolstered by the vigorous promotion of the Konoha Daily, has subtly positioned him as the foremost figure in Konoha. In the Uchiha Clan's ancestral grounds, within a quaint and charming courtyard, stands a lush, sprawling tree. Beneath its boughs, 3 individuals sit leisurely. Jing, what inspired you to establish the Konoha Daily? One among them, a delicate-looking individual resembling a girl, sips tea and glances at his companion. Desperation for a livelihood. I needed to engage in business to earn some money. Comes the reply from a ruggedly handsome man beside him, casually adjusting the ninja headband hanging around his neck as he shifts comfortably in his seat. Desperation, you say? The delicate-looking individual scoffs. Who in Konoha would believe that? Joining a ramen franchise and establishing it across the 5 great shinobi villages. Or founding a delivery service with a continuous stream of couriers traversing the streets of Konoha. Does that sound like desperation to you? Not even a dog would believe such a tale. However, Jing, isn't today's report a bit excessive? Across from them sits a youth bearing deep tear stains, his face flushed and expression rather embarrassed. Excessive? My Konoha Daily reports nothing but the truth. You did indeed single-handedly take down 12 elite ninjas, Jing responds. Elite ninjas, mind you, are significantly different from actual J-nin, the tear-stained youth replies helplessly, rubbing his head in resignation. Lord Itachi, God Itachi, regardless of the disparity in strength. Can you affirm he is indeed a jonin? Yes, but... No buts. The authority of the Konoha Daily is beyond question. Ha. A hearty laughter resonated through the small courtyard. The 3 individuals present were the prominent figures of the Uchiha Clan's youth. The renowned Shunshin no Shursui Uchiha Shursui, the most influential Itachi Uchiha, and Uchiha Kei, known as the God of Wealth. Each of them holds unparalleled influence within Konoha. Over the past 3 years, utilizing the experiences of his previous life, Uchiha Kei has successfully established his own commercial empire in Konoha. Nowadays, even Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot help but smile when mentioning Kei. I currently have control over 3 of the 5 Umbu squads, Shursui stated, increasingly refined in demeanor as he discussed serious matters. It's all thanks to you, Shursui. You've swiftly acquired more than half of the Umbu squads, Kei marveled. Come now, without your formidable financial backing, gaining control over the Umbu squads would not be so straightforward. Shursui acknowledged with self-awareness. Over the course of these 3 years, Kei had provided him with sums reaching into the hundreds of millions. Such staggering amounts have allowed him to win over many loyal Umbu members. while money serves as a mere facilitator. The true foundation of their trust lies in your reputation as Shunshin no Shursui. Uchiha Kagami perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. Wealth, whether in his past life or within the world of Naruto, can resolve a majority of issues. Yet, one must not overlook the ninja's unwavering dedication to their own ninja way within this realm. This is particularly pronounced concerning the Umbu, a direct force of the Hokage. Shursui's ability to rally 3 Umbu squads in 3 years speaks volumes of his own charisma. I have also garnered support from several clan factions in the village, but unfortunately, the Hyuuga and Nara clans have yet to express their stance, Kay remarked. Meanwhile, Itachi rubbed his chin, his expression reflecting slight frustration. These clans are unlikely to take a stand. Uchiha Kagami sipped his tea. Currently, the common folk in the village predominantly support Itachi. And with several smaller clans on our side, our visible power is already comparable to that of the Hokage. If these larger clans also took a stance, chaos would ensue within the village. Shursui looked at him with curiosity. Why don't you count my 3 Umbu squads? They represent more than half of the Umbu's strength. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Shursui, you may have misunderstood their role. Misunderstood? Shursui was puzzled by his implication. That you've rallied 3 Umbu squads. If our conflict with the Hokage intensifies, where do you think they will stand? Naturally, they would side with us, Shursui asserted confidently. Uchiha Kagami shook his head repeatedly. They would align with the Hokage. Itachi smiled at Shursui. How could that be possible? They are all at my command now. However, Jishui found this hard to believe. Among the 3 Umbu squads, he was confident of his absolute control over both the captains and the members. When we do not have any conflicts with the Hokage, they will naturally heed your call. However, once our discord with the Hokage escalates, their ninja way will not permit them to side with us. Their loyalty lies with the Hokage, and even more with Konoha. Jishui opened his mouth, and after a long sigh, he ceased to argue. For he understood that Jing and Itachi spoke the truth. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Itachi's position as the 5th Hokage seemed unshakable. What we lack is not strength. Jishui felt a sense of gloom and inquired with a furrowed brow, if not strength, then what is it? Uchiha Jing turned his gaze towards Itachi. Itachi understood instantly and rose to his feet. What we lack is opportunity. Jishui scratched his head, pondering how opportunity could be of any use without absolute strength. This opportunity lies in the fact that the 3rd cannot remain Hokage any longer. Jishui paused, abruptly standing up. What do you mean, Jing? While I also desire for Itachi to become Hokage, it cannot be at the expense of the 3rd's safety. Jishui glared at Uchiha Jing with anger. He could tolerate using money to win over the 3 Umbu squads, but he would never allow himself or Jing and Itachi to engage in actions that would harm the village. Absolutely not. Itachi, with a resigned expression, patted Jishui's shoulder. Brother Jishui, Jing does not mean it that way. Then what does he mean? What other circumstance could prevent the 3rd from being Hokage, if not his death? Jishui remained agitated. Brother Jishui, have you forgotten about an individual? Itachi turned to Uchiha Jing, and both shared a knowing smile. Danzo. Chapter 43. The Quarreling Trio at the Konoha Root Base. In the dimly lit room, various instruments of torture lay haphazardly arranged, each stained with the taint of blood and exuding a fetid odor. A man, half of his body swathed in bandages, sat upright on a large wooden chair, intently listening to the reports of his subordinates. Have you uncovered the founder of the Konoha Daily? The subordinate trembled, his body shaking with anxiety. We have been investigating with all our might, but thus far, no concrete information has surfaced. The man furrowed his brow, his solitary visible eye narrowing as it fixed upon the subordinate. No definitive news? Tanaka Juro, is this the level of efficiency you bring to your duties? The subordinate quaked even more violently. My lord, the founder of the Konoha Daily remains shrouded in mystery. The employees under him are entirely oblivious to their employer's identity. I truly have no leads. Useless. The man abruptly rose from his chair, his narrowed eyes glinting with murderous intent. What excuses can you muster? You've still found nothing. The subordinate fell to his knees, cold sweat cascading down his brow. We have managed to gather some information, but the intelligence is not yet complete, and we cannot make any assertions. It is better to slay an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. How have I instructed you? Yes, we have discovered that the founder of the Konoha Daily may be Uchiha Kagami of the Uchiha Clan. The man halted suddenly. That brat again. Why does he always seem to be lurking about? Damn that Uchiha scion. Had I eliminated him back then, I would not be mired in such troublesome matters now. His aura radiated a palpable malevolence, his narrowed eyes gleaming with fierce intent. After a lengthy silence, he commanded, "You may leave." "Yes." The prostrate subordinate felt as if he had been granted a reprieve as he crawled out of the room. Uchiha Kagami. Once the subordinate exited, the man's expression twisted into a grimace. "You again." 3 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen's repeated acts of leniency have ultimately fostered a perilous situation. "Oh." Indecisive Sarutobi, do you now regret your past mercy? The flickering candlelight cast shadows across the man's face, his countenance fluctuating between light and darkness. Yet his unmasked murderous intent shone like a drawn blade, sharp and menacing. Konoha Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a pipe clenched between his lips. A copy of the Konoha Daily in hand. Over the span of 3 years, he appeared markedly aged, his hair completely turned silver. With a heavy exhale, he released a plume of smoke and placed the Konoha Daily on the desk. "Hiruzen, are you not going to take action regarding this Konoha Daily? What nonsense is this?" Before them stood 2 equally aged individuals, Midogate-un and TK Koharu, the 2 esteemed advisors of Konoha. Their positions were of such high stature that they rivaled that of the 3rd Hokage. At this moment, their expressions were laden with palpable disdain, indicating their shared discontent with the Konoha Daily. How could they manage it? Should they seal the Konoha Daily? Under what pretext could such an action be justified? Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a wry smile. His considerable popularity in Konoha stemmed from his unparalleled mastery of public opinion. Not only had he contributed to the textbooks at the Ninja Academy, but he had also frequently taken to the stage in various venues to deliver speeches. Public sentiment had always been his secret weapon. Yet, since the inception of the Konoha Daily a year ago, everything had changed. It became evident that public opinion could be wielded in such a manner. However, they could not idly stand by while the Konoha Daily fabricated stories. TK Koharu seethed with indignation. Ever since the emergence of the Konoha Daily, Sarutobi Hiruzen's popularity had been on a steady decline. Now, it was evident that the Uchiha Clan's young prodigy was rapidly ascending in popularity within Konoha. Indeed, a considerable number of people were proclaiming that the 5th Hokage must be none other than Uchiha Itachi. How could this not incite their fury? Their concern did not lie with the 3rd Hokage's fate. Rather, it was their own influence and power that they feared might be jeopardized. They believed that should anyone else ascend to the position of 5th Hokage, their own authority would remain largely unscathed. However, if it were the young Uchiha, a shiver ran down their spines at the thought. Given their history of recommending various measures to restrict the Uchiha Clan, it would be a miracle if Uchiha Itachi were to treat them kindly upon assuming power. Has the Umbu uncovered the individuals behind the Konoha Daily? Midogate-un, Don in his small spectacles, posed the question with a measured tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Over the past 3 years, he had developed a nagging suspicion regarding the Umbu. The once reliable and responsive force seemed to have become less manageable, not only in the investigation concerning the Konoha Daily, but throughout these 3 years, their inquiries had often yielded less accurate results than before. With so many individuals in Konoha, how could they fail to unearth the truth? Midogate furrowed his brow. Could it be outsiders? TK Koharu's countenance shifted dramatically as she considered a grim possibility. If that were the case, the Konoha Daily must be eradicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Midogate chose not to engage with her. It was truly remarkable that Sarutobi Hiruzen had managed to maintain his position as an advisor for so long. Those from outside the village lacked the capability to disseminate newspapers throughout Konoha. Moreover, even if the Konoha Daily were indeed founded by outsiders, it had not espoused any particularly revolutionary rhetoric. At worst, they had merely exaggerated the merits of Uchiha Itachi. Overall, the Konoha Daily had proven to be more beneficial than detrimental for the village, significantly enhancing its cohesion. In the present day, the villagers of Konoha are imbued with a luminous hope for the future of their village, a sight that brings joy to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only drawback appears to be the influence it has on their governance. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening?" Tsunade Kohara said, her annoyance evident as she observed the 2 frowning individuals exchanging glances. "I am indeed listening," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, reluctantly removing the pipe from his mouth. "The possibility you mentioned. Well, how shall I put it? It is prudent to prepare for the unforeseen, yet to indulge in alarmism is sheer folly," he continued. Prompting Midogate to interject. "Who are you calling foolish?" Taken aback initially, Tsunade Koharu's anger flared, and she lunged toward Midogate. "Enough. Cease this nonsense," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him as he regarded the squabbling duo. They paused, glaring fiercely at one another. With the graduation examination for the Ninja Academy set for tomorrow, the distribution of classes and the arrangement of class leaders have become paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Mito came and questioned, "Did we not discuss this matter in our earlier meetings?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took another drag from his pipe and retrieved a photograph from his desk. "Last time, we overlooked someone." As he unfolded the picture, it revealed a strikingly charismatic young man, not very old, with a ninja headband casually draped around his neck and a confident smile illuminating his face. Chapter 44. The plot unfolds the following day. The Ninja Academy was abuzz with the excitement of the triannual graduation season. The campus was teeming with parents engaged in hushed conversations. "Do you think my son will graduate as a ninja?" "Who knows? But I'm certain my son will have no issues." "You're just boasting. With your son's talent, he'd only be cannon fodder as a ninja." "What did you say?" "Step outside for a duel." Amidst the chaotic atmosphere of the school, various discussions erupted, with several hot-tempered individuals even resorting to impromptu duels. However, all this commotion had no bearing on the little ones inside the classroom. Naruto, resting his chin on his hand, gazed vacantly out the window at the birds soaring by. How boring. This place filled with children is indeed rather dull. Over the course of 3 years, Naruto had also made exaggerated strides in his abilities, having accompanied Uchiha Itachi on numerous village missions. His combat experience in ninjutsu had long surpassed that of an average nin. His signature technique of creating Rasengan had evolved into something extraordinary, and he had grasped elemental transformations at an early stage. Originally, he had aspired to graduate early, much like Itachi. Unfortunately, Itachi was adamant about him staying put. Thus, he had no choice but to bide his time at the Ninja Academy. "Hey, do you know what Itachi has been up to lately?" The proud and aloof Sasuke stood beside him, looking down with a haughty expression. Without the trauma of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had shed some of his former coldness. Yet his inherent arrogance remained intact. "I really don't know," Naruto replied curtly. He genuinely had no idea. For the past few months, Itachi had been acting mysteriously, excluding him from many activities, which had left him in a foul mood. "How could you possibly not know? Isn't Itachi always by your side?" Sasuke pressed on, unwilling to relent. Ever since he had witnessed Itachi's Sharingan 3 years ago, it had been a source of immense frustration for him. His elder brother had awakened his Sharingan at 8, while Itachi had also achieved the same feat at that age. Why? With his own qualifications. Had he not awakened his own even now? He was already 11 years old. It felt so unjust. This obsession had driven Sasuke to view Itachi as his ultimate goal over the past 3 years. Yet, the more he strived, the more disheartened he became. Gradually, his competitive spirit had been shattered, leaving only admiration in its wake. "You're so annoying. Not knowing is just not knowing," Naruto shouted, breaking the classroom-esque tranquility. "Naruto, are you bullying Sasuke again?" A petite girl with pink hair approached fiercely. Behind her, several girls glared at Naruto with indignation. Much like in the animated series, the handsome yet arrogant Sasuke had garnered a legion of admirers. "Sakura, I'm not bullying him." Naruto's tone immediately softened, attempting to appease her. "Of course you are. I distinctly saw you berating Sasuke. Indeed, I witnessed it as well. How dare you bully Sasuke? Apologize. Offer your apologies to Sasuke." In an instant, Naruto found himself encircled by a throng of Sasuke's fervent admirers. "I truly did not." As Naruto listened to the cacophony surrounding him, the noise diminished to a lower pitch. What could he do against such a multitude of girls? Despite his unparalleled prowess, he was constrained. Moreover, Jing had specifically instructed him not to showcase his abilities in front of others. Thus, he remained the underachiever of the class. "Enough with the idle chatter, quickly apologize." Sakura glared fiercely. Naruto felt a swell of injustice within, yet, upon seeing Sakura, he bowed his head towards Sasuke. "I'm sorry." Sasuke opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, turning to return to his seat. He too feared this horde of fervent fans. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Perhaps he could apologize to Naruto after the exams. However, the group led by Sakura was evidently unwilling to let Naruto off the hook. "Look, Sasuke hasn't forgiven you. I think this fellow should be on his knees begging for Sasuke's pardon." "I concur. He should indeed kneel." Just as the relentless fans were about to continue their tirade, a small figure timidly approached them. The figure looked at them with trepidation. "Naruto-kun has already apologized." Unfortunately, the fervent fans paid her no heed. "Do not act this way. We are all classmates, Naruto-kun. Do not speak." Sakura glared menacingly at the timid figure. We are seeking justice for Sasuke. He deserves it. It is not like that. Observing Naruto's distressed countenance, the figure gathered her courage, her face flushed. Hinata, why are you defending this guy? He is a villain, you know? Naruto-kun is not a villain. Hinata mustered her courage to face the fervent fans. Naruto-kun is a truly wonderful person. Hinata explained, steeling herself. Truly wonderful? Sakura turned her head, her gaze fierce. How well do you know him? Do you truly understand who he is? He is. Sakura did not finish her sentence, yet her eyes directed at Naruto brimmed with disdain. A fox demon. Naruto was taken aback, gazing at Sakura in disbelief. How could she say such a thing about him? He is nobody but Naruto-kun. Hinata squeezed her eyes shut and shouted loudly, then covered her face and ran away. The fervent fans stared blankly at the fleeing Hinata. This girl dared to speak up today? How extraordinary. Naruto also looked at Hinata, a warm feeling rising within him. Could this be the second person, aside from Jing, who did not disdain him? Thud, thud, thud. At the podium, the desk was struck forcefully by Irika. Everyone, please settle down and return to your seats. Do not panic. The examination is about to commence. Under the imposing presence of Irika, the fervent fans reluctantly released Naruto, sulking as they returned to their seats. Naruto sighed in relief. Nothing was more terrifying than being surrounded by mindless admirers. As the examination proceeded, all students were instructed to leave the room, entering one by one as their names were called. The little ones in the classroom exited one after another. Tan Ikiro. The name echoed, and the anxious child stepped into the classroom. Sasuke paced nervously, deliberating for a long time before finally mustering the courage to approach Naruto again. I wanted to apologize. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but his pride surged forth. Could you not stand so close to me? Naruto, in a flustered manner, glanced around, fearing the mindless fans would swarm once more. I'm here to apologize for what happened earlier. I didn't take it to heart, and once the exam is over, I'll take you to find Sakura. Sasuke gazed at him, elated. Really? Thank you so much. Naruto. As Naruto watched Sasuke bounce away in delight, he inwardly lamented, how childish. I can't wait to graduate. I want to find Sakura. Chapter 45, The First Place. Naruto Uzumaki. As Naruto stepped out of the examination hall, he was greeted by a throng of spectators gathered outside the classroom. Look, the underachiever has emerged. I wonder if he can dazzle like the illustrious god of fortune. What nonsense are you spouting? Comparing this perennial underdog with the renowned god of fortune? Have you lost your mind? Wasn't Uchiha Itachi once an underachiever too? He was merely understated, you see? Disregarding the chatter of his peers, Naruto strode confidently through the crowd. Over the years, his journeys alongside Uchiha Itachi had not merely been about mastering ninjutsu. They had instilled in him a formidable spirit. The external opinions held no weight against him. Naruto, why are you in such a rush? Two friends, a chubby boy and a lanky one, hurried to catch up with him. Ignore their nonsense. You will definitely pass the assessment. The chubby one, Choji, magically produced a bag of potato chips, his expression betraying a hint of sacrifice. Here, I brought you some chips. Meanwhile, the lanky boy, Shikamaru, crossed his arms lazily, observing the scene. Choji, have you taken leave of your senses? Sharing chips with someone else? Choji, visibly troubled, replied, I didn't want to, but I fear Naruto might be upset. Shikamaru scratched his nose, exasperated. What a hassle. Naruto, just take the chips. He is about to drool all over them. Naruto looked at his friends, warmth swelling within him. Over these past 3 years, he had indeed made friends, hadn't he? Setting aside thoughts of Itachi, the two standing before him were equally precious. With a smile, Naruto pushed the chips back to Choji. It's all right. I am certain I will graduate successfully. Don't worry. Shikamaru hesitated for a moment, but Choji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is that true? Of course it is. Naruto declared proudly, preparing to elaborate when the next scene abruptly stifled his words. Well then, I want to hold back. With a swift motion, the chip bag was torn open, releasing a tantalizing aroma as it cascaded into Choji's mouth. Naruto. Shikamaru, unfazed, merely sighed in resignation. Ha. Laughter echoed through the corridor, emanating from Naruto. In the afternoon, the crowd on campus did not disperse following the conclusion of the assessment. Instead, they grew larger. The reason was simple. It was time for the results to be announced. Within Naruto's classroom, all the little ones eagerly gazed at the doorway. Naruto, however, remained bored, resting his chin on his palm, staring vacantly out the window. Not far from him, the petite Hinata Hyuuga gazed at him, entranced. Naruto-kun. So handsome. Her Byakugan gradually formed a heart shape. Ahem. Irika entered the classroom, holding a sheet of paper. Instantly, the raucous classroom fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Irika, as well as the piece of paper in his hand. Was this their passport to the path of a ninja? The anticipation was palpable. Classmates, you must have guessed it. Irika waved the paper gently, a warm smile adorning his face. You guessed it. The crowd erupted in gasps. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I will now announce the names of those who have passed the assessment. Irika scanned the room, his gaze landing on flushed faces filled with excitement. The first name, Uzumaki Naruto. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. Everyone remained frozen. Some even gaping in disbelief, as if their jaws might drop. Did they hear correctly? Surely, they must have misheard. It couldn't possibly be. How could the perennial underachiever be first? Irika-sensei is truly such a tease. Irika-sensei, please announce it already and stop toying with us. Sakura, with her pink hair, forced a chuckle. How could Naruto possibly be first? It must be Sasuke, right? Sasuke, sitting quietly below, darkened in expression. Was this a classroom or a scene from the heavens? Though he considered himself a genius, he was all too aware of Naruto's true strength, which was far beyond what he could currently match. At the very least, he could not withstand that wind attribute Rasengan. Exactly. How could it be that guy? It must be Sasuke. Irika-sensei is just joking around. Irika, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Not just these little ones. Even he was nearly taken aback by Naruto's performance during the assessment. He achieved a perfect score on the transformation technique and showcased an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, complete with elemental variation. It is worth noting, even he has yet to master A-rank ninjutsu. Quiet down. Irika clapped his hands on the podium. I'm not joking. The first place truly belongs to Uzumaki Naruto. The room erupted in disbelief. Incredulous gazes turned towards Naruto, who sat by the window. What could be more astonishing than the perennial underdog overtaking everyone? Naruto, irritated, glanced at those around him before shifting his gaze back outside. He loathed such stares, despising the eyes that regarded him as a monster, even if now they were filled with disbelief. Unfair. Sakura sprang to her feet, indignantly glaring at Irika. Irika-sensei, you must have taken bribes from the god of fortune. How could he possibly become first? Not even a dog would believe that. At her words, Irika furrowed his brow, looking displeased at Sakura. Naruto also turned back, his expression darkening. He had always harbored an inexplicable fondness for Sakura. This fondness may stem from Sakura's charming visage, possibly originating from her vibrant pink hair, or perhaps even from that bucket of instant noodles from 5 years ago. He delights in her laughter and is equally enamored by her fierce demeanor. Despite the scorn and derision from others, he remains unfazed. However, when Sakura speaks to him in such a manner, it pierces his heart profoundly, as if it were being ruthlessly torn asunder. Why should Naruto not aspire to be the best? Hinata, her cheeks flushed, stood up for the first time in front of the entire class. It was unclear whether her embarrassment or anger was the cause of her crimson face. Naruto gazed at her in astonishment. Why has Hinata consistently supported him, especially when he has perpetually lingered at the bottom? Enough. Sakura's words abruptly ceased as she regarded Naruto, whose head hung low, in disbelief. How could he raise his voice at her? A mere monster dared to shout at her. Sakura's chest heaved with intensity. Her fists clenched tightly as she leaped in front of Naruto. How dare you raise your voice at me? In an instant, her tightly clenched fist struck towards Naruto's face. Naruto! Hinata gasped, instinctively rushing to his side. Suddenly, Sakura froze. Her fist was ensnared by a hand, immovable and firmly grasped. I said. Naruto slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Enough. Fear flickered across Sakura's face. Those eyes were filled with an indifference to life, an icy coldness that sent shivers down her spine. Is this truly the Naruto who once heeded her every word? Chapter 46, Class 7. Assemble. Naruto gazed indifferently at Sakura. There was no need for him to debase himself and endure her insults. Gently releasing her hand, he turned his gaze toward the window, choosing to ignore her. Sakura's complexion paled slightly. Just moments ago, she felt as though she were not facing the usual boisterous, impulsive Naruto, but rather a colossal beast radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. She sensed that in an instant, her life could slip away. When did Naruto Uzumaki become so terrifying? The farcical episode reached its conclusion. Irika's expression was equally grim. What did they mean by stating he had accepted a bribe from the god of wealth? This was nothing short of blatant slander. Uchiha Itachi had merely treated him to a few bowls of noodles. Nevertheless, Naruto Uzumaki's first place was indisputable. Iruka continued to announce the results. As he read the names, the faces of the fortunate students lit up with joy, their exuberance palpable. Meanwhile, those yet to hear their names anxiously scanned the stage, their ears perked up, fearful of missing their own announcement. The students who have passed this assessment are as follows. Iruka folded the paper, smiling at the students below. He believed that whether one succeeded in becoming a ninja or not was inconsequential. His gaze softened further. These youngsters, when they first entered school, were often seen with runny noses. Now, they had all blossomed into adolescence, particularly Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka's eyes turned toward Naruto. To be honest, his feelings toward Naruto were complex. He harbored resentment, viewing him as the embodiment of the fox demon, whose parents perished on the night of the Nine Tails. Yet, he felt a profound sympathy for Naruto's tragic childhood, knowing he was constantly scrutinized through the lens of prejudice. There was a time when he contemplated ostracizing Naruto, but his duty as a teacher prevented him from doing so. After all, he was his student. Konoha is our home. And this home requires not only ninjas but also individuals from all walks of life. Every profession is a part of Konoha, and they are all our family. The previously crestfallen youngsters gradually shed their gloomy expressions, replaced by a burgeoning hope for an ever brighter Konoha. Now, those who have passed the assessment, please gather on the playground downstairs. A group of students bid farewell to one another with reluctance. Descending the stairs marked the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. As all the successful candidates assembled on the playground, the eager parents scanned the crowd with wide eyes, searching for their children. Ah, I see my son. I see my daughter too. Ha ha ha, I always said my son Jiro has the makings of a shadow-level ninja. Wait, who is that? It seems to be Naruto Uzumaki. How did he manage to pass the assessment? Wasn't he always at the bottom? I heard he has a close relationship with the god of fortune. Could it be? The conversation gradually shifted to Naruto. Standing amidst the crowd, Naruto clearly overheard the chatter, his expression becoming increasingly grim. Through rigorous training, his heart had grown considerably, yet being pointed at by so many still discomforted him. It felt as though he had returned to those solitary days. Alone in a room, starving, alone, gazing at the myriad lights of Konoha, Naruto's once proud head slowly bowed. Naruto, over here. A teasing voice cut through the murmurs, jarring and out of place. Naruto paused, lifting his downcast gaze with a smile. Have you come? He looked towards the source of the voice, where a somewhat lean figure stood, a handsome face adorned with a carefree grin. I knew you would come. It was Uchiha Q, raising the card in his hand. Ichiraka Ramen Lifetime Free Card. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Lifetime? Free card. Wait for me. I'll go get it right now. Observing Naruto's renewed energy as he bounced back to life, Uchiha Q breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, he had intentionally trained Naruto, hoping to fortify him against the whispers of the outside world. Originally, he thought this would bring Naruto joy. Little did he know that in the past 3 years, Naruto had grown increasingly taciturn, only regaining his former self in his presence. His arrival did not bring Naruto happiness. Rather, it seemed to have an adverse effect. Cough, cough, cough. On the elevated platform constructed in the playground, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward. Little ones, congratulations. Congratulations on successfully passing today's assessment. From this day forth, you shall officially become Genin. 3 years ago, I stood here and told you that you would be the jewels of Konoha's future. Today, I reiterate that sentiment. I have never doubted your potential. Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat, gazing fondly at the vibrant faces below. Konoha belongs to you. The future is yours. Our future. The young ones below were flushed with excitement. 3 years of arduous training had culminated in this moment. Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction, placing his right hand over his heart, his expression turning solemn. Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure. In the playground, both the children and the observing adults simultaneously placed their right hands over their hearts. Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire burns eternally. The sound reverberates, spreading from this playground to every corner of Konoha. As long as the denizens of Konoha hear the sound, they turn their heads toward the school, placing their hands upon their hearts. Konoha. Amidst the crowd, Uchiha Kage performs the same gesture, murmuring softly. Oh, Third Hokage. Age has indeed bestowed you with wisdom. Once again, you have outmaneuvered us. A smile graces Uchiha Kage's lips. Yet, you have grown old. The future of Konoha does not hold a place for you. After the Third Hokage's address, the excitement among the crowd on the playground lingered. The class assignments were about to be announced, and 3 names were called to stand together. A hush fell over the playground as all eyes turned to Irika on the stage. Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi CHG, with Saratobi Asuma as their teacher. The crowd showed no surprise. The Ino Shikicho trio had always been in the same class. Individually, they may not be particularly formidable, but together, their combined strength is immeasurable. Class 8, Hyuuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Namanaka Shino, taught by Yuhi Kurenai. A hint of disappointment crossed the small Hinata's face as she covertly glanced toward Naruto. Alas, she was not in the same class as Naruto-kun. Class 3, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji, Tintin, under the tutelage of Might Guy. Suddenly, a vibrant figure leapt forth from the onlookers. Rock Lee. The watermelon-haired youth gazed at Lee with tear-filled eyes. Guy-sensei. Lee returned the look with equal emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. The surrounding crowd instinctively took a step back. What is this scent? The aroma of young love. Cough, cough. And now for Class 7. Irika felt a shiver run down his spine as he braced himself to continue. Class 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. With Uchiha Kage as their teacher, silence fell. Whether it was the little ones or the onlookers, even the teary-eyed Might Guy, all were enveloped in an absolute stillness. Uchiha Kage. Chapter 47. Teacher of Class 7. Uchiha Kage. Not only were the people on the playground taken aback, but even one of the protagonists, Uchiha Kage, was momentarily stunned. He was to be the teacher of Class 7? Wasn't that supposed to be Kakashi Hatake? What had gone amiss? However, this question merely circled in his mind before being cast aside. If he was to be a teacher, then so be it. It was not a matter of great consequence. Moreover, it seemed rather intriguing. Uchiha Kage cast a mischievous glance at the 3 individuals on the playground. The trio simultaneously felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed as if something unwelcome was about to transpire. This afternoon, you may report to the teachers of each class, and tomorrow, your journey as ninjas will officially commence. Upon uttering these words, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. Gradually, the throng began to disperse. Naruto swiftly dashed to Uchiha Kage's side. Give it to me, give it to me. A lifetime free ramen card from Ichiraku. Uchiha Kage smiled as he handed the card to him. Wow, I can eat unlimited Ichiraku ramen from now on. Naruto exclaimed, holding the card in awe, examining it from every angle, utterly fascinated. Uchiha Kage chuckled, allowing him to revel in his joy, as the first friend he had made in this world. Uchiha Kage sincerely wished for Naruto's happiness. Sasuke, with a haughty expression, trailed behind Naruto, casting a slightly flustered glance at Uchiha Kage. They were both 11 years old. In fact, Sasuke was a few months older than Kage. Why was there such a disparity between them? Sasuke pondered in confusion. What are you looking at, Sasuke? Uchiha Kage teased, directing his gaze at him. I'm not called Sasuke. What an awful name. Sasuke erupted in fury, his face flushed. If I could beat you, I would definitely tear that smirk off your face. Are you wishing to rip my mouth apart? Uchiha Kage replied with a knowing smile. Sasuke, caught off guard by his sudden outburst, felt a jolt run through him. How could he know what he was thinking? Mind reading? Did the Sharingan possess such a technique? Rest assured, the Sharingan does not have mind reading abilities. Sasuke exhaled, feeling relieved. But I do, Uchiha Kage added. Sasuke instinctively took a step back, his eyes widening in surprise. Uchiha Kage laughed heartily as he pulled Naruto along. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, let's meet in the small grove. Don't forget to tell that pink-haired girl. His words echoed in Sasuke's ears from a distance. With a huff, Sasuke crossed his arms, turning away with an air of defiance. Yet deep down, he was undeniably excited. Uchiha Kage, a genius of the Uchiha Clan, just like his brother. Learning from him should lead to rapid progress, much like Naruto. At Ichiraku Ramen, the establishment was no longer the humble roadside stall of old. Situated in the heart of Konoha village, it occupied an expansive area, with an interior that showcased remarkable craftsmanship, clean, orderly, and efficient. In conjunction with Uncle Yao's exclusive secret recipe, it is nearly impossible for Yao Ramen not to thrive. Although it is not yet lunchtime, the ramen shop is bustling with patrons. Oh, how delightful to see the great Master Kaishin visiting our humble establishment today. At the counter, Uncle Yao's daughter, Changpu, beams at Uchiha Jing. Today marks Naruto's induction as a ninja, a moment worth celebrating. Uchiha Jing finds it difficult to meet Changpu's gaze. Since their collaboration began, the young lady has exhibited peculiar behavior, frequently approaching him for conversation and casting flirtatious glances. Yet, the reality is, he is merely 11 years old. Despite possessing the thoughts of a man in his 30s, his physique remains unabashedly juvenile. Sister, I am but a minor. Just 11. Let us take a moment to comprehend this. Truly, congratulations are in order for Naruto. Champu momentarily shifts her attention from Uchiha Jing to Naruto. Of course, it is genuine. Naruto proudly raises his chin. He shares a cordial rapport with Champu, having frequently accompanied Uchiha Jing for meals and drinks, which has naturally fostered familiarity. Today, I shall personally prepare a sumptuous bowl of ramen for you. With that, Champu hurriedly retreats to the kitchen. The two find a place to sit. Jing, I never imagined you would be my teacher, Naruto exclaims joyfully. Likewise, I did not foresee this either, Uchiha Jing replies with a smile. He feels quite indifferent about the notion of teaching. After all, he has already been instructing Naruto, so this merely entails an additional pupil. However, the implications beneath this arrangement are far more intricate. Uchiha Jing gazes through the window towards the Hokage building. Conflict is about to commence. What do you plan to have us do tomorrow, Jing? Uchiha Jing rubs his chin thoughtfully. What shall we do? Perhaps, like Kakashi, we could engage in a bell-stealing exercise? That seems a bit clutch. Before Uchiha Jing can respond, a familiar figure has already taken a seat beside them. Congratulations, Naruto. Itachi produces an exquisite shuriken from his pocket. I was unsure of your preferences, so I simply purchased some ninja tools, considering you are now a ninja under my tutelage. Naruto gratefully accepts the shuriken. Thank you. Brother Itachi. Itachi ruffles his hair and turns his gaze towards Uchiha Jing. I've heard. You have become the teacher of Team 7? Uchiha Jing shrugs. Yes. I only found out today as well. Itachi smiles knowingly. Becoming a teacher necessitates departing from the Umbu. If I must leave, then so be it. The Umbu holds no allure for Uchiha Jing. As long as Shursui remains within the Umbu, they will continue to wield control over it. His presence in the Umbu is of little consequence. It appears the third Hokage has already begun to take action. In truth, he has been at it for quite some time. Uchiha Itachi smiled nonchalantly. Over the past 3 years, the third Hokage had tested him more than once, even assigning him numerous false missions. The purpose was to gauge his capabilities. Unfortunately, Itachi was well acquainted with the third's nature, and the Hokage had failed to assess his true depth. What should he do next? After pondering for a moment, Itachi concluded that he could not remain passive. The third Hokage, after all, was the longest-serving leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, and that alone warranted his utmost caution. It was time for Shursui to take action. The plan could finally commence. A spark of determination ignited within Itachi as he realized that the plan could at last be set in motion. All right, I understand. I will inform Shursui. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Itachi took his leave. Had it not been for the sudden news that Kakashi had become Team 7's instructor, he would have remained at home awaiting Sasuke's return. After all, today marked the day when his beloved little brother, Udu, became a ninja. Is there something you, Itachi, and Shursui are concealing from me? This was a question that Naruto had longed to ask. For the past few months, the three of them had been shrouded in mystery, withholding many matters from him. Uchiha Kagami gazed at Naruto. It is not that we wish to keep secrets from you. It is simply that you are not yet ready to confront these matters. Naruto lowered his head in despair. Indeed, both Itachi and Shursui possessed formidable strength and could assist Kagami. He felt, still far from being worthy. With his gaze cast downwards, he contemplated his own inadequacies. If only he could master this power, would he then be deemed worthy of aiding Kagami? Chapter 48. No snatching the bell. Instead, a group fight early the next morning. 3 figures awaited in the small grove. Naruto, why hasn't Kakashi arrived yet? Didn't he say he would be here by 7? Sasuke, feeling restless, paced back and forth, periodically glancing down the path. There was not a single silhouette in sight. Exactly. He can't even keep his own word. How can such a person be our teacher? Sakura cast a fond glance at Sasuke before expressing her frustration. Naruto, however, was not surprised. When Kakashi mentioned arriving at 7, he was taken aback. Knowing Kakashi as he did, the thought of him waking up early was utterly implausible, something that would never happen in this lifetime. Even during missions, he would sleep until he naturally awoke. Especially not now. If you don't want to wait, you can head back, Sasuke said, pausing for a moment before settling down. He had no intention of leaving. In comparison to growing stronger, what did a little waiting matter? Sasuke, how about we leave for a bit? I'm really hungry, Sakura said. Her mood dampened as she rubbed her growling stomach. No. Sasuke slightly closed his eyes. Seeing that Sasuke was unwilling to engage with her, Sakura huffed in annoyance. That damned Uchiha Kakashi. Turning her gaze to Naruto, her frustration grew. Hey, why don't you go buy us something to eat? Naruto was taken aback, pointing to himself. Me? Yes. Who else could do it? Hurry up. Naruto looked at Sakura's lovely face and felt a pang of discomfort. Sighing, he turned and walked towards the path. In his recollections, Sakura shouldn't be acting this way. Where are you going? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Kakashi. Naruto looked up to see a familiar face. Where are you off to? Kakashi inquired, his gaze fixed on him. Naruto turned to glance at Sakura behind him before responding. I'm hungry and want to go buy breakfast. Are you hungry? Uchiha Kakashi's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded him. Naruto felt a tightening in his chest. Not again. That same look. Over the past 3 years, he had faced that gaze countless times. Each lie crumbled under its scrutiny. Yes, Naruto answered, mustering his courage. He was aware that lying before Kakashi would lead to repercussions. However, he had grown accustomed to it over the years. As for Sakura's words, she probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Kakashi scoffed lightly, shifting his attention to the other two. Sasuke, taken aback, hurriedly dashed to stand before Kakashi. Sakura hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed. Naruto just said he was hungry. Is that true? Kakashi looked at the two. Sasuke pondered for a moment, glanced at Sakura, and resolutely shook his head. My brother said that no matter how grave the mistake made in front of Kakashi, as long as one admits it, there would be no serious consequences. However, if one were to lie, yes, I have repeatedly advised against it, yet he insists on proceeding, which is quite vexing. Sakura promptly shifted the blame onto Naruto. Naruto cast her a glance, feeling increasingly disillusioned with her. Oh, is that so? Then, Naruto, you shall face the consequences. Naruto lowered his head. The entrance exam was originally intended to be a simple task of snatching a bell, merely symbolic. But now, Uchiha K smiled knowingly. Suddenly, the three of them stood dumbfounded as 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha K was able to perform it without hand signs. As long as you can defeat these 3 shadow clones, your entrance exam will be deemed complete. And if we cannot, Sakura stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Uchiha K. Cannot defeat them? Uchiha K laughed joyously, leaning forward slightly towards Sakura. You would not wish to know. Straightening up, he turned his attention to Naruto. What do you say? Naruto? Upon witnessing Uchiha K's demeanor, Naruto instinctively shuddered, vivid memories of past punishments flooding his mind over the last 3 years. Sasuke observed Naruto's reaction, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Are you prepared? The 3 shadow clones vanished in an instant. Begin. Among the 3, Naruto reacted the fastest, several shurikens appearing in his hand. With a leap, he ascended a large tree, scanning the surroundings with caution. Sasuke was not far behind. He too found a tree to jump onto, as Naruto did. On the lush green grass, only Sakura remained, standing dazed and alone. What are you doing? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a figure appeared behind her. Be careful, Naruto shouted, his form darting to Sakura's side. Hurling a shuriken at the shadowy figure. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed. Naruto swiftly embraced Sakura, attempting to pull her aside. What are you doing? Let go of me. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, flailing her arms against Naruto. His brow furrowed, and his speed began to wane. Curious indeed how you managed to graduate from the Ninja Academy. The voice whispered ominously in Sakura's ear. At the same time, a slender hand pressed against Naruto's chest. And you, have you learned anything from my teachings? The voice was frigid, as if forged from ancient ice. With a cough, Naruto spat blood, his body retreating at an accelerated pace. Sakura stood frozen in shock, eyes wide as she watched Naruto fly away. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke seized the opportunity from his perch in the tree, hand signs flying as he pressed them against his mouth. A fiery red thread erupted from his lips, expanding dramatically as it neared the shadow clone. Boom. Suddenly, a pit approximately half a meter deep appeared on the ground, its edges charred and blackened. Sasuke lifted his gaze, a chill creeping down his spine, prompting him to instinctively leap down from the tree. A slender figure, identical to him, materialized in the spot where he had just stood. Quick reflexes, indeed. The shadow clone chuckled, and before Sasuke's terrified eyes, it melted away like water. Is this a shadow clone? And it can dissolve? Coughing slightly, Naruto leaned against a large tree, the suffocating sensation in his chest making him exceedingly uncomfortable. The attack was truly sinister. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Naruto jumped up, delivering a powerful punch behind him. Crack! His fist was caught by a hand. A commendable reaction, But unfortunately, the shadow clone shook its head in disappointment. Naruto's pupils dilated. He sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Rasengan. A sphere of sky-blue chakra coalesced in his hand. Quite impressive, albeit a tad sluggish. The shadow clone behind him praised, its palm swiftly imprinting against Naruto's back. Boom. As the hand connected, Naruto transformed into a severed log. You fell for it, Jing. The real Naruto appeared behind the shadow clone, a smirk of triumph gracing his face. The Rasengan in his hand gradually morphed into an oval, encircled by spiraling white winds. Wind release, Rasengan. The shadow clone turned back, watching as Naruto's Rasengan approached. Quite commendable. There has been progress. The shadow clone smiled with delight. However, the experience still lacks a bit. I am not alone. The shadow clone that had initially grasped Naruto's hand abruptly appeared before him. Lifting its leg, it executed a knee strike. Naruto's chest absorbed a tremendous blow, causing the Rasengan in his hand to dissipate as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. We are not alone either. Sasuke descended from the sky, throwing shurikens with precision and intent toward the shadow clone. The shadow clone shook its head, producing a pitch-black shuriken in its hand. Your brother wouldn't dare play this game in front of me. With a flick of its wrist, the dark shuriken vanished in an instant. Clang! 2 shurikens collided midair. However, Sasuke's shuriken was sent flying, embedding itself into a nearby tree. In contrast, the shadow clone's shuriken slightly altered its trajectory upon impact, continuing its path toward the descending Sasuke. Terror washed over Sasuke's face. In midair, he could not evade this shuriken. Chapter 49. The Significance of Companionship in the Serene Woods of Konoha. Uchiha Q was relishing his dango. Before him, 3 individuals were bound tightly. Naruto, with a bruised face, Sasuke, with blood trickling from his nose, and Sakura, wearing a dazed expression. Naruto had completely forgotten the pain etched on his face, his eyes fixated on the delectable dango in Q's hands. It looked so fragrant, so sweet, and utterly delicious. Sasuke occasionally twitched his sore nose, grappling with the results of the recent class assessment, which were difficult for him to accept. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Q's shadow clone. After all, he was someone even his brother admired. But when had Naruto become so formidable? Sasuke understood that under Q's guidance, Naruto had long transcended the ranks of the underperformers, and he thought he had a grasp on Naruto's true strength. He was indeed stronger, but only to a limited extent. 3 years had passed, merely 3 years. How had Naruto mastered such powerful ninjutsu? That dango, when had he learned to perform such a technique? Judging by the amount of chakra, the dango from earlier could have rendered him utterly lifeless. Sasuke gazed at Q with eager eyes. Following him would surely lead to greater strength. Meanwhile, Sakura's mind was a blank slate. She could not accept the outcome of the day. Q's prowess was one thing. But how had Naruto achieved such strength? Was he not the perennial underachiever? When had he acquired such capabilities? Even Sasuke was outmatched. Naruto, do you realize how poorly you performed today? With the dango in hand, Q sauntered over to the trio. As a ninja executing a mission, one must maintain absolute composure. I have taught you this. Naruto remained undeterred, still fixated on the dango. But where was your calm today? The moment the pink-haired girl was in peril, you lost your composure and leapt recklessly into danger. Were you in such haste to meet your demise? Naruto struggled to divert his gaze from the dango. Composure is paramount. Yet you have stated that companionship surpasses the mission in importance, have you not? Q smiled and stuffed the dango into his mouth. That is indeed the case. But this statement carries a prerequisite. Naruto chewed thoughtfully, casting a puzzled look at him. Prerequisite? Why had Q never mentioned this before? What do you perceive companionship to be? Naruto swallowed hard, grappling with the question. Aren't you my companion? Q lightly tapped his head. Aside from me. Naruto hesitated and turned to Sasuke and Sakura. Aren't they also my companions? Q shook his head. They're not. Sasuke was taken aback, while Sakura's face contorted with anger. Companions are those to whom you can entrust your back. When you are in peril, they will sacrifice their lives to protect you. Naruto tilted his head, exclaiming. I risked my life to protect Sakura just now. That doesn't make you a comrade. You're merely a sycophant. You are a sycophant, indeed. Naruto, visibly agitated, bared his teeth at Uchiha Kagami. After spending 3 years together, he had encountered a plethora of new and exotic terms, including the derogatory sycophant. He was acutely aware of its negative connotation. A sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Uchiha Kagami disregarded Naruto's outburst, continuing his monologue. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden shift in tone. Remember, as long as one is a true comrade, a mission is never more important than a companion's life. Those who abandon their comrades for a mission are inferior to dogs. Nearby, the leaves of a tree rustled abruptly. Uchiha Kagami lifted his gaze toward the tree. Since you're here, you might as well show yourself. The atmosphere fell silent. Naruto and the others stared at Uchiha Kagami. Puzzled, who was he addressing? Was there anyone else besides them? Just as Naruto was about to inquire, a live figure leaped down from the tree. With silver hair partially obscured by a mask and a ninja headband askew over one eye, it was Kakashi. Have you been here long? Uchiha Kagami greeted him casually. Having known Kakashi from their 3 years in the Umbu. Not for too long. Just arrived, Kakashi replied, feigning nonchalance. However, Uchiha Kagami could discern the tension in Kakashi's stiff demeanor. With a sigh, Uchiha Kagami reflected on Kakashi's tragic history, losing his father in childhood, friends in youth, and being betrayed by a presumed dead comrade in adulthood. Despite such harrowing experiences, Kakashi remained resilient. Uchiha Kagami held a certain admiration for him. You heard what I just said? Kakashi stood silently, not responding. About your predecessor. Uchiha Kagami began, but Kakashi raised a hand to interrupt him. I'm here to inform you that, effective immediately, you are no longer part of the Umbu. With that proclamation, Kakashi produced a piece of paper and vanished from sight. Receiving the paper, Uchiha Kagami shook his head. The matter regarding Tsukumo Hatake was one he could only navigate alone. Others would only add to his burdens. Upon opening the document, he saw it was merely a notification of his departure from the Umbu. Folding the paper and tucking it away, Uchiha Kagami turned to the trio. Now, to continue our previous discussion, he paused thoughtfully. Among the three of you, Sasuke performed the best today. Sasuke's expression brightened momentarily, only to be quickly replaced by a haughty demeanor. After wiping away the impending trickle of blood from his nose, Sasuke attentively listened to the words of Uchiha Kagami. Despite the acknowledgement of his shortcomings, his strength being slightly lacking, his intellect somewhat muddled, his movements clumsy, and his tactics rather juvenile, Sasuke was left in a state of confusion. Was this meant to be a compliment? He felt an urge to sing a tune. Listen to me. Thank you. However, Uchiha Kagami's tone abruptly shifted. Why form a team of 3? It is to foster cooperation among you, not to burden each other with additional troubles. Uchiha Kagami's gaze flickered towards Sakura, who, feeling somewhat aggrieved, huffed and turned her head away. It was merely her first day after graduation, and her lack of experience was understandable. Why was she being singled out? Surely, it must be due to that insufferable Uzumaki Naruto. With that thought, Sakura glared fiercely at Naruto, who, bewildered, wondered why she was looking at him with such hostility. What have I done to deserve this? It's so unfair. Sasuke's asset lay in his collaboration with Naruto. Although their teamwork was rather juvenile, it still held some merit. Sasuke's chest swelled with pride as he cast a haughty glance at Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto felt even more aggrieved. It was one thing for Sakura to look at him that way, but what was Sasuke's issue? If you have a problem, let us settle it one-on-one. As for Sakura, Uchiha Kagami let out a derisive snort. Her performance today was utterly abysmal. Sakura's expression darkened further. Naruto had clearly attempted to rescue her, yet she had indiscriminately lashed out at him, causing him to falter. Such folly. Personal foolishness may be excusable, but when it leads to the injury of a comrade, such a person does not deserve to be a ninja. With that, Uchiha Kagami seized the rope binding Sakura and flung it onto a nearby tree, leaving her ensnared. As punishment, you shall remain here today. Sakura thrashed wildly, her face a mask of indignation. Why are you treating me like this? I never asked for his help. That was his choice. Let me go? Let me go? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. In the realm of anime, Sakura was already a source of vexation. But in the real world, her behavior was even more detestable. To say she was big-chested and brainless would be an overstatement, for she lacked even that attribute. He cast a pitying glance at the unfortunate Naruto. This is your future wife, Naruto. You have much to endure ahead. Chapter 50. The system awakens in the days that followed. Team 7 undertook a variety of ninja missions. For instance, they were tasked with catching a cat for Grandma Akita, giving Grandpa Jinben a massage, and purchasing undergarments for Miss Kawajima. In essence, none of these tasks posed any significant challenge. As a result, Naruto and his companions were already expressing their frustrations. When will we be assigned a task of real difficulty? Naruto lamented, sprawled on the ground, his head adorned with a tangle of grass. Today's mission involved helping Grandpa Watanabe with weeding. Under the blazing sun, he was accompanied by 2 equally disheveled figures. Sasuke was panting heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat, while Sakura appeared even more disheveled, her once fair face now flushed a bright red, streaks of yellow mud clinging to her cheeks, while Naruto and Sasuke merely had to pull weeds. Sakura was tasked with not only weeding but also loosening the soil and plowing the field. Yet, she dared not voice her grievances. The last time she had been left hanging from a tree for an entire day and night, her throat hoarse from calling for help. Not a soul had come to her rescue. That night had been filled with cold and hunger, as she remained alone in the darkness. After that experience, she felt both awe and fear towards Uchiha Jing and never dared to defy his commands again. A few meters away, Uchiha Jing reclined comfortably in a makeshift rocking chair, a large umbrella shielding him from the scorching sun. Sipping on a chilled fruit juice, he let out a contented sigh. "I'm asking you, Jing." Witnessing this scene, the trio was seething with indignation. Naruto rushed up to him, snatching the juice from his hand. He contemplated throwing it away to assert dominance. But the cool sensation of the drink made him reconsider. Instead, he gulped it down in one go. Refreshing. Sasuke and Sakura gazed at Naruto with envy. That drink looked so thirst-quenching. "What kind of challenging missions do you seek?" "You are merely genin," Uchiha Jing remarked with a resigned shrug. "We cannot be assigned trivial tasks every day. Look at this." Naruto was on the verge of losing his composure. "Do not fret, it should be soon. If we count the days, our first mission outside the village should be approaching." Just then, a ninja dressed in umbu attire emerged from a distance. "Lord Jing, the Hokage summons you." Finally, Uchiha Jing sprang from his rocking chair, beckoning the trio to follow him. "Didn't he want a mission? Come along." Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened, and they hurriedly trailed behind Uchiha Jing. At the Hokage Tower, as Uchiha Jing and his companions entered the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in conversation with a farmer clad in traditional attire. Upon noticing their arrival, Hiruzen paused the discussion and turned his gaze to Uchiha Jing. "Jing, the reason I called you here today is to assign a mission to Team 7, he said, gesturing towards the farmer beside him. "This esteemed bridge expert from the Land of Waves, Dasna, is under your protection until the completion of the bridge connecting the Land of Waves and the mainland. Rest assured, we shall handle this without a hitch." Before Uchiha Kagami could utter a word, Naruto sprang forward, his chest thumping with determination. Uchiha Kagami playfully tapped his head, offering no objections. Naturally, he would not dissent. He had eagerly anticipated this mission. After all, it entailed the appearance of a bloodline limit and a formidable swordsman. Dasna, resembling a humble farmer, hesitated. "Lord Hokage, are they not too young?" His doubt was understandable. The average age of Team 7 was merely 11. Even the most mature-looking Uchiha Kagami still bore traces of youth upon his face. The remaining 3 members were practically children. Although he had offered the remuneration of a D-rank mission, he was acutely aware of its true difficulty level. The 4 youngsters before him were hardly capable of delivering groceries. "Dasna, with the strength of Team 7, this mission will proceed smoothly," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a cheerful smile, casting a meaningful glance at Uchiha Kagami. Over the past 3 years, he had exhausted every means to uncover the true depth of this young prodigy. Would this seemingly dubious mission finally reveal Kagami's capabilities? Hiruzen was filled with anticipation. Yet, Dasna remained uneasy. "Rest assured, Mr. Dasna, we are more than sufficient for this task," Uchiha Kagami replied calmly, exuding unwavering confidence. Both Zabuza and Haku, as minor antagonists in the early narrative, undoubtedly possessed strength. However, for him at this moment, dealing with them would not even necessitate the use of his Rinnegan. Dasna opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed in resignation. For the price of a D-rank mission, he harbored no illusions of acquiring a sports car. A bicycle would suffice. After gathering the necessary supplies for their journey, the 5 of them departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. "Kagami, are we heading to the Land of Waves?" Along the way, Naruto chattered incessantly, bombarding them with questions. Although this was not his first venture beyond the village, it marked his inaugural mission. The excitement within him was palpable. As Dasna walked in the center of the group, his heart grew increasingly heavy. These were hardly ninjas. They were merely 4 children fresh from the academy. His hope of returning to the Land of Waves appeared virtually non-existent. Uchiha Kagami paid little heed to Naruto's incessant prattling. The moment he stepped beyond the village gates, a long-forgotten voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Ding! The system upgrade has been completed. Over the past 3 years, a total of 10,000 shock points have been collected, leaving the host with 17,300 shock points remaining." Throughout the journey, Uchiha Jing pondered deeply, The current level of astonishment was sufficient for him to once again initiate the extraction of intermediate ninjutsu. However, such an extraction came at a cost. One must undertake a spatio-temporal mission. Now armed with the formidable Rinnegan, he felt secure. Provided the Ōtsutsuki clan did not descend upon the ninja realm, the question lingered. Was it prudent to continue extracting intermediate ninjutsu? After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Jing ultimately resolved to refrain from further extraction for the time being. One cannot overreach. In the span of 3 years, he had merely scratched the surface of mastering the Rinnegan. To pursue another technique of equal caliber would be a futile endeavor. He inquired of the system, besides the extraction of ninjutsu, did the astonishment value possess any other utility? After a brief silence, the system at last provided a response. Indeed, the astonishment value could be utilized for the precise exchange of already acquired ninjutsu, thereby enhancing their potency and tier, albeit limited to those techniques capable of growth. Uchiha Jing was momentarily taken aback. Techniques capable of growth? This was news to him. Currently, the techniques available for enhancement were Rinnegan, Mastery of Swordsmanship, and J-Nin level chakra. Uchiha Jing's mind surged with realization. The Rinnegan could also be elevated in level? To his recollection, the Rinnegan represented the pinnacle of ocular jutsu. What might it become with further enhancement? Chapter 51. The non-reflective puddle. Can the Rinnegan also be leveled up? Indeed. Uchiha Jing was overjoyed, and without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "Then let's elevate the Rinnegan's level." The system fell into a profound silence. The host has not completed the advanced ninjutsu mission. Therefore, the Rinnegan cannot be upgraded. Uchiha Jing felt a surge of frustration. If it can't be upgraded, why bother explaining? Can the chakra of a J-Nin be enhanced? Adjusting his mindset, Uchiha Jing quickly settled for this alternative. It can be elevated to Kaga level chakra. Well, achieving Kaga level is quite commendable. With a sense of satisfaction, Uchiha Jing submitted his request for enhancement. The host's shock value is insufficient. Please work on astonishing others. If there were an uninstall option, Uchiha Jing would undoubtedly hesitate no longer. Then what can my current shock value accomplish? It can elevate your proficiency in blade techniques. Enough of the chatter. Enhance it. In an instant, Uchiha Jing's mind brimmed with a wealth of knowledge regarding blade techniques. His proficiency in the art of the blade transformed into a specialization. Unconsciously, Uchiha Jing caressed the ninja sword resting on his back. A profound sense of connection surged within him. If he had merely wielded the blade before now, he had fully mastered it. Though the distinction between usage and mastery seemed subtle, it significantly deepened his understanding of the blade. At that moment, Uchiha Jing sensed something and slightly turned his head towards the surrounding trees, a playful smile gracing his lips. Mr. Dasna. Sakura, who had remained silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. What is it? Dasna turned his head, puzzled, to face Sakura. Mr. Dasna, your country is the land of waves, isn't it? Yes, what of it? Sakura, perplexed, glanced toward Uchiha Jing. Jing, does this country also have ninjas? Uchiha Jing shook his head. This country does not possess ninjas. He placed his hand behind his head and reflected, a weak nation lacks diplomacy. The land of waves frequently suffers without the presence of a ninja village. Dasna's expression darkened. If the land of waves had a ninja village, I wouldn't have to journey all the way to the hidden leaf for assistance. The group continued forward as the sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth. Though Uchiha Jing appeared nonchalant, he was keenly observing the ground. If his memory served him correctly, indeed, a shallow puddle appeared along their path. Uchiha Jing discreetly continued onward. How is there a puddle on such a hot day? Naruto curiously surveyed the surroundings. Is it unusual to have a puddle? Perhaps it rained not long ago. Sakura dismissively remarked with a disdainful huff. Throughout the journey, Naruto's incessant chatter had already worn her patience thin. In this day and age, the desire for attention remains unabated, truly reminiscent of the nature of the fox spirit. However, upon closer observation, the surroundings are decidedly arid, with the ground having cracked in numerous places along the path. Something feels amiss. The more Naruto pondered, the more unsettling it became, and a shuriken silently materialized in his hand. Uchiha Kagami smiled with satisfaction. The trials of the past 3 years had indeed proven beneficial for Naruto. At the very least, his acumen in perception and intelligence assessment surpassed that of the average ninja. As he stepped towards the puddle, Uchiha Kagami posed an unexpected question. Do you know why there are so few jonin? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances. Because, at some point, the ninja blade that had been resting on her back now appeared in her grasp. Lower and mid-ranking ninjas often lack experience. The blade plunged directly into the puddle. They frequently do not survive long enough to attain the rank of Jonin. The puddle erupted violently, transforming the once clear surface into a crimson expanse. An ambush. Instinctively, Naruto hurled his shuriken, yet his body surged towards Dasna. Sasuke, albeit a fraction slower, assumed a combat stance as well. As for Sakura, best left unmentioned. Gradually, the puddle receded, revealing two figures that had occupied its original position. The two were astonished, staring at Uchiha Kagami. How could he possibly see through their disguise? This was unfathomable. Are you truly that surprised? Uchiha Kagami remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the two, now ensnared by the ninja blade. As his eyes closed, the crimson tomo of the Sharingan emerged within his gaze. How amusing it is to attempt disguise before an Uchiha. Sasuke gazed enviously at his Sharingan. When would he too possess such eyes? Upon witnessing the Sharingan, though the two felt a sense of reluctance, they recognized the futility of resistance. Mr. Dasna, do you not wish to say something? Having dealt with the two, Uchiha Kagami turned to Dasna. The latter's expression darkened. What do you mean, Uchiha Kagami? Kagami gestured towards the two bound together. These individuals could not possibly be targeting us, as attempting to disguise oneself before an Uchiha is rather fanciful. Thus, they are indeed targeting you, Mr. Dasna. Dasna clenched his teeth, yearning to deny it. But upon raising his gaze, he met the piercing crimson of Kei's eyes. Realizing he could not hide the truth, he sighed. They are indeed targeting me. Uchiha Kagami nodded, sheathing his blade and striding forward. Dasna gaped in astonishment. What does this mean? Aren't you going to ask more? Uchiha Kagami possessed a deeper understanding of the unfolding narrative than anyone else. Unlike Kakashi from the original storyline, he had no intention of clarifying every detail. After all, his time was precious. The group fell into a contemplative silence as they resumed their journey. On the road, Sasuke occasionally glanced at Uchiha Kagami, appearing as if he had something to say yet hesitated. If you have a question, just ask, Kagami remarked without turning his head. Sasuke's eyes brightened. I wish to know how your Sharingan awakened. Why have I not awakened mine yet? As for my Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami tilted his head at a dramatic 45-degree angle, exuding an air of nonchalance. Of course, it was bestowed upon me by the system. However, such a revelation could not be shared. You wouldn't truly want to know. Regarding Sasuke's lack of awakening, he mused, perhaps it is because Itachi loves you too much. Sasuke was left bewildered. How could his failure to awaken his Sharingan be linked to his brother? Kagami did not elaborate. This matter had been a topic of discussion between him and Itachi before. Initially, he had contemplated using Ninjutsu to catalyze Sasuke's awakening. Considering that as one of the two protagonists of the Naruto world, it was rather unseemly for him to remain so ineffectual. Unfortunately, Itachi had firmly opposed the idea. He did not wish for his little brother to suffer even the slightest harm, not even through an illusion. Hyuuga, on the other hand, remained indifferent, believing that every protagonist must tread their own path. Even without his interference, both Naruto and Sasuke would inevitably grow. Such is the nature of the protagonist's aura. As a group of 5 arrived by small boat at the shores of the Land of Waves, Dasna grew increasingly taciturn. He held little faith that their adversaries would relinquish their pursuit so easily. Surely, greater dangers awaited them ahead. Suddenly, a disproportionately large sword whirled towards them. Uchiha Kagami cast a casual glance, remaining motionless. Simultaneously, Naruto completed his Rasengan, a vibrant azure chakra coalescing in his hand. Beside him, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, positioning his mouth accordingly. Wind release, Rasengan. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Accompanied by a chilling gust, the Rasengan was unleashed, colliding directly with the massive sword. While the 1-meter-wide fireball surged toward the area behind the blade, Uchiha Kagami unexpectedly regarded the two with mild astonishment. Their coordination, quite commendable. Chapter 52. Versus. Momochi Zabuza. The colossal blade collided directly with the spiraling sphere, altering its trajectory and embedding itself into a nearby tree. A shadow narrowly evaded the fireball, standing atop the massive sword. It was Uchiha Kagami, the so-called god of wealth. The figure atop the blade turned its head, gazing indifferently at Uchiha Kagami. TSK, TSK, TSK. Uchiha Kagami felt a twinge of pain. He believed he had adequately prepared himself, yet he was taken aback to encounter a worthy adversary today. He had not anticipated meeting the renowned Uchiha Kagami so soon. The individual on the blade remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. Having successfully completed numerous missions without a single failure, one could only wonder what the villagers of Konoha were thinking. referring to such a formidable ninja as the god of wealth. Unbeknownst to them, a mist had begun to envelop the surroundings, slightly impairing visibility. Naruto and Sasuke stood alert, their eyes fixed intently on the figure. As for Sakura, it was best not to mention her at all. Uchiha Kagami remained nonchalant. Let us put aside idle chatter. I must swiftly deal with that old man. Dasna was taken aback. Was this person coming for him? Naruto and his companions quickly gathered around Dasna, forming a protective circle. However, the figure atop the blade crouched down, coldly observing Uchiha Kagami. It seemed that eliminating you was a necessity. Uchiha Kagami. The colossal sword swiftly detached from the tree and, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, vanished from sight along with its wielder. Uchiha Kagami quietly regarded the figure standing by the river. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. The figure struck a pose that appeared rather juvenile to Uchiha Kagami, and a cold voice echoed from afar as the mist thickened around them. Visibility diminished to the point where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Kage, who is this? Sakura inquired. Uchiha Kagami shrugged. Momochi Zabuza, an expert in silent assassination techniques, a rogue ninja from the mist. He is one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. A look of terror crossed Sakura's face. As silent assassination techniques? Uchiha Kagami turned his head towards her. What? Are you frightened? Sakura's face flushed, revealing a mix of embarrassment and anger. Who is afraid? Just let him come. I'll take him down with a single punch. Uchiha Kagami nodded. All right, then I shall leave him to you. Sakura. Was she merely putting on an act? Did it have to be so humiliating? Handing it over to her? Was it a competition to see who would perish more swiftly? From all directions, Zabuza's voice resonated. What? Sakura frantically scanned her surroundings. Throat, spine, lungs, liver. A tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. Sasuke gripped his shuriken tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, Sasuke had not yet experienced the fateful night of his clan's massacre. He had always lived under Itachi's protection. Regardless of combat experience or psychological fortitude, he pales in comparison to Sasuke from the original narrative. In this environment rife with peril, he finds himself unable to move an inch. It's all right, Sasuke. Just as his mind teeters on the brink of collapse, a gentle voice reaches him. He stiffly turns his head to meet Naruto's bright gaze. As long as I am here, I will never allow my comrades to be slain. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke is momentarily lost in thought. Within Naruto's simple words, he finds a sliver of solace. That face, which he usually found irksome, suddenly appears handsome at this instant. Naruto, is it truly acceptable for you to steal someone else's lines? Uchiha Kagami looks at Naruto with exasperation. This fellow has audaciously taken his words. Now, Uchiha Kagami is at a loss for what to say. Fine, let him take the lines. There's no point in flaunting superiority in front of you. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Kagami vanished from sight. The next moment, a metallic clash resonates from a tree 10 meters distant from Naruto and the others. Uchiha Kagami, wielding a small shuriken, deflects an oversized sword with exaggerated dimensions. Are you done pretending? If so, it's my turn now. Uchiha Kagami lifts his head, his crimson Sharingan slowly rotating. This meager mist, before the Sharingan, is but a mere child. Impossible. Momochi Zabuza's pupils constrict violently. He knows the mist is ineffective against the Sharingan. But a single shuriken? It blocked his decapitating sword? Surely. This is a jest. Uchiha Kagami chuckles lightly, using the tip of his foot to push off the decapitating sword, launching himself into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. The hand seals are completed in an instant, and a magnificent, colossal fireball ascends. Momochi Zabuza hastily leaps down from the tree, evading the onslaught of the fireball. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Another sequence of hand seals ensues, and in the blink of an eye, several small fireballs, each a meter in diameter, soar towards Momochi Zabuza. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With no escape, Momochi Zabuza can only employ ninjutsu to counter. The fireballs collide with the water orbs, producing a violent sizzle akin to boiling water. Steam rises, further obscuring the already unclear vision. Naruto and his companions gaze in bewilderment, watching until the figures of the two combatants become indistinguishable. Naruto. Kagami can defeat that guy, right? Sakura's face is etched with fear. In the midst of the fog, when visibility is impaired, one instinctively feels a sense of dread. Of course, Naruto responds without hesitation. His confidence in Uchiha Kagami is unwavering. This is not about strength. It is a blind faith in Kagami. In this world, there is nothing Kagami cannot accomplish. If there is, it can only be that Kagami does not wish to achieve it. Meanwhile, Sasuke remains profoundly silent. A pair of hands firmly grasped the shuriken, teeth grinding audibly in tension. Was he now only worthy of being protected? In the village, he relied on his brother for safety. Outside the village, he depended on Jing. When would he finally acquire the strength to protect others? Clang. The crisp sound resonated endlessly through the mist, tugging at the hearts of all who heard it. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the fog, scattering a spray of crimson mist. Thud. The figure crashed heavily to the ground before Naruto and the others. With black hair and half of his face wrapped in bandages, he wielded a broken sword. It was Momochi Zabuza. Your prowess seems to pale in comparison to your boastful words. From the mist, Uchiha Jing slowly emerged, still clutching a shuriken in his hand. Zabuza glared at him ferociously, his expression fluctuating between rage and uncertainty. Jing approached him, slightly bending forward. Mr. Momochi Zabuza, will you concede resistance? Concede? Zabuza scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Perhaps you have misjudged my strength. In an instant, the figure on the ground transformed into a puddle. Behind Uchiha Jing, Zabuza's silhouette materialized unexpectedly. Jing, watch your back. Naruto shouted desperately. Water style, water prison technique. A layer of azure water enveloped Uchiha Jing's body. You cannot move now, can you? This is the fate of those who underestimate Momochi Zabuza. He revealed a sinister grin. Next, you shall merely witness these young ones, one by one, perish before your very eyes. A water clone formed before him, displaying a cruel smile towards Naruto and the others. Chapter 53. Open up. Single hook Jade. Jing is trapped. What should we do? What should we do? Sakura cried out anxiously, her legs trembling slightly. Calm down. Naruto growled, his gaze steady upon the approaching Zabuza Momochi. The figure before them was merely his water clone, while the real Zabuza was sealing Jing away. As long as it is attacked, it will dissipate. Naruto analyzed coolly. Over the past 3 years, he had not merely been a mascot for Jing, he had garnered invaluable combat experience from him. However, shut up. Sakura attempted to voice her thoughts, but Naruto abruptly interrupted her. Do not think of anything else, just focus on him. Beside them, Sasuke remained silent, but he had already assumed a battle-ready stance, his eyes coldly fixed on the advancing Zabuza. Though he too felt a sense of urgency, he understood one crucial truth more than Sakura: panic would only hinder his speed in striking. Only by remaining composed and analyzing his opponent could he hope for a glimmer of survival. Are you little brat scared? Zabuza taunted, dragging his massive sword behind him, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Enjoy the feast of death. This is my greatest mercy towards you. As soon as the words left his lips, Zabuza vanished into the thick mist, leaving Sasuke and the others in a state of terror. Be careful, keep your eyes peeled, Naruto warned, scanning the surroundings, with Sasuke and Sakura doing the same. Unfortunately, the dense fog severely obstructed their vision, limiting their sight to a mere 3 meters. Beyond that, only mist remained. Suddenly, they heard rustling leaves from their right. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens flew from their hands. Your aim is quite poor, a sinister voice echoed among them. Naruto's pupils dilated in realization. He was among them. Without time for further thought, Naruto summoned a basic Rasengan into his hand. Zabuza slightly tilted his body, evading the Rasengan Naruto wielded. Not bad for combat awareness, but alas, still too inexperienced. With a swift kick, Zabuza sent the already unsteady Naruto flying. Clang. Sasuke exerted all his strength to block Zabuza's blade, which had been aimed at Naruto, with a shuriken. The shuriken shattered upon impact, and Sasuke narrowly rolled aside to evade the blade's edge. Fire style, great fireball technique. As he landed, Sasuke completed his hand seals, pressing his palm to his mouth. A fireball, 1 meter in diameter, surged towards Zabuza, radiating intense heat. Impressive, Zabuza acknowledged, grinning as he tugged Sakura, who was momentarily dazed, in front of himself. Don't. Sakura screamed in piercing terror as the fireball drew near, striking her directly in the chest. Die. Naruto appeared behind Momochi Zabuza at an unknown moment, bending down to deliver a punch aimed at his lower body. As Jing had stated, any technique that could vanquish an opponent was a worthy one. The devious little brat. Rage flashed across Zabuza's face as he executed a swift kick backward, striking Naruto squarely in the face. Bang. The Naruto behind him instantly transformed into a broken piece of wood. You fell for it. To Zabuza's left, another Naruto emerged unexpectedly, his fist clenched tightly. Simultaneously, Sasuke appeared on his right. Zabuza let out a cold snort, using the unconscious Sakura as a weapon, swinging her directly at the two. Upon seeing Sakura in his grasp, Both Naruto and Sasuke instinctively restrained their movements. Caught off guard, they were both sent sprawling by the weaponized Sakura. As they landed, both quickly rolled over, their hands pressing against the ground. This won't do. Sakura is in danger. Naruto looked at the unconscious Sakura with concern. Sasuke frowned. He held no affection for this thoughtless woman, yet he certainly did not wish her harm. Just a moment, you. Naruto whispered into Sasuke's ear. The more Sasuke listened, the tighter his brow furrowed. Is this a bit underhanded? He truly could not condone Naruto's approach. It was simply too lewd. Jing had once said, whether black cat or white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Reluctantly agreeing upon hearing Jing's words, Sasuke gritted his teeth. What are you two discussing? Zabuza inquired with a smile, viewing the pair as mere morsels in his bowl, available for consumption at any moment. Observing their desperate struggles was, for him, nothing less than a lively comedy. Do you wish to know? Naruto raised his head, flashing a broad grin. No matter the method, you shall perish today. Not necessarily. Naruto charged fiercely at Zabuza. Zabuza was taken aback. Is this a suicidal attempt? If you wish to end it, then so be it, little brat. Casting aside the unconscious Sakura, Zabuza brandished his decapitating blade, its edge directed at the approaching Naruto. It was as if Naruto were oblivious, charging straight toward the deadly weapon. He truly intends to end it. Zabuza remained motionless, watching as Naruto collided with the blade. Boom. At the moment of impact, white mist billowed forth. A broken piece of wood embedded itself into the decapitating sword. Simultaneously, two spinning shuriken hurtled toward Zabuza. A mere trick. Laughable. Zabuza snorted coldly, slicing down with his blade and effortlessly deflecting one of the shuriken. The deflected shuriken collided with the other, altering its trajectory, slightly tilting his head. Another shuriken whizzed past Zabuza's ear. So, what next? Do you have any further plans? Taudi Zabujan coldly gazed at Sasuke across from him. Sasuke shrugged. Guess, and there's a prize for the correct answer. Taudi Zabujan was taken aback. What did that mean? Was this a form of self-destruction? Or wait, where was that yellow-haired brat? Are you looking for me? A cheerful voice resonated from behind him. Before he could turn around, a searing pain erupted from his back. The invincible technique. 1,000 years of pain. Naruto squatted behind him, hands clasped together, forming a sword-like gesture. With a fierce gust of wind, he surged from below. Damn brat. Taudi Zabujan angrily turned around, but alas bang. A puddle of water spread across the ground. Ha. It worked. Naruto leaped up, bouncing and waving at Sasuke. A smile also broke across Sasuke's face. Indeed, they had succeeded. Without relying on his brother. Without depending on Sakura. They had triumphed over one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Taudi Zabujan, solely through their combined strength. Even if it was merely a water clone. Just as they were reveling in their victory, Naruto's expression abruptly shifted. Sasuke, watch out. A jolt of alarm surged through Sasuke, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. Thud. Sasuke stood frozen. He distinctly heard the sound of something piercing flesh. Why did he not feel any pain? Stunned, he turned around. Behind him, Naruto had appeared without him noticing. Arms wide open, he stood at his back. A large blade pierced through his chest, transfixing him. Scalding blood splattered against Sasuke's back. Nar, Sasuke gasped, struggling to articulate. Nar. Naruto turned his head to look at him. Opening his mouth, he revealed his iconic smile. Hurry, go. Sasuke watched in horror as the blade protruded through him. Sadness, pain, despair. His mind felt as though it was about to explode. Teetering on the brink of madness, Naruto bore that blow for him. Why? Why again? Why was his strength so feeble? Countless memories replayed in his mind. Always sheltered by his brother. Protected by Sakura after leaving the village. And now it was Naruto again. Why? Sasuke clutched his hair, his eyes wide with shock. Veins bursting in his pupils. This was not how it was supposed to be. Tears dripped onto the ground, soaking into the earth. Brat, do you sense despair? Taudi Zabujan's figure materialized in front of Naruto. The blade that had pierced through Naruto's chest gradually withdrew. Blood flowed like a river from his back. Suddenly, the blade became stuck. He looked on in confusion. Sasuke lowered his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his face. His hands firmly grasped the blade of the decapitating sword. Patience, little one. Your turn will come soon, chuckled Kakashi, his laughter tinged with cruelty. You should not treat him this way. Sasuke slowly raised his head. Should not. Huh. Insignificant insect, such is your fate. Kakashi regarded Sasuke's theatrics with disdain. As Sasuke lifted his gaze, a flash of crimson emerged. Who is the insect? Within his eyes, The single tomo of the Sharingan rotated ominously. Neither he nor I am. His indifferent words carried an icy chill. You are the one. Chapter 54. The assault of the second pillar. Tao Di Zai Bujan's face displayed a look of astonishment. The Sharingan. Has it been activated? Is this young boy also from the Uchiha Clan? However, a moment later, a relaxed smile reappeared on his face. Oh, a child from the Uchiha Clan? What a pity. It's merely a single tomo. In a flash, Tao Di Zai Bujan released his beheading sword. The next instant, his figure appeared to the right of Sasuke. Die. You insignificant insect. A punch, cutting through the air with a chilling whistle, hurtled directly towards Sasuke's face. I said. Sasuke raised his arm, firmly blocking the strike. You are the insect. A streak of crimson flashed as Sasuke's youthful fist surged forward, striking fiercely against Tao Di Zai Bujan's chest. Go die? A furious roar erupted. Sasuke's fist created numerous afterimages, relentlessly battering Tao Di Zai Bujan's body, forcing him to stagger backward. Puff! Another splash of water appeared on the ground. Sasuke bowed his head, concealing his expression from the world. All that could be seen were tears dripping steadily into the earth. Naruto, why are you crying? Do you lack the resilience befitting a ninja? A gentle voice emanated from beside him. A warm hand rested atop his head. Sasuke, with tear-filled eyes, looked up to meet Uchiha Jing's kind smile. Jing. In that instant, Sasuke completely shattered. Tears cascaded down his face, and he collapsed into Uchiha Jing's embrace. So, activating the Sharingan comes at such a painful price. No wonder brother never revealed how to awaken it. No wonder Jing hesitated to share his experience. Naruto, he sacrificed himself to save me. Sasuke helplessly gazed at Jing, then turned to look at Naruto, who lay quietly on the ground. Blood stained the earth beneath him. Do you understand the significance of companionship? Uchiha Jing inquired, seemingly unconcerned for Naruto's fate. What good is understanding? Sasuke stared blankly at Naruto's lifeless form. Growth demands a price, some burdens you can bear, while others haunt you for a lifetime. Jing, I cannot bear such a cost. As he spoke, the color drained from Sasuke's once vibrant face. As a ninja, this is a burden you must shoulder. So, hurry and grow stronger, strong enough that no one can harm those you cherish. Uchiha Jing released Sasuke and strode directly toward Naruto. Grow stronger. Sasuke murmured to himself. Stronger than everyone else. Uchiha Jing approached Naruto's body, hands stuffed in his pockets. Under Sasuke's astonished gaze, he delivered a kick to Naruto. Jing, what are you doing? The resurrected Naruto suddenly sprang to his feet, clutching his chest, and glared furiously at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, what is your intention? Do you wish to kick me to death? You deserve it for pretending to be dead. Uchiha Kagami snorted dismissively, turning his back on him. Indeed, the assault from Momochi Zabuza had inflicted considerable injury upon Naruto. However, when compared to the formidable healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, it was far from fatal. Moreover, within him resided the formidable Ninetails, a veritable buck. In Naruto, Sasuke initially stared in bewilderment at the resurrected Naruto, momentarily at a loss for words. Nichanohei Naruto beamed his signature smile and waved at Sasuke. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke finally wiped the tears from his face, revealing a grim smile. You should refrain from smiling, Sasuke. Naruto's lips twitched. It's simply too ugly. Sasuke's smile froze, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a blur. Who are you calling ugly, you fool? Observing the playful banter between the two, Uchiha Kagami could only smile helplessly. Meanwhile, Momochi Zabuza was equally bewildered. He glanced back at the Uchiha Kagami trapped within the water prison, and then at the one standing with Naruto and the others. What is happening? How can there be two Uchiha Kagami? Are they twin brothers? I've never heard of such a thing. Naruto noted the Uchiha Kagami in the water prison. Kagami. How come? Uchiha Kagami shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, two more Uchiha Kagami leapt forth from the trees. I tend to be rather lazy. I usually rely on shadow clones for combat. With a puff, the Uchiha Kagami in the water prison transformed into smoke and vanished. Momochi Zabuza glared furiously at the group. Shadow clones. You dare to engage in battle against me, the great Momochi Zabuza, using merely a shadow clone. This is a great humiliation. You've truly enraged me. Zabuza trembled with fury. Calm your temper, Uchiha Kagami waved dismissively. Anger is detrimental to your health, especially to a man's vitality, if a man's vitality is compromised. All efforts are in vain. This remark only served to infuriate Zabuza further, causing his rage to intensify. Die. as Zabuza charged towards him at breakneck speed. Uchiha Kagami patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "I leave it to you." Sasuke was taken aback, turning to face the approaching Zabuza. His single Tomo Sharingan began to whirl with intensity. "No problem." Sasuke stepped forward, directly confronting Zabuza. Hand seals flew with precision, and in an instant, he completed the necessary incantations. Fire style, great fireball technique. With the enhancement of his Sharingan, the world around him transformed dramatically. He could perceive every movement of Momochi Zabuza and the distribution of chakra flowing within him with crystal clarity. The once easily evaded great fireball, under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, was unleashed at the vulnerabilities of Momochi Zabuza's movements. With a cold sneer, Zabuza swung his beheading sword, cleaving the fireball in twain. In the face of absolute power, the Sharingan was rendered nothing more than a jest. "Die, brat!" he bellowed, leaping through the air with his sword held aloft. Yet Sasuke remained unfazed, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. The immense blade of the beheading sword could deliver devastating force, but it was not without its weaknesses. As Sasuke closed in, Zabuza felt an inkling of discomfort. The sweeping attacks were the sword's forte, requiring ample space to execute. Clearly, Sasuke had capitalized on this, choosing to engage at close quarters. Thus, the massive sword became a burden for Zabuza. With a swift kick to Zabuza's chest, Sasuke used the momentum to flip in midair. In the blink of an eye, he formed hand seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball struck Zabuza squarely in the chest, igniting a shower of sparks. Whoosh! A flurry of shuriken followed, aimed at the trajectory of Zabuza's descent. Sasuke landed gracefully as an oddly shaped ninja tool appeared in his grasp. Wind shuriken. The shuriken, sharp as a blade, unfurled rapidly upon release, transforming into a colossal projectile, slicing through the air towards Zabuza. Bang! A relentless barrage ensued, leaving Zabuza reeling. By the time he touched down, his form was tattered, with his chest scorched black. Gasping for breath, Zabuza's expression had shifted from disdain to caution. He found himself bewildered. A pair of Sharingan, merely the single Tomo variant, had granted this boy such formidable enhancement. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Chapter 55, the appearance of by a series of swift maneuvers took a tremendous toll on Sasuke. However, clad in his haughty demeanor, Sasuke crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression. If one were to overlook his ghastly pale complexion, he would indeed exude a certain charm. Uchiha Kagami pondered this, conjuring an image of another similarly proud figure in his mind, Uchiha Madara, also a reincarnation of Indra. The similarities between the two were striking, particularly their shared arrogance. Turning his gaze towards Naruto, he observed the latter enthusiastically cheering for Sasuke, bouncing with excitement, a sight reminiscent of Hashirama, both embodying a youthful exuberance and a touch of Navet. Faced with such humiliation, Momochi Zabuza gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain coursing through his body as he began to form hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The formerly tranquil river behind him erupted violently. A dragon, entirely composed of water, spiraled upwards, stretching an impressive 10 meters in length. Sasuke swallowed hard. The awakening of his Sharingan had significantly enhanced his power. Yet it could not mask the fact that he remained merely a genin that had already pushed him to his limits. Before the water dragon, he found himself utterly defenseless. "That's enough. You've done well." A hand rested on his shoulder. Uchiha Kagami stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Sasuke. "Leave the rest to me." The three tomo of his Sharingan spun ominously as he stood resolutely before the crowd, akin to an insurmountable mountain. "Die!" Zabuza roared as the water dragon surged towards Uchiha Kagami. Fire release, great fire destruction. Kagami tilted his head back, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the sky, momentarily obscuring the heavens. In comparison, Zabuza's water dragon seemed merely a diminutive serpent. Upon contact, it wailed pitifully, dissipating into vapor, while the inferno continued to spread ominously towards Zabuza. Is this truly Kagami's real strength? Sasuke gazed, entranced by the overwhelming sea of flames, lost in contemplation. Naruto, however, displayed no signs of surprise. He was all too familiar with Kagami's prowess. Though the fiery spectacle was astonishing, he had witnessed even more formidable displays in the past. Zabuza was left dumbfounded. The power of this young boy, could it truly rival that of a Kage? In that instant, he felt the urge to weep. He had merely accepted an assassination mission, targeting an ordinary individual. Did he truly need to contend with an opponent of such caliber? Suddenly, a slender figure adorned with a mask appeared before Zabuza. Transparent ice crystals enveloped the two, as the torrent of flames cascaded down, consuming the crystalline barrier entirely. What on earth? Was someone just beside Momochi Zabuza? Naruto curiously surveyed the raging inferno. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly. His Sharingan had not yet engaged. Yet he perceived far more clearly than Naruto. Indeed, a figure had materialized before Momochi Zabuza, enveloping both men in a peculiar ninjutsu. In such an immense sea of flames, would it truly prove effective? Sasuke pondered silently. Uchiha Kagami gazed intently at the blazing fire. Ah, the bloodline limit has finally arrived, hasn't it? Just then, the fire began to transform. A layer of pristine ice gradually spread, swiftly cloaking the inferno. An oval-shaped layer of ice formed precisely at Momochi Zabuza's previous location. Sasuke lifted his gaze towards Uchiha Kagami. Beneath the watchful eye of his Sharingan, he discerned the formidable chakra imbued within the ice layer that blanketed the flames. This chakra felt oddly enigmatic. Crack! The oval ice layer began to fracture, and a figure emerged from within. Meanwhile, the former Momochi Zabuza lay silently on the ground. The figure donned a mist village mask, with long hair cascading down the sides. I am a member of the Mist Umbu, tasked with retrieving the body of Momochi Zabuza. As he spoke, he approached Uchiha Kagami and the others. Huh, a body? Has that guy already perished? Naruto, perplexed, gradually lowered his hostility towards the newcomer. Sasuke, however, remained vigilant, sensing something amiss about this individual. Uchiha Kagami observed the approaching figure with intrigue. Just as depicted in the anime, a feigned death to escape? Haku. So it is a member of the Mist Umbu. Uchiha Kagami feigned a moment of realization. Momochi Zabuza is a rogue ninja from the mist. I sincerely apologize for the trouble he has caused you. Upon reaching Uchiha Kagami, Haku bowed apologetically. No worries, no worries. We have sustained no losses. Uchiha Kagami scratched his head, his smile innocent and carefree. Naruto instinctively distanced himself from Uchiha Kagami, regarding him with wary eyes. This individual. Does he intend to deceive? I shall take the body of Momochi Zabuza back to the mist, Haku declared, preparing to return to where the body lay. Wait. Uchiha Kagami interjected with a beaming smile. Haku turned back, puzzled. You see, we were the ones who defeated Momochi Zabuza, correct? Haku hesitated, uncertain of the implication, yet instinctively nodded. His bounty is quite substantial. Since we vanquished him, it rightfully belongs to us, does it not? Uchiha Kagami's grin resembled that of a cunning old fox. Haku was taken aback. Bounty? Aren't they ninjas from Konoha? When did Konoha ninjas become so concerned with bounties? While the statement holds true, it is imperative that I bring back Momochi Zabuza to the hidden mist, regardless of the consequences. It matters not. I require only his head, the rest is yours. A sense of unease gripped by. If I hand over his head, Zabuza will surely meet his demise. This cannot be. Cannot be? Uchiha Kagami's eyes narrowed slightly. May I then surmise that you are not truly a member of the Mist Umbu, but rather an accomplice of his? In the next moment, I sprang into action. Several shuriken were lodged where he once stood. With a series of agile jumps, he returned to the front of Momochi Zabuza. I told you this plan is unfeasible. The once silent Zabuza now rose once more, extracting several silver needles from his neck, blood gushing forth. Do not be so crude. You may actually kill him. I shook his head in resignation. With a cold chuckle, Zabuza cast a menacing glance at Uchiha Kagami and the others. Eliminate them, if you would be so kind. I turned, engulfed in silence. The trio of Sasuke posed little threat. However, the formidable Uchiha Kagami, he lacked confidence. Noting Bai's silence, Zabuza snorted derisively. Useless. Even in death, you must deal with them. Bai remained unresponsive, yet his body was already poised for battle. Hey, how about you let me say a few words? Uchiha Kagami expressed his discontent, tilting his head as he leisurely approached within 10 meters of the two. We really need not resort to a fight, do we? Bai turned to Zabuza. Is it as simple as you say? Zabuza, wielding his great sword, gazed at him with an imposing demeanor. You. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. In an instant, he appeared before Zabuza, a kunai held firmly in hand, its blade pressed against Zabuza's throat, blood trickling down the edge. Chapter 56. The emergence of the Rinnegan. There exists a certain audacity in those who possess strength, a commanding presence that demands respect. Yet, to be brash without the means to back it up is tantamount to courting death. Uchiha Jing's previously languid gaze suddenly sharpened, radiating a piercing intensity. Beside him, Bai was taken aback. When had his speed become so astonishingly swift? Tao Dizai Bujan was momentarily stunned, but soon his defiant smirk reappeared. Come on, try to kill me. Uchiha Jing remained silent, while Bai was equally speechless. Having witnessed arrogance before, Uchiha Jing had never encountered such brazen hubris. In the anime, Tao Dizai Bujan, though proud, at least exhibited some intellect. Yet this version seemed utterly devoid of reason. Could this truly be the real Tao Dizai Bujan? In a flash, as Uchiha Jing was lost in thought, a cunning glint flickered in Tao Dizai Bujan's eyes. In the next instant, the body once held at knife point transformed abruptly into a puddle of water. Water release, 1,000-killing water flight. Bai reacted with remarkable speed. As Tao Dizai Bujan escaped, countless droplets ascended, instantaneously morphing into an unending barrage of water shuriken. Swoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as countless water shuriken surged toward Uchiha Jing. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Jing clasped his hands together, forming seals, and placed them before his mouth. A brilliant crimson flame erupted, expanding dramatically as it approached the water shuriken. Beneath the mask, Bai's exquisite face was awash with astonishment. The great fireball technique. Could it truly grow to such a size? Staring at the colossal fireball, Bai was rendered speechless. What are you dawdling for? Attack! Tao Dizai Bujan bellowed from a nearby tree. Finally snapping back to reality, Bai realized the enormous fireball was perilously close. Ice release, Ice Rock Fortress. Bai slammed his hands onto the ground, conjuring a formidable wall of solid ice before him. Boom! The fireball collided with the ice wall, generating a wave of force. The searing heat clashed against the absolute cold, each opposing the other in a spectacular display. Flames dwindled while the ice wall began to melt. Moments later, apart from a vast expanse of steam, nothing remained. Just now. Was that ice release? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Bai. It's a bloodline limit, Sasuke assessed calmly. Is it really that powerful? Naruto inquired, his knowledge of bloodline limits being rather limited. Indeed, all bloodline limits possess considerable strength. Sasuke replied with caution. As soon as he finished speaking, both boys beheld Bai, hailed as formidable, now firmly grasped by Uchiha Jing's hand around his throat. Sasuke. Naruto. Naruto stole a glance at Sasuke, pondering how naive this fellow seemed. Is this what you call strong? Sasuke awkwardly felt as though he could carve out a spacious 3-bedroom apartment with his foot. Ahem. Bai coughed painfully twice, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This Uchiha. Truly formidable. Bai pointed his toe towards Uchiha Jing's chest, deftly extricating himself from Uchiha Jing's grasp. The moment he landed, Bai propped himself on one hand. Ice release, crystal mirror ice. Instantly, dozens of transparent ice crystals erupted from the ground, centered around Uchiha Jing. Meanwhile, Bai's figure mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, his silhouette appeared atop the numerous transparent ice crystals. To think Bai was compelled to employ this technique. The tree-dwelling Momochi Zabuza also revealed a look of astonishment. The crystal mirror ice was Bai's trump card. They had scarcely begun their battle, yet he had already resorted to it. This clearly indicated that even Bai found himself at a disadvantage against Uchiha Jing. Enveloped by the ice crystals, Uchiha Jing stroked his chin. This technique. The very one that had caused Sasuke and Naruto considerable distress in the anime. However, for him, this move held no significance. Surrender now. I have no desire to kill you. I spoke hollowly from within the ice crystals. Oh? Uchiha Jing grinned playfully. Should I then sing a song? Bai hesitated. Sing. A song? Was this truly the moment for such frivolity? Listen to me, thank you. Uchiha Jing whimsically positioned his hands atop his head, forming a heart shape. Bai. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure Uchiha Jing exerted, he might very well have thought him a fool. Very well? The jest has gone on long enough. Briefly relaxing his mind and body, Uchiha Jing ceased his playful antics. Lowering his head, he obstructed Bai's line of sight. A mere ruse. Bai snorted coldly, and an array of whizzing sounds erupted within the ice crystals. It is over. Bai sniffed. No one trapped by his crystal mirror ice had ever escaped alive. Not even an Uchiha. Over? Uchiha Jing kept his head bowed, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is over. The three-tomo Sharingan underwent a swift transformation. Yellow pupils became ensnared in intricate patterns. Universal pull. In midair, countless shimmering shurikens abruptly halted. As if influenced by an unseen repulsion, they soared back at an even more ferocious speed. What? Bai within the ice crystals was taken aback. What kind of ability is this? He can manipulate so many shurikens. Before he could react, Uchiha Jing clasped his hands together. Universal attraction, centered around Uchiha Jing. All objects within a 10-meter radius were uncontrollably drawn towards him. The crystal mirror ice was no exception. Bai, trapped within the ice crystals, was astonished, attempting to leap out, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. As the ice crystals gathered before Uchiha Jing, a smile graced his face. 5 seconds. Just perfect. Shinra Tensei. The magical mirror ice crystals suddenly halted, their suction transforming into a formidable repulsion. Crack. One by one, the magical mirror ice crystals shattered under the force of the transformation. Meanwhile, Bai, concealed within the ice crystals, was unmasked. Uchiha Jing seized Bai's neck once more. Do you have any more techniques? Bai, stunned, lifted his gaze, only to meet Uchiha Jing's Rinnegan. A tremor coursed through him. These eyes. If you have nothing left, then you have lost. Uchiha Jing spoke with an air of ease, extending his hand slowly towards Bai's mask. Bai, despondently, lowered his head. He yearned to resist, but alas. His opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. As the mask was removed, Bai's long hair fluttered slightly. A visage more exquisite than that of any woman emerged into the open air. At first glance, Uchiha Jing was utterly captivated. In the anime, Bai's face was already a paragon of feminine beauty, but in the realm of reality, Bai's allure was breathtaking. Suddenly, the figure of Momochi Zabuza materialized, swinging his massive sword towards Uchiha Jing. With a clash, the ninja blade was drawn. Uchiha Jing, wielding the ninja sword with one hand, parried the ferocious onslaught of Momochi Zabuza. Let him go. Zabuza raged, hacking away with a fervor akin to madness. In truth, he had had the chance to escape moments ago, having distanced himself significantly. Why had he turned back? Zabuza could not articulate it. In any case, he could not bear the thought of Bai coming to harm. The relentless onslaught was immensely taxing. Moreover, given his already grievously injured state, after delivering dozens of strikes, Zabuza collapsed, utterly spent. Let him go. Even in his weakened state, Zabuza's expression remained fierce. Bai stared blankly at the fallen Zabuza. Why had he come to rescue him? Wasn't it said that he was merely a tool? Chapter 57. News of the Yang organization Uchiha Kagami exhibited little interest in the tumultuous connection between Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Having set Haku down, he directed a swift kick towards Zabuza. Despite being inherently gentle, why did he resort to such ferocity? Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, as was Haku, who had just been released. What do you mean? Zabuza was perplexed. What was this Uchiha brat implying? I have no intention of killing you, Uchiha Kagami stated, crouching to meet Zabuza's gaze. Though you appear menacing, you are not entirely wicked. What do you say? Would you be interested in joining me? Zabuza found himself momentarily at a loss. Had they not just been embroiled in a fierce battle? How could he suddenly propose an alliance? It took little time for Zabuza to regain his composure. Join Konoha? Huh. Do you think Konoha would accept a rogue ninja? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. It is not about joining Konoha. Haku's expression shifted, puzzled. Konoha ninjas seeking allies, yet not joining Konoha? You are aware of the village of Kuronin, correct? Zabuza paused, recalling the place. He had heard of it being destroyed 3 years ago by an entity known as the Yang organization, later rebuilt by unknown hands. In 3 years, Kuronin had flourished, rumored to have been established by Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and a rogue ninja of Konoha. I believe it would be a fitting place for you. Zabuza contemplated while Haku furrowed his brow. The Yang organization. What? Do you think poorly of Kuronin? Noting Haku's frown, Uchiha Kagami felt a surge of curiosity. Zabuza's disagreement did not astonish him, but Haku's dissent seemed contrary to his character. No, Haku pondered, then clarified. Not long ago, they sought us out. Uchiha Kagami sprang to his feet, his gaze piercing. They sought you? Yes, Haku recalled, a grimace crossing his face. There were 5 of them, each possessing the strength of a jonin. Uchiha Kagami's eyes narrowed. Indeed, only the Yang organization could muster such power. With an entire squad of jonin for their missions. They all wore masks, inscribed with the character for Yang upon their foreheads. That must be them. What was their intention in seeking you? Uchiha Kagami inquired, furrowing his brow. 3 years prior, the Yang organization had wrought havoc in pursuit of forbidden jutsu. For 3 years, they had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace within the ninja world. Now, they resurfaced and sought out Zabuza and Haku. What could their intentions possibly be? Bai shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I don't know. They just want to take me back. Take Bai back? Uchiha Jing's thoughts raced like lightning, and he swiftly comprehended the intentions of the Yang organization. To bring Bai back, the objective was for his bloodline limit. First, there was the secret technique. And now the bloodline limit. The ambitions of this young organization were substantial. Uchiha Jing pondered, while Bai quietly conversed with Momochi Zabuza. It's impossible. I will never agree. Bai exclaimed. Stop talking. Bai, you must remember your identity. Bai's countenance dimmed. He was acutely aware of his identity. In his youth, he had declared he would become Zabuza's weapon. Over the years, he had remained steadfast to that promise, consistently serving as Zabuza's sharpest tool. However, the quarrel between them disrupted Uchiha Jing's train of thought. Enough. If you join the village of the Twilight Ninja, you will attain what you desire. Uchiha Jing felt a twinge of irritation. The reappearance of the Yang organization vexed him. Who had established this organization, which did not exist in the anime? What were its true intentions? His strength had grown, in part due to the shock system, and in part because of his precognitive awareness of the plot. Yet the Yang organization had evidently eluded his foresight. This sense of being out of control was quite disconcerting. What I desire. Zabuza was taken aback. The power to alter everything, and to reshape the authority of the Mist Village and even the Land of Water. Uchiha Jing's gaze was intense. Zabuza was, technically speaking, not a villain. Rather, his true nature had been deeply suppressed. Though he harbored ambition, it was primarily for others rather than himself. Such a person would be well suited for the rapidly evolving village of the Twilight Ninja. Given the right opportunity, perhaps he could seize control of the Mist Village. Zabuza stared blankly at him. To be honest, Uchiha Jing's words stirred something within him. Throughout the years, he had never relinquished his ambitions. His years of fleeing and evading were merely a prelude to instigate the next coup. Do you really mean it? Zabuza's resolve wavered. Of course. I have yet to fail in fulfilling my promises, Uchiha Jing proclaimed with pride. After a lengthy contemplation, Zabuza turned to Bai, who displayed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. All right, I accept your offer. Not far away, Naruto and Sasuke watched this scene in bewilderment. They could not hear what Uchiha Jing was saying, yet they witnessed him shake hands with that man. Naruto, what is going on? Sasuke asked, utterly stunned. That's a good question, Naruto replied, somewhat gloomily. I find myself at a loss for words. How could I possibly know the current circumstances? Ahem. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a sudden fit of coughing broke the silence. Ah, Sakura. Upon hearing the cough, Naruto was instantly reminded of the unconscious Sakura, first struck by Sasuke's mighty fireball, and then used as a weapon. Sakura, in excruciating pain, struggled to sit up. It hurt. Not a single part of her body was free from agony, especially her flat chest. What has happened? Sakura clutched her chest, gazing in confusion at Naruto and Sasuke, who were rushing towards her. What has transpired? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. An excellent question indeed. A question that rendered us speechless. Each of them spoke in turn, leaving Sakura even more bewildered. How long had she been in slumber? Why did the two of them seem so peculiar? Meanwhile, a cautious Dasna, who had been hiding at a distance, approached only after the battle had ceased. Has the battle concluded? Observing the lively conversation between Uchiha Itachi and Zabuza Momochi, Dasna appeared utterly perplexed. The very individuals meant to protect him and those intent on his demise had reconciled, and they seemed to be sharing a pleasant exchange. He couldn't shake off the chill creeping down his spine. It must be over. But what is the current situation? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura turned their gaze towards him simultaneously. A superb question indeed. A question that left us all speechless. Dasna. Chapter 58. The Wasteful Family of Card Theft Useless. A bunch of useless fools. After spending such a significant amount of money, you have yet to eliminate Dasna. In a lavish hall within the Land of Waves, Cardo, adorned with small spectacles, scowled with palpable irritation as he berated those beneath him. My lord, it is not that the ninjas tasked with the mission lack strength, but rather, crash. A precious vase shattered before the speaker. But rather what? I refuse to believe there exists a sum of money that cannot extinguish a life. Cardo's visage contorted with fury, veins bulging grotesquely upon his pig-like face. Go. Continue the search for bounty ninjas. No matter the cost, I demand Dasna's demise. As the subordinates prepared to respond, 7 figures entered through the main door. Ah. Are we interrupting a meeting? One among the 7 stepped forward, appearing gallant yet still bearing traces of youth. Who are you? Cardo's brow furrowed slightly. Who am I? Uchiha Kagami chuckled, gesturing toward the elderly farmer among the 7. Isn't this the man you've been so eager to kill? I have brought him to you. Cardo followed the direction of his finger and beheld none other than Dasna, the very man he had longed to eliminate. Dasna, how dare you come here? Cardo sneered. then clapped his hands. The atmosphere was indeed formidable, yet the hall remained eerily silent. Where are the others? Where has everyone gone? Cardo appeared momentarily bewildered, clapping his hands again, yet still no one entered. This situation was becoming rather awkward. No need to clap. Your subordinates never had the chance to arrive. Came a chilling voice from Zabuza Momochi, who bore a beheading sword. Zabuza Momochi? Cardo was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the assassin he had hired to kill Dasna? Why was he here with these individuals? Among them stood his intended target. With years of commercial experience, Cardo was certainly no fool. He quickly discerned that circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Observing Cardo plunged into silence, Uchiha Kagami stepped forward with a smile. I am Uchiha Kagami from Konoha. My mission is to protect Mr. Dasna. Konoha. Uchiha. Cardo's pupils constricted. While he was wealthy, even the richest must yield to power. Konoha was indeed a bastion of strength. And the name Uchiha echoed like thunder. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. State your intentions. It was evident to him that this young man led the group. Our objective is straightforward. You shall not interfere with the bridge that Mr. Dasna is constructing. That is impossible. Cardo rejected the notion without a second thought. His business revolved around controlling maritime imports and exports. It was precisely due to this unique monopoly that he had attained his current status and wealth. Once the construction of the bridge by Dasna is completed, Kato's monopoly business will be utterly ruined. This is a matter of life and death. Impossible? It matters not. For I am not seeking your counsel. Uchiha Jing's innocence radiated. Nearby, Naruto and Sasuke instinctively distanced themselves. This fellow intends to deceive. Uchiha Jing turned to glance at Momochi Zabuza. In an instant, Zabuza understood, his grin transforming into a menacing approach towards Kato. The exaggerated, oversized beheading sword scraped along the ground, sparking with each movement. What do you intend to do? I shall tell you. Kato gazed with terror at the advancing Zabuza, his short legs nervously shuffling backwards. Kato, I can offer you another chance. Remember, only one. Uchiha Jing's voice drifted through the air. Hope ignited in Kato's eyes. What is it you wish to say? Since you did not acquiesce to my previous demand, an additional request must be made. Very well. Kato nodded eagerly. Faced with Zabuza's relentless advance, his psychological defenses crumbled swiftly. Indeed, he relished power and wealth. But one must have life to enjoy them. First, Mr. Dasna's bridge must proceed as scheduled. Kato steeled himself, reluctantly nodding. Even without a monopoly over maritime imports and exports, his influence could still yield profit. Second, surrender all your money. Remember, all of it. I do not wish for you to deceive me, for you cannot escape my gaze. The three-tomo Sharingan emerged in his eyes, rotating slowly and ominously. Kato instinctively recoiled, wishing to refuse. He could comply with the first request precisely because he had his wealth as a foundation. If he relinquished all his money to Uchiha Jing, how could he survive? Yet, the crimson eyes rendered him powerless to refuse. Fear had seeped into his very core. 2 hours later, Uchiha Jing gazed in astonishment at the myriad of boxes strewn across the ground. This old fellow has amassed quite a fortune over the years. So many boxes, what an enormous sum this must represent. Naruto stared blankly at the boxes, his eyes transforming into shapes of currency. So much money. Naruto exclaimed, Jing, is all of this ours? Uchiha Jing chuckled softly, affirming, yes, it is all mine. With this much money, how many instant noodles can we buy? How many dango can we procure? How many, huh? Naruto turned back in confusion. All of yours? Yes, mine, all mine, entirely mine. With that declaration, Uchiha Jing disregarded the frantic Naruto and strode towards Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza was equally astonished by the quantity, though he refrained from displaying much emotion. Wealth and power had never been his desires. His singular aim had always been to bring an end to the chaos of the hidden mist. Nothing more. In the past, being alone, the only way to end the chaos of the hidden mist was through relentless toil for wealth. Yet, times have changed. Financial matters are now resolved by those above. He merely needs to contemplate how to allocate the resources wisely. This sum is entrusted to you, Uchiha Kagami stated calmly. Both Momochi Zabuza and Haku turned abruptly, incredulous. What did you say? They believed they had misheard. After all, such a vast amount of money could easily fund a well-equipped army. An army composed of shinobi, no less. I am entrusting this money to you. It is your responsibility to return it to the village of the mist. Zabuza and Haku exhaled in relief, thinking it was intended for them. You have discretionary control over 1/3 of this sum, primarily tasked with recruiting shinobi, while the remaining portion will be handed over to you by others. Zabuza's heart raced. 1/3. That amounted to an astronomical figure, a sum that would take him a lifetime as a bounty hunter to accumulate. After a prolonged silence, Zabuza's gaze towards Uchiha Kagami grew intricate. You simply entrust this to me? Are you not fearful of my embezzlement? To be honest, in that moment, Zabuza felt profoundly moved. To be given such a considerable amount with the expectation of its proper management signifies immense trust. How delightful it is to feel trusted. I am not afraid. Uchiha Kagami replied with a smile. First, one should not suspect those they employ. Zabuza and Haku felt warmth in their hearts, their expressions softening. Secondly, you are individuals with aspirations, and those who harbor dreams are generally worthy of trust. The eyes of Zabuza and Haku sparkled brighter. Lastly, Uchiha Kagami's smile took on a menacing quality. As long as you are not afraid of my pursuit, feel free to embezzle. Zabuza and Haku's expressions froze. Wait a moment. What about the promised sentiment? What of the trust? Is this not a blatant threat? Chapter 59. Pursuing the Yang organization early the next morning. Uchiha Jing and the 3 members of Team 7 watched as Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku departed. As he gazed at the endless procession of vehicles, Naruto's face fell in despair. It's all gone. Everything. Instant ramen, dango, all taken away. Can you not be so melodramatic? Uchiha Jing chuckled, amused by Naruto's long face, which seemed to convey that someone had defaulted on a debt owed to him. You don't understand. They didn't just take money. They took away my unfulfilled dreams. The more he spoke, the heavier Naruto's heart felt. Get a grip. Uchiha Jing ignored him and turned his attention to Sasuke and Sakura. The mission has been accomplished. You may return to the village. Sasuke, quick to grasp Uchiha Jing's words, inquired, and what about you? Aren't you coming back? At this, Naruto ceased his sulking and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Jing. I'll be staying behind for a while, Uchiha Jing replied, looking at the distant vehicles that had dwindled to mere specks. Is it because of the Yang organization? Do you intend to investigate on your own? Naruto scrutinized Uchiha Jing's expression, and Uchiha Jing, taken aback, instinctively touched his nose. Of course not. I merely thought to explore a bit. You know how it is. You're lying. Naruto interjected, cutting straight through Uchiha Jing's pretense. For all these years, whenever you fib, you touch your nose. You can't fool me. An awkward silence enveloped the group as 3 pairs of angry eyes bore down on Uchiha Jing. Oh well. Uchiha Jing chuckled nervously, his hand instinctively moving to his nose before he halted it mid-motion. All right, I am indeed looking to gather some intelligence on the Yang organization. The 3 remained silent, continuing to glare at him. Please don't look at me like that. Uchiha Jing awkwardly rubbed his nose. I'm going to gather information. Not just for leisure. With 4 of us, we would attract too much attention. His voice dwindled as he noticed their gazes growing increasingly furious. Did you just touch your nose again? Uchiha Jing's reluctance to let them accompany him stemmed not from fear of exposure, but rather from a suspicion that the founder of the Yang organization might, like him, be a traveler from another world. His arrival in the Naruto universe with a shocking system was his greatest secret, one even Naruto could not be privy to. The prospect of encountering another individual with a similar background made him feel uneasy. Jing, I'm definitely going with you, Naruto asserted, his determination unwavering. Throughout his life, Uchiha Jing had been the first to recognize Naruto and the one who cared for him most. There was no reason for him to undertake such peril alone. Indeed, Naruto believes that the reason Uchiha Kagami does not take them along is due to his concern for their safety. How could he possibly feel at ease leaving Kagami alone? Especially considering the looming threat that worries him? I share the sentiment. Sasuke and Sakura equally exhibit unwavering resolve. Sasuke's thoughts align closely with Naruto's. As for Sakura, well, let us not dwell on that. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the trio, a warm current flowing through his heart. Very well, but when facing the Yang organization, you must adhere to my commands. If I instruct you to retreat, you must do so without hesitation. No problem. Naruto extended his hand, a joyous smile illuminating his face. Sasuke also displayed a faint smile. As for Sakura, let us not speak of it. Without the immense financial backing of Kato, his influence naturally crumbled overnight. With Dazna's bridge-building project no longer obstructed, their mission could be deemed accomplished. After bidding farewell to Dazna, the quartet set forth towards the Hidden Mist Village. According to Haku's account, he and Zabuza encountered a deadly ambush by the Yang organization while executing a bounty mission near the Hidden Mist Village. Due to the unique properties of ice release, they managed to escape in a dire predicament. Thus, Uchiha Kagami's objective was firmly set on the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the village is not devoid of bloodline limits. Sitting in a small boat, Uchiha Kagami rubbed his chin, lost in contemplation. The current state of the Hidden Mist Village is indeed perilous. The Land of Mist, a homeland that Zabuza dared not tread upon. At this stage, the fourth Mizukage, Hyuuga, should still be alive, and Mei Terumi has not yet overturned the policies of the Blood Mist. Therefore, the Hidden Mist Village is fraught with danger. However, Uchiha Kagami is not overly concerned about these matters. This period of the Hidden Mist Village remains largely uncharted in the anime. His primary concern lies in the possibility of encountering Uchiha Obito, a fool blinded by hatred. At this juncture, he is reluctant to engage with this fool too soon. The reason is simple. He fears he might be unable to restrain himself from obliterating the fool. The small boat wobbled gently as it sailed. Gradually, a thick fog began to rise from the sea. Uchiha Kagami stood up to gaze into the distance. Through his rinnegan, the silhouette of a small island materialized within his sight. Are we nearly there? Kagami, the fog has rolled in, Naruto said, perplexed. Yes, we are close. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of caustic liquid, reeking with a pungent odor, cascaded from the sky. Fire release, great fire destruction. Uchiha Kagami's eyes glinted coldly as he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball. The great fire destruction collided with the acidic liquid, dissipating it in midair. This is the Hidden Mist Village. Who are you? A small canoe appeared within the Group S line of sight. Upon the canoe stood a graceful figure. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow. With a proud demeanor and formidable presence, she stood before them. Had they truly encountered her so swiftly? The fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei. We are ninjas from Konohagakure. Uchiha K responded with a composed demeanor. Konohagakure? Humph. Terumi Mei scoffed, a glint of hostility flashing in her eyes. The Hidden Mist Village had long adopted the Blood Mist policy, severing ties with the outside world. The sudden intrusion of several ninjas from Konohagakure was hardly welcome, and it would be surprising if Terumi Mei displayed any semblance of cordiality. We are here to gather intelligence regarding an organization, Uchiha K stated, seemingly unfazed by Terumi Mei's demeanor. By all accounts, they were indeed uninvited guests, and initiating hostilities would not be unjustified. An organization? Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Our Hidden Mist Village harbors no organization you seek. Return to your Konohagakure. Through his Sharingan, Uchiha K keenly observed the subtle unease etched upon her face. It appeared that the Yang organization had indeed infiltrated the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, judging by Terumi Mei's demeanor, it seemed that the Yang organization had caused considerable trouble for the village. This organization posed a threat to the entire ninja world. Could the Hidden Mist Village truly remain unscathed? A hint of menace crept into Uchiha K's tone. Terumi Mei's initial reaction was one of anger. How dare this little brat threaten her? Yet, she swiftly suppressed her fury. Recently, a group had indeed trespassed into the Hidden Mist Village. Their faces concealed by masks inscribed with the character for Yang. The thought of their prowess tightened her brow further. We mean you no harm. We merely wish to understand the intelligence regarding this organization. Uchiha K observed the shift in her expression and quickly added. Terumi Mei pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding. Chapter 60, The Sudden Assault of the Uchiha Kagami within a quaint wooden cabin in the Hidden Mist Village. A conversation unfolded. Speak up. What do you know? Koyomi Mei settled into a wooden chair, her long, slender legs crossed elegantly, concealing a significant view. Uchiha K appeared momentarily lost in thought. Hey, I'm asking you. Koyomi Mei's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. This young one, not too old, was casting wandering glances. What do I even know? Uchiha K stammered, his mind clearly elsewhere. With a sudden motion, Koyomi Mei leapt to her feet, slapping the wooden table with force. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Her face was crimson, glaring at Uchiha K in a mix of fury and mortification. Ahem. Uchiha K, feeling the weight of the moment, cleared his throat and sat up straight. 3 years ago, a mysterious organization emerged, ruthlessly slaughtering villages that possessed secret techniques. Koyomi Mei resumed her seat, a serious expression adorning her face. This organization arose 3 years ago? Back then, it was for secret techniques. Now, it appears they seek to capture ninjas with bloodline limits. This organization has grand ambitions, Uchiha K remarked, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Moreover, there's something peculiar about this organization. What is it? Koyomi Mei instinctively inquired. They seem to possess a considerable number of elite ninjas, which defies common logic. This troubling thought weighed heavily on Uchiha Kagami. The effort and foundation required for a village to cultivate even a single elite ninja is immense. Aside from the 5 great ninja villages, smaller villages struggle to produce even one. Yet, this organization boasts a plethora of elite ninjas. It simply does not add up. Koyomi May furrowed her brows. This aligns closely with the group that intruded upon the Hidden Mist village recently. A cohort of 15 individuals, each wielding elite-level strength. If it weren't for the profound heritage of the Hidden Mist village, she might have fallen into their hands. Indeed, they did visit our village some time ago. After a lengthy contemplation, Koyomi May finally spoke. There were 15 of them, each possessing elite strength. A look of realization spread across Uchiha Kagami's face. Just as I suspected. The encounter with Bai was likely coincidental. Their target is Koyomi May. After all, a ninja possessing 2 bloodline limits is a rarity in the entire ninja world. Where are they now? Koyomi May shook her head. Later, the 4th Hokage appeared and drove them away. Uchiha Kagami rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So the 4th Mizukage, Koyomi Shikigami, is indeed still alive. This group is deranged. 3 years ago, they were willing to annihilate villages for secret techniques. So they certainly will not easily abandon their pursuit of Koyomi May. They will undoubtedly return. Uncertainty loomed over the attitude of the Hidden Mist village towards this organization. Terumi May paused, bewildered. What did this imply? What stance could they possibly hold? Surely, it was one of expulsion. If the Hidden Mist village sought to eradicate this blight upon the ninja world, Konoha would be more than willing to lend their assistance. Uchiha Kagami chuckled innocently. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura instinctively took a step back. This individual was attempting to ensnare them. Our Hidden Mist village undoubtedly shares this sentiment. Terumi May responded without hesitation. Can you truly represent your Hidden Mist village? Uchiha Kagami's question was sharp, probing into the current state of the Hidden Mist village while simultaneously seeking to discern Terumi May's standing within it. After all, this lady would only ascend to the position of 5th Mizukage 5 years hence. She could not speak on behalf of the village. A cold, serpentine voice slithered in from outside the wooden cabin, followed by the door being violently kicked open. Uchiha Kagami looked up. The one who had kicked the door was a green-haired youth with violet eyes, a scar resembling a seam beneath his left eye, and an expression that was chillingly icy. Are you from Konoha? The youth glanced at their forehead protectors, his gaze growing even colder. 4th Lord. A flicker of panic crossed Terumi May's eyes as she hurriedly bowed in respect. It was none other than the 4th Mizukage. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, remaining motionless in his chair. You Konoha brats possess quite the audacity, Jiki Yashiro sneered as he advanced menacingly. Audacity? What do you mean by that? Uchiha Kagami replied with a smile. After the 3rd Great Ninja War, the 5 great ninja villages had entered a state of ceasefire, ushering in an era of peace. They were merely visiting the Hidden Mist. Jiki Yashiro let out a cold snort, fixing his chilling gaze upon Terumi May. Terumi May, did you lead them into the Hidden Mist village? Terumi May cast a conflicted glance at Uchiha Kagami. 4th Lord, I am asking you whether you brought them into the Hidden Mist village. Jiki Yashiro's eyes narrowed slightly, an aura of danger enveloping the atmosphere. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Terumi May's smooth forehead. Yes, no one understood the terror of Jiki Yashiro better than she did, nor his cruelty. Within the Hidden Mist village, no one dared to defy Jiki Yashiro's words, and even fewer had the courage to resist. This was the authority of the 4th Mizukage in the Hidden Mist village. To lead outsiders into mist without permission was a death sentence. Jiki Yashiro, under Terumi May's horrified gaze, suddenly sprouted a menacing tail from his back. A violent aura erupted, sweeping in all directions. What an overwhelming presence! Sasuke felt a shock as he sensed it. This aura was saturated with brutality, sending chills coursing through his limbs, and his single Tomo Sharingan instinctively activated. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. The aura. How familiar it is. Under the overwhelming impact of this presence, Sakura's body swayed precariously, her complexion as pale as death. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, she lacked the vast reserves of chakra from the Nine Tails and the Uchiha Clan, nor did she possess Sasuke's Sharingan to withstand the pressure. At this moment, she even contemplated kneeling. Konan's expression was one of utmost distress. She had not anticipated that Kurogane Yagura would arrive so swiftly, catching her completely off guard. Among the 4, only Uchiha Kagami maintained a cheerful demeanor. To others, The Jinchuriki might seem like an insurmountable barrier, but to him, it was merely a jest. Not to mention the Jinchuriki, even the manifestation of the Three Tails would be judged by whether it feared the Manjikyu Sharingan. Lord Fourth Mizukichi, are you instigating a war between the Hidden Mist and Konoha? Uchiha Kagami remarked with a calm expression. War? You Konoha are hardly worthy, borrowing the chakra of the Three Tails. Kirigane Yagura's expression twisted into a feral grimace, his voice becoming hoarse. Perhaps you overestimate the strength of the Hidden Mist, or maybe. As Uchiha Kagami closed his eyes, a sword-shaped Manjikyu Sharingan materialized before him. You have overestimated yourself. In a flash, Uchiha Kagami appeared before Kirigane Yagura, a hand lightly pressing against his chest. What do you think, Lord Fourth Mizukichi? In an instant, everyone in the wooden house was engulfed in shock. The Manjikyu Sharingan. Chapter 61. The Astonished Kogami Mei, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? In a moment of surprise, Kogami Mei questioned, Are you from the Uchiha Clan? Uchiha Kagami tilted his head in response. Yes, am I not handsome? Kogami Mei was momentarily taken aback. Are all the wretched little brats of the Uchiha Clan so deplorable? The words struck a chord within him. Why did he say all? Had he encountered others from the Uchiha Clan apart from this boy? As he pondered this, a sharp pain pierced through his head, causing his borrowed Three Tails chakra state to dissipate instantaneously. His body grew weak, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lord Fourth. Kogami Mei exclaimed, rushing forward to support him. Release me. Kogami Mei growled, forcefully shaking off her hand. Rising to his feet, he cast a cold glance at Uchiha Kagami before turning away and departing the wooden cabin. What kind of situation was this? He came here to vent his anger. Only to leave? Naruto and his companions expressed their confusion. Yet, Uchiha Kagami understood clearly. The current Kagami Mei was still under the influence of Obito's Genjutsu and was particularly sensitive to the Uchiha surname. The mere mention of it could trigger a possibility of breaking free from the illusion, albeit a slim one. Now that the Genjutsu had been provoked, surely the fool must be aware of it. In a mysterious cave somewhere, a figure with a spiral mask abruptly opened his eyes. Has Kogami Mei's Genjutsu been triggered? Did someone from the Uchiha Clan visit the Hidden Mist? The masked man rose, startling a companion beside him. This individual bore an oddly shaped large sword and wore the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, his visage reminiscent of a shark. Lord Madara, what troubles you? The companion inquired. The masked man shook his head, replying, Nothing. However, I want you to venture to the Hidden Mist village and ascertain if any changes have occurred there. The companion hesitated but instinctively nodded before swiftly exiting the cave. Once alone, the masked man contemplated for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, he seemed to distort and vanished from the cave. Back in the small wooden cabin of the Hidden Mist village, Kogami Mei regarded Uchiha Kagami with a serious expression. Just now, it seemed this little fellow had activated the Sharingan. Moreover, it appeared to be of the kaleidoscope variety. When did the kaleidoscope become so easily awakened? Kogami Mei felt a pang of melancholy. The villagers of Konoha were flourishing, their prowess on the rise. Meanwhile, what about them in the Hidden Mist? Under the bloody policies of the Bloody Mist, it was a miracle if they could retain their people, let alone cultivate talent. What did you just do to Lord Fourth? The disdain for Kei Shikura's governance is rooted in a deep-seated aversion, yet he remains the leader of their village, the Mizukichi. Terumi Mei, however, is quite protective of the Mizukichi. He has done nothing at all, Uchiha Kagami protested innocently, raising his hands in exasperation. Indeed, he had done nothing. The turmoil surrounding Uchiha was a consequence of Kei Shikura's own actions, which had no bearing on him. Done nothing? Terumi Mei scoffed. Yet she had no intention of pursuing the matter excessively. After all, it was the Mizukichi who had initially lost his temper, and thus, blame could not be cast elsewhere. Let us dispense with the trivialities. What are your intentions regarding this organization? She inquired, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Terumi Mei felt a surge of irritation upon observing Uchiha Kagami's nonchalant demeanor. Despite being merely a child, he feigned an air of maturity. I believe they will return. Furthermore, the number of Jonin may increase. Uchiha Kagami stated, his tone unexpectedly serious as he spoke of the young organization, which pricked at his conscience like a thorn that must be removed. What? Terumi Mei exclaimed in shock. They will return, and with even more Jonin? This speculation shattered her composure in an instant. Given the current strength of the Mist Village, confronting 15 Jonin was already a considerable challenge. Any more, and the Mist would be unable to withstand them, unless the fourth Mizukichi unleashed his full might. The mere thought of Kei Shikura transforming into a tailed beast sent a chill down Terumi Mei's spine. No matter, We shall remain in the mist for a while. I just wonder if it will be convenient, Uchiha Kagami said with a cheerful smile. Terumi pondered momentarily. This matter is beyond my authority. I must consult the fourth's opinion. Uchiha Kagami inwardly scoffed at her words. Consulting the fourth's opinion? Perhaps seeking the sage's counsel would be more appropriate. Terumi exited the wooden cottage and made her way toward the distance, where a dilapidated thatched hut stood. Sage-sama, are you resting? She called out as a series of coughs echoed from within. Terumi, I have not yet rested. What brings you here? Came the frail voice in response. Biting her lip gently, Terumi replied, There are matters I wish to discuss with you, Sage-sama. May I enter? Come in. The elderly voice beckoned from the thatched hut. As Terumi stepped inside, she found only a few rudimentary pieces of furniture. An emaciated old man sat solemnly on a rickety chair. Come, what is it? Sit and speak, he said kindly. Terumi found a place to sit but lapsed into silence, appearing somewhat distracted. Terumi, I have heard that you brought a few leaf villagers into the village. Did the fourth seek you out? Noticing her reticence, the sage took the initiative to break the silence. Terumi lifted her gaze. Indeed, Sage-sama. They have come regarding the events of some time ago. The sage furrowed his brow. Those individuals? What connection do they have with the leaf? It appears that their whereabouts were discovered 3 years ago. An intelligence has been gathered over the years. Yuan Master nodded. However, Konoha hesitated. However, what? There is a member of the Uchiha Clan among them. Oh. Yuan Master cast a curious glance at Konoha. He possesses the Ninjutsu Sharingan. Yuan Master's hunched figure suddenly straightened, his eyes alight with ecstasy. The Ninjutsu Sharingan? Are you certain, Konoha? Konoha nodded emphatically. Moreover, just now, the fourth Hokage intended to kill them, utilizing the power of the three tails. Yuan Master nodded in understanding. That explains the sudden surge of the three tails aura earlier. The mere mention of his name from the Uchiha clan caused the fourth to appear particularly tormented, to the point of nearly fainting. Yuan, filled with excitement, rose to his feet and paced the thatched hut. It seems our suspicions were not unfounded. Indeed not. He murmured, a smile spreading across his crinkled face. What should we do next? Konoha's expression remained somber. Even if they were not mistaken, the number of lives lost at the hands of the fourth over the years has been far too great. We must retain them. No matter the means, we must ensure they remain in the hidden mist. Yuan Master's expression turned grave. I understand. They originally intended to stay in the hidden mist for a while. Yuan Master regarded her earnestly. Konoha, do you comprehend his significance? The Ninjutsu Sharingan. It may hold the key to unraveling the fourth's illusions, to restore him to his former self. Konoha seemed lost in thought. That mischievous little fellow. Can he truly save our hidden mist and bring an end to the era of the blood mist? Chapter 62. The startling Uchiha Obito. As Terumi stepped out of the small wooden cabin, Naruto and his companions turned their gaze toward Uchiha Kagami in unison. What had they just heard? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan? The dispelling of the fourth Mizuki's illusion? Was that menacing Mizuki under control? Among the trio, Sasuke's eyes were particularly fervent as he looked at Uchiha Kagami. The kaleidoscope. That was the ultimate form of the Sharingan. What are you staring at me for? Uchiha Kagami shrugged helplessly. Kagami, how many secrets are you hiding from me? Naruto fixed his intense gaze upon him. In that moment, he suddenly realized that this friend he thought he knew so well was, in fact, remarkably unfamiliar. Over the past 3 years, he believed he had come to understand him thoroughly. Who would have thought that this individual was still shrouded in mystery? I have no secrets. I simply don't know about the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Kagami retorted as Naruto shouted at him. You insufferable guy. Now that it's been pointed out, you still want to keep it from me? Am I really that dim-witted? The issue is, Uchiha Kagami innocently raised his hands. You never asked me. Naruto was momentarily left speechless. Did that imply that if he had asked, Kagami would have revealed everything? You are just quibbling. We agreed there would be no secrets. That we would be transparent with each other. Naruto was displeased by Uchiha Kagami's evasiveness. It felt as though this guy was treating him like a child. After all, he was 12 years old. He was no longer a mere child. I will love you wholeheartedly, foolishly, without concern for fairness or unfairness, Uchiha Kagami instinctively sang out. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura. Why are we suddenly singing? The question remained. It sounded quite awful. All right. Please stop looking at me with those eyes. It gives me the creeps. Uchiha Kagami cleared his throat. A ninja's abilities cannot be disclosed to others, even to the closest of individuals. The trio fell silent. Now that was an explanation, rather than mere evasion. Can the Sharingan really dispel illusions? Sasuke quickly pondered a new question. The potency of the Sharingan's Genjutsu was well acknowledged throughout the ninja world. However, hearing about dispelling illusions was something he had never encountered before. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. In the anime, the fourth Mizukage Genjutsu was dispelled by AO of the Mist Clan, who utilized the Byakugan. Dispelling illusions is not a specialty of the Sharingan. But you clearly agreed with her just now. Sasuke was bewildered. I never said it was the Sharingan. That was her own assumption. Then what method was used? Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze toward the small window of the cabin. The sky had completely darkened. Dots of starlight hung in the night, surrounded by mist, exuding a kind of hazy beauty. There are indeed methods available. It merely depends on whether the fish will take the bait. The three individuals exchanged glances, and the statement seemed to carry little weight. Time passed slowly, and within the wooden cabin, the three little ones had already fallen into slumber. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jing quietly sat by the window, lost in contemplation as he gazed outside. He had just checked his shock value, which had astonishingly exceeded 10,000 once again within a mere few days. With power at his disposal, astonishing others became an effortless endeavor. He was particularly grateful to Kato, an ordinary individual who, after just over an hour of interaction, had unwittingly contributed over 6,000 shock points to him. Uchiha Jing marveled at this phenomenon. In terms of the frequency of astonishment, he would gladly deem Kato the strongest. With leisure time on his hands, Uchiha Jing drew several random beginner ninjutsu techniques, acquiring a series of rather chaotic jutsus, predominantly water-based. However, one of them sparked a flicker of delight within him, the lightning release, Chidori. This A-rank ninjutsu, developed by Kakashi in his youth, was also his signature technique. Armed with Chidori, Uchiha Jing felt emboldened to mentor Sasuke. Yet, he sighed softly. During the 3 years of system upgrades, he had tirelessly endeavored to refine his ninjutsu and chakra, only to find himself disheartened by his lackluster innate talent. Relying on personal training for ninjutsu and chakra felt akin to a jest. The novels proclaim, with the system in hand, the world is mine. Yet, possessing a system often left Uchiha Jing with an unsettling sense of insecurity. What would happen if the system were to malfunction one day? If it vanished? Could he survive in the later stages of the Naruto world on his own? The answer was a resounding no. His most significant reliance at present was the Rinnegan. But was the Rinnegan truly an invincible force within the Naruto universe? Certainly not. The Ōtsutsuki clan was inherently endowed with the Rinnegan. Most crises could be resolved now. But what about during the Boruto era? As the era of beautiful eyes faded, would the age of tattoos dawn? Would his Rinnegan still retain its formidable prowess? The answer was equally disheartening. Uchiha Jing gazed at the slumbering Naruto and his companions, sighing once more. At times, he truly envied those destined children of fate. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as a familiar temporal fluctuation registered within his perception. A playful smile crept across Uchiha Jing's lips. So, it has finally arrived, has it? The fool. The night breeze wafted through the window into the wooden cabin, and the figure of Uchiha Jing, who had been seated at the window, had vanished. The masked man stepped forward, and his silhouette materialized in the hidden mist village. As he gazed upon the enveloping mist, a profound disdain flickered in the eyes of the masked man. He harbored an intense aversion to this place. He would prefer never to set foot here again. The very thought of obliterating this wretched locale crossed his mind. After all, if it were not for this cursed ground, she would still be alive. Gradually suppressing the murderous intent boiling within him, the masked man drifted through the village of hidden mist like a specter. Ah, just taking a stroll? A mocking voice echoed from behind him. The masked man swiftly turned to confront a striking visage. Strolling under the moonlight indeed exuded a certain charm. Uchiha K wore a smile, yet his eyes were as frigid as winter. How does one define this individual? Uchiha K could only encapsulate him in 4 words: pitiable and lamentable. Despite sharing a similar disposition with Naruto, he had charted an entirely different course in life. In a previous life, some claimed that the fool had no choice. Yet, in Uchiha K's eyes, this man was devoid of compassion. Why should his own misfortunes be unleashed upon others? This world is not solely a stage for your own tragic narrative. Uchiha K. The masked man observed him with calm resolve. Since Uchiha K had begun to make a name for himself in Konoha, the masked man had taken note of him. Both his formidable strength and his astonishing ability to amass wealth left him astounded. Originally, this individual had not been part of his plans. Yet now he found himself compelled to adjust his strategies due to K's emergence. To be candid, He held a keen curiosity about Uchiha Kage. Do you know me? Would you like an autograph? Uchiha Kage jested nonchalantly. Humph, do you know who I am? The masked man's voice was deep and resonant. Who? Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Kage's expression was one of amusement. Or perhaps, the playful demeanor gradually faded, replaced by a visage of grim determination. Uchiha, Obito. The masked man was momentarily taken aback. A look of astonishment broke through the mask he wore. How? How could he possibly know? Chapter 63. A lesson for Uchiha Obito. What nonsense are you spouting? Uchiha Obito? Who is that? Uchiha Obito feigned calmness. Though his palms were slick with sweat, it was impossible for anyone to know his true identity. Uchiha Obito. That identity lay in the sacred burial grounds of Konoha. Who else could it be? Observing the feigned ignorance of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Kage couldn't help but chuckle. Since one dared to call out his name directly, what was the point of further concealment? I am Uchiha Madara, not the Uchiha Obito you speak of. Uchiha Kage scoffed. Uchiha Madara? If you truly were Madara, you would kneel at the sight of me. This conversation is devoid of substance. Why not discuss something of value? Uchiha Obito was perplexed. You came to the Mist Village to investigate who triggered the Ninjutsu of Kurogane Tsubaki, did you not? Uchiha Obito remained silent. Indeed, that was the reason for his arrival. The fate of Kurogane Tsubaki held little significance for him. However, the three tails within him was crucial for his future plans. Should any mishap befall Kurogane Tsubaki, the three tails would perish as well. Although it would eventually be resurrected, the duration and randomness of its revival would undoubtedly impede his plans. At this point, Uchiha Obito no longer needed to investigate who had triggered the Ninjutsu. Most likely, it was the little brat before him. You, Uchiha Obito stated succinctly. Indeed. The fool's intellect is rather sharp, Uchiha Kage replied with a playful tilt of his head. Fool? Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Who is this fool? Are there others besides us here? Quit looking around. The fool is you, Uchiha Kage shrugged. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Uchiha Obito. He actually referred to himself as a fool. This was intolerable. Raising his hand, Uchiha Obito prepared to charge forward and unleash a powerful attack. Wait, don't be hasty. Uchiha Kage said with a knowing smile. Don't you want to know the purpose of my visit? Uchiha Obito paused. Indeed, this little brat was clearly from Konoha. How had he ended up in the mist? Are you aware of the Yang organization? Uchiha Kage fixed his gaze intently upon him. As expected, a ripple of surprise crossed Uchiha Obito's eyes. He was indeed aware of the Yang organization. This realization had only just dawned on Uchiha Kage. As the largest clandestine organization in the world of Hokage, Ōtsutsuki, how could they remain oblivious to the rise of another formidable faction? The power of the Yang organization was indisputable. In the face of unknown intentions, Ōtsutsuki would surely be more anxious than he was. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless, cough, cough. It was certain that Ōtsutsuki possessed more knowledge than he did. I came here to gather intelligence on the Yang organization. They are currently collecting Kekkei Genkai. Uchiha Obito remained utterly still. He is well aware of the situation. Regarding the Yang organization, he harbors an equal desire to investigate its intelligence. Unfortunately, this organization is shrouded in mystery, making it nearly impossible to uncover any information, as if it emerged from the void. If possible, shall we share our intelligence? As for Obito, that fool poses little threat. At the very least, Uchiha Kagami knows him inside and out. The Yang organization, however, is an entirely different matter. Its formidable strength is enigmatic, and its intentions are completely opaque. Yet, from their methods, one can deduce they are not benevolent. What do you know? After a lengthy pause, Obito finally rasped a response. Intelligence sharing must commence with your account. Uchiha Kagami smiled, a smile as innocent as a child's. After a moment of contemplation, Obito spoke. I am aware of this organization, though my knowledge is limited. They seem to have emerged from a realm of nothingness. And every individual who steps forth possesses the prowess of A.J. Nin. Strangely, it appears that the weakest among them is still A.J. Nin, and the strongest is likewise A.J. Nin. Uchiha Kagami's expression turned serious. The information provided by Obito aligned closely with what he already knew. The only distinction was his assertion of emerging from nothingness. Have you seen the place from which they emerge? For someone as formidable as Obito, gathering intelligence is significantly simpler than for others. Knowing their starting point is not surprising. Obito nodded. Indeed, he had witnessed it. During a strategic deployment, he inadvertently stumbled upon a bizarre location, vastly different from the current shinobi world. It was not only home to extinct species but also entirely enshrouded in fog. denser than that of the Mist Village. It was here that he first encountered the abruptly appearing members of the Yang organization. A full 500 individuals. 500 Jainin. To share your account. However, Obito did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards Kagami. What about your intelligence? Uchiha Kagami helplessly shrugged. Just like you. At this remark, Obito erupted in fury. This brat, was he mocking him? Without further ado, Obito's body vanished in an instant. The next moment, the space behind Uchiha Kagami twisted bizarrely, a hand emerging from within, grasping a kunai. Clang. Without turning his head, Uchiha Kagami summoned his blade, effortlessly blocking the assault of the kunai. With the first strike thwarted, Obito did not rush to continue his attack, but rather observed with great interest. Kagami's swift reaction genuinely astonished him. After all, space-time ninjutsu is notoriously challenging to detect. Are you surprised? Uchiha Kagami, too, refrained from attacking immediately, turning to reveal a broad smile. I am indeed surprised, though merely surprised. Uchiha Obito let out a cold sneer, his single exposed eye widening in astonishment as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested. Jinjutsu. Uchiha Kagami appeared to be ensnared, motionless, his gaze rendered vacant. How naive. To be so oblivious to the illusions of the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito's laughter dripped with disdain as he stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time, towards Uchiha Kagami. The god of wealth, Uchiha Kagami. Truly a remarkable individual. Alas. His hand rose high, the pitch-black kunai darting towards Uchiha Kagami's chest like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, a slender, alabaster hand seized his wrist with ferocity, the kunai mere millimeters from its target. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in shock as he met a pair of blade-like Sharingan, slowly rotating before him. It is rather unfortunate. This Jinjutsu proves ineffective against me. A chilling aura emanated from him, as if he were a glacier, unyielding through the ages. A sphere of azure chakra coalesced in his palm. Rasengan. Uchiha Kagami's hand moved like a phantom, darting towards Uchiha Obito in a flash. Yet, in the face of such peril, Uchiha Obito merely smiled. Swish. Uchiha Kagami's hand pierced through his chest. Such techniques, similarly ineffective against me. But before he could finish his thought, Uchiha Obito's body was propelled like a cannonball. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito crashed violently into a great tree, a mouthful of sweet, crimson blood erupting forth. However, in that moment, he could scarcely concern himself with his injuries. Kamui has been countered by someone. How could this be? Chapter 64. The perverse obstacle. How could you possibly injure me? Uchiha Obito exclaimed, astonished. The invincible Kamui had been thwarted by a mere child. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Uchiha Shinkai offered no response to his query, but instead stepped closer, slightly bending forward. From his elevated position, Uchiha Shinkai regarded him with a gaze that was both complex and conflicted. Oh, the pitiful yet contemptible creature you are. I had anticipated your visit today. Uchiha Shinkai remarked softly. Uchiha Obito froze momentarily. Anticipated? What do you mean? You could have easily sent Kisame Hashigaki, yet you trust no one, am I correct? Though Uchiha Obito's expression was obscured by his mask, the flickering of his eye betrayed the turmoil within. Thus, you felt compelled to come in person. After all, this is a village you perceive as steeped in sin, one that took Rin from you, destroyed you, and also crushed Kakashi. His calm words detonated a profound realization within Uchiha Obito. He truly knows my identity. I empathize with your plight, but I cannot condone your intentions, Uchiha Shinkai stated. Observing him quietly, taking in the fear and fury reflected in his eyes. Condone? I require no one's approval. Uchiha Obito shot to his feet, glaring fiercely. What I aim to accomplish is righteous. The world is rife with conflict. Death is an everyday occurrence. I despise this filthy world. I shall reconstruct it. A realm devoid of war, where laughter reigns and no one perishes. Uchiha Shinkai gazed upon him with pity. More importantly, you wish to create a world that includes Rin. Do you not? The adolescent's dramatic fervor elicited a desire within Uchiha Shinkai to deliver a resounding reprimand. Is it truly so simple to build a world? The Ten Tails Jinchuriki is undeniably powerful, but can he surpass the Sage of Six Paths? Even he could not recreate a world. Do you believe that becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki will suffice? What kind of reasoning is that? Uchiha Obito paused, a figure surfacing in his mind, a gentle smile that seemed capable of healing all worldly ills. Do not fabricate grandiose justifications. She is the very essence of your being. A solitary tear slipped from Uchiha Obito's eye, concealed by his mask. And what of it? She is the most beautiful existence in this world. His voice quivered, thick with emotion. If even she is gone, what meaning does this world hold? Is love truly such a disorienting force? In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Shinkai too fell into contemplation. He had never experienced love in his past life. In this life, well, he was merely 11 years old. Perhaps it was best left unspoken. If Uchiha Kagami gazed solemnly at him. I mean, if I could resurrect her? Uchiha Obito suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bursting forth with a dazzling glimmer of hope. Yet, it swiftly dimmed. Resurrecting Rin. If it were in the past, he would have undoubtedly embraced the idea, willing to sacrifice everything for her revival, even his own life. But now, there was no turning back. From the day he unleashed the Nine Tails and murdered his teacher and mentor, he had crossed an irrevocable line. If Rin were to return, how would he face her? She would surely be disappointed in the man he had become, wouldn't she? Observing the despondent Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Kagami understood his turmoil. It was not too late to turn back. His voice, gentle yet resonant, struck like a hammer upon Obito's heart. Not too late? Is it truly not too late? In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito found himself unable to meet Kagami's gaze. His form gradually dissolved into nothingness. He longed to escape this place, to evade the scrutiny of the boy. Uchiha Kagami's eyes narrowed, a peculiar wave of energy permeating the space between them. The Uchiha Shiryu. The now ethereal Uchiha Obito reemerged. Uchiha Obito regarded him with uncertainty. This power, it is the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Uchiha Shiryu can alter the flow of time, even briefly rewind it. Uchiha Kagami explained matter-of-factly. Over 3 years, he had mastered the 4 abilities associated with the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Although it struck him as odd that his Sharingan bore 4 capabilities. In time-space missions, the ability of Uchiha Kiri had been validated, capable of both deconstructing and creating matter. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shiryu to govern the manipulation of time's flow. 2 extraordinarily formidable abilities. Moreover, they had never appeared in the anime. Yet the drawbacks were equally formidable. With his ocular power, Uchiha Kiri would suffer temporary blindness for a month after a single use. The Uchiha Shiryu was somewhat milder, resulting in merely a brief period of eye discomfort. Uchiha Obito was taken aback. No wonder his Kamui had failed. Rewinding time to the moment before Kamui was activated naturally dispelled his ethereal state. Have you encountered Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Kagami abruptly posed an unusual question. Uchiha Obito was at a loss for words. What kind of person was he? Uchiha Kagami's voice was hollow, his gaze drifting into the distance. He wished to shield Obito from the complexity in his eyes. A very aged, very sorrowful man. Uchiha Obito pondered before responding truthfully. Sorrowful? Was it due to the passing of Izuna? Or perhaps the rift with Hashirama? Uchiha Kagami sighed softly. I truly wish to meet those little ones. The Moon Eye plan is destined for failure. Shifting the topic, Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze towards Uchiha Obito. How could you possibly know about the Moon Eye plan? At that moment, Uchiha Obito was utterly astonished. Ding. He disregarded the chaotic thoughts pinging in his mind. I know much, including the spokesperson of Uchiha Madara, and the truth behind Rin's death. Uchiha Obito stared blankly at him. His mind was in disarray, a tangled mess. The child before him possessed an eerie ability and was privy to so many secrets. Could he truly be merely an 11-year-old boy? Uchiha Obito opened his mouth, attempting to inquire, yet no sound emerged. I do not expect you to believe me now. Uchiha Kagami turned his back and slowly walked away. However, I hope you will reflect seriously on your experiences over the years. Uchiha Obito continued to gaze at the receding figure. After a prolonged silence, he despondently entered the Kamui space. He acknowledged the truth. That night, Uchiha Kagami had left him in a state of profound shock, laden with countless enigmas. He must seek the answers to himself. The first step was to find Kaguya, the one who claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 65, The Emergence of the Yang Organization. The following day, Uchiha Jing roughly roused Naruto and his companions from their slumber. Jing, let me sleep a little longer. Naruto muttered drowsily, tilting his head. Sleep? Rise and shine. Uchiha Jing delivered a swift blow to Naruto's head. How could they sleep so soundly in someone else's village? This was the Hidden Mist village, notorious for its blood-soaked history. Were these youngsters utterly devoid of a sense of crisis? In that instant, Uchiha Jing resolved within himself that once the affairs concerning the Yang organization were settled, it would be time to show them some care. The trio, still somewhat dazed, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, instantly awakening them. Why did it seem as if someone was keeping an eye on them? Before they could step out, Terumi May had already pushed the door open. Her enchanting face was etched with concern. Uchiha Jing's heart stirred. They have arrived? Terumi May nodded, her expression serious. They've come. 50 of them. Uchiha Jing was taken aback. 50 people? 50 jonin? That was quite an undertaking. Uchiha Jing couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. However, even faced with 50 jonin, Uchiha Jing felt no fear. What was there to be afraid of? He refused to believe that even with Susanoo unleashed, these 50 jonin could stir up any significant trouble. If all else failed, he could always resort to the universal pull and heavenly push. With a tug and a flick, he could crush them into oblivion. When Terumi May led Uchiha Jing and his companions to the village entrance, the entire Hidden Mist village had mobilized. Their gazes fierce and watchful upon a group of masked figures at the gate. Hand over Terumi May, and we shall spare the Hidden Mist village. To Uchiha's surprise, the voice of the leading masked figure was unexpectedly melodious, akin to a songbird. A woman? Uchiha Jing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the leader. This individual wore the same attire as the other masked figures, albeit slightly shorter in stature. The most striking difference lay in the mask itself. While the other masks bore the character for Yang upon their foreheads, hers bore the character for Yin Yang? What an audacious individual! Kagaya Yagura stepped forward. An unmistakable brutality etched upon his face. Do you know where you are? This is the Hidden Mist village. The masked figure sneered disdainfully. Hidden Mist village? And what of it? Terumi May, will you surrender or not? The tone of the masked figure was laced with contempt, as if the Hidden Mist village were merely an inconsequential hamlet. 50 jonin. Such strength indeed provided the confidence to confront the Hidden Mist village head-on. After all, the Hidden Mist village was no longer what it once was. The only top-tier combatant they had left was Kagaya Yagura, who himself was an unstable factor. If he unleashed his full power, it was uncertain who would be the first to bring ruin upon the Hidden Mist. You. Kagaya Yagura's eyes burned with a more profound ferocity, a tempestuous aura emanating from him. The power of the tailed beast within him began to simmer gradually. The villagers of Kirigakure behind him instinctively retreated. In contrast to the reassuring shadows of other villages, Kagaya Yashiro instilled only a tremor of fear that resonated with the soul. The era of blood mist was not merely a phrase. The atmosphere grew taut and charged. May I suggest, dear friends, that we sit down and converse in a calm manner? A soothing voice permeated the tense air. The masked figure tilted its head slightly towards the source of the sound. Uchiha Kage stepped forward with a genial smile. Isn't it true that fighting only breeds discord? What cannot be resolved through discussion? If there are matters that require more time, let us brew another pot of tea. The villagers of Kirigakure frowned in response. What could this young leaf ninja possibly want? Yet, only Kagaya May and the elder displayed relief upon his arrival. The power of the Uchiha Clan's Sharingan should suffice against the Yang organization. However, the masked figure appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing him. This proposal of mine, what say you? Kagaya Yashiro gritted his teeth, his face betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. Our affairs in Kirigakure have no bearing on you leaf ninjas. His mind was consumed by thoughts of slaughter, seething at Uchiha Kage's unwelcome intervention. After all, leaf and mist are like family. Uchiha Kage remarked affectionately, yet he did not halt his advance, stepping closer to the masked figure until they were mere inches apart. What is your name? Just as the tension suggested an imminent eruption from the masked figure, she unexpectedly spoke. I hail from the leaf, Uchiha Kage. He grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The masked figure felt a wave of disorientation. The resemblance was uncanny. However, that individual should have been long gone. Regaining her composure, she fixed her gaze upon him. This is a matter between us and Kirigakure. I do not wish for Konoha to interfere. Her voice was frigid, imbued with an unassailable conviction. The affairs of Kirigakure are indeed the concerns of Konoha, Uchiha Kage countered, unfazed by her demeanor. Who could rival his prowess in intimidation and manipulation throughout the ninja world? Can you truly speak on behalf of Konoha? Young one, perhaps you should consult your Hokage. The tone of the masked figure grew increasingly icy. Let us see if he is willing to stand against us. A threat laced with unparalleled assurance emanated from her. This confidence stemmed from their formidable strength. The mere mobilization of 50 elite shinobi was enough to command the attention of all ninja villages. She believed the Hokage would make the most judicious decision to avoid unnecessary conflict over unrelated villages. I do not represent Konoha, Uchiha Kage replied, shaking his head. But I can stand for myself. As long as I am here, you shall not take Kagayame. Not far away. The eyes of Kagayame shimmered with an unusual hue. This little imp. Such confidence. even within the gaze of the masked figure, bordered on arrogance. A foolhardy bravado, devoid of understanding. I cannot fathom the source of your audacity, nor the purpose behind your defensive Kagami. The masked figure's tone remained utterly unperturbed. Even with the addition of a young Uchiha, Kagami's victory was seemingly assured. Yet, the masked figure gently raised a hand. You will regret this decision. Trust me. The hand fell just as lightly. 50 elite shinobi grinned menacingly, surging towards Uchiha Kage like a swarm. In their eyes, he was but a mere insect, easily crushed with a mere exertion of force. Confronted by the overwhelming presence of 50 elite shinobi, Uchiha Kage's expression remained unchanged. He once believed that a strategy of numbers would be effective against the First Hokage and Madara. However, as he gradually mastered the Sharingan, Uchiha Kage came to a profound realization. In the face of absolute power, a strategy of numbers is merely a farcical jest. Fire release, great fire annihilation. An inferno, vast enough to obscure the sky, erupted instantaneously. As the flames spread, the very air warped, consumed by a furious heat. The 50 elite shinobi were left dumbfounded. Such a magnitude of fire. Surely, this must be a jest. In an instant, a plethora of ninjutsu was unleashed. Not aimed at attacking Uchiha Kage at the heart of the inferno, but solely to survive beneath its raging blaze. Such a conflagration. Even they could not guarantee their survival. Chapter 66. The grim fate of the Jonin observing the members of the Yang organization struggling amidst the inferno. Uchiha Kage's expression remained utterly unchanged. He had long grown accustomed to the act of killing. It was not that he was devoid of compassion. Rather, this world operated on such brutal principles. At least it was so in the present moment. Conversely, the masked figure of Een observed with an equally indifferent gaze. The sight of the weak being slaughtered was a familiar occurrence for her. While Jonin-level ninjas might be rare in other villages, in her domain, they were produced in abundance. Moreover, the fallen were merely men. What was there to lament? Your people seem to be in great agony. Uchiha Kage called out to the masked figure across the raging flames. It matters not, Jonin, we have plenty more. The masked figure remained unmoved in the face of the wails emanating from the Jonin engulfed in flames. How heartless, Uchiha Kage mused in astonishment. While others regarded Jonin as strategic assets and the foundation of their villages, she seemed to treat them as expendable pawns in a death squad. Is this what they call the reckless indulgence of the wealthy? Such repugnant affluence. As Uchiha Kage continued his reflections, the inferno gradually began to subside. 50 Jonin had arrived with great fervor. Now, only a little over 30 remained alive in the aftermath of the flames. Each one scorched and in a state of utter disarray. If I cannot kill him, then you have no reason to survive, the masked figure intoned coldly. Her voice imbued with an inexorable murderous intent. The remaining Jonin shuddered at her words, fear etched upon their faces. No one understood the masked figure better than they. When she commanded death, survival was a mere illusion. Charge! The remaining Jonin roared, recklessly rushing toward Uchiha Kage. This terrifying young boy must perish. He had to die, lest they themselves be the ones to meet their end. Faced with the oncoming Jonin, Uchiha Kage shook his head in resignation. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, great fire extinction. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. His hand signs left behind a flurry of afterimages. Various fire techniques erupted forth as if they were without cost. 10 meters before him transformed into an ocean of flames. The violent inferno surged forth. This guy is utterly monstrous. Behind Uchiha Kage, the members of the Mist Village stood in shock, witnessing the apocalyptic scene before them. This was the true visage of the Uchiha Clan. The aged face of Master Yuan bore a look of nostalgia. He had lived through that tumultuous era. He remembered the emergence of Uchiha Madara, who, besides Hashirama, could possibly rival him. In those days, Uchiha Madara had similarly subdued rival clans with his fierce flames. Were it not for the benevolence of Senju Hashirama, this fire would have engulfed the entire ninja world. The might of Konoha was unparalleled. After a lengthy silence, Master Yuan finally let out a heavy sigh. Regardless of the past or present, the village hidden in mist cannot compare to the village hidden in leaf. In the past, there were the First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. In the present, there exists Uchiha Kagami. Terumi May gazed blankly at the sea of flames, her thoughts adrift in an unknown realm. Growing up in the village hidden in mist, amid the era of blood and fog, a sense of security has always been a luxury lacking for its people. And she was no exception. On the surface, she possessed two rare bloodline limits, a rarity throughout the ninja world. Yet, she too lived in a state of constant unease. However, in this moment, a peculiar light flickered in Terumi Mei's eyes. This young boy is protecting the village hidden in mist because of me, isn't? With this thought, a blush spread across her alluring visage, enhanced by the fiery glow, rendering her even more enchanting. Regrettably, all eyes were drawn to the figure amidst the flames, missing this captivating sight. Beneath the mask of shadows, a transformation also occurred. A seemingly youthful boy possessed such formidable strength? The village hidden in leaf is indeed not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, even in the face of this, the masked figure did not retreat an inch, watching as one after another, elite shinobi fell into the inferno. The searing flames roared, dispelling the fog-shrouded sky and allowing the rare sunlight to pierce through, albeit tinged with a bloody hue. When the flames finally subsided, only 10 elite shinobi emerged from the fire. A distance of merely 20 meters had cost 40 lives. The remaining 10 shinobi gazed at Uchiha Kagami. Their eyes filled not only with hatred but an overwhelming, inescapable terror. What stood before them was no longer a mere child, but a demon incarnate within the realm of ninjas. Continuing this fight would lead to their utter annihilation. Uchiha Kagami ventured to inquire. It matters not if they perish. The masked figure replied coldly. We have no need for the worthless. The remaining 10 elite shinobi trembled at his words, their legs frozen, unable to advance. This was a collective sentiment among them. They should not have come here. You are left alone. Can you still escape? Uchiha Kagami had no intention of striking just yet. For an elite shinobi, they could be vanquished with a mere gesture. What he sought to understand was the source of the masked figure's audacity. Facing him and all the people of the village hidden in mist, it was crucial to remember that the three-tails Jinchuriki, Kagura Karatachi, was present. The terror of a Jinchuriki was not lost on the masked figure. So, from where did her confidence stem? With you alone, you cannot stop me. The masked voice remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. And he is the legendary three-tails Jinchuriki, quite formidable, Uchiha Kagami jested, pointing at Kagura Karatachi. Kagura was taken aback, her expression swiftly morphing into one of fury. If it were not for the restraint of the masked figure, he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to launch a lightning strike upon Uchiha Kyu. Words aside, one should never jest about the Sanbai. The masked figure let out a disdainful chuckle, nearly a pitiful and lamentable wretch. Uchiha Kyu's gaze sharpened. The fact that the masked figure could utter such words indicated an awareness of the Genjutsu controlling Kurigane Tsubaki. This young organization, or perhaps more aptly, the Yin-Yang organization, possesses an acute understanding of the impending events in the shinobi world. This further solidified Uchiha Kyu's suspicions. Without the foresight of a time traveler, how could they possibly possess such knowledge? A sense of crisis intensified within Uchiha Kyu. If that is the case, I shall first test your abilities. Uchiha Kyu strode forward, nonchalantly weaving through the gaps between the 10 elite J-Nin. The J-Nin trembled, their bodies quaking with trepidation. They yearned to act, but dared not move. Fearful of provoking this demon, they were utterly paralyzed by fear. I advise you one last time, do not provoke trouble for Konoha. As Uchiha Kyu approached steadily, the masked figure remained unmoved, her voice as flat as ever. She did not wish to instigate a conflict with Konoha, at least not at this stage. The individuals behind her merely tasked her with collecting bloodline limits within the shinobi world, not declaring war on all ninja villages. I am not in a position to dictate Konoha's fate, but my greatest aversion is trouble. Thus, in an instant, Uchiha Kyu appeared before the masked figure. Only by preemptively quelling trouble, a brilliant flash of light flickered momentarily. The masked figure was startled, leaping aside with urgency. Boom! A deep, 3-meter-long scar abruptly manifested where she had once stood. This mark extended nearly 10 meters, with an exceptionally clean cut. Observing Uchiha Kyu, who held a kunai effortlessly, the mist shinobi were once again left in shock. This is swordsmanship? When did swordsmanship become capable of inflicting such terrifying damage? Chapter 67. The terrifying power of the shadow mask. The shadow mask, leaping aside, was taken aback. Typically, ninja confrontations revolve around the use of ninjutsu, complemented by ninja tools to assail adversaries. There are certainly masters of swordsmanship, such as the legendary Konoha White Fang Kikuchi Tsukumo and the formidable Mifune of the Land of Iron, both renowned for their exceptional sword skills within the ninja realm. However, their swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of Uchiha Kagami. The techniques of Mifune or Kikuchi Tsukumo are rooted in a profound understanding of the blade and the limits of human reaction, culminating in lethal efficacy. In contrast, Uchiha Kagami's swordsmanship seems intertwined with ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami shook his head in disappointment. Over the past 3 years, aside from developing the Manjiki and Rinnegan, his primary focus had been on integrating ninjutsu with swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he had encountered relentless failures. It appeared as though swordsmanship and ninjutsu were inherently opposed. No matter the approach he devised, he could not achieve a synthesis. However, as his swordplay evolved into a specialization, a seemingly impenetrable barrier began to crack open. Although the power still fell short of his aspirations, progress was indeed being made, was it not? With this thought, Uchiha Kagami felt a renewed sense of joy. Your swordsmanship is quite peculiar, the Shadow Mask remarked, a note of caution in his voice. Such a style was undoubtedly a singular phenomenon in the ninja world. Isn't it impressive? Uchiha Kagami grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. Impressive? It certainly seems so, the Shadow Mask replied, somewhat speechless. The young boy before him, though possessing formidable strength, often uttered words that belied his intimidating presence. Then, let us continue, Uchiha Kagami declared, gripping his sword in one hand as he advanced step by step. Meanwhile, on the side of the Mist Village, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the aftermath of the confrontation. The Manjiki Sharingan, a terrifying scale of fire release, and now, an unfathomable sword technique. Has the new generation of Konoha truly reached such unparalleled heights? Yuan sure looked on in despair at that figure. Although the Mist Village had suffered a significant decline in strength due to the Fourth Hokage's policies leading to the Bloody Mist, this did not diminish his aspirations for mist supremacy. He firmly believed that if the Fourth could break free from the illusions and revoke the Bloody Mist policy, the Mist Village would inevitably regain its might one day. Yet now, that figure loomed like a chasm, shattering his ambitions to pieces. With a deep sigh, Yuan Shi turned his gaze to Terumi Mei beside him. Could two bloodline limits truly grow to such formidable power? This question was one he dared not contemplate, yet was irresistibly drawn to. At that moment, Terumi Mei's eyes gleamed with increasing intensity. She had suspected that this audacious young man possessed remarkable strength, but upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized she had profoundly underestimated him. Such prowess. Surely, even the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Kurama Yagura, could not rival it? A gentle smile graced the corners of her lips as Mei-in instinctively extended her cherry-red tongue to moisten her parched lips. Her watery eyes shimmered with an enigmatic allure. It was utterly captivating. Naruto and his companions stared in awe at the silhouette of Uchiha Jing. Swordsmanship. This individual possessed the ability to wield a blade. Moreover, its potency was astonishing. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at him. That strike was truly magnificent, graceful and ethereal. The aura of a formidable warrior was unmistakably evident. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a twinge of disappointment. Jing remained as formidable as ever. No wonder his brother held him in such high regard. Lost in thought, Sasuke clenched his fists, his gaze resolute upon Jing's figure. One day, he too would attain such strength. As for Sakura, well, perhaps it was best not to dwell on that. While the others marveled at the spectacle, Uchiha Jing remained entirely focused. This masked figure represented the most formidable adversary he had encountered since arriving in the Naruto world. The sensation was inexplicably profound, yet undeniably real. He could not afford to underestimate the masked individual. It was precisely this awareness that compelled him to employ his swordsmanship at the earliest opportunity. The masked figure, too, was shrouded in vigilance. This young one was peculiar, certainly not someone to be dispatched with ease as in the past. Nevertheless, she possessed immense confidence in her own abilities. Do you know what the most lamentable aspect of this world is? The masked figure slowly raised her hand. A rather cryptic feeling washed over Uchiha Jing's mind. Is it that when one is alive, their money is gone? The corner of the masked figure's mouth twitched beneath her mask. What kind of answer is that? When one dies, yet their money remains unspent. Uchiha Jing continued to respond. Now, not only did the corner of the masked figure's mouth twitch, but her eyes began to twitch as well. Does this child possess such a plethora of fresh vocabulary? The most lamentable. One is alive, has money, yet their spouse runs off with another? Uchiha Jing blinked innocently. Silence. For the first time, the masked figure exhibited an emotional shift, becoming unusually irate. The most tragic fate is to be narrow-minded. The masked figure spoke rapidly, denying Uchiha Jing any opportunity to interject. If this continued, she feared her wrath would explode. Void escape, void slash. The masked figure exclaimed, simultaneously sweeping her hands downward. Uchiha Jing was momentarily taken aback. Void escape? Does such a thing exist in Naruto? Just as he pondered this, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Observing the calmness around him, Uchiha Jing furrowed his brow in concern. Suddenly, a force that existed within the void erupted violently. Uchiha Jing's pupils contracted, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet, that unknown power clung to him like a shadow. Rippling through the air, a streak of crimson emerged before the eyes of all present. The crowd, shrouded in mist, gazed in horror at Uchiha Kagami. A ghastly wound had inexplicably manifested on his chest, extending from his shoulder to his heart. Had he not evaded swiftly, this assault could have cleaved him in two. Naruto's expression froze, instinctively preparing to rush towards Uchiha Kagami. Naruto, don't. Sasuke and Sakura frantically restrained him. Let go. Let go of me. Kagami is in danger. Naruto, frantic and desperate, struggled against their grasp. From the moment he met Uchiha Kagami, no matter how formidable the adversary, Kagami had never sustained injury. Now, after merely one encounter, he bore such grievous wounds. What did this signify? It indicated the opponent's extraordinary strength, strong enough that even Kagami might find it challenging to contend with. He had to go. He must aid Kagami. Even if it meant unleashing the beast within him, he was willing to risk it. Your interference will only complicate matters. Sasuke held on to him with all his might, refusing to relent despite Naruto's frantic struggles. I can do it. I can help Kagami. The stubble on Naruto's cheeks deepened, and a tempestuous aura surged within him. Sasuke stood momentarily stunned. This aura was identical to that emanating from Kurama. No, it was even more potent. Under the onslaught of this energy, Sasuke's face paled instantly. Sakura, too, was overwhelmed, collapsing onto the ground in fear as she stared at Naruto. But the fox spirit. Naruto, don't worry, I'm fine, Uchiha Kagami reassured, sensing the presence of the Ninetales. He touched his wound, a smile creeping across his face. This was the first time he had been injured since acquiring the shock system. The long-lost sensation of pain ignited a fierce battle spirit within him. Void escape. Uchiha Kagami chuckled as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested in an instant, spinning with an eerie yet deliberate slowness. Chapter 68. Unleashing Power. Susanoo emerges fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Jing's hands flew through the necessary seals, and a colossal fireball surged forth, hurtling towards the shadowy mask. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt up into the branches of a great tree. Several shurikens were swiftly released, spinning through the air, aimed directly at the shadowy mask. A cold laugh escaped the mask, devoid of any intent to evade. Bang! Clang! 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 As the great fireball approached within 3 meters of the shadowy mask, it collided with an invisible barrier, exploding with a fierce detonation. The shurikens met a similar fate, plummeting to the ground. Uchiha Jing's eyes narrowed. Is it that peculiar space-time technique again? The shadowy mask made no hand seals, indicating that this barrier was a spontaneous defense. In the world of Hokage, he could think of only one person capable of such self-defense, Gaara. Now, it seemed there was another. Though his thoughts raced, Uchiha Jing did not falter in his assault, unleashing a barrage of fire techniques in a relentless circle towards the shadowy mask. Yet, without exception, they all extinguished within the 3-meter perimeter, a defense without blind spots. Uchiha Jing's expression grew grave. Have you had your fill of play? The shadowy mask squinted slightly. Just a bit more. Let us do this again. Uchiha Jing cheerfully extended his index finger, gesturing playfully before the mask. Momentarily taken aback, the mask pondered the audacity of this child. However, Uchiha Jing wasted no time. Charging forward with his blade drawn, a vivid crimson appeared on the ninja sword, radiating a searing heat as he brought it down with a fierce slash. Aimed squarely at the shadowy mask. Is this still a technique of the sword? The members of the Mist Village were beginning to feel numb. Too much astonishment in a single day made it difficult to regain composure. Sasuke's eyes sparkled, fixated on the descending blade, as if a revelation was dawning upon him. Yet, this fleeting sensation was swiftly replaced by a deeper confusion. That strike was so cool. After much contemplation, Sasuke arrived at this conclusion with a wheeze. Facing the oncoming blade, the shadowy mask remained cautious, its chakra swirling with a ferocious intensity, the space-time technique poised to be unleashed. The weight of that strike bore down upon her, rendering her breathless. Finally, at the moment the blade neared her 3-meter range, she executed the space-time technique. Next space slash. Uchiha Jing's descending form shuddered abruptly, coming to an unnatural halt in midair. Indeed, he was suspended in that moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Uchiha Jing channeled chakra with reckless abandon, flooding it into his ninja sword. He felt as though this strike had collided with an equally powerful blade, yet before him, there was nothing at all. Uchiha Jing continued to amplify his chakra output, the crimson blade of his ninja sword radiating an intense heat. Gradually, the blade advanced inch by inch. The figure behind the mask found it increasingly strenuous. His attire, which had remained dry for years, had now become damp. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. The distance between the two narrowed, allowing the masked figure to discern the fine hairs on Uchiha Jing's face. This boy is quite a handful, he thought, gritting his teeth in determination. Uchiha Jing, too, was experiencing discomfort. Once he entered the 3-meter range of the masked figure, he finally grasped why his previous fireball jutsu and kunai had been utterly ineffective. 3 meters. This distance was not merely a barrier. Within this 3-meter span, aside from the very edge resembling a barrier, the rest of the space had become thick and viscous. Every slight movement required an exertion of force thousands of times greater than that outside. Such an uncanny ability. This was Uchiha Jing's ultimate realization. The masked figure before him was exceedingly bizarre. An organization that appeared out of thin air, the mysterious void technique, and an inexplicable knowledge of the unfolding narrative. All these pieces of information pointed ominously towards a dire conclusion. Void technique, dimensional chaos. As Uchiha Jing's sword drew ever closer, she could even feel the searing heat emanating from it. With a swift motion, her slender fingers pointed directly at Uchiha Jing. In an instant, the space within the 3-meter range began to transform at a visible pace. Rifts in the fabric of space emerged abruptly, twisting and roaring. Uchiha Jing's expression shifted dramatically. This time, he felt it clearly. This power was that of space. It was not the space-time ninjutsu of Kamui, but a profound force of space itself. Damn it! Uchiha Jing growled, flipping his body to attempt an escape from the 3-meter zone. Escape? Would he be able to flee? The masked figure scoffed, forcefully pressing down with both hands. In an instant, Uchiha Jing sensed the surrounding space beginning to compress towards him. The space around him collapsed like a cardboard box ravaged by a mischievous child. Golden lightning flickered ominously within the rifts. For the first time, Uchiha Jing felt the threat of death. Both the collapsing space and the golden lightning within the fissures inflicted an unparalleled sense of oppression upon him. No longer concealing his strength, Uchiha Jing's eyes transformed into swirling patterns of the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. The collapsing space abruptly halted, its speed diminishing. Yet, the masked figure before him was caught off guard and was propelled backward. Beneath the mask, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Everything had transpired too swiftly. She had not even caught sight of the Rinnegan's transformation. As the masked figure was ejected, the space surrounding Uchiha Jing rapidly reverted to its original state. He exhaled deeply, his heart racing. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Shinra Tensei, the collapsing space would have consumed him entirely. Even if the spatial collapse did not claim his life, the terrifying golden lightning within that void would have struck him down. This illustrates why intelligence is of paramount importance in the world of Naruto. Despite possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Rinnegan, one could still meet their demise through carelessness. He still lacked sufficient strength. Were he to attain the prowess of Hashirama and Madara, he would not find himself in such dire straits as he currently does. Uchiha K let out a sigh. He had risen to prominence through the shock system, which bestowed upon him a sensation akin to treading upon air. Moreover, the emergence of another individual from another realm could be imminent. Who knows what their strength entails? He must comprehend his own abilities, those that are entirely his own. Uchiha K silently vowed to himself. The figure behind the mask regarded the bowed Uchiha K with suspicion. What was that just now? You are indeed formidable. A deep voice emanated from Uchiha K's lips. Your ability. It must be a form of bloodline elimination, right? The masked figure offered no response. Her heart in disarray. This boy before her was the first to render her space manipulation utterly ineffective. Although she could not discern the 3 attributes that had merged, Uchiha K lifted his head, the Rinnegan having vanished. In its place was a Mangekyou Sharingan shaped like a sword. Today, your defeat is inevitable. A surge of silvery energy erupted from him, layers of intertwining silver energy enveloping the space above him. Under the astonished gaze of the masked figure, the silver energy coalesced with increasing speed. Skeletons, veins and flesh upon the skeletal form. Ultimately, the masked figure raised her head. There was no choice The entity before her had grown far too immense. Towering nearly 100 meters, she could not help but look up in awe. This is. On the other side, Sasuke gaped in disbelief. Susanoo. The original master gazed up at the silver giant before him. The ultimate power of the Uchiha Clan. Chapter 69. The defeat of the Shadow Mask having ascended to the form of the 100-meter Susanoo. Uchiha Jing curiously explored its features. This was his inaugural experience with such an entity. On one hand, he had never before had the opportunity to manifest it. On the other, its consumption of ocular power and chakra was exceedingly severe. After a chaotic display of ninjutsu, he had already expended about 20% of his chakra. Yet, upon summoning the Susanoo, his chakra plummeted by half in an instant. Uchiha Jing clicked his tongue in astonishment. However, it appeared that the greater side effect was not merely the depletion of chakra. As he raised his arm, the silver Susanoo mirrored his motion. A tremor emanated from the depths of his soul. Hiss. Even with Uchiha Jing's formidable composure, the pain made him grimace. Although he had already attained the Rinnegan, he lacked a crucial step, the transition from the Sharingan to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. This pivotal progression rendered his Susanoo less than perfect. Was this the famed Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? The shadow mask tilted its head, gazing at Uchiha Jing, who stood at the chest of the silver giant. Indeed, does it not appear more magnificent? Uchiha Jing suppressed the pain and remarked with a grin, "It's decent, though it pales in comparison to that individual." A sense of nostalgia flickered in the eyes of the shadow mask. In the next moment, a silver long sword abruptly materialized in the hand of the Susanoo. Its blade ignited with roaring flames. Whoosh! A slash tore through the air. No, it could not simply be termed a slash. It seemed as if the very heavens and earth were being cleaved in twain, accompanied by an unparalleled roar. How powerful! Naruto murmured, utterly captivated by the terrifying strike. Surely, this blade could sever all foes of the world, could it not? Sasuke was equally entranced. What a beautiful strike it was, majestic and unstoppable. As for Sakura, well, best not to mention her. Among the crowd, only Terumi may displayed an expression devoid of shock. Instead, her face radiated with a profound smile. This little man was indeed unfathomable. Just when one believed this was his limit, he would invariably unveil an even grander surprise. Yuan Shi gazed in a daze at the blade. From the moment the Susanoo emerged, he comprehended a singular truth: Konoha, unassailable. Even the matured Terumi May was no exception. Meanwhile, the shadow mask regarded the descending blade with solemnity, feeling the searing heat akin to that of the sun. Raising both hands, a layer of visible spatial ripples appeared above her head. Void escape, spatial transfer. Just as the blade was about to cleave through the ripples, a crisp sound echoed forth. There was no panic, nor was there fear. Her tone remained as calm as still water. Buzz. Under the force of the blade's descent, the ripples intensified with ferocity. The spatial rifts that had just emerged reappeared, encircling the blade. Uchiha Jing gazed in astonishment. As the wielder, he could distinctly sense the chakra within the blade rapidly depleting. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that with each flash of golden lightning from the rifts, a portion of the chakra was siphoned away. Could the elusive golden lightning hidden within the rifts absorb chakra? Uchiha Jing pondered, raising his hand to sheath the long blade. The spatial rifts, having failed to locate their target, flickered a few times before vanishing from sight. The masked figure exhaled a sigh of relief. How formidable is Susanoo? Exceptionally so. This was the power that allowed Madara to dominate the ninja world. Yet, Susanoo possessed a fatal flaw. It required an immense amount of chakra, which was merely the first issue. More importantly, while in the Susanoo state, one could not utilize ninjutsu. Thus, Susanoo was relegated to close combat. It was this understanding that afforded the masked figure such confidence. What could even the mighty Susanoo accomplish against her flawless defense? Uchiha Jing clearly contemplated this, stroking his chin. If close range was out of the question, what of long range? With this thought, Uchiha Jing closed his eyes and reached behind him. The masked figure looked on in confusion. What could this mean? Is surrender indicated by raising two hands? One hand reaching behind suggests. The ensuing scene interrupted her musings. A shimmering silver longbow was gradually drawn from behind by Uchiha Jing. Beneath the mask, the figure's rosy lips parted slightly. Besides the long blade, there was also a bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without granting the masked figure a moment to react, Uchiha Jing swiftly drew back the bowstring. A stream of silver light appeared upon the bowstring. Release, draw, release, draw. A series of silver streaks surged towards the masked figure. Clang, clang, clang. Within a 3-meter radius, as the silver streaks reached their target, they unleashed a series of thunderous impacts. Upon witnessing the hovering silver lights, the masked figure finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the spatial evasion proved effective. An innocent smile graced Uchiha Jing's face. Explode. A soft command. The 3 suspended silver lights swiftly expanded. The stream, originally 5 meters long, ballooned to approximately 20 meters in an instant. The masked figure trembled slightly, raising a hand to act. Yet, she was enveloped by a dazzling silver light. Boom. The silver radiance engulfed the surrounding area, extending hundreds of meters. With a tremor that shook the earth, a colossal explosion reverberated across the small island. Any creature present on the island fled desperately in the opposite direction of the explosion. Thick smoke billowed, soaring into the sky. After a considerable time, the smoke gradually dissipated. Guji Izong had already undergone a partial beast transformation, standing menacingly before the people of the Hidden Mist. His presence was not one of protection, but rather exuded an overwhelming aura of death, causing the 3 tails to instinctively emerge. In that moment, Guji Izong was filled with a savage fury, growling incessantly as he searched for the 2 detestable individuals who had nearly brought about his demise. You 2 scoundrels. Come forth and face your end. Beside the gathered crowd of the Hidden Mist, a streak of silvery light emerged. This luminescence was distinct from the previous explosion, thicker and longer, enveloping Naruto and his companions in a protective embrace. In stark contrast to the chaos and injuries that afflicted the Hidden Mist's ranks, Naruto and his friends remained unscathed, their garments pristine. Although this radiant phenomenon filled the Hidden Mist with trepidation, it was clear that it was the protective measure of Uchiha, safeguarding the young leaf ninjas. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the sight of the fierce confrontation revealed the absence of nearly 100 meters of silver Susanoo. Terumi anxiously gazed in that direction. Where has the Susanoo gone? How could it vanish? Could the recent explosion have claimed the life of that little man? No, it cannot be. He couldn't be so foolish as to perish by his own attack. In a fleeting moment, Terumi conjured numerous justifications to soothe her own worries. Yet, despite her thoughts, she stretched her graceful neck, peering anxiously into the distance. Naruto and his companions dared not utter a word, their minds unable to fathom the possibility of Q's failure, let alone the notion that he could perish in such a cataclysmic explosion. What will it be? Surrender? A mocking voice echoed from afar. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the source of the sound. The lush trees around them had been uprooted, revealing a massive crater with a diameter of 50 meters. At its center stood a slender figure, calmly poised, with a masked individual beneath his feet. Uchiha Q had emerged victorious. Chapter 70. A narrow escape. Uchiha K's gaze was fixed upon the masked figure. Only he understood the peril he had just faced. It was his first time employing such a technique, and he had never anticipated its overwhelming power. The explosion's force was akin to that of a tailed beast bomb. Even Deidara would exclaim in astonishment. Fortunately, his Uchiha techniques had proven as reliable as ever. Are you not going to surrender? Uchiha K inquired, his foot pressing against the chest of the masked figure, looking down upon her from his elevated position. Surrender? We have never known such a term, she retorted coldly. To lose is to lose. But losing does not equate to bowing down in submission. What is this, a cultural gap? Are you all illiterate? Uchiha K asked with curiosity. You. The masked figure nearly choked on her words. Was this brat always so sharp-tongued? It was utterly infuriating. Enough of the pleasantries. Report on your organization as situation. If I'm in a good mood, I might just let you go. Though Uchiha K's tone was laced with jest, his expression was serious. This fierce battle was undertaken solely to uncover the identities of those behind the mysterious organization. The masked figure paused. Do you truly believe I would divulge anything? I believe you will, for you are an astute individual, he replied confidently. She fell silent once more. After a moment, she spoke coldly. You will regret your actions today. Konoha brat. Yet, she ultimately revealed nothing. Uchiha K's brow furrowed suddenly. He sensed a surge of spatial energy coalescing. Do you feel it? The masked figure chuckled. Losing did not mean she was without a contingency plan. Her earlier hesitation had merely been a ruse to buy time. Konoha brat, I will come to find you. A spatial rift abruptly appeared beneath the masked figure. Simultaneously, identical fissures manifested beneath the remaining 10 elite shinobi. Uchiha K's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively activated his Uchiha techniques. Regrettably, this time, they proved ineffective. He could only watch helplessly as all members of the mysterious organization vanished without a trace. Damn it! Uchiha K's fist struck the ground with tremendous force. He had been so close to uncovering the secrets of this enigmatic organization. He had underestimated them gravely, and frustration enveloped him. "Hey, are you alright?" Naruto and his companions rushed over, concern etched on their faces. "I'm fine, just a bit disappointed," Uchiha K replied, rising to his feet. The mist ninjas also gathered around him. "Your wound." Kirigakure's Mei approached, her expression peculiar, at least in Uchiha K's eyes. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." He waved dismissively. Yuan Sure emerged from the crowd of mist ninja, letting out a deep sigh. "Konoha remains as formidable as ever. With you in Konoha, the position of the 5 great shinobi villages will be unassailable." These words were spoken from the heart. Today, Uchiha K's performance transcended mere astonishment. It was nothing short of a revelation. Judging by the displayed strength, Uchiha K's capabilities have far surpassed the average Hokage-level prowess. "You're exaggerating," he replied, suppressing his earlier despondency with a broad smile. "This is no exaggeration, but rather a fact," Yuan Sure stated earnestly. Uchiha K intended to express further modesty, but was abruptly interrupted by a derisive snort. "Humph, just a kid from Konoha." All eyes turned towards the speaker. Kuriguchi Ichu surveyed the room with an air of arrogance. "I could defeat those individuals just now. They wouldn't stand a chance." A sudden silence enveloped the gathering. Yuan Sure sighed. Did Kuriguchi Ichu truly possess the ability to vanquish these opponents? Perhaps, but it would require the transformation into a tailed beast, which would inflict considerable damage upon their own ranks. Such boasting. Why didn't you step up earlier? Sakura murmured under her breath. "What did you say?" Kuriguchi Ichu exploded with rage, a tail from his tailed beast form manifesting behind him, a wild aura radiating from him. Sakura gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. "You little brat, repeat that." Kuriguchi Ichu advanced menacingly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What do you intend to do?" "Don't come any closer." Sakura retreated, terror etched on her face, casting a pleading glance at Sasuke. Sasuke tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky. "The starlight is quite splendid today, Naruto." Naruto, feeling a twinge of discomfort, remained motionless. "Indeed, the sunlight is delightful and warm." "Sakura, what on earth are these two fools talking about? It's daytime. Where is this starlight coming from? There's sunlight during the day, but we're in the land of mist. There's nothing warm about this fog." Sakura shifted her gaze to Uchiha K. "Hey, I've noticed your hand seal is impressive. You're bound to have a son in the future." Uchiha K took Terumi Mei's hand, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Is that so?" Terumi Mei was taken aback, her cheeks blossoming with a rosy hue. "Certainly. I never lie." Witnessing Uchiha K's suggestive demeanor, Sakura nearly choked on her own blood. Was it that obvious? Kuriguchi Ichu wore a grotesque grin, raising his hand high before bringing it down heavily. The wild chakra of the three tails surged forth. The metallic clash echoed far and wide. "Aren't you going to dodge?" Uchiha K materialized in front of Sakura. He swore. It was truly not his intention to save her. For Sakura, Uchiha K harbored a deep-seated disdain. Regardless of how Sakura was portrayed in the anime, the reality of her existence irked him profoundly. Yet, for the sake of Naruto, that devoted admirer, he glanced back helplessly at Naruto's pleading gaze. "Lord Fourth Mizukage, she is one of our Konoha. Is it truly your prerogative to do as you please?" Uchiha K turned around, beaming at Kurama Yagura. "What does Konoha matter?" Kurama Yagura bellowed, the traits of the three tails becoming increasingly pronounced. What a fool, the Fourth Mizukage, to be so deeply ensnared by Jinjutsu. Uchiha K shook his head, a hand lightly resting upon his chest. "In that case, it would be wise for you to return to normalcy." His eyes narrowed slightly as a kaleidoscope resembling a blade materialized before him. The slowly rotating kaleidoscope seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Kurama Yagura stood frozen in place. Within his mental realm, the figure of Uchiha K abruptly appeared. Observing the dimly lit mental landscape, Uchiha K sighed. This fellow is indeed a pitiable soul. One can only wonder if he will find it within himself to forgive once the Jinjutsu is lifted. After all, the damage he inflicted upon Kirigakure was profound. In the gray, desolate world, a creature resembling a turtle lay prostrate. Its scarlet eyes stared vacantly ahead. Can the kaleidoscope dispel the Jinjutsu? The answer is no. While casting Jinjutsu is the forte of the kaleidoscope, dispelling it requires considerable effort. However, Kurama Yagura's situation differed from Itachi's. This individual was not merely ensnared in Jinjutsu. Rather, the three tails within him had been beguiled by the illusion. Chapter 71. Breaking the illusion. Uchiha Kagami slowly approached Aisabu. Compared to Aisabu's massive form, Uchiha Kagami resembled a mere flea, the disparity truly striking. Aisabu, Uchiha Kagami called out, his voice resonating with penetrating clarity. Aisabu's colossal body trembled as it turned to face him, its eyes remaining vacant and devoid of emotion. Was it trapped in an illusion, unable to free itself? Uchiha Kagami pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a kaleidoscopic design resembling a sword appeared in his eyes. The slowly rotating kaleidoscope met Aisabu's lifeless single eye. The illusion was unleashed. Uchiha Kagami fixed his gaze upon it, his ocular power surging forth like a tidal wave. Within the realm of illusion, Aisabu let out a furious roar towards the heavens. All around, it was surrounded by a multitude of ninjas, an overwhelming torrent of various elemental jutsu raining down upon it. With a thunderous cry, Aisabu's immense form was engulfed by the relentless onslaught of jutsu. In response to the pain, Aisabu retaliated fiercely, unleashing a colossal water jutsu. In an instant, a portion of the ninjas found themselves momentarily dispelled. In the real world, such a ferocious assault would have sent numerous ninjas fleeing in terror. Yet alas, this was the realm of illusion, a chaotic domain where the myriad ninjas continued to advance fearlessly, attacking with blades, biting with teeth, and crashing against it with their bodies. Aisabu writhed its gigantic form, crushing these bothersome insects one by one. Were these pests endless? Fatigue was evident in Aisabu's eyes. It had no recollection of how it arrived here, only aware that these accursed insects relentlessly assaulted it. 5 years, day in and day out. This left it not only enraged, but also profoundly weary. In its exhaustion, it failed to notice the sudden appearance of a figure in midair. Uchiha Kagami floated serenely above, observing the brutal battle below, his understanding deepening. No wonder Kurama Yagura was so irritable in the real world, constantly subjected to such scenes with the three tails within. It was no surprise that its chakra was volatile. In his previous life, Uchiha Kagami harbored a perplexity. As the perfect Jinchuriki, Kurama Yagura was supposed to be immune to illusionary attacks. When the second pillar captured the eight tails, he had appeared victorious while casting an illusion on Killer Bee. Yet, the outcome was disastrous. So, why was Kurama Yagura, also a perfect Jinchuriki, susceptible to Obito's illusion? The answer lay in the fact that it was not Kurama Yagura ensnared in the illusion, but rather the three tails Aisabu. As a Jinchuriki, Kurama Yagura was merely influenced by its violent chakra, amplifying the brutality of its personality. With this realization, Uchiha Kagami finally unraveled the confusion from his past life. Aisabu, Uchiha Kagami softly intoned, his voice echoing throughout the entire realm of illusion. The battling Aisabu paused in surprise. In 5 years, amidst this land rife with bloodshed, it was the first time I heard someone utter its name. I raised my head in bewilderment. Zwa?